world where the weak are devoured by the strong. A humble mortal named Zhang Tian begins his journey as a novice cultivator, aspiring to pursue the path of immortality. He embarks on the cultivation of spirit dogs, spirit bees, and spirit insects, while establishing spirit fields, spirit lakes, and spirit orchards, gradually forging his own power, and steadily ascending the ranks. Let me set a modest goal. First, I shall become the leader of the Spirit Beast Sect. Zhang Tian mused, gazing at the imposing gates of the sect, despite being merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement. Chapter 1. Outer Sect Disciples. The Spirit Beast Sect, one of the 7 esteemed sects of the Yin Kingdom, is renowned for its mastery in controlling spirit beasts. Nestled within the desolate Hengduan Mountains, it occupies a vast expanse rich in spiritual energy. Haigu Peak, situated in the southwestern region of the Hengduan Mountains, is one of the many spiritual peaks belonging to the Spirit Beast Sect. It boasts a naturally occurring first-tier spiritual vein, and its silhouette at dusk resembles a massive black dog, a feature that earned it a name from the sect's elders, distinguishing it as a significant training ground for outer sect disciples. At the foot of Haigu Peak, in a bamboo hut, a thin boy of 13 or 14 sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed. With each cycle of qi circulating within him, the ambient spiritual energy gradually flowed into his body. After an unknown passage of time, Zhang Tian sighed and, with a hint of melancholy, opened his eyes. As he examined his stagnant cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Indeed, the pursuit of immortality is an audacious endeavor. Who would have thought I'd encounter a bottleneck so soon in my journey? Progress is arduous, akin to scaling the heavens. This marked Zhang Tian's 56th attempt to break through from the 3rd level to the 4th. Regrettably, the threshold loomed like an impenetrable iron gate, and every surge of gathered qi failed to induce even the slightest tremor, rendering his efforts futile. It appears I must devise another strategy. Relying solely on arduous training will not dissolve this barrier, Zhang Tian reflected. Despite numerous failures, he remained undeterred, not solely due to the shared plight with other outer sect disciples, but because he was not merely a peasant boy chosen by an immortal master. He possessed a soul from another realm in his past life. Zhang Tian was a renowned dog breeder, not merely a rustic entrepreneur. As the saying goes, in every profession, there are masters. He graduated with a degree in animal science and returned to his hometown to pursue dog breeding. Initially, he started small, raising guard dogs and supplying meat dogs to local markets. To his surprise, the dog breeding industry was underdeveloped. Although there were many sellers, their methods were chaotic and lacked innovation. Once Zhang Tian introduced his new breed to the market, it was as if a parched land had received much-needed rain, leading to a flood of orders. His breeding farm expanded from a modest facility housing around 20 dogs to a large-scale operation with nearly 50,000. As he emerged from his reverie, Zhang Tian recalled that after years of hard work, he had risen to the status of a prominent entrepreneur, only to find himself reborn as a lowly peasant boy. The disparity was undeniable. Yet, the thought of cultivating immortality ignited a spark of fervor within him. Zhang Dogdan, your senior brother Lu has come to see you, a voice called out from outside, accompanied by the raucous laughter of 2 or 3 others, clearly amused by the announcement that a peasant, Zhang Tian, had been named Dogdan by his parents, believing that an unpretentious name would bring prosperity. When he first arrived at the Spirit Beast Sect, he had not yet crossed over, and thus introduced himself as Zhang Dogdan. However, upon his arrival, he had already changed his name, yet these individuals continued to mock him, taking delight in his perceived weakness that in the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. Hearing the familiar taunt, a shadow crossed Zhang Tian's eyes, but he quickly donned an innocent expression, his sun-kissed, dusky skin lending him an air of simplicity. Stepping outside, he immediately spied 3 male disciples clad in gray outer sect robes, with the tallest among them crossing his arms and offering a faint smile, while the others eagerly flanked him. Greetings, senior brother Lu. Zhang Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he approached and bowed clumsily. Though not unattractive, Zhang Tian's sun-baked skin did little to endear him to others. Lu Jinsui frowned upon seeing him approach, instinctively covering his nose as if repulsed by an unpleasant odor, retreating several steps. Enough. I presume you know why I am here. The sect stipend for this month is here. Lu Jinsui tossed a tattered black storage bag, then turned away dismissively. His 2 lackeys followed suit, and soon their figures vanished from Zhang Tian's sight. Zhang Tian could not discern Lu Jinsui's cultivation level, but from overhearing conversations among other disciples, he knew Lu had reached at least the 7th level of qi refinement, a notable figure within the outer sect. After they departed, Zhang Tian slowly picked up the storage bag from the ground. Although the manner of receiving it felt demeaning, the contents were crucial for his advancement in cultivation, leaving no room for pride. The bag carried a faint trace of spiritual consciousness, which Zhang Tian easily dispelled, extending his own consciousness into it. Inside lay 5 colorful fist-sized luminous stones and a vial of pale blue pills, corked with a red oak stopper. The luminous stones represented the most vital resource in the cultivation world, with their varying colors signifying different attributes. This time, the bag contained 2 low-grade wood attribute stones, 2 low-grade earth attribute stones, and 1 low-grade metal attribute stone. The stones served dual purposes, as currency for transactions and as aids in cultivation. Zhang Tian had experienced the benefits of using luminous stones, finding that they accelerated his training by 5 to 6 times compared to conventional methods, rendering them utterly addictive. Zhang Tian possessed a mixed spiritual root, encompassing metal, wood, water, and earth attributes. Though his cultivation speed was comparatively slow compared to those with single or dual spiritual roots, his diverse roots allowed him to absorb a wider range of luminous stone attributes. Unlike those with singular roots, he could only harness stones and their corresponding attributes. Zhang Tian could utilize almost all except for fire attribute stones. Shifting his gaze from the luminous stones, he focused on the pale blue vial, which appeared in his hand at his mental command. He gently removed the stopper, inhaling its contents and nodding in approval. This was the Qingyuan pill provided by the sect, a low-tier elixir designed to assist Qi refinement cultivators. For someone at his current stage, each pill could save him at least 3 days of training time. With an entire vial containing 10 pills, it meant he could effectively expedite a month's worth of cultivation. Outer sect disciples are required to complete 10 sect tasks each month, and the sect grants 10 low-grade luminous stones and 3 vials of Qingyuan pills. He recalled the information from the sect's jade slip upon entering, causing a smirk to involuntarily cross his lips. Lu Jinsui's qualifications were not vastly superior to his own, merely a 3-root cultivator. Yet he had rapidly reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, primarily through exploiting weaker outer sect disciples like Zhang Tian. This cannot continue. Initially, Lu Jinshui merely withheld a couple of spirit stones and a handful of elixirs, yet now he has seized more than half. If this persists, I fear I shall be forever confined to the Qi refinement realm. Zhang Tian stood in contemplation, a mysterious glimmer shining in his dark pupils. After a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth and, invoking the Gale technique, strode purposefully toward the east. Chapter 2. Sect Affairs. The Gale technique is a fundamental low-tier spell that every Qi cultivator is generally capable of mastering. Upon its execution, it slightly accelerates the practitioner's movement speed. For Zhang Tian, who has yet to master flight on his magical instrument, this is his sole means of traversing distances. By noon, a drenched in sweat Zhang Tian appeared on a hillside, and as he gazed into the distance, he could already discern the silhouette of the sect's administrative office. Along the way, the number of fellow cultivators he encountered steadily increased as he approached the administrative center, with many low-tier practitioners like Zhang Tian running on foot. However, beyond them, a greater number of cultivators rode various spirit beasts to enhance their mobility. Compared to the physically frail practitioners, spirit beasts possess an innate advantage in terms of constitution. Of course, there were also those skilled in riding magical instruments, but their numbers were few. This was understandable, as this place is renowned for its mastery of spirit beasts. Beast taming is their hallmark skill, while the mainstream practice of riding magical instruments has become a rarity here. As Zhang Tian drew nearer to the sect's administrative office, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares reached his ears. A small marketplace had spontaneously formed around the administrative center, devoid of large shops, consisting solely of individual cultivators setting up stalls. In times past, when he sought respite, Zhang Tian had strolled through this place for a while. Although he did not purchase anything, he indeed broadened his horizons. However, this time, he felt no interest in the items on offer. He hurriedly navigated through the crowd, racing towards the depths of the administrative office. Upon reaching the task board of the administrative office, Zhang Tian's anxious heart finally eased. The task he wished to undertake had not been claimed by anyone else. Though the likelihood of it being taken was low, it was not impossible, and he had been holding his breath throughout the journey. Senior brother, I wish to accept the task of caring for the spirit beast, the earth-bursting hound. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Tian presented his identification token, slightly bowing his head as he spoke in a hushed tone. Are you certain? The earth-bursting hound is a second-tier spirit beast. While it is a domesticated beast, known for being more docile than its wild counterparts, should you inadvertently provoke it, you may very well meet a grim fate. The elder disciple glanced at Zhang Tian with mild astonishment, then proceeded to offer a word of caution. Indeed, senior brother, Zhang Tian replied respectfully, maintaining his gaze and slightly bowing. The elder disciple averted his eyes, not pressing the matter further. Over the years, he had encountered a myriad of peculiar individuals. Each year, there were at least 80, if not 100, like Zhang Tian who took risks for substantial rewards. His prior caution was merely a casual remark. Zhang Tian's fate was of little concern to him. The task area for the earth-bursting hound lies in a valley situated higher up on Black Dog Peak. According to the task description, Zhang Tian's primary responsibility is to oversee the second-tier spirit beast during the cultivation period of an inner sect disciple in the foundation establishment stage. For a duration of 6 months, the reward for this task is an exemption from sect duties for 1 year. This reward is not particularly generous, which explains why the task had gone unclaimed for over a month. However, this is merely the overt reward. For Zhang Tian, there are numerous hidden benefits. For instance, the concentration of spiritual energy in the valley is significantly denser, allowing for a more efficient cultivation experience compared to his original residence. Alternatively, the sect stipends in the valley are generously bestowed by the inner disciples for a full 6 months, unlike the meager allowances withheld by Lu Jinshui. Here, one receives the unaltered bounty of 10 low-grade spiritual stones and 3 bottles of Qingyang pills. After all, the distribution of these stipends is not in the hands of Lu Jinshui, but rather those of the inner disciples of the valley. Zhang Tian had not ventured to the mid-slope of Black Dog Peak before, but with the guidance of a jade talisman, he finally located the valley after 2 arduous hours. According to the task description, this valley is named Qingmu Valley, surrounded by restrictive formations that make it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators and demonic beasts to approach. Standing at the valley's entrance, gazing at the mist formed by the restrictions, Zhang Tian hesitated briefly before resolutely retrieving a communication talisman and casting it into the depths of the valley. The talisman transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight, and soon the mist parted to reveal a narrow path, just wide enough for a single person to traverse. Zhang Tian glanced around cautiously before summoning his courage to step inside. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as he wandered, until suddenly the world before him brightened. The dense white mist dissipated, revealing a verdant valley teeming with life. The expanse of the valley was so vast that he could scarcely discern its boundaries. Just as he pondered the whereabouts of the foundational stage elder assigned to this task, a raspy, aged voice echoed ominously in his ear, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of spiritual pressure that sent chills down his spine and caused cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Curse that old scoundrel! How dare he send every disciple my way? This fellow would barely suffice as food for my cherished beast. And who knows how long it will be before another disciple dares to undertake this task. The voice suddenly shifted, brimming with fury upon perceiving that Zhang Tian was merely at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. To this elder, such a cultivation level rendered him incapable of even caring for himself, let alone tending to spirit beasts. Zhang Tian scoffed inwardly, contemplating a rebuttal with a historical anecdote, but wisely chose silence to safeguard his own life. After a moment, a figure cloaked in black robes materialized before him, lost in contemplation. Zhang Tian stole a glance, but quickly lowered his gaze, fearing discovery. Very well, I shall make do with this one. After such a long wait, it is a rare occurrence to have an outer disciple willing to accept a task. Who knows how long it might take for another to appear? The black-robed figure scrutinized Zhang Tian for a moment, wrestling with internal conflict before ultimately deciding to accept this thin, audacious little cultivator. Whether it was an act of bravery or foolishness. What is your name? Just as Zhang Tian was lost in thought regarding the elder's decision, the black-robed figure spoke. Reporting to Master Uncle, this disciple-s surname is Zhang. With the single character Tian, Zhang Tian replied, lifting his head and finally getting a glimpse of the black-robed cultivator-s form. Though he could only discern that this elder was a slender man, shrouded entirely in black. Indeed, foundational stage cultivators are truly extraordinary. Although his appearance was obscured, Zhang Tian discerned the formidable presence and the aged, commanding voice of a powerful and seasoned foundation establishment master. Shortly thereafter, The cloaked figure produced 2 storage bags, one black and one white, and promptly tossed them to Zhang Tian, stating, "I am surnamed Bai. From now on, you may refer to me as Master Bai." The black storage bag contains your remuneration for this assignment, while the white bag holds a spirit beast, specifically a violent earth dog, that you will be responsible for within the valley. Understood, Master Bai, Zhang Tian replied respectfully as he accepted the bags. You only need to feed the violent earth dog a spirit beast pill every 3 days, neither more nor less. I have provided 5 vials in your storage bag, which should suffice. As for you, feel free to reside anywhere except my cave dwelling. I will be in seclusion for a time. Should you care for the beast well, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Master Bai spoke with remarkable speed and vanished in a flash of yellow light before Zhang Tian could pose any questions. Master Bai is indeed decisive in his actions. He truly embodies the essence of a Foundation establishment master, Zhang Tian finally muttered after a considerable pause following Bai's disappearance. Chapter 3. The violent earth spirit dog at the northern bank of Qingmu Valley, within a bamboo dwelling crafted from verdant stalks, Zhang Tian sat upon a bamboo chair, his youthful visage betraying a depth of maturity that belied his years. Having temporarily escaped the exploitation of Lu Jinshui, he hoped this interval would allow him a significant advancement in his cultivation. Otherwise, even upon the completion of this task, he feared he would remain ensnared in a fate of perpetual subjugation. In the realm of cultivation, power ultimately dictated one's standing. Even righteous sects, such as the Spirit Beast Sect, were not exempt from this reality. Zhang Tian had contemplated reporting Lu Jinshui to the sect, but after careful consideration, he realized that even if he succeeded in toppling Lu, figures like Zhang Jinshui and Wang Jinshui would inevitably arise. Only by truly enhancing his own strength could he escape the malicious scrutiny of such petty individuals. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Tian produced the 2 storage bags, finding the contents of the black bag to align perfectly with Master Bai's words. His remuneration was intact, likely because it was deemed insignificant for an outer sect disciple. Additionally, he discovered 5 white porcelain vials and a tome bound in blue. The porcelain vials were presumably the spirit beast pills. Upon opening one, he was greeted by a rich medicinal aroma that compelled him to swallow, though he could never stoop to compete with the dog for food. He surmised that these pills were of a higher grade, certainly above the first-tier mid-grade he had encountered in the market, which lacked such a potent fragrance. As for the blue-covered book, it was titled Spirit Beast Canon, a prestigious cultivation text from the Spirit Beast Sect, typically reserved for Foundation establishment cultivators for exchange within the sect. Only a select few gifted and significantly contributing qi refinement cultivators might receive such a reward from the sect. Zhang Tian perused the book briefly, noting that it contained cultivation methods spanning from the 1st to the 10th layer of qi refinement, with the remainder of the pages left blank, clearly a censored version of the Spirit Beast Canon. Nevertheless, even in this truncated form, it represented an invaluable treasure for Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian speculated that this must have been specially prepared by Master Bai to ensure that the disciples tasked with the mission would take good care of his spirit beast. To Zhang Tian, it may be exceedingly precious, yet to a foundational cultivator like Master Bai, it is merely an ordinary item. However, considering the fervor surrounding the Spirit Beast Canon among the outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect, had Master Bai included such a reward in the mission, it is likely that someone else would have claimed it long before now. Although he could not fathom why such a reward was not explicitly stated in the mission details, he now found himself fortuitously acquiring a high-level technique, a reality that filled him with uncontainable joy. The unexpected acquisition of such a technique was enough to keep him smiling for 3 days and nights, especially since he had only mastered 2 low-level techniques since his initiation. Nevertheless, the most crucial aspect remained the second-tier spirit beast, the earth-shattering dog. If he were to fail in caring for it, it would not be Master Bai's punishment he would fear, but rather the threat of losing his life to the creature's jaws. As Zhang Tian's gaze fell upon the white spirit beast pouch beside him, the joy on his face quickly faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Dogs, much like humans, respond to kindness with affection, Their loyalty often surpasses that of humans. This is why, in his previous life, dogs were the preferred guardians of homes, rather than other animals such as pigs, cattle, or sheep. As a former canine sovereign, Zhang Tian possessed profound insights into canine behavior. While he could not claim dominion over them, he at least would not find himself as their adversary. This understanding was precisely why he felt confident in accepting a task that involved caring for an earth-shattering dog. Were he faced with a creature like the five-headed serpent or the black bear tiger, he would prefer to endure exploitation by Lu Jinshui than risk becoming a meal for such beasts. Not far from the bamboo hut, amidst the tender green grass, Zhang Tian stood with an expressionless face. After exhaling a heavy breath, he summoned forth a simple control technique that had been stored in the Spirit Beast pouch. With a resounding thud, a colossal creature appeared before him. Was this truly the second-tier, earth-shattering dog? Had he encountered such a beast during his outdoor training? He doubted he could withstand even a single round against it. Upon releasing the Spirit Beast, his heart began to race. This was his first encounter with a second-tier Spirit Beast, and the first time he directly faced the formidable aura of a foundational Spirit Beast. Its eyes, the size of eggs, glimmered in shades of blue and green, complemented by a coat of soil-colored fur as soft as the earth itself, with two prominent white tusks protruding from its jaw. Such a terrifying visage, even without the beast directing its oppressive aura towards him, made Zhang Tian involuntarily swallow hard. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the earth-shattering dog emerged, sprawled comfortably on its front legs, relishing the newfound space after leaving the confines of the Spirit Beast pouch. It scrutinized the unfamiliar cultivator before it, sensing his aura and the lingering essence of its previous master, and a flicker of human-like contemplation sparkled in its eyes. Woof! The earth-shattering dog barked, its voice resonating like thunder, startling Zhang Tian, who was still entranced by its formidable appearance. Regaining his composure, Zhang Tian followed the intense gaze of the creature, which was fixated on the storage pouch hanging from his waist. More specifically, it was the black pouch containing Spirit Beast pills. Are you hungry for Spirit Beast pills, dear canine? Despite the overwhelming size of the creature resembling a small mountain, Zhang Tian suppressed his trepidation and swiftly retrieved a bottle of Spirit Beast pills from the pouch. His words served merely as encouragement for himself, with no expectation that the creature would comprehend him. To his astonishment, however, the formidable earth dog nodded in response, and, upon seeing the bottle in Zhang Tian's hand, rose excitedly from the ground. It was uncertain whether Master Bai had fed it previously, but given its evident enthusiasm, even if it had been fed before, offering another pill seemed reasonable. With the intention of fostering a good rapport with the earth dog, Zhang Tian pondered for a moment before tossing one Spirit Beast pill towards it. A gust of wind swept by. Zhang Tian barely registered a blur before the creature swiftly consumed the pill and, in the next instant, reappeared on the opposite side of the grassy field. Such formidable strength was truly awe-inspiring. Rather than feeling alarmed by the earth dog's unexpected display of power, Zhang Tian gazed at it with envy. After feeding the Spirit Beast pill, the earth dog would require no sustenance for 3 days. Thus, the next step would logically be to return the earth dog to the Spirit Beast pouch, as dictated by the training regulations of the Spirit Beast Sect. However, considering that the earth dog was a second-tier Spirit Beast, brimming with intelligence, it would be wise to negotiate with it first. Zhang Tian had come to regard the earth dog as a companion. Were this sentiment known to the other disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect, they would surely find it laughable. Even within the esteemed ranks of the sect, Spirit Beasts were often regarded merely as tools, creatures devoid of consideration for their perspectives. Yet, Zhang Tian was not a native. In his previous life, he had been a dog lover, treating every dog as a partner. This perspective had not changed in his current life. To him, dogs were even more trustworthy than humans, for at least dogs would not betray him for personal gain. Chapter 4. A bold experiment. When Zhang Tian inquired of the earth dog, it was no surprise that it showed no inclination to return to the Spirit Beast pouch, which was cramped and dark, far from its preferred habitat. Even though the pouch gifted to Zhang Tian by Master Bai was considerably spacious, The earth dog's reluctance was clear. Not wanting to provoke the creature and risk a bite, Zhang Tian refrained from pressing the issue, as their relationship was still in its nascent stages of familiarity. Since the earth dog did not wish to return to the pouch, he resolved to create a resting place for it, a gesture that would undoubtedly strengthen their bond. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tian took a low-grade sword and made his way toward a nearby bamboo grove, where rhythmic chopping soon echoed through the air. The materials for constructing a doghouse were readily available, and having crafted many in his past life, he was quite adept at the task. After some effort, a sturdy doghouse fashioned from bamboo was successfully completed. "Dear Dog Lord, how do you find this place for your slumber?" As soon as he finished his task, Zhang Tian eagerly approached the canine, seeking to bask in its approval. While Zhang Tian busied himself, the dog lord luxuriated in the sun, reclining comfortably on the ground with half-closed eyes, utterly content. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, it leisurely opened its eyes, casting a sidelong glance at him before surveying the nearby bamboo doghouse. With an air of superiority, it rose to its feet and sauntered into Zhang Tian's bamboo abode, settling down on the bamboo bed within. Zhang Tian watched in bemusement as the dog lord commandeered his dwelling, a wry smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that the esteemed canine would eschew the doghouse in favor of human quarters, rendering his opulent construction of the doghouse rather futile. Now, the bamboo house lay under the dominion of the dog lord, leaving only the freshly constructed doghouse unclaimed. Contemplating the prospect of sleeping in the doghouse that night, Zhang Tian shuddered at the thought and swiftly dismissed it. With no alternative, he resolved to dismantle the doghouse and reconstruct another bamboo dwelling. As Zhang Tian toiled away, by the time the new bamboo house was completed, twilight had descended. Zhang Tian, still merely a qi refining practitioner, required sustenance, as the ability to fast was a privilege reserved for those who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Due to his hurried arrival, he had not prepared any fasting pills. Nonetheless, satisfying his hunger in Qingmu Valley posed no challenge. The bamboo grove yielded tender bamboo shoots, and the clear river teemed with numerous fish, many of which, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy in the area, had transformed into the rare silver spiritual fish. These spiritual fish, rich in spiritual energy, would greatly benefit a practitioner's cultivation once consumed. However, the fish moved with remarkable swiftness in the water, making them difficult to catch even for practitioners without special means. Consequently, Zhang Tian managed to catch only 3 ordinary white-bellied carp, each weighing over 10 pounds. After satiating his hunger, he returned to the bamboo house and, after some contemplation, retrieved the tome titled The Classic of Spiritual Beasts. According to its contents, the Classic of Spiritual Beasts was an auxiliary technique. It did not enhance a practitioner's ability to absorb spiritual energy, nor did it possess formidable spells. Yet, it held the remarkable capacity to continually enhance a practitioner's spiritual consciousness and foster a bond with spiritual beasts. On his bed, Zhang Tian regarded the book with a hint of skepticism. It is widely acknowledged that spiritual consciousness plays a pivotal role for practitioners, for instance, when probing for adversaries. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the farther the practitioner can extend their reach, enabling earlier detection of foes or treasures. Furthermore, during confrontations, whether manipulating magical artifacts or utilizing elixirs, practitioners must allocate their spiritual consciousness to operate them. Those with elevated spiritual consciousness can wield multiple magical artifacts in battle simultaneously, even multitasking with ease. For disciples of the Spiritual Beast Sect, a higher spiritual consciousness equates to commanding a greater number of spiritual beasts. Conversely, attempting to control more beasts than one's spiritual consciousness can support may lead to rebellion or backlash from those beasts. Given the significance of spiritual consciousness, it is lamentable that methods to cultivate it within the cultivation realm are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather among mere mortal plumes. Before Zhang Tian lay a tome capable of significantly enhancing one's spiritual prowess, which filled him with exuberant joy. Suddenly, as he perused the final annotations of the pages, he encountered a line that read, The Spirit Beast scripture originates from the esteemed Spirit Beast Sect, authored by its founding master, the Spirit Beast Sage. To achieve optimal efficacy during cultivation, one must utilize the Spirit Thought Pill. Zhang Tian's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he hastily flipped through to the back of the book, only to find no recipe for the Spirit Thought Pill. Even on the last page, his efforts felt like fetching water with a bamboo basket, ultimately fruitless, and he gazed at the cultivation requirements with a heart heavy with despair. He had anticipated immediate practice, only to discover the necessity of the Spirit Thought Pill. Unfamiliar with this pill, he reflected on his numerous visits to the market, where he had never encountered such a medicinal concoction. A shadow of apprehension loomed over him. He feared that the realm of cultivation might not possess such a pill. However, he reasoned that it was improbable. If such a pill did not exist, the Spirit Beast Sect would not have released this scripture, and according to Zhang Tian's knowledge, many practitioners within the sect were indeed cultivating the Spirit Beast scripture, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts and uncertainties. Zhang Tian ultimately decided to return the Spirit Beast scripture to his storage bag. After meditating for a while, he gradually calmed his despondent heart, recognizing he was no longer the naive youth of 13 or 14. The moon reflected in the mirror, the flowers mirrored in the water. 10 birds in the forest cannot compare to one bird in hand. Why dwell on such matters? It is far more prudent to contemplate how to enhance my cultivation. He mused. Zhang Tian acknowledged that he had been stagnating at the 3rd layer of qi refinement for over a month. Prior to undertaking this mission, he had intended to accumulate more spirit stones and then exchange them at the sect for a Baiyang pill, leveraging its potent spiritual energy to attempt to break through his bottleneck. However, now that he found himself in this valley rich with spiritual energy, perhaps he could transcend his limitations with the assistance of the Qingyang pill in this abundant environment. The Baiyang pill is a commonly used enhancement pill for practitioners in the qi refinement stage, whereas the Qingyang pill is known for its milder effects and lower spiritual energy, making it suitable for early to mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. In contrast, the Baiyang pill's effects are more volatile, containing greater spiritual energy, typically reserved for those in the late stages of qi refinement. Nevertheless, some early and mid-stage practitioners might resort to such a potent pill when faced with a bottleneck, and Zhang Tian was considering this approach. However, with the prospect of a more spiritually dense environment at hand, his original plan required reevaluation. He was determined to attempt a breakthrough in this setting. With this resolve, Zhang Tian closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the cultivation method at hand. He was practicing the nurturing qi technique, a fundamental method favored by nearly all outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect, recognized as a rather rudimentary technique. Its sole purpose was to absorb spiritual energy, rendering it a rather commonplace and unimpressive practice. Nonetheless, it had the advantage of being safe from the risk of deviation. After all, countless practitioners had traversed its path, and any issues would have been unveiled long ago. As he swayed gently, the vibrant spiritual energy in the air gravitated towards Zhang Tian's body under the technique's influence, vanishing upon contact with the skin. This was merely the first step, known among cultivators as drawing energy into the body. Immediately, it was imperative to separate these diverse attributes of spiritual energy, subsequently channeling them into one's own being for transformation. This intricate process demarcates the distinction between those with mixed spiritual roots and those endowed with heavenly roots, as well as between dual spiritual roots. For practitioners with mixed spiritual roots, the task is exceedingly cumbersome. They must simultaneously manage the energy while discarding the incompatible types, absorbing it in segments, sometimes drawing in metal attribute energy, at other times earth attribute energy, rendering the endeavor laborious and inefficient. Conversely, those possessing heavenly roots need only eliminate the unsuitable energies, directly absorbing the rest without the need for divided focus, thus achieving remarkable efficiency. Chapter 5. A desperate breakthrough. After approximately half an hour, Zhang Tian's meridians brimmed with warm spiritual energy, coalescing into a gentle stream within his body. Typically, under normal cultivation conditions, This energy would circulate through his body, converging in his dantian after a complete cycle, thereby facilitating an enhancement in his cultivation level. However, Zhang Tian had long since reached a bottleneck. His dantian could no longer accommodate any surplus spiritual power. Any attempt to forcibly intake more would result in catastrophic consequences, explaining the abundance of energy lingering in his meridians. The primary reason for his continued absorption of spiritual energy was to amass as much strength as possible. For during a breakthrough, this excess power could very well serve as the final straw that breaks the camel's back. It was nearly time. Zhang Tian felt a twinge of pain coursing through his meridians, indicating that the absorbed spiritual energy had reached its capacity. With a resolute thought, the energy within his dantian surged forth like a tumultuous tide, relentlessly battering against the bottleneck. Waves of this boundless tide crashed against the obstruction, sending forth beautiful splashes. Some of these splashes rejoined the tide, contributing to the next wave, while the majority dissipated into the void, returning to the cosmos. This exemplified the energy loss incurred during a breakthrough. After several vigorous attempts, the momentum of the tide diminished, losing its vigor, yet the bottleneck remained unmoved, just as it had in countless previous attempts. Should this trend continue, failure to break through would be inevitable, resulting in damage to his spiritual power. Desperation took hold. Zhang Tian consumed 2 Qingyang pills, fueled by an unwavering determination. It is worth noting that in prior attempts, he had only ingested a single pill. This time, he doubled the dosage. This action increased his chances of success, yet it also heightened the risk of explosion due to an excess of spiritual energy, a precarious gamble indeed. The Qingyang pills quickly transformed into pure spiritual energy within Zhang Tian's abdomen, revitalizing his once depleted meridians, which soon began to feel as though they might swell and burst. This sensation tightened his heart, prompting him to hasten the circulation of energy within his meridians to avert actual rupture. It is crucial to recognize that meridians are inherently fragile. Should an explosion occur due to excessive energy, even survival would not guarantee his ability to cultivate further, rendering him a mere husk devoid of potential. Within the dantian, aided by the newly acquired power derived from the Qingyang Dan, the force of the spiritual tide surged once more, even more formidable than at its inception. It had loosened. After an indeterminate duration of relentless assault, the bottleneck, as steadfast as a massive iron gate, finally began to yield under the persistent onslaught of spiritual energy. At the moment the barrier softened, the spiritual tide seized the opportunity and shattered it completely, thrusting Zhang Tian into a realm akin to a new world, causing his dantian to expand by a third. After more than a month, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. After a considerable period of recuperation, Zhang Tian opened his eyes, beads of perspiration having mysteriously formed on his forehead. Upon introspecting his cultivation level, which had ascended to the 4th layer of qi refinement, a flicker of excitement and trepidation crossed Zhang Yun's gaze. The duration of the breakthrough was relatively brief, merely around 3 hours. Yet the dangers he encountered were no less formidable than those faced in duels with other cultivators. Although Zhang Tian could not precisely recall how many times the spiritual tide had battered the bottleneck, he remembered it being no fewer than 50. Achieving such a number would have been impossible had he not been in the richly infused environment of the inner sect, or had he consumed only 1 Qingyang Dan instead of 2. He would have lacked the requisite spiritual energy to break through. Moreover, had Zhang Tian not decisively and frantically circulated his spiritual energy after ingesting the 2 Qingyang Dan, he might have perished from an overload before even reaching the breakthrough. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded, transitioning from a novice in the early stages of qi refinement to a practitioner in the mid-stages. Although his standing within the realm of cultivation remained modest, it was still a commendable advancement. The most apparent change was that individuals like Lu Jinshui would no longer exploit him, as per the unspoken rules of the sect. However, Zhang Tian would not forget Lu Jinshui's previous exploitation of his cultivation resources. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly seek restitution. lest his unresolved grievances lead to future mental obstacles during breakthroughs. Generally speaking, the transition from the early to mid stages of qi refinement marks a critical juncture, allowing cultivators to practice authentic spells. Techniques, such as the Gale technique and cleansing technique, do not qualify as true spells. They are merely minor tricks. Genuine spells, such as the fireball technique and binding technique, are what the cultivation world recognizes as legitimate. Currently, Zhang Tian had sect duties to attend to and could not spare the time to study. Yet opportunities for learning would inevitably arise. 6 months would pass, and then would be his time to acquire knowledge. 2 months later, by a campfire, a man and his dog were fixated on the fish grilling over the flames. After sprinkling spices sourced from the Qingmu Valley, the burly dog opened its mouth wide, casting a longing glance at Zhang Tian. "Catch it, dog," Zhang Tian exclaimed, as he retrieved the fish from the grill, tossing the majority to the eager canine. Logically, a second-tier spiritual beast like the burly dog would not be enamored with such mundane grilled fish. Yet to Zhang Tian's astonishment, the dog relished the spicy flavor, seemingly thriving on the heat. The origin of this tale dates back a month, when Zhang Tian sought to procure some spices and fortuitously discovered red chili peppers in the valley. As he had a penchant for spicy flavors, he sprinkled some onto the grilled fish. At that moment, the wild earth dog appeared beside him as silently as a specter. Zhang Tian was startled, but when he turned to see the drool dripping from the dog's mouth, his fear dissipated, realizing that the creature was interested in the grilled fish rather than harboring any resentment towards him. In the days that followed, the wild earth dog would invariably come to his side during mealtimes, eagerly awaiting his offerings. Zhang Tian found himself at no disadvantage. His fishing skills were insufficient to satisfy the dog's appetite, prompting it to catch fish itself. Remarkably, every fish it brought back was a mystical silver spirit fish, devoid of any ordinary species. It seemed the dog instinctively knew that the more spiritual the fish, the more delectable it would be. Consequently, Zhang Tian also indulged in the spirit fish, which significantly enhanced his cultivation due to the ample infusion of spiritual energy. However, it appeared that the spirit fish in the river were dwindling, and Zhang Tian pondered the uncertainty of when he might next enjoy such a meal. As he savored a small morsel of the fish, the exquisite texture melting in his mouth brought him comfort. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the changing dynamics of the fish population in the clear river. Suddenly, Zhang Tian stood upright, his expression shifting as he focused intently on the distance, specifically towards the entrance of Qingmu Valley. At that moment, the white mist formed by the restrictions began to dissipate gradually, allowing him to discern a faint blue light amid the haze. Could it be Master Bai? But hadn't he been in deep seclusion within the valley? Zhang Tian mused, his pupils widening as the light drew nearer and its form became clearer. "Ha ha, Dong!" A cheerful, melodious voice resonated from the glowing figure. As the figure landed, it revealed a young female cultivator clad in a red brocade robe, adorned with a yellow bell, her face radiating youthful exuberance. However, upon noticing that the individual on the ground was not Master Bai, but rather an unfamiliar dark-skinned youth, her smile transformed into one of curiosity. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the young female cultivator inquired, striding forward to scrutinize Zhang Tian. "Dong?" Could she be referring to the dog beside him? Given her youth and her ability to enter Qingmu Valley through the formation, it was likely that she was at least a descendant of Master Bai's family, if not a direct relative. A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Tian's mind, and as he heard the young cultivator's question, he calmly clasped his hands and replied, "I am Zhang Tian, an outer disciple tasked with caring for Master Bai's spiritual beast, the wild earth dog. May I inquire about your relationship with Master Bai, and how you came to be in Qingmu Valley?" Chapter 6. The Spirit Pearl Cultivator. The young female cultivator before Zhang Tian possessed a beauty that was quite commendable, even among the esteemed members of the Spirit Beast Sect. However, having encountered countless beautiful women in his past life, Zhang Tian felt no particular stirrings in his heart. Thus, the tone of his speech could hardly be described as enthusiastic. Instead, It exuded a certain coldness reminiscent of a pedantic scholar teaching in a private academy. Bai Lingzhu, accustomed to the adoration and fervor of other male disciples, found her beauty rendered ineffective before a figure resembling a small black coal, inadvertently piquing her interest. Standing before Zhang Tian, her small eyes darted about, flashing with a glimmer of cunning as a plan formed in her mind. I am Bai Lingzhu, the niece of Master Bai from Qingshu Valley. I have come today to borrow the spirit beast, the Baotu dog, from your side. She introduced herself, mimicking Zhang Tian's earlier composed manner with a somewhat awkward bow. Typically, she would not engage in conversation with Zhang Tian, but today she found him somewhat amusing. However, her miscalculation became apparent. Zhang Tian remained impassive, observing with a calm demeanor, unaffected by her imitation of his speech. Do you wish to borrow the Baotu dog by Daoyu? Such matters are beyond my authority. Master Bai has entrusted me solely with the care of the spirit beasts within the valley, and he has not granted me permission to lend them out. Therefore, should you wish to borrow the Baotu dog, you must await Master Bai's consent, Zhang Tian replied, maintaining his tranquility amidst her antics. Bai Lingzhu's primary purpose for visiting Qingshu Valley was indeed to obtain the Baotu dog, and upon hearing the refusal from the black-clad youth before her, her impatience surged, obliterating any inclination to continue her playful mimicry. With hands on her hips, she pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Why are you being so unreasonable? My relationship with Master Bai is profound. He would certainly agree to my borrowing the Baotu dog. This is not the first time I have borrowed it. He has consented before. Why do you now refuse me?" Faced with a clearly indignant female cultivator, Zhang Tian felt a flicker of helplessness and responded softly, "I apologize Bai Daoyu, but I truly cannot make that decision. Perhaps we should wait for Master Bai to return?" Bai Lingzhu, incensed by his inflexibility, huffed softly, "Did I ask for your permission? I shall take it myself. When Master Bai inquires upon his return, you can simply inform him that I borrowed the Baotu dog. He will not reprimand you." With that, her gaze shifted towards the Baotu dog, which was enjoying a grilled fish nearby, and she sweetly coaxed, "Big Yellow, would you like to come out and play with me? I will buy you some spirit medicine." In Bai Lingzhu's mind, she had always treated the Baotu dog well, showering it with spirit medicines and delicacies. She was confident that with a mere call, the spirited creature would gladly follow her. However, after her entreaties, the Baotu dog paused its munching, regarded her for a moment, and then returned its attention to the grilled fish, clearly uninterested in accompanying her. This unexpected behavior left Bai Lingzhu, who had been so self-assured, blushing with embarrassment, as she had not anticipated such a lack of courtesy from the Baotu dog. Nevertheless, Zhang Tian was not surprised. He was well acquainted with the nature of dogs and knew that with the care and attention it received, the creature had developed a bond with him that was far from ordinary. Before it, the relationship with Uncle Bai surpassed that of Zhang Tian, leaving all others in the shadows. Thus, the violent earth dog chose to remain in the valley with her rather than succumb to the allure of Bai Lingzhu. Stealing a glance at Zhang Tian, Bai Lingzhu sighed in relief upon realizing he was not mocking her. However, one failure could merely be a coincidence. The violent earth dog had misunderstood her intentions, and she was not one to concede easily. She rummaged through her storage pouch and produced a crimson-purple spiritual herb resembling a small ginseng, which appeared to be at least 70 or 80 years old. The moment it was exposed to the air, it exuded an enticing fragrance, and Zhang Tian, upon inhaling it, felt a surge of progress in his cultivation. "Huh! This century-old purple cloud ginseng should surely entice you," De Huang, Bai Lingzhu thought, having invested significantly in this herb. If consumed by a cultivator at Zhang Tian's level, it could elevate their cultivation by an entire realm. Yet she had foolishly intended it as a mere snack for a spirit beast. This deepened Zhang Tian's understanding of the term wealthy and extravagant, further confirming his suspicion that Bai Lingzhu's identity was extraordinary. The violent earth dog stood up. As a canine spirit beast, its sense of smell was notably acute. Upon catching a whiff of the herb's fragrance, it lost all interest in the roasted fish in its paws. Bai Lingzhu watched with satisfaction as the violent earth dog swiftly approached her and devoured the spiritual herb. However, Her delight turned to shock in the next instant when the creature, after consuming the herb, returned to its previous spot to resume eating the roasted fish, showing no inclination to accompany her. Damn, that ungrateful dog. To eat and then disregard me. Bai Lingzhu lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Her prepared spiritual herb had become a fruitless endeavor. Standing there in a daze, she recalled how well she had treated the violent earth dog, only to receive such disheartening behavior in return. A wave of grievance welled up within her, and her remarkably clear eyes began to mist over. From beginning to end, Zhang Tian observed the unfolding situation as a mere spectator. Had Bai Lingzhu truly managed to persuade the violent earth dog to accompany her, he would not have intervened, as she could serve as a shield. However, he was taken aback to find that this violent earth dog was nothing but a glutton, consuming without a care. Gazing at the small female cultivator before him, who seemed on the verge of tears, Zhang Tian felt a sudden headache. What troubles you, my little Lingzhu? Who has upset you? Tell Auntie, and I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. Just as Zhang Tian pondered a solution, a soft, surprised voice echoed around him. Startled, he turned to see a shadowy figure quietly materializing behind Bai Lingzhu. Uncle Bai. Zhang Tian could hardly believe that the suddenly appearing female cultivator was indeed Uncle Bai. 2 months prior, he had only heard the voice of an elderly male cultivator, believing Uncle Bai to be an ancient man. However, Zhang Tian could still ascertain that the woman before him was indeed his esteemed Master Bai, for she donned the same black robe as she had 2 months prior. If she were not Master Bai, he could scarcely conceive of a more plausible explanation. As he pondered this, Master Bai cast a piercing glance in his direction. In her estimation, aside from herself, the only others present in this valley were the earth-breaking dog and Zhang Tian. Thus, any discerning individual would deduce that it was Zhang Tian who had caused the tears of Bai Lingzhu. Given her close bond with Bai Lingzhu, her heart swelled with a modicum of ire towards Zhang Tian. Unaware of the implications behind Master Bai's gaze, Zhang Tian found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from a Foundation establishment cultivator. He instinctively lowered his head, seeking refuge from her formidable aura. Yet, even as he bowed, the fleeting image of her eyes lingered in his mind. Though her face was shrouded in a veil, obscuring all but her exquisite eyes, he could still affirm their extraordinary beauty, with a chilling gaze that was difficult to forget. Chapter 7. The Escort Mission upon Master Bai's arrival. Bai Lingzhu found her urge to weep dissipating, feeling rather embarrassed as she turned her back to Master Bai, hastily wiping her tears. The matter at hand was not complex. With just a few words, Master Bai discerned that the culprit behind Bai Lingzhu's distress was none other than her spirit beast. Before Bai Lingzhu, she seized the ear of the earth-breaking dog, a creature she cherished dearly, and delivered several resounding slaps to its bewildered visage. The earth-breaking dog held a special place in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have sought someone to care for it. However, in comparison to her beloved niece, the dog standing diminished significantly. Yet, before Master Bai could deliver more reprimands, Bai Lingzhu rushed forward to shield the dog, her concern for it evident. You are the one who is angry, yet you protect it, Master Bai mused, shaking her head in bemusement. In response to Master Bai's teasing, Bai Lingzhu stuck out her tongue, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, clearly embarrassed by her own inconsistency. Master Bai's gaze shifted to Zhang Tian, her tone laced with curiosity. Strangely enough, whenever Lingzhu is around, De Huang usually rejoices in her presence. Yet, this time it seems unwilling to approach her, instead favoring you. It appears you have taken excellent care of it during these past few days. Initially standing quietly to the side, Zhang Tian felt a sudden surge of anxiety as Master Bai and Bai Lingzhu's attention turned towards him. While spirit beasts are generally indifferent to violence, they tend to grow close only to their masters. And the fact that a second-tier spirit beast like the earth-breaking dog was drawn to a humble cultivator such as him sparked intrigue among the onlookers. However, he had long prepared an answer for this inquiry. Even in the face of Master Bai's sudden questioning, Zhang Tian maintained his composure, his expression unyielding as he respectfully replied. In response to Master Bai, I have raised several dogs in my humble abode, often engaging in play with them, which has afforded me a fair understanding of their nature. Though the earth-devouring dog is classified as a second-tier spirit beast, there are indeed connections between the two. When the disciple treats it with empathy, it naturally reciprocates. Upon hearing this, Master Bai was momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing her features, an unexpected response. She nodded and, with a tone tinged with approval, praised empathy. What a splendid notion of empathy. Although your cultivation is not particularly remarkable, your character is indeed commendable. Zhang Tian exhaled in relief from Master Bai's tone. It was clear she was quite pleased with his answer, and he had managed to pass this hurdle. "Aunt, I wish to borrow a Huang for a while." At that moment, Bai Lingzhu recalled her purpose for visiting Qingmu Valley. She hurriedly clung to Master Bai's arm, shaking it playfully while making her request. "What? Planning to use the Huang to bully your fellow disciples again? The last time the sect's law enforcement disciples came to see me." Master Bai shot a sidelong glance at Bai Lingzhu, her tone laced with irritation. She was evidently well aware of the mischief that lingered in Bai Lingzhu's mind after years of familiarity. Bai Lingzhu laughed awkwardly. "How could that be? I merely wish to stroll through the Silver River Market. However, it is quite far, and Mother deems it dangerous, refusing to let me go." I pleaded and massaged her legs for ages before she finally relented, but only on the condition that the Huang accompany me. "My dear aunt, you must lend me the Huang. Otherwise, all my efforts will have been in vain. Isn't it only right to massage your mother's legs? She endured 10 months of hardship. Can't you show a little compassion, you little rascal?" Master Bai shot her a disapproving look, unwilling to grant her a favorable countenance. Yet, upon seeing her pitiable demeanor, reminiscent of an abandoned little beast, Master Bai's tone softened. "Very well, I shall lend you to Huang. I truly am at my wit's end with you. However, I will not hand a Huang directly to you. I will have Zhang Tian accompany to Huang, lest you wreak havoc in the sect with your newfound support, disturbing the peace." Having learned from previous lessons, Master Bai opted to safeguard herself. She turned her gaze back to Zhang Tian, her smile vanishing, and in a calm manner, inquired, "Zhang Tian, did you hear what I discussed with Lingzhu?" Zhang Tian promptly stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect, replying, "And I heard it." Master Bai continued originally, "Your task was to care for the earth-devouring dog in Qingmu Valley for 6 months. However, I have revised it. You will now escort Bai Lingzhu to the Silver River Market with the earth-devouring dog, and the time will be counted as usual. Should you perform your escort duties well, I shall not neglect your efforts." Zhang Tian inwardly lamented. Judging by his previous interaction with Bai Lingzhu, this was no simple task. Although she was beautiful and being in her company was a dream for many, he perceived her as a troublesome burden. However, the repercussions of defying a foundational master's orders were beyond what a mere novice like him could bear, so he could only respond solemnly, "Yes, aunt." Seeing Zhang Tian's respectful demeanor, Master Bai nodded in satisfaction and added a few more words of caution. "Lingzhu is likely a few years younger than you, and tends to be rather carefree, unlike your meticulous approach to tasks. Thus, while on the journey, Zhang Tian should make every effort to take care of her. However, if she wishes to unleash the ferocious earth dog, he must resolutely refuse." "Yes, Master Uncle," he replied, bowing respectfully at the admonition of his foundation establishment Master Uncle. Beside him, Bai Lingzhu rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling somewhat disheartened that her aunt did not trust her, instead entrusting her care to a young charcoal-like boy of similar age. It was truly disheartening. Nevertheless, having finally secured the earth dog, she chose to suppress her rebuttal to avoid jeopardizing the loan, as she feared her aunt might suddenly retract her permission. The Yinchuan market is situated on the Qingxiu Plain, well outside the range of the Hengguan Mountains, and is one of the 4 most prosperous markets in the southwestern region of Yin Kingdom. Moreover, it is the closest large market to the Spirit Beast Sect, generating millions of spirit stones in revenue for the sect each year. However, despite its proximity, the distance between Yinchuan Market and the Spirit Beast Sect remains considerable. If a Qi refinement disciple were to fly at full capacity, it would take at least over a month. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would require 10 to 15 days. At this moment, high above a remote mountain forest, a large yellow dog zipped through the air, carrying a man and a woman, both cultivators. The male cultivator was taciturn, his expression calm as he gazed at the scenery ahead, while the female cultivator chattered incessantly, enthusiastically addressing him. Zhang Shidi, your cultivation is only at the 4th level of qi refinement, while I reached the same level a year ago and am now at the 6th level. If you wish, I could share my insights with you, Bai Lingzhu said, her tone tinged with a hint of boastfulness. In the cultivation world, where strength reigns supreme, Bai Lingzhu sought to entice him, hoping to assert her influence within their group and further secure her claim on the Earth Dog. Faced with such tactics, Zhang Tian merely smiled inwardly, remaining silent. Despite being a powerful cultivator, Bai Lingzhu's methods were reminiscent of a child from his past life, making her seem rather endearing to someone who had navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for half a year. Observing that her words had little effect, Bai Lingzhu remained undeterred and continued, "You must know that Master Bai is my aunt. Even if I create some trouble, she will assist me in resolving it. Therefore, at times, you should simply do as I say. Do not think that because my aunt mentioned you could manage me, you can disregard my words. You must recognize your place. I trust you understand my meaning." When one approach failed, she resorted to another. Had it been any other youth, they would have succumbed to her tactics long ago. However, what frustrated Bai Lingzhu was that Zhang Tian remained as unyielding as a wooden figure, impervious to her words, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Zhang Shidi, Bai Lingzhu persisted, refusing to give up. Chapter 8. An ominous foreboding half a month later. The Earth Dog, carrying Zhang Tian, and Bai Lingzhu arrived at the entrance of Yinchuan Market. What a grand city! There are actually mortals living here, Zhang Tian marveled, struck by awe at the towering city walls that reached 100 feet high, as it was his first visit to Yinchuan Market. What a fuss over nothing! Bai Lingzhu curled her lips and shifted her feet, displaying an air of embarrassment at the prospect of associating with him. Throughout their journey, Zhang Tian had refrained from uttering a single word to her, and now that she finally had a chance to look down upon him, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. However, Zhang Tian, having lived 2 lives, possessed a formidable intellect. His momentary distraction was fleeting, and the next instant, his face regained its calm demeanor. "Senior Sister Bai, we should hasten to procure our supplies so we can return to the sect promptly," he urged. "There's no rush." "No rush," she replied dismissively. Yet, her odd expression in response to his insistence piqued Zhang Tian's curiosity. Did she not come to the market to shop? Why then did her urgency seem to wane upon arrival? He inwardly scoffed at her behavior, observing Bai Lingzhu's averted gaze and her restlessness. He surmised that her intentions were far from simple. Her motives extended beyond merely visiting the market for purchases. Clearly, his senior uncle had not been mistaken in his assessments. Zhang Tian felt a twinge of exasperation, eager to conclude this task and return to his cultivation. After breaking through his bottleneck, he merely needed to follow a structured regimen in his training. However, given their differing statuses and Bai Lingzhu's superior cultivation level, her reluctance to enter the market left him feeling anxious. As Bai Lingzhu continued to scan the surroundings, her expression suddenly brightened as she waved to a group of recently arrived cultivators not far away. Soon, a strikingly handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, both appearing to be in their 20s, approached her. "Brother Yang Fei, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting forever to see you," Bai Lingzhu pouted, playfully clinging to the male cultivator. Yang Fei gently ruffled her hair, offering her words of comfort. However, when Bai Lingzhu caught sight of the female cultivator trailing closely behind Yang Fei, her expression shifted dramatically. She furiously exclaimed, "You shameless vixen, what brings you here? Are you harboring ulterior motives? Brother Yang Fei, please send her away. I cannot bear to see her," Bai Lingzhu insisted. Yang Fei chuckled awkwardly, refraining from responding or offering any explanations. The female cultivator, undeterred by Bai Lingzhu's remarks, instead wore an enigmatic smile, her eyes flickering with an almost pitiful glimmer. Yang Fei, still smiling lightly but with a hint of discontent, inquired, "By the way, Lingzhu, who is this companion of yours? It seems he has accompanied you on your journey. You never mentioned having such a close relationship with a male cultivator before." perhaps to divert attention. He turned his focus to Zhang Tian. I am Zhang Tian, merely a humble outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect, Zhang Tian replied cautiously, aware that he was the subject of their conversation. Despite the imposing figure of the tall man before him, Zhang Tian sensed that Yang Fei's persona was not as innocent as it appeared. The shadows lurking in his eyes, though well masked, did not escape Zhang Tian's perception. I am not well acquainted with him. He was sent by my aunt to keep an eye on me, and he is as dull as a gourd, utterly tiresome along the way, Bai Lingzhu remarked with a tone of disdain. Despite her tone, she proceeded to introduce Zhang Tian to Chu Yangfei and his companion. The male cultivator, Chu Yangfei, had already attained the 8th level of qi refinement and was known for his gentle demeanor, earning him the admiration of many practitioners. The female cultivator, Su Jiao, was at the 7th level of qi refinement, and both were disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect. Bai Lingzhu cheerfully exclaimed, "Now that everyone has arrived, let us hasten to the market." She harbored a strong disdain for Su Jiao, having initially desired to enjoy a moment alone with Chu Yangfei. However, upon noticing that Chu Yangfei did not grasp her intentions, she reluctantly allowed Su Jiao to remain by her side. As they walked along the path, Bai Lingzhu still yearned for a chance to bond with Chu Yangfei. After some contemplation, she resolved to find a way to dismiss Zhang Tian. With this in mind, Bai Lingzhu discreetly conveyed to Zhang Tian, "Junior brother Zhang, why don't you explore the market on your own? We can regroup when it's time to leave." Unbeknownst to Zhang Tian, he was unaware of Bai Lingzhu's true feelings and simply adhered to his senior's instructions. Thus, he declined her suggestion, stating, "Senior sister Bai, my master has instructed me to ensure your safety at all times." Bai Lingzhu retorted, "The market is protected by the sect's formations. It is exceedingly safe, and no one would dare to cause trouble. I do not require your protection. Or are you waiting to return to Qingmu Valley to tell my aunt that you were bullying me on the way? Just imagine whether she would believe you or me. Do you think you can evade punishment?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Tian gained a deeper understanding of Bai Lingzhu's whimsical nature. "In that case, I shall take my leave. Should any issues arise, you may use the communication talisman to reach me," he replied, bowing slightly before departing from the group. Bai Lingzhu felt a sense of triumph within her, yet her irritation flared upon seeing Su Jiao closely following her and Chu Yangfei. If only this vixen were as easy to dismiss as junior brother Zhang, then it would be just me and brother Yangfei. After parting ways with Bai Lingzhu, Zhang Tian ventured deeper into the market. Having never encountered such a vast marketplace since his cultivation began, he seized the opportunity to explore and broaden his horizons. He held no concerns for Bai Lingzhu's safety, for as she had said, there was no place safer than the market. However, while Chu Yangfei and Bai Lingzhu appeared to share mutual affection, Zhang Tian harbored a suspicion that Chu Yangfei's intentions were not entirely innocent, and he worried that Bai Lingzhu might suffer as a result. Although he felt uneasy about Chu Yangfei, he chose not to voice his thoughts to Bai Lingzhu. First, a woman in love is often blinded by her emotions. Speaking ill of Chu Yangfei might earn him her disdain. Second, Bai Lingzhu was not particularly relevant to him. Their connection was merely a result of this escort mission. Once the task concluded, Bai Lingzhu's fate would hold little significance for him. In this life, Zhang Tian's singular ambition was to achieve immortality. The Silver River Market was significantly larger than any market Zhang Tian had previously encountered, boasting a plethora of unfamiliar shops. In the bustling marketplace, one can find a plethora of shops, from those selling elixirs to those offering magical artifacts, and even establishments that specialize in acquiring spiritual herbs and crafting enchanted tools. The grandeur of these shops is striking, exuding an air of affluence. However, with his pockets feeling light and the few remaining spirit stones in his storage bag insufficient to procure anything of value, Zhang Tian found himself daunted by the opulence of these commercial establishments. He redirected his attention towards the nearby stalls, where the offerings varied greatly in worth. Here, one could find elixirs and techniques suitable for nascent cultivators, alongside fragments of treasures crafted only by those of the Golden Core stage. Throughout history, countless cultivators have unearthed hidden gems amidst such transactions. For Zhang Tian, The most significant aspect of engaging with the stall owners lay in the wealth of knowledge regarding the cultivation realm that he could acquire through conversation. Chapter 9. Choosing a spirit beast. The stall owners, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly scanned the passing cultivators, seeking potential customers while awaiting business to come their way. It wasn't long before Zhang Tian was approached by an elderly cultivator clad in a gray robe, who greeted him with a warm smile. "Esteemed friend, would you care for a bottle of Dan? I possess an array of offerings, guaranteed to satisfy." Upon hearing the familiar name of the elixir, Zhang Tian paused, intrigued. However, Dan was quite common, and he already had several bottles provided by his sect in his storage bag, sufficient for a considerable duration of cultivation. Thus, he had no intention of making a purchase. As Zhang Tian regarded the vendor, he noticed the old man, slightly hunched, whose cultivation level surpassed his own. Yet he remained merely a qi refinement practitioner. It seemed that his lifespan was waning. Zhang Tian briefly considered this thought, but soon dismissed it. His curiosity piqued as he observed the array of colorful bottles and jars on the stall, each adorned with labels indicating the names of the elixirs within, including the Dan previously mentioned. "What is the efficacy of your elixirs? There are no issues, I presume?" Zhang Tian inquired, crouching to inspect the bottles with a hint of skepticism in his tone. Sensing Zhang Tian's interest, the elderly vendor felt a surge of joy and promptly reassured him. "Rest assured, my friend, I have been operating this stall for decades, and I have sold these elixirs to no less than 800 customers without a single complaint. Their potency is indistinguishable from those crafted by renowned sect alchemists. If you doubt me, do take a whiff." Zhang Tian opened a bottle labeled Dan and inhaled deeply. The fragrant aroma wafting forth was indeed reminiscent of the elixirs he had previously consumed. Nodding in reluctant acknowledgement of the vendor's claims, he smiled and said, "Then I shall take a bottle of Dan. Dan, crafted primarily from ginseng aged over 50 years and complemented by a selection of common auxiliary herbs, was a well-known elixir for enhancing cultivation among qi refinement practitioners." Zhang Tian had previously relied on Dan, but he had sensed a diminishing effect over time, as if he had developed a resistance to it. Moreover, Dan was more suited for those in the early stages of qi refinement, and having already progressed to the mid-stage, it held little value for him now. Thus, he sought to acquire a different elixir, one that he had yet to try. The old man in the gray robe found Zhang Tian's choice to purchase the Dan instead of the Dan somewhat peculiar. However, any business transaction was advantageous for him, regardless of the specifics. The old man swiftly retrieved 2 vials of Dan from his storage bag and presented them. Each pill cost 2 spirit stones, with a total of 10 pills in a vial, so the total would be 19 spirit stones. Zhang Tian accepted the pills, inhaled their scent to confirm their authenticity, and then handed over the spirit stones to the old man. "By the way, do you have a pill called Dan?" Zhang Tian inquired casually, feigning indifference. "Dan? I haven't heard of it. I have Dan and Dan, but no Dan." The old man replied, slightly furrowing his brows before responding affirmatively. A wave of disappointment washed over Zhang Tian. The Dan was the primary objective of his journey. Without it, he would still be unable to cultivate the Spirit Beast scripture. "Have you heard of Dan? Where can I possibly acquire it?" He pressed on, unwilling to give up. Feeling somewhat pleased after concluding a transaction, the old man was inclined to answer Zhang Tian's inquiries. "I haven't come across it. It seems such a pill does not exist in the cultivation world. To be frank, I'm an alchemist, and I'm familiar with nearly all pills for the qi refinement stage, and even some for the foundation establishment stage. Yet I have no knowledge of a pill called Dan." The old man stated emphatically, "You shouldn't bother searching for Dan in other markets. Having spent so much time here, I can assure you there is absolutely no sale of a pill by that name. Could it be that Dan no longer exists in the realm of cultivation?" Pushing through the crowd, Zhang Tian exited the stall in despair. What had once filled him with joy, the prospect of mastering an advanced technique, now felt like a fleeting illusion, something he could only admire from afar, but could not cultivate. The blow was too severe for him to bear. He wandered aimlessly for an indeterminate time, encountering a succession of fellow cultivators. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the Spirit Beast scripture were unworthy of cultivation, why would his master have entrusted it to him? Surely, she must hope he could learn it to care for the battered dog. This realization suggested that the scripture was indeed cultivable. Perhaps he had overlooked a crucial detail that impeded his progress. Instead of floundering aimlessly, it would be far more prudent to return and consult Master Bai, who would undoubtedly possess a solution regarding the Ling Niandan. With this notion, a glimmer of hope ignited within Zhang Tian, and he felt an urge to return to Qingmu Valley at once to seek his master's guidance. However, the harsh reality of distance restrained his eagerness. He could not return swiftly. Zhang Tian halted, raising his gaze to survey his surroundings, which felt utterly unfamiliar to him. Lost in his own thoughts, he had unknowingly wandered into the heart of the marketplace. Ling Beast Pavilion. Could this be an establishment affiliated with a sect? Zhang Tian pondered as he gazed at the enormous sign overhead. After all, the similarity between Ling Beast Sect and Ling Beast Pavilion was too striking to dismiss. One would be hard-pressed to believe there was no connection between the two. The Spirit Beast Pavilion stands as the most prominent establishment among the surrounding shops, attracting the largest influx of visitors. Regardless of age or gender, male and female cultivators alike seem to find suitable items within its walls. From within, a myriad of peculiar beast roars can be faintly heard, suggesting an array of mystical creatures. Zhang Tian pondered that this shop likely specializes in the trade of spirit beasts. For the Spirit Beast Sect is renowned for its spirit creatures. Each year, numerous juvenile spirit beasts are nurtured, which in turn yield substantial cultivation resources for the disciples of the sect. In the realm of cultivation, mainstream cultivators predominantly opt for magical artifacts as their means of offense, referring to them as their life-bound artifacts. However, the practitioners of the Spirit Beast Sect differ in their approach. They cultivate spirit beasts instead. Among these, the first spirit beast a cultivator acquires holds paramount importance, being dubbed the life-bound spirit beast. As I currently train within the Spirit Beast Sect, I naturally adhere to the cultivation methods of its disciples, and by chance, I have arrived at the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Why not select a spirit beast to serve as my life-bound companion? Resolute in my decision, Zhang Tian strode confidently into the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Upon entering, a young attendant greeted him with a bright smile, his gaze flicking over Zhang Tian's attire, causing his smile to widen further. Ah, a fellow disciple. May I ask your name and what type of spirit beast you seek? With respect, Zhang Tian replied, I am Zhang Tian, and I wish to purchase a canine spirit beast. Do you have any recommendations? He was mindful not to underestimate the attendant due to his position, as the attendant's cultivation level was evidently superior to his own. Zhang Tian had long desired a canine spirit beast, having cherished dogs in his previous life, and naturally wished to select one in this life as well. After a moment of contemplation, the attendant inquired, what is your budget for a canine spirit beast? Are you seeking a juvenile or an adult? Juveniles require considerable time and spirit stones for cultivation, yet they are loyal and possess great potential. Adult spirit beasts, while less obedient, are cost-effective and ready for immediate use. Approximately 30 spirit stones, Zhang Tian stated, realizing that this amount represented a significant portion of his wealth and was the maximum he could reasonably afford. Very well, Brother Zhang, the attendant said, gesturing towards a cage containing a small, entirely crimson puppy with a short tail. This here is a juvenile red-tailed dog. Its parents were both at the late stage of the first rank when it was born, boasting a pure lineage. With a bit of nurturing, it will surely develop into a formidable spirit beast at the late stage of Qi refinement in due time. Zhang Tian shook his head. Although the puppy was indeed aesthetically pleasing and possessed commendable qualities, its fire attribute was incompatible with his own spiritual root. He feared that their coexistence would not be harmonious. Noticing Zhang Tian's hesitation, the attendant promptly pointed to another cage containing a small dog with snow-white fur. What about this one? This is a snow spirit dog puppy, with parents also at the late stage of the first rank. This breed is known for its incredible speed and adeptness at hiding, making it an excellent companion for both travel and evading enemies. Zhang Tian scrutinized the puppy, observing its lethargic demeanor, and found himself less than satisfied. With his profound understanding of dogs, he perceived that any canine possessing such a temperament would yield limited potential after training, and their indolence did not align with his disposition. The attendant continued his introduction. After the passage of roughly half an hour, the attendant had presented Zhang Tian with no fewer than 100 varieties of spirit dog pups. Yet, due to either their temperamental flaws or lackluster talents, Zhang Tian ultimately failed to select the desired spirit dog. Junior brother, it appears there are truly no more spirit dogs available, the attendant remarked, halting his steps and displaying a resigned smile. Had it not been for Zhang Tian's earnest demeanor throughout the journey, the attendant might have suspected that this individual was merely jesting with him. I apologize, senior brother, for having you introduce so many yet not purchasing a single one. Zhang Tian expressed regretfully, his disappointment evident. Suddenly, his gaze brightened as he hurriedly approached a cage that had been carelessly set aside. This cage was notably spacious, housing a disarray of puppies from various breeds. A stark contrast to the previously organized enclosures of spirit dogs, which appeared to lack attention. Zhang Tian's attention was particularly drawn to one specific pup nestled at the back. A motionless grayish-white creature. Are the spirit dogs inside available for sale? Zhang Tian inquired with curiosity. The attendant, now at his side, gasped in astonishment at the question and replied, Junior brother, these are all sickly spirit dogs on the brink of death. The sect has gathered them here for processing. They are so frail that even if you were to purchase one, it would not survive for long. Does that mean these spirit dogs can be bought? Zhang Tian pressed further. The attendant hesitated, then nodded. Yes, they can be purchased, but if the spirit dog dies after you take it home, you must not hold me accountable. Of course, Zhang Tian replied, his spirits lifted. Which spirit dog has caught your eye? The attendant asked as he opened the cage door and surveyed the dogs within. That grayish-white one, Zhang Tian indicated, pointing to his chosen pup. Excellent choice, junior brother. That is a pup of the Tier 2 Spirit Beast, the three-eyed spirit dog. If nurtured, it could mature into a formidable Tier 2 Spirit Beast, the attendant said with a smile as he handed the grayish-white puppy to Zhang Tian. Upon the attendant's suggestion, Zhang Tian noticed a tiny fissure upon the pup's forehead, unmistakably the mark of its third eye. Cradling the grayish-white dog, Zhang Tian grew increasingly fond of it and turned to ask, how many spirit stones are required for its purchase? The attendant discreetly glanced at him and whispered, typically, the pups of Tier 2 Spirit Beasts start at no less than 300 low-grade spirit stones. But today, I feel a connection with you, so you may acquire it for just 30 low-grade spirit stones. Splendid, splendid, Zhang Tian exclaimed as he handed over the prepared spirit stones. The attendant swiftly tucked the stones into his storage bag. These were originally meant for disposal, and now any profit was his alone, unrelated to the Spirit Beast Pavilion. With his newfound wealth, the attendant's demeanor grew increasingly affable. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a blue-covered ancient book from his storage bag and presented it to Zhang Tian as a token of goodwill. This was to prevent any resentment should the spirit dog perish after being taken home. This is a tome concerning the methodologies of canine spirit beasts, which I fortuitously acquired but have found no practical use for. Thus I present it to you today. The young attendant gestured generously. Thank you, brother, Zhang Tian replied, elated to receive a gift unexpectedly, which indeed brought him joy. By the way, are there any ferocious dogs in this mundane realm? Not spirit dogs, but rather ordinary canines. If there are, I would like to purchase a few, Zhang Tian suddenly inquired, halting his steps. The young attendant, puzzled, responded, ordinary dogs. Mere beasts that perish at a wave of the hand. What purpose would they serve you? However, the Spirit Beast Pavilion does indeed possess them. A significant portion of the offspring born from spirit dogs are not spirit dogs themselves, but rather the ordinary dogs you speak of. Since you desire them, I shall escort you there. An hour later, Zhang Tian stood content at the entrance of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. In the final moments, he expended 3 spirit stones to procure 50 ordinary dogs, evenly split between males and females, all descendants of a breed known as the giant-toothed blood dog. This breed, upon reaching maturity, is a formidable entity of late first stage and even its offspring, while not spirit dogs, possess many remarkable qualities. In Zhang Tian's eyes, these pups were already far superior to any breed of dog from his previous life. It was prudent to prepare ample meat, as his formerly solitary existence had grown complicated with the addition of over 50 mouths to feed. Zhang Tian sought a butcher shop, purchasing 10,000 pounds of ordinary meat and 1,000 pounds of first-stage spirit meat. The ordinary meat was intended for the ordinary dogs, while the spirit meat was reserved for the three-eyed spirit dog pups. The ordinary meat was relatively affordable, easily acquired for a single spirit stone. However, spirit meat is no ordinary commodity. For cheap practitioners, it can continuously enhance one's cultivation, akin to the effects of medicinal pills. The sole distinction lies in the fact that spirit meat provides less spiritual energy than pills, which are also instrumental in breaking through bottlenecks. Consequently, as a resource for cultivation, spirit meat is priced 100 times that of ordinary meat. Even for the most basic first-stage spirit meat, acquiring 1,000 pounds cost him nearly 10 spirit stones. After an incense stick's worth of time, Zhang Tian settled into a guest house equipped with restrictions. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. All creatures possess their unique advantages. He mused as he sat upon his bed. Wolves are known for their exceptional cooperation, and as dogs are derived from wolves, they too exhibit remarkable synergy. Zhang Tian pondered, wishing for his spirit beasts to work in concert rather than in solitary combat, aspiring for a synergy that yields an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Much like a pack of wolves can fell a ferocious tiger, with the assistance of ordinary dogs, his spirit dogs would unleash an even more formidable threat, showcasing the unique collective cooperation characteristic of canine spirit beasts. In comparison to wolves, dogs may lack some ferocity, but abound in loyalty. Zhang Tian valued this loyalty above raw power, which is why he opted for canine spirit beasts over their wolf counterparts. As for why he did not simply purchase all spirit dogs, it was due to his limited supply of spirit stones. While acquisition was simple, the cost of nurturing them would be far more burdensome. To invest entirely in spirit dogs would effectively eliminate his capacity for cultivation. He could not afford to lose sight of his foundational purpose. The ordinary dog, unlike others, presented no such complications. It was simple to supplement and required minimal investment in training. He merely needed to focus his resources on nurturing the three-eyed spirit dog. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tian summoned the pup of the three-eyed spirit dog into his hands. He examined it closely, and suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes, prompting him to laugh heartily. Indeed, it was clear that the three-eyed spirit dog pup was not sick at all. Chapter 11. Spells and magical artifacts, if I am not mistaken. The reason this dog appears so frail is not due to any congenital illness. It likely suffers merely from insufficient nourishment. The reason for its hunger may stem from its remarkable lineage. Yet it has been treated as an ordinary three-eyed spirit dog by the disciples of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, leading to its increasing weakness and the perception of it as a defective specimen, thus causing it to be overlooked. Observing the pup's sunken belly and the green stains at its mouth, Zhang Tian felt a surge of conviction. When a person has gone several days without food, their abdomen sinks, bile flows back into their mouth, and they become utterly lethargic, resembling someone gravely ill. Just as this holds true for humans, so it does for dogs. If illness were indeed the cause, the three-eyed spirit dog's forehead and limbs would not retain warmth. Exceptional horses are common, but capable trainers are rare. Today, I have played the role of a capable trainer. Zhang Tian beamed as he retrieved a piece of meat, radiating spiritual energy from his storage bag. Carefully tearing it into several small strips, he brought it to the pup's mouth. As the meat approached, the pup's nose twitched slightly, and miraculously, its previously motionless body sprang to life, eagerly devouring the meat strip with fervor. Witnessing the three-eyed spirit dog consume the spiritual meat he had offered, Zhang Tian's smile broadened, and he hastily presented a second strip. After the pup had consumed all the meat he had originally taken out, it appeared to exhibit a bit more vitality, although still showing no signs of being satiated. Reluctantly, Zhang Tian produced several more pounds of meat, repeating the process multiple times until the three-eyed spirit dog finally seemed content. soon thereafter curling up to sleep. What a voracious eater! Zhang Tian assessed the amount of spiritual meat the pup had consumed, over 30 pounds, which filled him with both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that the more the three-eyed spirit dog ate, the greater its potential for future growth. However, he was troubled by the thought that, being just a pup, its appetite would only increase, leading to an inevitable rise in the cost of spiritual stones, which a mere refining novice like him could scarcely afford. This fleeting thought passed through his mind as Zhang Tian performed a blood pact with the sleeping three-eyed spirit dog, subsequently placing it back into the Spirit Beast bag. He then proceeded to feed the ordinary dogs, each possessing the bloodline of the giant-toothed blood dog, without the need for a blood pact, as he lacked sufficient blood essence for that purpose. In the realm of dogs, strength reigned supreme, and the three-eyed spirit dog would undoubtedly emerge as their leader. Through its control, Zhang Tian would be able to command these ordinary dogs. Having completed this task, he finally took out the cultivation manual that his servant had provided. Although it is referred to as a cultivation technique, it is merely a few pages detailing the method for mastering a particular spell and the crafting of a specific magical artifact. The spell is named Tian Go Mu, which grants the user the vision of their spirit dog, categorizing it as a reconnaissance spell. The artifact is called Wan Go Ling. When shaken, this bell emits a crisp sound that enhances the combat prowess of canine spirit beasts and disrupts the movements of enemy cultivators. Furthermore, upon the demise of the spirit dog, the Wan Go Ling absorbs its soul to form a spectral canine within the bell. As the number of these spectral dogs increases, they can aid the cultivator in battle, and the greater their number, the higher the quality of the Wan Go Ling becomes. The crafting of the Wan Go Ling requires 81 first-tier canine fangs, 10 pounds of black iron, 30 blood crystals, and a millennium stalactite. The first few materials are relatively easy to procure in the marketplace with spirit stones. However, the millennium stalactite is a rare treasure, often unattainable, even for Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhang Tian shook his head in resignation. The prospect of the Wan Go Ling was enticing, yet the daunting requirements for its creation were disheartening. After calming himself, Zhang Tian turned his focus to practicing the spell Tian Go Mu. 3 days later, while cultivating in his room at the inn, Zhang Tian suddenly opened his eyes and caught a flying communication talisman. At last, he was to return at this rate. He feared he might end up sleeping on the streets. Receiving the message from Bai Lingzhu about returning to the sect eased his worries. The inn in the marketplace was equipped with a spirit gathering array that enhanced spiritual energy, charging a low-grade spirit stone daily. Zhang Tian had already depleted most of his spirit stones due to his extravagant purchases of spirit beasts, and if he lingered a few more days, he might indeed be forced to leave the inn. The agreed-upon meeting place was at the city gate. "Junior brother Zhang, over here," Bai Lingzhu called excitedly, waving upon spotting Zhang Tian at the city gate. Zhang Tian's gaze fell upon her, but he noticed that Chu Tianyang and Su Jiaojiao, who had previously accompanied Bai Lingzhu, were nowhere to be seen. She stood alone. "Senior sister Bai," Zhang Tian greeted as he summoned his earthquaking dog. To avoid alarming the ordinary citizens within the city, large spirit beasts were prohibited from appearing. Thus, he had kept the earthquaking dog in his spirit beast pouch these past few days. "This is a gift for you, a token of my appreciation for letting me leave earlier," Bai Lingzhu said, producing a palm-sized turtle shell-like shield from her hands and offering it to Zhang Tian. This artifact is called the Xianjia Shield. It is a mid-grade artifact, but it should prove beneficial for your upcoming missions. Zhang Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Bai Lingzhu to present him with a gift of such value. A mid-grade artifact typically ranged from 20 to 30 low-grade spirit stones, sometimes even reaching 200 to 300. With only 2 low-grade artifacts in his possession, this mid-grade one from Bai Lingzhu was of great significance to him. "Take it. I specifically bought it for you," Bai Lingzhu insisted, sensing Zhang Tian's hesitation and firmly placing it in his hands. "Thank you, senior sister Bai," Zhang Tian expressed gratefully. Initially, based on their earlier encounters, he had perceived Bai Lingzhu as a spoiled and ill-tempered young lady. However, she now appeared to be quite innocent, lively, and not nearly as dreadful as he had imagined. Zhang Tian and Bai Lingzhu ascended the Baodu dog as they had done before, swiftly leaving behind the city gate of Yinchuan Fangshi. Sister Bai, why haven't we seen senior brother Chu Yang and senior sister Su Jiao today? If they were with us, traveling atop this Baodu dog would be far swifter than walking alone, Zhang Tian inquired, facing the wind. Brother Yang's home is near Yinchuan Fangshi. He has returned home and will not accompany us back to the sect, Bai Lingzhu replied cheerfully. Zhang Tian understood that her excitement stemmed from discussing the intriguing Chu Yang rather than from their conversation. As for Su Jiao, she left shortly after you did that day. It seems she recognized her place and didn't linger around Brother Yang, or else I would have mocked her mercilessly. A thought struck Zhang Tian. It seemed too coincidental that Su Jiao departed immediately after his own exit. He sensed a lack of romantic feelings between Su Jiao and Chu Yang, instead perceiving a camaraderie akin to collaborative friendship. Was it possible that Su Jiao had deliberately vacated the space for Bai Lingzhu and Chu Yang? Bai Lingzhu's profound affection for Chu Yang seemed to render this notion implausible. Zhang Tian felt he was overthinking. Yet there was indeed an unsettling feeling he could not quite articulate. Chapter 12. The task concludes upon returning to Qingmu Valley. Zhang Tian refrained from voicing his suspicions regarding Chu Yang until Bai Lingzhu departed. Without concrete evidence, his thoughts remained mere conjecture. He did not spot his uncle Bai in Qingmu Valley, uncertain whether she was in seclusion or had stepped out. Dismissing these concerns, he first released the Baodu dog, which had been cooped up in the Spirit Beast pouch for far too long. He could hardly bear such confinement himself. Next, he liberated the three-eyed spirit dog pup and the ordinary dog with the bloodline of the giant-toothed blood dog. The vast expanse of Qingmu Valley offered ample space for these little creatures to roam, far better than being trapped in the Spirit Beast pouch. Zhang Tian affectionately dubbed the giant-toothed dogs as giant-toothed dogs due to their enormous teeth at birth. The Baodu dog, exhibiting human-like traits, blinked at Zhang Tian and pointed at the fish swimming in the river. Zhang Tian instantly grasped its intent. It clearly craved spicy grilled fish. Indeed, it was a gluttonous spirit dog. Serving it was Zhang Tian's responsibility, so he willingly began to prepare a fire, along with chili and spices. Observing his actions, the Baodu dog promptly leaped into the river to catch fish. Within half a minute of diving each time, it would emerge with a spirit fish clamped in its mouth. Meanwhile, the puppy-sized giant-toothed dogs, previously frolicking on the grass, were drawn to the Baodu dog's antics, curiously craning their necks from the riverbank. One of the giant-toothed dog pups tentatively splashed the river with its small paws, seemingly attempting to emulate the Baodu dog's fishing prowess. Yet it remained too fearful to take the plunge. When the Baodu dog sent a cascade of river water splashing about, the pups were startled and scampered away from the shore in a flurry. The only exception was the three-eyed spirit dog pup, which, compared to the nearby giant-toothed dogs, was considerably larger and exhibited greater boldness. After a moment of hesitation, convinced there was no cause for concern, it leapt into the water. Before long, it caught a fish in its mouth. However, it was merely an ordinary swimming fish, far inferior to the catches of the fierce hound. Nevertheless, when it brought the fish to Zhang Tian, he was filled with a delightful surprise. This three-eyed spirit dog was indeed an extraordinary creature among canines, possessing talents akin to those rare individuals among humans who are born with exceptional gifts, able to accomplish tasks at such a young age. After a considerable time, they finally had grilled fish ready to satisfy everyone. Zhang Tian savored the fish, meticulously picking out the bones, while beside him, the fierce hound devoured its meal ravenously, showing no concern for the potential harm of the bones to its throat, thanks to its robust physique. The three-eyed spirit dog also enjoyed a large black fish, and, initially, Zhang Tian thought it shared a fondness for spice and added some chili. However, he soon realized his mistake, understanding that not every dog was as unconventional as the fierce hound. Surrounding this trio of humans and dogs, the giant-toothed dogs gathered, some feasting on the remnants of the spiritual fish Zhang Tian had tossed aside, while the majority indulged in the ordinary meat he had prepared for them. At that moment, all beings, humans and dogs alike, were at ease in the serene embrace of Qingmu Valley. 3 months later, atop a massive ancient tree in a certain part of Qingmu Valley, a slender, dark-skinned youth stood, his gaze emanating a faint blue spiritual light. At this moment, he was nearly 1,000 feet away from the three-eyed spirit dog. Yet he surveyed the surroundings with clarity surpassing that of an eagle's keen sight. After a considerable time, the blue glow diminished until it vanished completely, and the youth descended from the ancient tree, making his way toward the riverside bamboo cottage, muttering to himself, "The Tengu I technique proves immensely beneficial. Although lacking in offensive capability, it excels in scouting and reconnaissance. Moreover, its range is remarkable, extending nearly 1,000 feet, far superior to the mere 10 feet of divine consciousness." This dark-skinned youth was, in fact, Zhang Tian, who had been caring for the fierce hound in Qingmu Valley. Strangely, as he aged, his complexion did not lighten, but instead seemed to darken further. Were it not for his introspective examination of his body, revealing no issues, he might have suspected he was poisoned. Over these past months, with the abundant natural spirit energy in this environment, coupled with his initial ingestion of a Shun Yuan Dan, his cultivation had progressed swiftly, advancing from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the 5th. Typically, as one ascends in levels, progress becomes increasingly challenging. However, this time, the duration spent was significantly shorter than that taken to transition from the 3rd to the 4th layer. Zhang Tian felt a tinge of reluctance. Aside from the effects of the Shun Yuan Dan, the primary reason for his rapid advancement was the superior spirit energy present here, which surpassed that of his previous environment by 30 to 40%. Regrettably, 6 months had flown by in the blink of an eye, and the end of his task was imminent. In the future, to cultivate in such an environment, he would first need to advance to the status of an inner disciple. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, Zhang Tian surveyed his surroundings. Nearby, giant-toothed dogs, each the size of a small calf, were playfully frolicking. Despite their lack of spiritual energy, no one dared underestimate their formidable teeth and robust physiques. Among them, the most striking is the three-eyed spirit hound, encircled by several bitches. Its size is comparable to that of an adult bull, making it a formidable presence akin to a sovereign among the pack. Furthermore, its spiritual energy fluctuations indicate that it has reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, placing it on par with Zhang Tian. In a one-on-one confrontation, Zhang Tian might not even have the upper hand against this naturally gifted three-eyed spirit hound. Truly, dogs surpass humans in prowess. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice filled with astonishment resonated beside him. "You, little cultivator, seem to have quite the leisure, raising such a multitude of dogs. However, I am curious, how do you manage to control such a large number with your spiritual consciousness?" Zhang Tian respectfully turned towards the source of the voice, revealing his elusive master. "Uncle Bai." "Greetings, Uncle Bai. I believe dogs are inherently social creatures, so I only need to control the strongest among them," Zhang Tian replied with a bow of respect. "That makes some sense," Uncle Bai nodded. After all, these were merely low-ranking spirit beasts, and she held no interest in them, believing that her own spirit beast, the burly earth dog, could effortlessly handle them. "You have performed well in recent days. This is your reward." She tossed a storage bag to Zhang Tian. "Thank you, Uncle Bai," Zhang Tian responded promptly, bowing in gratitude. With a sense of excitement, he opened the bag to find it filled with low-grade spirit stones, over 100 of them. It must be said, the generosity of a Foundation establishment cultivator is truly remarkable. Even a small gesture can yield immense benefits. However, Zhang Tian did not forget a question that had previously troubled him. "Uncle Bai, I have a query. The Spirit Beast Classic you bestowed upon me requires spirit consciousness pills for cultivation, but I am uncertain how to obtain these pills." "Spirit consciousness pills?" Uncle Bai expressed surprise, followed by a light chuckle. "It's my fault for not clarifying. The spirit consciousness pill has been lost since ancient cultivation times, and the method for its refinement is no longer known in the cultivation world. As for cultivating the Spirit Beast Classic, it can indeed be practiced without the pills, albeit at a slower pace. It is precisely for this reason that you can cultivate the Spirit Beast Classic, if the spirit consciousness pills were still available. Neither you nor I would have access to this classic, as it was once a technique of our Spirit Beast Sect. Ah, I see. So it is possible to cultivate without the pills. Zhang Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was not overwhelming. At least he could still practice. Previously, he feared that lacking the pills would lead him astray in his cultivation of the Spirit Beast Classic. Now, with the assurance of his foundation establishment master, he felt more at ease. Since the task is complete, I shall take my leave, Zhang Tian said, clasping his hands in farewell. Very well, go, Uncle Bai nodded. Zhang Tian returned the storage bag containing the burly earth dog, retracted his own spirit beast, and exited the Qingmu Valley, heading back to his original cave dwelling. Chapter 13. Bloodline Fruit. Every peak of the Spirit Beast Sect houses a library, and Black Dog Peak is no exception. Its only distinction lies in the scale. The library houses a myriad of techniques and spells, each of which can be exchanged by disciples for contribution points. Along the way, Zhang Tian recalled that he had not yet mastered any spell since his breakthrough. Thus, he decided to visit the library and selected only the popular introduction to the 5-element spells. This tome contains a variety of commonly encountered spells in the realm of cultivation, such as the Earth Wall Technique, Wood Spike Technique, and Ice Explosion Technique, making it an essential resource for any cultivator venturing forth. While these spells might not be overwhelmingly powerful, for Zhang Tian, they merely serve as supplementary tools, as he primarily relies on his spirit beast for combat. Nonetheless, with diligent practice, their potency could indeed be enhanced. The introduction to the 5-element spells cost 30 contribution points, yet Zhang Tian possessed only 13 points, which he had accrued from previous sect duties. Thus, he had no choice but to exchange 18 low-grade spirit stones for 17 contribution points. In the sect, contribution points and low-grade spirit stones are ostensibly exchanged on a one-to-one basis. However, in practice, few individuals trade spirit stones for contribution points, with most preferring the reverse, leading to a slight loss. Nevertheless, he found acceptable. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhang Tian first fed his 3-eyed spirit dog and his giant toothed dog before retrieving the introduction to the 5-element spells to practice the spells contained within. As Zhang Tian possessed a mixed elemental root with 4 attributes, he concentrated on practicing spells from the metal, wood, water, and earth categories. The enhancement from his elemental roots made casting these spells much more intuitive and efficient, which is one of the advantages of having a mixed elemental root. Half a month later, Zhang Tian stood outside his dwelling, pointing towards a distant clearing, and channeled his spiritual energy to cast the water bullet technique. As his voice faded, a water orb the size of a basin coalesced in midair, crashing down into the clearing with a thunderous sound, generating a cloud of mist. As the mist dissipated, a crater nearly 2 fingers deep appeared on the ground. Satisfied, Zhang Tian nodded, feeling elated as he thought, beyond the metal, wood, and earth spells, I have now mastered the final water spell as well. I now possess the means for self-defense. It seems time to seek out tasks to earn more spirit stones. Logically, Master Bai had previously gifted him over 100 spirit stones, allowing Zhang Tian to devote himself to cultivation for an extended period without concern for elixirs. However, the reality was that nurturing his spirit beasts, now growing larger, resulted in an ever-increasing daily consumption of spirit stones. Moreover, Zhang Tian was unwilling to squander his resources, which prompted his desire to undertake tasks to earn more spirit stones. Once again, he arrived at the Sect's Affairs office, where the number of cultivators present was not fewer than 6 months prior, perhaps even greater. He contemplated the tasks, guarding Qingyuan town, gathering clear spirit fruits, and slaying the black water toads. These sect duties broadly fall into 3 categories. The first category encompasses menial tasks within the sect, which are high in safety but low in reward. For instance, the previous role he held at the Spirit Beast Pavilion or his earlier assistance in caring for the violent earth dogs both belong to this category. Generally, these tasks are suited for cultivators of lower cultivation levels, allowing them ample time to grow. Another category of tasks involves the collection of spiritual herbs and escort missions, such as gathering mature spiritual herbs from designated locations or transporting spiritual items back to the sect. These tasks are of moderate risk with average rewards. The type of task Zhang Tian wishes to undertake falls into this category. The final type of task entails the extermination of ferocious beasts and malevolent cultivators, which typically involves highly perilous confrontations where a moment's inattention could lead to death. These tasks carry great risk but offer substantial rewards, generally undertaken only by seasoned cultivators in the late stages of qi refinement. Zhang Tian does not contemplate such tasks, as he is merely a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. Collecting bloodline fruits, that shall be it. After searching for half a day, Zhang Tian's eyes lit up as he approached the disciple in charge to accept the task. Wait a moment, junior brother, are you planning to take on the bloodline fruit collection task? Might I request that you relinquish it to me? A familiar voice called from behind. Zhang Tian turned around and was surprised to see Lu Jinshui, whom he had not encountered for quite some time. Ah, it's you. Lu Jinshui was equally astonished, recognizing Zhang Tian, whose lean and dark appearance was indeed hard to forget. However, he did not expect that in less than half a year, Zhang Tian had ascended from the 3rd to the 5th level of qi refinement. The gap in their strengths was not as substantial as before, and at this moment, Zhang Tian could discern Lu Jinshui's cultivation level, which indeed corroborated the rumors. He had reached the peak of the 7th level of qi refinement, merely a step away from the late stage. Junior brother, please allow your senior brother to take this task. After all, the fierce sun eagle guarding the bloodline fruit is not easily dealt with. A moment's negligence could cost you your life, Lu Jinshui warned coldly. There's no need for senior brother to worry. I am confident in my ability to undertake this task, Zhang Tian replied with a dismissive smile, disregarding Lu Jinshui's darkened expression as he accepted the task with his token. Very well, very well. It seems your temper has grown in the days we've been apart, Lu Jinshui said with a forced laugh, his irritation evident. However, be cautious, as there have been disturbances from ferocious beasts outside the Spirit Beast Sect. Do not become their next meal, or your senior brother will have difficulty finding your grave. Zhang Tian could easily discern the underlying threat in Lu Jinshui's words. Yet he merely smiled coldly, turning away without a backward glance, treating Lu Jinshui as nothing more than a jester. Soon, Zhang Tian's figure transformed into a mere black dot on the horizon, vanishing from sight, while Lu Jinshui watched him with seething hatred, his eyes brimming with resentment. What was once a mere nuisance in his hands had now transformed into a formidable presence, daring to challenge him, which he considered a profound humiliation. The location for collecting the bloodline fruits was at Wuang Mountain, part of the Hengduan mountain range, approximately 200 miles from the Spirit Beast Sect. It took Zhang Tian about 3 days to finally arrive at the foot of Wuang Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he faintly heard several piercing eagle cries. If he was not mistaken, these belonged to the fierce sun eagles that resided atop Wuang Mountain. According to the task details, the fierce sun eagles were social beasts, with 2 in the mid-stage of qi refinement and 3 in the early stage, while the remainder were merely common eagles. Zhang Tian sought to gather the bloodline fruit, guarded by the formidable solar eagles. If he wished to procure these fruits unscathed, he needed to devise a careful plan in advance. After all, these were a flight of aerial beasts, notoriously difficult to contend with. The bloodline fruit, a mystical herb capable of awakening the latent potential within beasts and enhancing their bloodlines, held no value for humans. For the majority of cultivators, it was of little use. However, for the disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect, it was an invaluable elixir, second only to those used for refining foundational cultivation. Given that nearly every practitioner of the Spirit Beast Sect possessed a spirit beast, some, like Zhang Tian, even had multiple companions, the bloodline fruit's ability to amplify a spirit beast lineage translated directly into an enhancement of the cultivator's strength. Thus, it was highly coveted among the sect's disciples, to the extent that the sect offered to exchange 20 contribution points for a single fruit as a reward for tasks. Naturally, Zhang Tian's motivation for undertaking this quest extended beyond the lucrative reward. He also aspired to use the bloodline fruit to elevate the lineage of his 3-eyed spirit dog, empowering it further. Chapter 14. The solar eagle flocked the treacherous terrain of which King Mountain made it, so that after only a few dozen steps upward, Zhang Tian found himself lost, confronting sheer cliffs that were nearly impossible for an ordinary person to scale. Fortunately, he was no ordinary individual. Drawing upon the formidable physique and magical prowess of a cultivator, he adeptly navigated the rocky outcrops and the trees clinging to the cliffs, persevering despite the arduous ascent. After a considerable distance, the incline lessened, revealing a safer pathway conducive to standing and walking. Although the bloodline fruit remained elusive, the piercing cries of eagles echoed increasingly closer, indicating his proximity to the solar eagles. If the solar eagles were near, then their precious guardian, the bloodline fruit, would surely be close at hand. As he rounded a mountain crest and pushed through a dense thicket, Zhang Tian was greeted by a sudden burst of light, his vision opening up to a vast clearing. At the far end of this expanse, a towering rock face ascended into the clouds, its peak obscured from view. In that moment, shadowy figures swept across the ground, and the thunderous cries of eagles reverberated from above, as if they were mere inches away. Zhang Tian hastily concealed himself within the underbrush, peering skyward to witness several colossal pale red eagles soaring overhead, only to later descend with their prey into a dark crevice in the mountainside. Clearly, these were the solar eagles he sought, and their nest lay within the cliff before him. Scanning the surrounding rock face, his gaze settled upon a perilous precipice, where a small, vibrant green tree, nearly the height of a person, swayed gracefully in the wind, a sight both rare and extraordinary. Upon this verdant tree, every branch bore diminutive fruits, crimson as fresh blood, glistening with ethereal light and exuding a faint, enticing fragrance. This was precisely as described in the task, the bloodline fruit he so desperately needed. Moreover, judging by appearances, the bloodline fruit was on the verge of ripening, and his timing was impeccable. Had he arrived a few days later, these fruits might have fallen prey to the talons of the eagle. The bloodline fruit clung precariously to the cliffs, making the endeavor of harvesting them a perilous affair. Should the blazing sun eagles intervene, the task would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Zhang Tian found himself in a quandary. As it stood, lacking a flying spiritual beast, he could not simply seize the bloodline fruit and depart. Hence, he resolved to first eliminate the sun eagles, allowing him to collect the fruits unimpeded. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tian recognized that the sun eagles posed his most pressing dilemma. Suddenly, he cast a discreet glance around, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Striding boldly from the underbrush, he summoned the three-eyed spirit dog to guard him, leaving the giant toothed dog uncalled upon. In recent days, the three-eyed spirit dog had made notable progress in its spiritual energy, though it still remained at the mid-stage of qi training. Utilizing the water sphere technique, Zhang Tian channeled his spiritual energy, forcefully directing several water orbs skyward toward the soaring sun eagles. Opting for the water element due to its advantage over fire, he unleashed his spell. One of the targeted sun eagles emitted a mournful cry. A mere hunting bird among the flock, it was swiftly overpowered by the water-based attack, sustaining a grievous wound to its chest. It could no longer maintain flight, plummeting to the ground like a downed aircraft, splattering into a mass of unrecognizable flesh. The accompanying sun eagles, stricken with terror, scattered in disarray, screeching in a mix of fury and fear as they hastened back to their nest. Before long, a dark cloud of enraged sun eagles surged from their lair, easily numbering 20 or 30, creating an overwhelming spectacle. The foremost 5 among them were particularly large, with the 2 most imposing being more than twice the size of an ordinary sun eagle, exuding an air of majesty. Observing their furious demeanor, it was evident they sought vengeance. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, Zhang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had anticipated that considerable time had passed since his last harvest, and the sun eagles might have grown stronger, leading to a fierce battle. However, it appeared he had been overly apprehensive. As Zhang Tian exhaled in relief, the sun eagles soon spotted him and the conspicuous three-eyed spirit dog on the grass. Known for their intelligence, they quickly identified the intruders. The strongest male sun eagle let out a piercing cry, its shrill sound threatening to shatter eardrums. Following the completion of its call, the other sun eagles sprang into action, launching towards Zhang Tian like a volley of arrows. In the face of such a daunting scene, an ordinary person might tremble in fear. Yet, Zhang Tian remained unperturbed, clutching his sole mid-grade magical artifact, the Xuanjia shield, as he chanted incantations. The Xuanjia shield soon radiated with vibrant energy, levitating beside him. While simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into the shield, he executed the water sphere technique. And under the onslaught of his watery projectiles, the sun eagles were either slain or gravely injured. As for the blazing sun eagle that was able to soar beside Zhang Tian, its claws possessed formidable strength. Yet they could not inflict the slightest harm upon the Xuanjia shield. However, the spiritual energy within Zhang Tian was depleting rapidly. Engaging in combat with both hands proved to be an immense drain on his resources. Meanwhile, the three-eyed spirit dog was also under attack from the blazing sun eagle, opting to dart around in the open space with remarkable speed. The blazing sun eagle struggled to land hit on it. Instead, several of its kind fell victim to the three-eyed spirit dog, which seized the opportunity to pounce and tear out their throats as they descended. After a series of exchanges, more than half of the blazing sun eagles were severely injured. Of course, Zhang Tian faced his own challenges. Although he remained unscathed, he had expended nearly 20% of his spiritual energy, while the three-eyed spirit dog had its grayish-white fur on its back and legs stained crimson, clearly suffering minor injuries. The male leader of the blazing sun eagles let out a fierce cry, summoning the few remaining eagles back. Unable to bear the sight of his subordinates being continually slaughtered by Zhang Tian, should they all perish, he would be left as a mere figurehead. Two mid-stage chi practitioners among the blazing sun eagles targeted Zhang Tian, while the remaining three, in their early stages, approached the three-eyed spirit dog. Above Zhang Tian, the male leader's eyes glinted with a vicious light before he opened his beak, conjuring a massive fireball that hurtled toward Zhang Tian. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he exerted himself to evade to the side. In the next moment, the fireball struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a large crater. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tian unleashed a spell, the water bullet technique, and glanced back only to feel a cold sweat break out on his back. This ordinary fireball technique, wielded by a mid-stage Shi beast, was surprisingly more potent than spells cast by late-stage practitioners. Even with the protection of the Xuanjia shield, should he be struck by such a blow, it would not bode well for him. The male, blazing sun eagle, unable to move while casting its spell, found itself vulnerable after unleashing the fireball and was directly struck by the water bullet technique on its left wing. Despite the beast's tough hide, it could not suppress a cry of pain, blood seeping from the corner of its mouth, its form wavering unsteadily. An opportunity presented itself. Zhang Tian's eyes brightened as he rapidly released 3 or 4 more water bullets, ignoring the incoming fireball from the female, blazing sun eagle. He chose to withstand the attack with his Xuanjia shield, determined to unleash these spells. With a muffled grunt, he felt the impact of the female eagle's fireball, checking his internal spiritual energy, which had plummeted from 70% to below 50% in a single blow. However, this sacrifice proved worthwhile. His water bullet technique struck the male blazing sun eagle once again, sending its feathers flying as it plummeted toward the ground, clearly overwhelmed by 5 of his water bullets. The male eagle could not endure, succumbing to death. Zhang Tian looked up to find only the female blazing sun eagle remaining, lamenting in sorrow, seemingly mourning the loss of her counterpart. The 2 mid-stage blazing sun eagles had been no match for Zhang Tian, and now, with only one left, it stood no chance against him. Soon, the resolute female blazing sun eagle also fell victim to Zhang Tian's magic. As a flight beast, should it choose to flee, Zhang Tian would be powerless to stop it. Yet it was evident that it was embracing its fate, unwilling to live a life of mere survival. Sometimes, these beasts possess more sentiment than humans. Zhang Tian sighed. Chapter 15. The Yellow Sparrow lurks. The battle on Zhang Tian's side had concluded, while the skirmish involving the three-eyed spirit dog was also reaching its end. Initially, the three-eyed spirit dog was at the mid-stage of chi refinement, while the Solar Hawks were merely at the early stage of the same realm, placing them at a disadvantage. Thus, despite their numerical superiority, they could only barely hold their ground against the three-eyed spirit dog. Furthermore, as avian creatures, the Solar Hawks lacked the brute strength of canines, managing only superficial injuries without inflicting any real threat. In contrast, the three-eyed spirit dog, seizing any opportunity, would ensure that the three Solar Hawks either met their demise or suffered grievous wounds. At last, the ordeal was over, albeit quite vexing. The confrontation with the Solar Hawks not only drained spiritual energy, but also tested one's stamina extensively. After assisting the three-eyed spirit dog in dispatching the remaining Solar Hawks, Zhang Tian fed it a healing pill and, disregarding his appearance, collapsed onto the ground, meditating while clutching a spirit stone to replenish his energy. In the shadows, a man in a black robe greedily gazed at the nearby corpses of the Solar Hawks and the bloodline fruits upon the stone wall. In the next moment, he turned his attention to the lone man and his dog in the open and, with a mocking expression, silently hurled a small green sword-like artifact. The green sword moved with astonishing speed, becoming a subtle streak of light in the air, as if it were poised to pierce Zhang Tian at any moment. However, a resounding clang echoed as the mysterious Xuanjia shield, having appeared from nowhere, shielded Zhang Tian from the green sword's trajectory. Who dares to engage in such foul play? Zhang Tian stood tall, his voice stern, while the three-eyed spirit dog opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings with a predatory gaze. To his surprise, a novice at mid-stage chi refinement would possess a mid-grade defensive artifact. Ha! But soon this treasure shall belong to me. The man in black emerged from the thicket, sneering. The tone of the black-robed figure was unfamiliar, yet Zhang Tian felt no fear. Instead, he let out 3 hearty laughs. Brother Liu, why hide in the shadows? As a 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator, do you truly fear a mere 5th-layer novice like myself? The black-robed man paused, momentarily taken aback, yet did not retort. He then removed his robe to reveal a familiar face, Lu Jinshui, with whom Zhang Tian had previously clashed. How did you know it was me and not someone else? Lu Jinshui inquired, bewildered. Zhang Tian merely smiled faintly, offering no response and tightening his grip on the spirit stone. The reason he recognized Lu Jinshui was, of course, due to his cultivation of the Spirit Beast scriptures. Although the progress was slow, he had made significant strides in recent days, not only enhancing his mental acuity, but also greatly improving his perception of the world around him. As he had left the sect, he felt a presence shadowing him. Initially indifferent, believing it to be a mere coincidence, the sensation grew stronger as he reached Wuang Mountain, an unsettling feeling that refused to dissipate. He surmised that someone had designs on him, and the only one with whom he had a conflict in the Spirit Beast Sect was likely Lu Jinshui, as there was no one else. Observing that Zhang Tian did not respond, Lu Jinshui noted his continuous absorption of the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, suggesting a ploy of delay. However, he believed his own strength far surpassed that of Zhang Tian and felt no concern for Zhang Tian's recovery. Instead, he took pleasure in watching Zhang Tian's desperate struggles. After a moment of admiration, he mocked, since he refused to speak. I shall send you to the underworld to converse. With that, Lu Jinshui summoned his spirit beast, a towering red flame strength ape radiating the oppressive aura of a late-stage chi refinement beast. He simultaneously commanded the red flame strength ape to charge at Zhang Tian while continuing to manipulate his green sword to attack. Giant-toothed dogs go. Zhang Tian waved his hand, summoning 50 giant-toothed dogs, each the size of calves, encircling him. He had refrained from using the giant-toothed dogs earlier, biding his time for this moment. Otherwise, defeating the blazing sun eagle would have been far simpler. The giant-toothed dogs were directed to surround the red flame strength ape. The giant-toothed dogs were mere ordinary hounds, while the red flame strength ape was a formidable beast of genuine late-stage chi refinement. The disparity in strength was staggering, nearly with every breath. One giant-toothed dog was struck down, bleeding and suffering grave injuries. The teeth and claws of the giant-toothed dogs could only leave faint white marks on the ape's body, struggling to inflict any real damage. It seemed that within half an hour, all the giant-toothed dogs would perish at the hands of the red flame strength ape. Yet, Zhang Tian's objective was simple. He sought not to kill, but merely to entangle the red flame strength ape. Despite the immense strength of the beast, the sheer number of giant-toothed dogs made it difficult for the ape to break free from their encirclement. I initially anticipated a formidable tactic. Instead, it appears to be a mere pack of dogs heading to their demise. Lu Jinshui laughed heartily at the sight of the giant-toothed dogs falling one after another to the red flame strength ape. Zhang Tian, however, remained unfazed, as if he had not heard Lu Jinshui's taunts. He understood the value of time. The giant-toothed dogs were sacrificing their lives for this moment. With one hand controlling the Xuanjia shield and the other conjuring spells, he charged toward Lu Jinshui. Despite the urgency of the previous moments, he managed to restore over 60% of his internal spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the three-eyed spirit dog rushed toward Lu Jinshui. The green sword clashed once more with the Xuanjia shield, undoubtedly a mid-grade magical artifact that could engage without falling behind. However, the Xuanjia shield, also a mid-grade artifact, was firmly entangled with it under Zhang Tian's command. Zhang Tian persistently cast spells, hindering Lu Jinshui's movements. As the three-eyed spirit dog drew ever closer to Lu Jinshui, the coldness in Zhang Tian's gaze deepened. Lu Jinshui was no fool. Witnessing the fierce spirit beast approaching him, his previously assured demeanor began to waver, and he grew increasingly anxious. He urged the red flame strength ape to return and rescue him, but the ape was ensnared by the giant-toothed dogs. Unable to move an inch, he sought to command the green sword to drive away the three-eyed spirit dog. However, it was no easy task for the Xuanjia shield to conquer the green sword, though ensnaring it proved to be a simpler endeavor. With no other recourse, Lu Jinshui haphazardly tossed a few low-tier talismans from his storage pouch, hoping to momentarily impede the advance of the three-eyed spirit dog. Yet, this merely caused the beast to falter slightly before it resumed its relentless charge towards him. As the gaping maw of death loomed perilously close, the threat of mortality drained the color from Lu Jinshui's face, prompting him to plead for mercy. "Junior brother Zhang, I acknowledge my wrongdoings this time. I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to dissolve the master-servant contract with the Qian Li Yuan and bestow this spirit beast upon you. Is that so?" Zhang Tian inquired with an air of indifference. "Absolutely. I swear by the heavens." Lu Jinshui believed he had struck a chord with Zhang Tian, filling him with unbridled joy. However, in the next moment, the three-eyed spirit dog's gaping maw arrived as expected, severing his head in one swift bite, leaving only a headless corpse on the ground. Once Lu Jinshui perished, the master-servant contract was activated, and the original Qian Li Yuan stiffened, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "What a pity! I would have preferred your demise. I cannot find rest until you are dead," Zhang Tian said, looming over the corpse, his eyes brimming with a chilling intensity. A late-stage Qi refining beast was indeed tempting. Yet the regulations of the Spirit Beast Sect forbade disciples from mutual slaughter. Should Lu Jinshui report him, the consequences would be dire, far beyond what could be compensated by merely acquiring a late-stage Qi refining beast. Zhang Tian retrieved Lu Jinshui's storage pouch and collected the fallen green sword. Additionally, he used the green sword to sever the valuable parts from the Qian Li Yuan and the Liang Eagle. As for the remaining flesh and blood, he did not let it go to waste. He allowed the giant-toothed dog and the three-eyed spirit dog to feast on it, as it was imbued with spiritual energy, which would be beneficial for them. Perhaps the giant-toothed dog might evolve from a mundane dog into a spirit dog, and the three-eyed spirit dog could further enhance its cultivation. Such transformations had precedence. Chapter 16. Bloodline Spirit Pill, with only a few days remaining until the bloodline fruit fully ripened. Zhang Tian sought refuge in a nearby cave. This battle had been a stroke of fortune. The mere presence of Lu Jinshui's spirit beast was sufficient to obliterate Zhang Tian. Yet Lu Jinshui had been overly complacent, believing that his realm and strength would suppress Zhang Tian, thus granting him the opportunity to prevail. Nevertheless, even so, the toll of this battle had been considerable. Not only had the giant-toothed dog suffered grievous injuries, but Zhang Tian himself was in a more precarious state than before. He now focused on recovering his injuries and spiritual energy, dedicating nearly 2 days to this endeavor before organizing the spoils of battle. The first prize was the Liang Eagle, the very first spirit beast he encountered. The entirety of the beast was a treasure trove, and the Liang Eagle was no exception. Its tail feathers could be refined into defensive artifacts, while its sharp beak and fangs were suitable for crafting offensive artifacts, making them highly sought-after materials. In terms of low-grade spirit stones, they could be valued at approximately 30 to 40. The second prize was Lu Jinshui. The scheme against Lu Jinshui had indeed been quite perilous. Zhang Tian had been aware of Lu Jinshui's following presence, but had remained oblivious to his precise location. Attempting to resolve the matter preemptively would have been unrealistic, risking alerting the target. However, as the saying goes, there are 1,000 days to catch a thief, yet not 1,000 days to guard against one. Thus, he deliberately exposed his back to Lu Jinshui after slaying the fierce Sun Eagle, allowing Lu to emerge from the shadows. This explains why, after dealing with the fierce Sun Eagle, he did not retract the Xuanjia shield, but rather chose to expend his spiritual energy to sustain it, all in preparation for Lu Jinshui. However, in retrospect, every risk taken has proven worthwhile. For instance, the late-stage, chi-refining Crimson Flame Mighty Ape, which could withstand the assault of 50 giant-toothed hounds, led Zhang Tian to speculate that even with the addition of the three-eyed spirit dog to the fray, it would only prolong its survival marginally. Such a spirit beast holds considerable value while alive, yet now that it has perished, its worth diminishes significantly, amounting to no more than 100 or so low-grade spirit stones upon assessment. Furthermore, the green small sword artifact, after a brief refinement, revealed itself to be the soul-chasing sword, a mid-grade offensive artifact specializing in speed and stealth. When Zhang Tian grasped it and attempted to wield it, the small sword darted from east to west in an instant, nearly colliding with the cave's stone wall. Its flight was almost silent, making it an ideal weapon for stealth attacks, perfectly suited for Lao Lu. However, if others were on guard and a surprise attack was not feasible, this small sword would simply be an ordinary mid-grade artifact, revealing its considerable limitations. Nevertheless, Zhang Tian delightedly stowed it away. Now, only Lu Jinshui's storage bag remained unopened. As Zhang Tian pondered how many spirit stones Lu had amassed through the exploitation of his fellow disciples over the years, his chest swelled with excitement. Inside, he discovered 10 bottles of Qingyuan pills, approximately 230 low-grade spirit stones, a book on alchemy, 7 or 8 spirit herbs preserved in jade boxes, and some miscellaneous clothing items. Zhang Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. While this wealth was considerable for a mid-stage, chi-refining cultivator, it seemed inadequate for someone like Lu Jinshui, who had long exploited his peers. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Tian opened the solitary book, discovering recipes for Qingyuan pills, Baiyuan pills, Xinyuan pills, Huli pills, and bloodline pills, among others. His fingers halted at the mention of bloodline pills, and he speculated whether they were related to bloodline fruits. Upon glancing further, he confirmed that the primary ingredient for crafting bloodline pills was indeed the bloodline fruit. This realization illuminated Zhang Tian's understanding. Lu Jinshui's fervent desire for this mission, even to the extent of engaging in conflict with fellow disciples, was undoubtedly aimed at concocting these bloodline pills. The bloodline pills could amplify the effects of bloodline fruits tenfold, granting foundational demon beasts the potential to transcend into golden core demon beasts. Staring at this revelation, Zhang Tian found himself momentarily stunned, his gaze soon igniting with fervor. Why were bloodline pills capable of enhancing the bloodlines of spirit beasts? Yet few dared to undertake the task, leaving it to a mere mid-stage, chi-refining cultivator like himself. On one hand, the journey was perilous and time-consuming, compounded by the complex terrain and the presence of guardian demon beasts like the fierce sun eagle, necessitating formidable strength to harvest the bloodline pills. On the other hand, the effect of the bloodline fruit is somewhat lackluster. It can shatter the boundaries between chi refinement and foundation establishment beasts, allowing those that would typically be limited to the first tier to ascend to the second tier. And it can also enhance the spiritual energy of second-tier beasts. However, it does not facilitate the transition from second tier to third tier for beasts already confined to the second tier. One must ponder, how could a truly capable late-stage chi refinement disciple lack the wealth to procure a second-tier beast's offspring? In the realm of cultivation, while golden core beasts are scarce, foundation establishment beasts abound, especially under the auspices of large-scale breeding within sects like the Spirit Beast Sect. Under such circumstances, the bloodline fruit might only be of interest to impoverished disciples lacking spirit stones. Yet these disciples usually possess limited strength and seldom dare to undertake such tasks, which is precisely why Zhang Tian ultimately accepted this mission. However, upon recently learning that the bloodline pill could enable a beast to transcend from the second to the third tier, how could Zhang Tian not be elated? The three-eyed spirit dog, initially a second-tier beast pup and an exotic breed, could now be administered the bloodline pill, ensuring it would undoubtedly transform into a golden core spirit beast. By rough estimation, wouldn't this make him a prospective golden core grand cultivator as well? With the primary ingredient for concocting the bloodline pill at hand, he would still require some auxiliary spiritual herbs. Lu Jinshui's storage bag conveniently contained a few herbs. Could these be the very auxiliary ingredients he sought? A sudden inspiration struck Zhang Tian as he recalled the herbs forgotten in the storage bag. He retrieved them one by one, comparing them against the list of herbs needed for the bloodline pill. After a while, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, all the herbs were suitable for the concoction of the bloodline pill, and he was merely lacking the bloodline fruit itself. No wonder Lu Jinshui had been so agitated when he previously declined to undertake the task. Yet now, he had unwittingly made a fine garment for another. Zhang Tian speculated on the scarcity of spirit stones in the storage bag, likely due to the substantial expenses incurred in procuring these herbs. Once the bloodline fruit is harvested, all the necessary ingredients for the bloodline pill will be assembled. However, having never concocted pills before, he would likely need to hone his skills further to undertake the task himself. The bloodline pill is far too precious for him to entrust to another. Should someone harbor ill intentions, it could lead to dire consequences. 3 days later, Zhang Tian climbed among the cliffs, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the verdant little tree in the distance. Before long, the previously faint fragrance intensified, attracting a multitude of birds and beasts, even drawing panthers and wolves to the ground below. Now is the moment. As the aroma reached its peak, Zhang Tian soared to the little tree like a cloud hawk, swiftly retrieving the prepared jade box and plucking the red fruits one by one, placing them inside the box. As the last fruit was harvested, the enchanting scent dissipated with the wind, awakening the surrounding creatures, which scattered in all directions. After storing the jade box back in his storage bag, Zhang Tian scrambled down the cliff, leaving the solitary green tree behind, awaiting the arrival of the next fateful individual. In truth, that verdant sapling could be regarded as a spiritual entity. However, Zhang Tian was well aware of the adage regarding overexploitation, for this was a remnant of the spiritual herbs once harvested by the ancestors of the Spirit Beast Sect. Moreover, such spiritual entities abound. Reflecting the profound heritage of the Spirit Beast Sect, one of the 7 great sects of the Yin Kingdom. Chapter 17. Superior Artifacts upon returning to the sect. Zhang Tian first visited the sect's affairs office to submit 3 bloodline fruits. The harvest from the bloodline fruit tree was substantial, yielding as many as 16 fruits. Yet, a portion of these was needed for refining bloodline pills, and he also required some to nourish the three-eyed spirit dog and the giant-toothed dog. Zhang Tian was keen to observe whether the giant-toothed dog had indeed evolved from an ordinary canine into a spiritually aware beast, should it truly have transformed. It would be a fortunate development. Thus, upon reflection, he realized that the quantity of bloodline fruits was insufficient for his needs. Were it not for his obligation to submit to the sect's affairs, he would have hesitated to part with even those 3 inconspicuous bloodline fruits. After all, contribution points hold value, and rare materials are indeed elusive. Upon receiving the bloodline fruits, the middle-aged cultivator at the affairs office furrowed his brow, as the quantity fell far below his expectations. However, upon detecting that Zhang Tian's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, he could not help but shake his head in disappointment. With such low cultivation, his strength could not be formidable, and it was likely that these 3 bloodline fruits had been obtained at great peril. "You may go," the middle-aged cultivator sighed, lamenting his lack of fortune. "Yes, master uncle," Zhang Tian replied, his anxious heart settling. Exiting the affairs office, he deftly made his way towards the outskirts of Black Dog Peak, directing himself to the nearest marketplace. This time, he sought a larger marketplace, one that boasted shops and the presence of weapon and pill artisans, as such establishments were absent within Black Dog Peak itself. The Qingzhou Market, located at the confluence of Black Dog Peak, Snow Bamboo Peak, and Long Sky Peak, is a medium-sized marketplace jointly managed by the denizens of the 3 peaks. In Qingzhou Market, not only can cultivators in the qi refinement stage acquire cultivation supplies, but there are also spiritual pills, artifacts, and herbs suitable for those in the foundation establishment stage. Rumor has it that a golden core master has even been spotted within the market. Upon arriving at this marketplace, Zhang Tian did not hastily seek out the larger shops for transactions. Instead, he ambled through the market, surveying the surroundings. After all, human nature can be treacherous, and wealth should not be flaunted. After wandering for a considerable time, he halted in a secluded alley, astonished to discover a dilapidated artifact shop that appeared to have stood for many years. With such a sparse clientele, was it not foolish to conduct business here? Yet, the shop's obscurity alleviated concerns of prying eyes. Furthermore, a shop in such a remote location likely belonged to a less formidable artisan, minimizing the risk of greed-driven violence, thus aligning perfectly with his requirements. Upon reflection, Zhang Tian resolutely made his way toward the shop. However, glancing around at the dilapidated surroundings, doubts began to fill his mind. Could a craftsman of such humble abode truly forge magical artifacts? As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of a youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, engrossed in reading atop the counter with a cultivation level of the 2nd stage of qi refinement. After clearing his throat twice, Zhang Tian surveyed the premises and inquired, "Do you accept forging requests here?" "Grandfather, someone has come to seek your services," the boy called out to the back room, still absorbed in his literary world. It appeared that this establishment was run by a grandfather and his grandson, and the elder the boy referred to must be the craftsman Zhang Tian was seeking. Zhang Tian, unperturbed by the boy's lack of decorum, began to examine the various samples of magical artifacts displayed on the walls. Judging by their spiritual essence, they were all of inferior quality. Yet, it was understandable. If they showcased superior items, envy would surely ensue. After a short while, a robust, cheerful elderly man emerged from the back room. Upon noticing Zhang Tian's youth, he momentarily paused in surprise, then maintained a smile as he said, "I am Lu Munin, the craftsman of this shop. Might you be here to purchase a magical artifact or to commission one?" Zhang Tian instinctively assessed Lu Munin's cultivation level, and Lu Munin, unbothered by the scrutiny, did not conceal his prowess. Zhang Tian quickly discerned that Lu Munin was a master at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, a revelation that stirred his spirit and quelled any lingering nonchalance. Engaging in light conversation for a while, Zhang Tian gleaned that Lu Munin hailed from humble beginnings and had fortuitously become a member of the Spirit Beast Sect. Unfortunately, his talent was lacking, and although he had once obtained a foundation establishment pill, he had failed to break through, injuring his roots and losing all hope of advancement. Disheartened, he opened this forging shop, which he had operated for 30 years. Over the years, his forging skills had reached the apex of a first-tier craftsman. Were it not for his limitations, he might have even attained the status of a second-tier craftsman. Fortune smiles upon the virtuous. Perhaps there still lies a chance for you to break through to foundation establishment Zhang Tian consoled. Haha, no need for consolation. I have long since come to terms with my fate. Now, I only wish to nurture my grandson and help him achieve foundation establishment. Lu Munin replied with hearty laughter, embodying a carefree spirit. By the way, young friend, what kind of magical artifact do you wish to forge? When the conversation turned to business, Zhang Tian's demeanor shifted. With a grand gesture, he produced a complete, fiery red hide. Is it feasible to forge a defensive artifact from this ape skin? This must be the hide of a Qian strength ape. It is said that even the most inferior magical artifacts cannot mar the skin of an adult Qian strength ape. Though yours is not fully mature, it is nonetheless impressive, Lu Munin mused after a moment of contemplation, commending, especially given that the hide is entirely intact. Without a single blemish, truly remarkable craftsmanship. I wonder which foundation establishment master managed to procure such a fine hide. It is indeed a splendid piece. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, his face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Jinshui had been slain by him, and the red flame strength ape had met a direct demise of its soul, leaving no apparent wounds on its body. However, possessing an extraordinary mindset, he quickly regained his composure. Zhang Tian straightened his expression and inquired of Lu Munin, is it possible to forge a mid-grade defensive artifact from it? Lu Munin burst into laughter, saying, not only can we forge a mid-grade defensive artifact, but even a top-grade one would pose no challenge. Lu Munin took great pride in his craftsmanship, and with the complete hide of the red flame strength ape, the creation of a superior artifact was indeed within his capabilities. Zhang Tian was elated. In that case, I entrust this task to you, Senior Lu. Lu Munin shook his head. Do not rejoice too soon. Firstly, it is essential to note that the hide of the red flame strength ape alone cannot suffice to forge an artifact. It must be complemented by spiritual materials like rainbow cotton. However, I possess these materials and shall sell them to you at market equivalent prices, which is not difficult. Secondly, let me be clear, my services do not come cheaply, especially for the forging of a top-grade artifact. If you can accept this, we shall proceed. If not, you may seek another craftsman. Zhang Tian composed himself, mulling over the terms. Lu Munin, serene and unhurried, patiently awaited his contemplation. After a moment of deliberation, Zhang Tian finally gritted his teeth and said, I accept all these terms. May I inquire how many spirit stones this endeavor will require? The value of the spiritual materials you'll need is approximately 150 low-grade spirit stones, while my fee for the forging is 200 low-grade spirit stones, bringing the total to 350 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Munin calculated before stating matter-of-factly. Of course, according to custom, you only need to pay a deposit of 150 low-grade spirit stones up front, and upon completion of the artifact, the remaining 200 low-grade spirit stones will be due. Should my forging fail, not only will your deposit be refunded, but I'll also compensate you with spirit stones equivalent to the value of the ape hide. How's that sound? Zhang Tian pursed his lips. If required to produce all 350 low-grade spirit stones at once, he would indeed struggle. Fortunately, he was only required to pay a portion as a deposit. Thanks to the spirit stones acquired from Lu Jinshui's storage bag, he was able to manage the payment. Then let us proceed as per your wishes, Senior Lu. How long will the forging take? And when may I return to collect the artifact? Zhang Tian inquired determinedly. Lu Munin stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied with certainty. My forging commissions are fully booked for the next 2 months. You may return to my shop in the 3rd month. Zhang Tian nodded silently and subsequently produced the spirit stones to pay the deposit. He also utilized materials from the Fire Sun Eagle to offset the cost of the spirit stones, which turned out to be worth more than he had anticipated, totaling nearly 100 spirit stones. This brought him some relief. After bidding farewell to Lu Munin, Zhang Tian exited the shop. The matter of the artifact was concluded for him. Now, he only needed to prepare for the Bloodline Pill. Chapter 18. The Gathering of Treasures Tower. The Bloodline Pill has the potential to allow foundational spiritual beasts to ascend to golden core spiritual beasts. Not only foundational cultivators, but even golden core cultivators would find intriguing. Should these individuals become aware that this precious formula lies in his possession, it would be fortunate if they merely sought to seize it, the likelihood of losing one's life is far more probable. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Tian would refrain from divulging any information regarding the bloodline pill. Thus, he must personally concoct the bloodline pill. However, a formidable dilemma now confronts Zhang Tian. He lacks the skill to refine pills and possesses no fire spiritual root. It is said that only those endowed with a fire spiritual root are suited for pill concoction. Sighing deeply, Zhang Tian acknowledged the challenge ahead. Yet he resolved to attempt it nonetheless. Venturing onto the street, he made his way directly to the alchemy shop he had passed earlier. The establishment, adorned with the signed treasure gatherings, surpassed Lu Yunan's workshop in both decor and scale. It was bustling with cultivators, in stark contrast to Lu Yunan's desolate shop, which had seen no visitors all day. Upon entering the shop, Zhang Tian was taken aback by the unexpected tranquility. The cultivators engaged in conversation were shielded by soundproofing spells, rendering their voices inaudible. Choosing not to wander aimlessly, he opted to wait in place. Drawing from his previous life's experience, he understood that reputable establishments like this one adhered to strict protocols, with designated personnel to attend to customers. Before long, a female cultivator approached him. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a charming grace that was pleasing to the eye. "Do you seek something of interest?" she inquired with a light-hearted smile, even daring to wink at him. Zhang Tian mused that the manager here was no ordinary person, as even the typically free-spirited cultivators were compelled to adhere to such decorum. He promptly replied, "I wish to purchase some elixirs to enhance my cultivation. Do you have any recommendations?" Treasure gatherings offered more than just elixirs. It also provided magical artifacts, talismans, and even rare materials. Zhang Tian sought elixirs primarily to replenish his dwindling stock for personal cultivation and to gather information in the process. The female cultivator's eyes sparkled as she led Zhang Tian to a cabinet on the left. "Please follow me. We have a total of 21 types of elixirs suitable for Qi refinement stage cultivators. 10 are appropriate for those in the early stages, 7 for those in the middle stages, and 4 for those in the late stages. Which realm of elixirs do you desire?" Zhang Tian was taken aback by the abundance. He had not anticipated such a variety of elixirs tailored for Qi refinement cultivators, which indeed befitted the name of treasure gatherings. The female cultivator chuckled, not belittling his lack of knowledge, but rather explaining, "This is not excessive. These are merely the common elixirs suitable for Qi refinement cultivators. Do you have any elixirs suitable for golden core cultivators?" Zhang Tian inquired whimsically. "Do not jest," she replied without hesitation. "Though treasured gatherings is large, we cannot afford elixirs for golden core cultivators, as we do not possess a third-tier alchemist." That seemed reasonable to Zhang Tian, who nodded and said, "Then I would like some elixirs suitable for the mid-Qi refinement stage." The counter comprises 3 tiers, and the composed female cultivator calmly retrieved a pill from the second level, pointing it out to Zhang Tian. "These are all suitable for mid-stage Qi practitioners. This one is the Qingling pill, whose medicinal properties are gentle and as soothing as flowing water, making it particularly suitable for water element cultivators. This one is the Shun Yuan pill, crafted from ginseng aged over 50 years. Its effects are richer and suitable for all cultivators. Furthermore, to be honest, these pills are quite enticing, and Zhang Tian wished to purchase all 7 varieties at once for his consumption. However, he was acutely aware of his current shortage of spirit stones, and given that the pills cater to different cultivators, he ultimately selected only 2 types. "I would like the Shun Yuan pill and the Huangjing pill," he stated, pointing to the items. "What grade would you prefer?" The female cultivator inquired once more. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed. "What do you mean by grade?" The female cultivator patiently explained, "Pills are categorized into 4 grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and top grade. Low-grade pills possess the least efficacy, while mid-grade pills are slightly more effective with less pill toxicity. High-grade pills boast even stronger effects, containing only trace amounts of toxicity, whereas top-grade pills are entirely free of toxicity." "And what are the prices?" Zhang Tian pondered, familiar with the concept of pill toxicity. He recalled that every time he consumed a pill, he felt a blockage in his spiritual energy that took days to resolve, which was indeed the toxicity. The female cultivator smiled and replied, "A low-grade Shun Yuan pill costs 2 low-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. A high-grade is priced at 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and currently, we have no stock of top-grade Shun Yuan pills. The Huangjing pill is priced the same as the Shun Yuan pill." "That's quite expensive," Zhang Tian mumbled, and the female cultivator appeared unperturbed by his reaction, maintaining her smile. "Then I shall take 3 bottles of low-grade Shun Yuan pills and 3 bottles of low-grade Huangjing pills," Zhang Tian said helplessly. He was indeed lacking spirit stones, with a deficit of 200 low-grade spirit stones from Lum Yinan. Mid-grade pills were simply beyond his means, and he could only wait until he learned alchemy to see if he could concoct his own, which would be more economical. "By the way, do you accept pills for sale?" Zhang Tian inquired, a thought crossing his mind. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator's expression changed, her eyes lighting up. "Are you perhaps an alchemist? Our gathering treasure pavilion certainly accepts pills, as they're always in demand, though the prices will be slightly lower than market value." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Tian scratched his nose and quickly clarified, No, it's just some pills distributed by my sect that are not suitable for use at the moment." What he intended to sell were the 10 bottles of Qingyuan pills left by Lu Jinshui, which were of little use to him now. It would be better to exchange them for spirit stones. "Oh, I see. May I ask what pills you wish to sell?" the female cultivator inquired, somewhat disappointed. "Just Qingyuan pills," Zhang Tian replied, subsequently retrieving a bottle from his storage bag and handing it over. The female cultivator opened the vial and took a whiff, then responded, "The preservation is fairly good, and the time since they were crafted isn't too long ago. If you are willing, our gathering treasure pavilion can purchase them at the price of 6 low-grade spirit stones per vial. The market price for a bottle of Qingyuan Dan is 10 low-grade spirit stones, yet they have reduced the purchase price by 40%. It's no wonder so many prefer to set up stalls rather than sell to the shops." Zhang Tian inwardly cursed the unscrupulousness of the shops, but after careful consideration, he ultimately acquiesced to the female cultivator's purchase price. After all, time was of greater value to him. As she suggested, there were 10 bottles of Qingyuan Dan in total. Zhang Tian handed over all the remaining Qingyuan Dan from a storage bag. After she meticulously examined each one, she cheerfully declared, "In that case, these 10 bottles of pills are worth 60 low-grade spirit stones. The total for the Qingyuan Dan and Huangjing Dan you purchased amounts to 120 low-grade spirit stones. So you need only provide an additional 60 low-grade spirit stones." Zhang Tian nodded, retrieved the spirit stones, and passed them over, subsequently accepting the pills from her hand. During this exchange, Zhang Tian inquired, "By the way, does the Gathering Treasure Pavilion sell any texts on alchemy?" Naturally, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion possessed alchemical texts. However, such knowledge was considered core information, and one must join the pavilion to gain access. "I see," Zhang Tian replied, feeling quite disheartened. He had no desire to bind himself to any organization. Nevertheless, he understood the pavilion's stance. After all, no one would want their alchemical texts purchased only to have their own competitors emerge. If even the Gathering Treasure Pavilion operated this way, it followed that other shops likely did not sell alchemical texts, and if they did, the same restrictions would probably apply. Zhang Tian felt a throbbing headache. Without alchemical texts, he could not learn the art of alchemy, and without the ability to concoct pills, the bloodline pill would remain a mere illusion. Was he truly expected to join an organization and sell himself to achieve this? As he stepped out of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he was engulfed by a sense of confusion. Observing the nearby stalls, he decided to approach them, realizing that his only option now was to test his luck among the scattered cultivators' wares. Chapter 19. Alchemical texts. Zhang Tian came to understand that influential entities such as cultivation families and sects would never sell alchemical texts for spirit stones. Much like one would never sacrifice a hen that lays golden eggs for a mere egg. Only those impoverished scattered cultivators would part with their alchemical texts out of necessity. In the marketplace, whenever he encountered a stall with cultivators selling pills, Zhang Tian would pause to inquire if they had any alchemical texts. The vast majority of cultivators flatly refused, insisting they were not alchemists and had merely obtained the pills by chance to sell. Of course, discerning the truth of their words was challenging. They could genuinely be telling the truth or simply offering an excuse. A few cultivators, upon hearing his inquiry, regarded him with curious glimmers in their eyes, as if they perceived him as a foolish target or a plump sheep. In their view, those truly wishing to pursue the path of alchemy should seek to join a powerful faction, as only then would they have sufficient resources for practice. After all, mastering alchemy required innate talent, but even more so demanded extensive practice, which in turn necessitated a considerable amount of spirit stones. As a result of Zhang Tian being perceived as a fool, those few capable of offering alchemical texts demanded exorbitant prices. Some directly quoted thousands of spirit stones, while others insisted on exchange for medicinal herbs aged over 300 years. Furthermore, there were those who stated that only upon the possession of a foundation establishment pill would they consider a trade with Zhang Tian. Thus, after an entire day of searching the marketplace, Zhang Tian had traversed a significant portion of it without discovering a suitable alchemical text. Instead, he was met with numerous disdainful glances and avaricious stares. How could this be so arduous? Zhang Tian pondered in confusion. He was unaware that the resources required to cultivate an alchemist were exceedingly vast, so much so that even a powerful sect would hesitate to engage in such an endeavor. In the realm of cultivation, it is customary for practitioners studying alchemy to possess at least foundation establishment level capabilities. Only in this way can they have sufficient lifespan to repay the resources invested in their training. Refinement practitioners, with a mere century of life, are too ephemeral, turning to dust in the blink of an eye, and thus their training resources would be squandered. As he contemplated his next course of action, a mysterious transmission suddenly reached him. "Fellow cultivator, are you in search of alchemical texts? I happen to possess information regarding them." A flicker of wariness crossed Zhang Tian's eyes, and he felt a pang of regret. His desperation for the bloodline pill had led to hasty actions. He had presumed that no one would notice the movements of such a minor cultivator, yet he had inadvertently attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Tian could not discern the source of the transmission. "If you are in agreement, please meet me in the third alley on the left of North Street. I assure you, you will be satisfied," the voice conveyed, imbued with confidence rather than trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tian decided to follow the instructions and proceeded toward North Street. There was no alternative. The significance of acquiring alchemical texts was paramount, and this rare opportunity could not be squandered out of fear. Moreover, he was within the protection of the marketplace's formations and guards, leading him to believe that no harm could befall him. Not far away, a figure shrouded in a black cloak trembled with excitement, their heart racing at the sight of Zhang Tian heading toward the designated location. With only 200 low-grade spirit stones remaining to reach a total of 10,000, they could finally purchase a high-grade healing pill. After bolstering their resolve, the cloaked figure hurriedly followed, anxious that Zhang Tian might depart before they could make their proposition. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon spot, Zhang Tian did not wait long before a figure in black approached him. Observing the figure's furtive demeanor, he frowned but refrained from voicing his concerns. "If you seek alchemical texts, I possess a compilation suitable for second-tier alchemist's insights. But I require 200 low-grade spirit stones," the cloaked individual stated in a hushed tone as they stood before Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian discerned an urgency in the cloaked figure's demeanor, suggesting a strong desire to part with his wares. This presented an opportunity for him to negotiate a lower price for the spirit stones. With a calculated glint in his eye, he smiled gently and remarked, "My friend, your reluctance to reveal your true self indicates a lack of sincerity. How can I trust that your alchemical insights are not mere fabrications intended to deceive me?" Despite his nonchalant tone, Zhang Tian's gaze remained fixed on the cloaked man. After a brief silence, the figure lifted his hood, revealing a remarkably youthful countenance. Zhang Tian was taken aback, not out of familiarity, but due to the fact that this young male cultivator appeared to be several years his junior. It was hard to fathom that someone so young could possess a precious tome of alchemical knowledge. He had previously assumed he was dealing with a seasoned practitioner hardened by years of toil. However, Zhang Tian's astonishment was fleeting, as he quickly regained his composure before the young man could meet his gaze. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Tian. I am not privy to your name. But how can you assure me that your alchemical insights are genuine?" He questioned, his tone measured, even though the youth's appearance lent some credibility to his claims. "I am Han Yunfei, and this is a family heirloom of alchemical knowledge. If I were not in dire need of spirit stones, I would never part with my ancestors' legacy." Han Yunfei retorted, his face flushed with indignation as if he had been grievously insulted. "If you doubt my sincerity, then we shall part ways," he declared, turning to leave. Zhang Tian found himself at a loss, uncertain whether the young man was genuinely departing or merely feigning departure. However, the alchemical tome was an acquisition he was determined to secure. Thus, as Han Yunfei took his first step away, Zhang Tian interjected with a cheerful demeanor, "My friend, you overthink. I do not doubt your alchemical insights, but I lack evidence to substantiate their authenticity. How about this? If you can provide proof, I shall gladly purchase it for 200 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, in the absence of such proof, I can only offer 100. Zhang Tian's lengthy discourse ultimately aimed to negotiate a lower price, as he was encumbered by significant debts and needed to conserve every low-grade spirit stone he could muster. As for the authenticity of the alchemical insights, based on Han Yunfei's response, there was a considerable likelihood they were genuine. If they turned out to be false, there was little he could do. No one could guarantee absolute certainty in any endeavor. Han Yunfei halted, turning back to face Zhang Tian, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Very well, he conceded, driven by his desperate need for spirit stones, fearing that his grandfather might not endure much longer. He calculated that he could make up for the deficit with other resources. Zhang Tian's swift agreement raised a sliver of doubt within him. He wondered if he had been duped. However, this was merely speculation. Relishing the opportunity to engage with alchemical knowledge, he chose to proceed with the transaction. Instead of a tome, Han Yunfei provided a jade slip, an item that could be utilized only once, effectively safeguarding the information within from replication or dissemination. Zhang Tian was not surprised. He merely sought the alchemical insights and had no intention of replicating or selling them for profit. As for Han Yunfei's continued trade, it bore no relevance to him. In fact, it only reinforced his belief that the alchemical notes were authentic. Otherwise, Han wouldn't possess such confidence to persist in their sale. Chapter 20. Breeding Tasks as Dusk Approached. Zhang Tian returned to his original cave dwelling and promptly released the three-eyed spirit dog to roam freely. Although he wished to let the giant-toothed dogs out as well, their sheer numbers posed a challenge, for this place lacked the spaciousness of the Qingmu Valley. To avoid drawing attention, he opted to keep them within the Spirit Beast pouch. Strangely, while consuming the remains of the Crimson Flame strength ape, the three-eyed spirit dog feasted the most, yet showed no signs of change. It was perplexing where all that sustenance had gone. Conversely, the giant-toothed dog pack consumed less, yet several exhibited mutations. Although they had not evolved into spirit beasts, it appeared they had undergone a second stage of development. Their bodies now a size or two larger, and their sweat glimmered with a tinge of red, akin to droplets of blood. Despite the increased strength of the giant-toothed dogs, their numbers had diminished significantly after the previous battle. Even though the skirmish with the Crimson Flame strength ape was brief, nearly 20 giant-toothed dogs had perished. Zhang Tian prioritized their numbers over strength. Yet with neither time nor spirit stones at his disposal, he would have to wait until later to procure some pups from the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Sitting cross-legged on his bed through the night, Zhang Tian studied the knowledge contained within the jade slip, reflecting deeply upon its contents. When the first light of dawn began to break, he finally stirred his stiff legs and rose to his feet. The information within the jade slip was not overly profound. It merely provided an introduction and foundational methods pertaining to alchemy. Indeed, alchemy was rightly considered one of the most challenging of the four arts of cultivation. It demanded constant vigilance over the fire's intensity during the process and required precise measurements of the spiritual herbs to the finest degree. For instance, in the initial stages, A gentle flame was required to gradually extract the spiritual energy from the herbs, while later stages necessitated a fiercer fire to condense that energy into a cohesive form. Controlling the quantity was equally critical. For instance, to concoct a recovery pill, one would need a 20-year-old recovery herb, yet if only a 21-year-old specimen were available. Could it still be used? Certainly, but the potency of the 21-year-old herb would be greater, necessitating a careful selection of complementary herbs to match its properties. The multitude of considerations in refining a single pill was overwhelming. Each attempt by an alchemist consumed mental energy akin to engaging in a perilous duel. Although Zhang Tian had only grasped a portion of the Jade Slip's knowledge, he had managed to attain a rudimentary understanding of alchemy. However, to elevate his true alchemical prowess, he would need to practice with genuine materials. Mere theoretical discussions would not suffice. Yet, with no spirit stones at present, Zhang Tian was in no rush to concoct the bloodline pill. He resolved to continue absorbing the knowledge from the Jade Slip, which would sustain him for quite some time. He could always begin the actual practice once he felt more assured. Zhang Tian exhaled deeply, suddenly aware of the emptiness in his stomach. While he typically had some provisions to satiate his hunger upon his return, he found the thought of consuming dry rations unappealing, not only lacking in spiritual energy, but also in flavor. He did not cultivate merely to attain a state of desirelessness. At times, indulging in the pleasures of the palate is quite acceptable. At the pinnacle of the dwelling place for the Qi refinement disciples, there exists a sect canteen, specifically catering to those disciples who have yet to undergo fasting. In the past, Zhang Tian often sought sustenance there. When he arrived at the canteen, he found it sparsely populated, predominantly by newly initiated disciples, as the more seasoned practitioners had already discovered their own dining establishments. Zhang Tian casually selected a spot to dine, and not far from him sat a table of 4 Qi refinement cultivators, engaged in conversation, their cultivation levels appearing to be around the first or second layer of Qi refinement. I heard that Liu Ba Pai has met his demise. Our good days are ahead. Free from his withholding of our stipends, and our cultivation will proceed much more smoothly, murmured a gaunt, lanky cultivator. Had we known, it was apparent these past few days that the distribution of stipends had changed hands. Everyone had an inkling. If he hadn't died, who would relinquish such wealth? Scoffed another cultivator beside him. Do you think the sect was aware of Liu Ba Pai's misdeeds, hence his execution in accordance with sect laws? Certainly. Liu Ba Pai only knew how to bully the weak. The elders were merely deceived before, and upon discovering the truth, they undoubtedly executed him, replied the first cultivator. Zhang Tian, listening nearby, allowed a faint smile to grace his features. A mere shift in his thoughts informed him that they were discussing Lu Jinshui. However, these 4 young cultivators remained naive, harboring overly optimistic thoughts. With Liu Ba Pai's demise, another Wang Ba Pai would inevitably arise. Without strength, the days of oppression would never cease. As for the upper echelons of the sect, they would not squander time on those of the lower ranks. Having lost interest in their conversation, Zhang Tian hastily finished his meal and proceeded towards the sect's affairs office. At present, his supply of spirit stones was dwindling. If he did not swiftly accumulate more, not only would the bloodline elixir remain beyond his reach, but he would also be unable to procure the high-grade magic weapon from Lu Mu Nan in 3 months' time. Given that he had recently undertaken the perilous task of harvesting bloodline fruits, Zhang Tian sought a more leisurely task this time, one that would allow for cultivation while also yielding a substantial amount of spirit stones. Nurturing triangular spirit sheep, duration 6 months, can be accepted continuously, he silently recited, lingering before this task for considerable time before ultimately resolving to accept it. The breeding grounds for the triangular spirit sheep were not located within the sect, but rather in a small valley approximately 4 to 5 miles away. Due to the valley's unique environmental conditions, a type of spirit herb known as green stem grass flourished abundantly there, making it a veritable treasure trove. In other locales, where spiritual energy was even more concentrated, the green stem grass would only reach a height of 1 foot. Yet in this valley, it thrived year-round, growing to over 4 feet, surpassing even the height of a person. While not the most exceptional of spirit herbs, greenstem grass was favored by all herbivorous spirit beasts, rendering this small valley a coveted location. The sect, unwilling to squander such resources, consistently dispatched disciples to rear a spirit beast known as the triangular spirit sheep there. When Zhang Tian accompanied the steward to the small valley, he found the monks guarding it to be disheveled and wild, resembling savages. Upon seeing Zhang Tian, they fled in a panic, joyfully handing over their responsibilities to him. This left Zhang Tian somewhat bewildered. Could tending to sheep truly be this arduous? The steward, accustomed to the monk's frantic demeanor, paid it no mind. Instead, he cast a pitying glance at Zhang Tian, pondering whether this individual was mentally sound for choosing such task. He cleared his throat and stated, "This is the location. There are 78 triangular spirit sheep here, including one in the late stage of the first rank, 15 in the mid-stage, 50 in the early stage, and 12 lambs. The task rewards 500 low-grade spirit stones. Within the next 6 months, you are required to submit 1,000 gene of first-rank wool and 2,500 gene of first-rank milk. Additionally, there will be spirit stone rewards for any sheep that advance in rank. For every 200 gene of wool short, 200 low-grade spirit stones will be deducted. For every 500 gene of milk short, 200 low-grade spirit stones will be deducted as well. Furthermore, for each missing initial stage triangular spirit sheep, 100 low-grade spirit stones will be deducted. For each missing mid-stage, 200, and for each missing late stage, 400. Zhang Tian understood. A substantial profit seemed to await him upon task completion, yet failure could result in a loss of spirit stones, potentially leading to dire consequences. The sect showed no concern for a disciple's inability to compensate. They would impose hard labor to repay the debt, effectively turning the disciple into a servant of the sect. Satisfied, the steward nodded and departed. Zhang Tian watched him leave before taking the restriction token in his hand to unlock the barriers within the valley. Chapter 21. The development of the dog pack fortune often conceals misfortune, and misfortune can harbor fortune. Profit is invariably accompanied by risk. Upon entering the restricted area, Zhang Tian encountered 2 sites: the cave where the previous disciples resided and practiced, and a beast pen enveloped in an array. The cave, though modest, comprised 4 stone chambers, well lit and furnished with polished stone benches, tables, and chairs. Beyond that, the bare stone walls and floor were rather monotonous, devoid of any spirit-rich flora, all of which had been taken by previous occupants. However, the absence of the need to excavate a new dwelling was a comfort to Zhang Tian, who nodded in satisfaction. While the cave was simple, Zhang Tian was not one to pursue extravagance and cared little for opulence. Noticing the area was deserted, he summoned the 3-eyed spirit dog to his side, followed by the giant toothed dogs, instructing them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and not wander too far. Zhang Tian spoke to the 3-eyed spirit dog, who, though unable to speak, understood his intent through the essence of Zhang Tian's words, owing to its spiritual nature and cultivation. With a thunderous roar directed towards the heavens, the surrounding giant toothed dogs trembled in unison, swiftly gathering around him. They then dispersed like a battalion of soldiers guarding their general, racing alongside the 3-eyed spirit dog. As the multitude of dogs gradually faded from view, Zhang Tian nodded in satisfaction. They represented his reliance. Throughout history, dogs have been the guardians of homes, and it was precisely their presence that compelled him to accept the task of raising the triangular spirit sheep, rather than the alternative duty of overseeing the spirit herb garden. What could be so fearsome about the triangular spirit sheep that caused so many disciples to lament their plight? Zhang Tian pondered. Upon exiting the cave dwelling, Zhang Tian made his way towards the beast enclosure. Due to the handover, the triangular spirit sheep were currently confined within the pen, unable to graze. The enclosure was spacious, covering over 100 square meters, and was enveloped by a shimmering barrier. Breaking the barrier, the triangular spirit sheep appear before him, their imposing forms resembling that of water buffaloes, with 3 horn-like appendages spiraling from their heads, akin to coral. Upon encountering Zhang Tian, the unfamiliar cultivator, the flock recoiled uneasily, except for one particularly large ram, which glared at him with a menacing expression, its body slightly bent. as if preparing to charge. However, when Zhang Tian produced the restriction token and activated the barrier within them, the triangular spirit sheep immediately lost their hostility, displaying expressions of confusion. In the next moment, they approached him with enthusiasm, extending their tongues to lick his palms in a gesture of affection. Controlling these triangular spirit sheep proved to be an uncomplicated task. It appeared that the challenges of raising them did not stem from their disobedience. Zhang Tian's expression turned contemplative. If the issue was not internal, it must surely be external. Within the Hengduan Mountains, demonic beasts roamed freely, and the number of wild creatures was beyond counting. Relentless and unyielding. Should a single chi-refining stage beast happen upon them and devour more than 5 triangular spirit sheep, then this mission would be rendered futile. Exhaling a weary sigh, Zhang Tian had essentially grasped the crux of the problem. According to the task's guidelines, although the triangular spirit sheep possessed cultivation, their combat capability was lacking. Even a late-stage triangular spirit sheep could only contend with early-stage demonic beasts such as tigers, leopards, and wolves on equal footing. Their only means of survival was their remarkable speed. As for combat, their large, fleshy horns provided a meager semblance of offensive capability. While their strength was minimal, the spiritual energy within them was a valuable resource, making it inevitable for the region to be plagued by the ambitions of demonic and wild beasts. After all, the instinct to consume their flesh and blood to gain strength was inherent to every creature. This very reason necessitated that the cultivators guarding this area face frequent attacks from these beasts. They often had to maintain around-the-clock vigilance, which consequently deprived them of valuable time to cultivate their own abilities, leading to their perception of the task as a burdensome ordeal. This was likely why many cultivators sought to escape from this place. While earning spirit stones was undoubtedly important, personal cultivation was paramount, and no one wished to lose sight of what truly mattered. Zhang Tian felt a profound clarity arise within him. Otherwise, one would be unable to transcend the foundational stage. And a century hence, one would merely become a pile of yellow earth. In such circumstances, no matter how many spirit stones one possesses, they would merely serve to weave a bridal gown for another. Yet, in the face of such challenges, Zhang Tian displayed no signs of worry. Rather, he wore an expression brimming with eagerness. 3 days later, outside the restraining barrier, within the Spirit Sheep Valley, a cold wind swept through, rustling the azure robe he wore. Creating a haunting sound, Zhang Tian stood upright, gazing calmly into the distance. Before him lay the Spirit Sheep Valley, lush with water and grass, where nearly 100 white, triangular spirit sheep roamed, big and small, from afar to near. The larger ones were as imposing as adult wild bulls, while the smaller ones were akin to ordinary adult sheep, bleating closely beside their mothers. Amidst these triangular spirit sheep, several giant-toothed dogs lounged in the grass, tongues lolling, surveying the distant mountains and nearby thickets. Suddenly, a shadow sprang forth, revealing a creature resembling both a wolf and a fox in midair. This beast, cunning in nature, had been lying in wait, concealed within the green stalks, until the unsuspecting triangular spirit sheep drew near, at which point it revealed itself and pounced. The triangular spirit sheep targeted was at the initial stage of chi cultivation. However, due to its lack of combat prowess, it could only flee in panic when confronted by the beast. Yet, it did not escape for long, as a chorus of enraged barks erupted, and several giant-toothed dogs surrounded the greedy creature. After a brief display of intimidation, the giant-toothed dogs launched their attack. The unknown beast, despite its efforts, could only endure for 2 or 3 exchanges before its throat was torn out. In no time, they dragged the carcass to the 3-eyed spirit dog, which then placed the lifeless body before Zhang Tian. "You may feast upon this beast without further submission to me," Zhang Tian instructed, crouching down to stroke the head of the 3-eyed spirit dog. The creature, relishing the affection, closed its eyes in contentment, and once Zhang Tian withdrew his hand, it returned to the giant-toothed dogs with the carcass. After devouring a few choice morsels from the heart, it returned to Zhang Tian's side. This beast, devoid of spiritual energy, offered little benefit no matter how much it consumed. Zhang Tian observed the giant toothed dogs excitedly tearing into the beast's remains, his mind wandering back to the events of the past few days. Over the past 3 days, the pasture had suffered nearly 100 attacks, including 14 by demon beasts, all at the initial stage of qi cultivation, and around 80 to 90 from ordinary beasts, most of which were vicious yet not particularly formidable. Zhang Tian pursed his lips. Any practitioner at the mid-qi stage could handle these demon and ordinary beasts, yet the sheer frequency of the attacks could easily leave a cultivator flustered and overwhelmed. It was no wonder that those practitioners, upon encountering the breeding of triangular spirit sheep, expressed such trepidation. When within the confines of the beast pen, the sheep were safeguarded by formations. However, once they ventured out to graze, they would inevitably require the protection of cultivators. Consequently, the practitioners found themselves perpetually occupied, sacrificing their own cultivation time. Otherwise, the loss of a single spirit sheep would incur compensation sufficient to inflict profound anguish. However, for me, the presence of the megalodon hounds alleviates any burdensome concerns, transforming potential waste into invaluable assets. With the aid of these feral beasts, I can nurture the pack and amplify my strength. Zhang Tian gazed at the three-eyed spirit dog beside him and the megalodon hounds that continued to guard the triangular spirit sheep from afar, a subtle smile gracing his face. In my previous life, shepherd dogs and Tibetan mastiffs were employed to protect flocks from wolves. Now, with the three-eyed spirit dogs and megalodon hounds at my disposal, I can similarly safeguard the triangular spirit sheep with minimal effort. Furthermore, the abundance of wild and mystical beasts in this area is ideal for the development of my canine pack. The greater their numbers, the more sustenance I can provide for the megalodon hounds. Given the influence of the Spirit Beast Sect, all formidable beasts in the vicinity have long been claimed as spirit beasts by the disciples, leaving behind only those lacking any threat. Additionally, the pack requires a space to flourish and increase in number. Relying solely on purchases is insufficient. Sustainable growth necessitates self-cultivation. Only in this manner can I ensure a continuous source of resources. As I spoke, I turned my gaze toward several female megalodon hounds nearby. Those that had previously encircled the three-eyed spirit dog, now cherished mates within the pack. These hounds are already nurturing new life within them, and it is likely that in a few months they will give birth to pups. Besides these females, there are many others also gestating, promising a forthcoming influx of offspring. Both the canine and ovine populations are in a vigorous phase of development. Chapter 22. The Lu family of Chanyang Mountain, nestled within the Hengduan mountain range, lies a mere 800 miles west of the Spirit Beast Sect, and is one of the few peaks in the vicinity that possesses a spiritual vein. Residing upon Chanyang Mountain is the Lu family, a sect affiliated with the Spirit Beast Sect, boasting a history of over 400 years. The nursery rhyme, Chanyang Immortal, breaking through the golden core after 10 millennia, is widely recited in the vicinity, referring to the founding ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Yidao, who, upon achieving the golden core, suppressed neighboring cultivation families and established the Lu family as one of the most powerful clans within the Hengduan mountain range, external to the Spirit Beast Sect. During that time, the Lu family flourished. Those with spiritual roots emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, and the number of foundational cultivators reached 36, a pinnacle of prosperity. Unfortunately, after Lu Yidao's ascension to Golden Core, no one else in the family managed to reach that level. 300 years later, as the lifespan of the Golden Core ancestor Lu Yidao waned, the Lu family began its decline. From the original 36 foundational cultivators, only 9 elders remain, and the number of qi refining practitioners has diminished by nearly 80%. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, the Lu family remains one of the larger affiliated families of the Spirit Beast Sect. At this moment, standing at the foot of Chanyang Mountain and gazing upward, one can see a series of verdant bamboo structures. These are the residences of the qi refining disciples. Nearby, there are enclosures for nurturing spirit beasts. Vast fields of medicinal herbs and spirit crops are distributed like stars across the mountainside, rich in spiritual energy and fragrant aromas. The highest hall is constructed of exquisite stone, serving as an ancestral shrine, a place reserved for the clan leader and esteemed elders. At this moment, within a dimly lit side chamber, flickering lights reveal two figures. Lu Anxuan, the father of Lu Jinshui, kneels in the center of the hall, his head bowed, speaking with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Seventh uncle. The mission regarding the triangular spirit goat has been taken, likely by an unintentional act of a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Elder Lu Changdao, the 7th elder of the Lu clan, pondered for a moment before responding. The area of the triangular spirit goat is quite complex. Jin Yang and Jin Wu made some discoveries there. The ground beneath surely conceals something valuable, for it would not allow such ancient spiritual herbs as the Qingjing grass to flourish so abundantly. However, that treasure is exceedingly well hidden. Your third uncle and I spent 3 days investigating, yet we found no clues. Initially, I intended for our clan's disciples to continuously undertake that mission, hoping for gradual discoveries. But I never anticipated it would be claimed by an outsider. Should I send someone to eliminate him and then let our clan members search? Lu Changdao stroked his long beard, shaking his head. No, simply monitor him. If he stumbles upon something, it could turn out beneficial. As for taking action now, it is unnecessary. It will take time to locate whatever lies there. Presently, the most pressing concern is the clan leader. Ever since our ancestors' demise, the Wang, Baizhang, and Chu families have been eyeing us with predatory intent. At the slightest movement, they will pounce like rabid dogs. Once the clan leader breaks through to the golden core stage, we will be able to restore the glory of our ancestor from 3 centuries ago. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Anxuan's face as he inquired, "Does the clan leader possess confidence in advancing to the golden core?" Lu Changdao chuckled heartily. "There is already news. The clan leader has encountered a fortuitous event and obtained a treasure for breaking through to the golden core. It is unlikely that it will take much longer to achieve this breakthrough. When that time comes, we shall repay all the humiliations we have endured over the years." A long-lost smile graced Lu Anxuan's face as he replied, "Then I shall attend to the matter of the triangular spirit goat as per 7th uncle's instructions. I will take my leave." Indeed, Lu Changdao nodded. Lu Anxuan rose and made his way toward the door, now shrouded in the depths of night. Just halfway through, Lu Changdao suddenly called out to him, saying, "I am aware of Jinshui's situation as a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. He is no match for ordinary foes. If the Zhang or Wang families intervene, they will at least possess foundational cultivation strength. You must safeguard yourself. Focus on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage before making any plans. Once the clan achieves the golden core breakthrough, we will seek vengeance for Jinshui. Do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment." Lu Anxuan paused, his expression remaining impassive, but a profound sorrow glimmered in his eyes, revealing that he was indeed affected. Yes, 7th uncle, Anxuan will not act recklessly. With that, Lu Anxuan strode out, his figure elongating into a slender shadow under the moonlight, ghostly and captivating. Within the grand hall, Lu Changdao's eyelids drooped, the flickering red candlelight casting a mysterious glow, evoking feelings of sorrow and lamentation. In the enchanting valley of Lingyang, Zhang Tian gathered several ewes. Under continual pressure, streams of pure white goat milk gracefully arched through the air, cascading into a waiting bottle. Meanwhile, the lambs, which should have nestled beneath their mothers, could only gaze longingly from the sidelines, bleating pitifully, too timid to approach. These unfortunate lambs had been weaned by Zhang Tian as soon as they were capable of grazing. To his astonishment, today yielded over 20 pounds of first-grade goat milk. It appeared that after 6 months, not only would he effortlessly meet his task quota, but he would also have a surplus of goat milk. Altogether, the output over these 6 months would likely exceed 3,600 pounds. As he gazed at the bottle filled with goat milk, Zhang Tian felt a surge of delight. This impressive yield was not a benevolent gesture from the sect, which had assigned a remarkably low task quota to allow him to profit. It was essential to note that other cultivators, while raising these triangular spirit sheep, could barely achieve a goat milk yield of 2,500 pounds per cycle, often falling short of 2,000 pounds, resulting in deductions of spirit stones. Clearly, the contributions of the giant-toothed dogs and the three-eyed spirit dogs were remarkable. Unlike other cultivators who, due to their cultivation commitments, could only allow the triangular spirit sheep to graze for half a day or just a few hours, Zhang Tian benefited from the assistance of his spirit beasts, enabling the sheep to graze throughout the day. The more they grazed, the greater their spiritual energy. Consequently, the wool they produced and the milk they yielded were also abundant. Zhang Tian felt increasingly convinced that his choice of task was astutely made. Of course, he deliberately overlooked the unethical act of depriving the lambs of their mother's milk. Other cultivators had little experience with animal husbandry and did not consider such methods, or perhaps they thought of it, but refrained from acting out of pride. This was also a contributing factor to the significant variation in goat milk production. Zhang Tian took out half a pound of goat milk and placed it before the three-eyed spirit dog. This milk, produced by the triangular spirit sheep, was a potent supplement rich in spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for both spirit beasts and cultivators. While not as powerful as rare herbs or miraculous elixirs, its abundance made it a valuable resource, sufficient to enhance cultivation speed significantly when consumed regularly. The three-eyed spirit dog was one of his most formidable means of protection, so Zhang Tian was not reluctant to share this milk. As for the giant-toothed dogs, their weakness rendered them unworthy of such a gift. After completing these tasks, Zhang Tian returned to his cave and retrieved the half-pound of goat milk he had set aside for himself. Upon consuming it in one swift motion, a substantial surge of spiritual energy quickly enveloped him. In response, he immersed himself in concentration, exerting all his strength to absorb the energy provided by the goat milk. According to his calculations, he would fully absorb this energy in about half an hour. This half hour of cultivation would equate to a full day's worth of training. Chapter 23. The fury of the mountain tiger. Although the spiritual energy from the goat milk had been depleted, Zhang Tian showed no inclination to cease his cultivation. Instead, he retrieved a Huangjing Dan and swallowed it, continuing to refine the spiritual energy within. However, due to the frail meridians of Qi practitioners, they cannot engage in prolonged cultivation. Coupled with the presence of medicinal pills and their potential toxicity, they exercise greater caution in their consumption. On average, Zhang Tian manages to cultivate for 6 hours a day, taking a pill every 2 days, which equates to roughly the same progress that an ordinary diligent practitioner would achieve in 5 days. Of the remaining 6 hours, 2 are dedicated to studying alchemical texts, another 2 to practicing spells and magical artifacts, while the final 2 hours are spent attending to the miscellaneous affairs of the Spirit Sheep Valley. Thus, many days have passed. Today, however, Zhang Tian unexpectedly refrained from his cultivation, instead remaining by the side of the flock, his expression rather grim. His spiritual sense had received a warning from the three-eyed spirit dog, indicating the scent of danger. Utilizing the heavenly eye technique, Zhang Tian was compelled to act swiftly and had arrived outside early to prepare the dog pack. Given that the three-eyed spirit dog had reached the pinnacle of mid-Qi training, any threat it sensed must be a beast of late Qi training. Recently, they had only faced wild animals, the trifling creatures of early Qi training. The sudden emergence of a late Qi training beast was akin to winning a lottery, and it was indeed the grand prize. Nevertheless, Zhang Tian trusted the judgment of the three-eyed spirit dog. As a canine spirit beast, its olfactory senses and ability to assess danger far surpassed that of any practitioner. How could a late Qi training beast appear? As Zhang Tian pondered, a cacophony erupted from the distant black forest, startling the birds and beasts alike. An exceedingly furious tiger roar resonated through the air, followed by the ominous sound of branches and shrubs being crushed. A look of alarm crossed Zhang Tian's face. It was a tiger-like beast, and it was clearly enraged. It is well known that tigers are the kings of beasts, and upon becoming a demon beast, they become even more formidable, often rivaling the most powerful of creatures. Without much time to contemplate, shortly after the tiger's roar, a colossal tiger emerged, stepping through the trees to stand before the Spirit Sheep Valley. The triangular spirit sheep trembled in fear, their bodies collapsing to the ground, while their leader, though still standing, betrayed an overwhelming terror in its eyes. Despite being at the same late Qi training realm, the triangular spirit sheep were vastly inferior to this tiger demon. The foeman tiger. Zhang Tian recognized this beast from descriptions in books about demon beasts. It possessed immense strength and mastery over wind-based spells. Not only was it swift and powerful, but it also excelled in wind magic, wielding formidable might. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Tian would have fled at the sight of such a creature. But with the spirit sheep valley behind him, should these triangular spirit sheep be devoured, he would have no choice but to abandon his sect and endure a lifetime of being hunted down. Roar! A flicker of hesitation crossed the fierce countenance of the wind-maned tiger. The diminutive figure in the distance bore a completely different aura from the two it had encountered previously. It was not the same being. Swiftly, the moment of doubt dissipated, and a cruel glint ignited in the tiger's gaze. This small creature, so similar in appearance to the former two, would suffice as a substitute for the hunt. Zhang Tian regarded the prowling wind-maned tiger with a calm demeanor, a tinge of bitterness gracing his lips as he refrained from making any rash movements. However, upon witnessing the flash of malevolence in the tiger's eyes, a sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to hastily prepare the three-eyed spirit dog and the giant-toothed dogs for imminent conflict. Compared to the triangular spirit sheep, these canines had prior experience in confronting the crimson flame strength ape, which rendered them far more adept in facing the wind-maned tiger. At that moment, the wind-maned tiger launched into action, circling Zhang Tian while conjuring two azure blades of wind with its massive claws, which it swiftly hurled in his direction. Zhang Tian promptly maneuvered the Xuanjia shield to defend against the assault, watching as the spirit light upon the shield flickered violently, teetering on the brink of shattering under the force of the wind blades. Fortunately, the Xuanjia shield, being a medium-grade defensive artifact, withstood the onslaught. Yet, Zhang Tian was inwardly astonished. Merely countering the two wind blades had cost him nearly 10% of his spiritual energy. Should the confrontation persist, he would soon find himself devoid of power. It became evident that the wind-maned tiger's magic could not be faced head-on. Meanwhile, the clash between the wind-maned tiger and the pack of dogs ensued. The giant-toothed dogs stood no chance, being easily sent flying with a single strike. Only the three-eyed spirit dog managed to entangle it, though it remained at a disadvantage. Were it not for the assistance of the triangular spirit sheep leader, the encounter would have ended in mere moments, akin to the fate of the giant-toothed dogs. Nonetheless, their resilience would not last long. As for the triangular spirit sheep, aside from the leader Zhang Tian had restrained to assist, he lacked the energy to attend to the other panicking sheep. Seizing the opportunity while the wind-maned tiger was preoccupied, Zhang Tian unleashed several boulders, successfully striking the beast. However, the damage was negligible, only serving to incite its wrath further. After several attempts, Zhang Tian came to a realization. Relying solely on himself rendered him utterly unequipped to contend with a wind-maned tiger. The disparity was far too great. Reflecting on his previous encounter with the late-stage Qi refinement crimson flame strength ape, he understood how fortunate he had been then. It was time to flee. Even if it meant abandoning his home, it would provide a chance for survival. As Zhang Tian conjured spells with one hand, his mind raced to devise an escape plan. Should he delay any further, the demise of the dog pack would leave him with no opportunity to retreat. Just as he pondered this, a booming voice resonated from the horizon. "Junior brother, we have come to assist you in subduing this beast." Two azure-green streaks of light appeared in the sky, swiftly descending beside Zhang Tian and transforming into two blue-clad men. "Greetings, I am Zhang Tian. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, esteemed brothers." Zhang Tian exclaimed with palpable joy. Although he was unsure why two disciples from his sect happened to pass by, their presence was undeniably fortuitous. Moreover, he sensed that both men, clad in sect attire, possessed spiritual energy at the late stage of Qi refinement, sufficient to vanquish the beast before him. "I am Lu Jinyang from the Lu family of Changyang Mountain, and this is my cousin Lu Jinwu. Like you, he is also a disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect, and it is only fitting that we assist our fellow sect members," Lu Jinyang said with warmth, while Lu Jinwu beside him appeared somewhat aloof, merely nodding slightly. After speaking, both Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu patted their spirit beast bags at their waists. Soon, Lu Jinyang summoned a peak stage Qi refinement Crimson Flame Strength Ape, while Lu Jinwu released 5 slightly less formidable mid-stage Qi refinement Ghost Witch Monkeys. The Crimson Flame Strength Ape bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jinshui's beast, as if they had emerged from the same womb. The Ghost Witch Monkeys, half the size of human, were clad in a pale black fur, emanating a sinister aura. Zhang Tian, upon witnessing this, felt his previously jovial expression stiffen, prompting him to take a few steps back to create distance, though he refrained from uttering a word. The sight of the Crimson Flame Strength Ape invoked unsettling thoughts in him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, confronted with such a formidable array of opponents, the Wind Barbarian Tiger did not flee. Rather, it grew increasingly enraged, even descending into a frenzy. Fortunately, the giant toothed dog and the three-eyed spirit dog had already been withdrawn by Zhang Tian. Otherwise, the devastation wrought by the Wind Barbarian Tiger would have been catastrophic. At this moment, the Crimson Flame Strength Ape took the lead in engaging the Wind Barbarian Tiger, standing tall as it seized the tiger's head with its rock-like hands, delivering crushing blows while pinning it down. The Wind Barbarian Tiger attempted to resist, but severely underestimated the strength of the Crimson Flame Strength Ape, failing twice to shake it off and instead being forced to its knees, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the Ghost Witch Monkeys attacked the Wind Barbarian Tiger with remarkable agility, targeting its joints, abdomen, and vulnerable spots, each strike inflicting grievous wounds. In less than a while, the Wind Barbarian Tiger was covered in blood, looking as if it had been immersed in a pool of it, its aura growing increasingly feeble. Logically, with Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu both possessing late-stage Qi refinement prowess, the battle should have concluded swiftly. However, the two merely observed quietly from the sidelines, showing no inclination to intervene. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, the Wind Barbarian Tiger could only endure for half a stick of incense before the Crimson Flame Strength Ape delivered a final punch that obliterated its brow, bringing it crashing to the ground. Chapter 24. Ill intentions. With a series of jubilant howls from the victorious monkeys, Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu recalled their spirit beasts. As the Wind Barbarian Tiger lay defeated, Zhang Tian, sensing something amiss, approached to express his gratitude. "Thank you, brothers, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, I would have met my end at the jaws of this beast." Though his words were courteous, Zhang Tian did not cease the flow of spiritual energy within him. Instead, he kept his hands behind his back, ready to activate the Xuanjia shield at any moment. Lu Jinyang replied with a gentle smile, "Brother Zhang need not concern himself. It was merely a trivial matter, resolved with ease." With that, the two brothers prepared to take their leave. "As for the Wind Barbarian Tiger, which arose due to you, and considering your cultivation is the lowest among us, we shall not contest it with you. We gift it to you." Upon casting a glance at the distant Wind Barbarian Tiger, Lu Jinyang, with an air of grandeur, turned around, and a fleeting expression of anguish passed through his eyes. This tiger, a beast of the latter stage of Qi cultivation, if processed for its materials by the family's human members, could yield no less than 200 to 300 low-grade spirit stones. A look of astonishment crossed Zhang Tian's face. After all, the Wind Barbarian Tiger was slain by Lu Jinyang and his companion. According to the principle of strength ruling the cultivation world, it rightfully belonged to them. Yet they chose to bestow it upon him instead. This only heightened his vigilance. Feigning delight, Zhang Tian hesitated and remarked, "Isn't this inappropriate? It's merely the carcass of a demon beast. Consider it a token of my respect." Lu Jinyang, brimming with confidence, patted his chest, while Lu Jinwu, who had remained silent, evidently concurred with his stance. Without allowing Zhang Tian a chance to refuse, the two swiftly departed. After a considerable distance, they arrived at a secluded spot, where they halted before an ancient tree. After enduring his thoughts for a while, Lu Jinwu finally spoke, perplexed. "You truly gave the Wind Barbarian Tiger to Zhang Tian?" He is merely a small cultivator at the 5th level of Qi. If we had dispatched him, we could have taken control of Spirit Sheep Valley. Lu Jinyang's expression darkened as he reprimanded, "Silence. Cultivating a good rapport with Zhang Tian is a directive from the family. A matter of utmost importance regarding our clan's potential resurgence. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You merely covet that winged barbarian tiger. Do not forget, it took considerable effort from our family to lure it here. Even if it were not given to that brat Zhang Tian, it would not fall into your hands. Be wary of the elders discovering your thoughts. They would not spare you." Lu Jinwu curled his lip, still somewhat discontented. In his view, a cultivator like Zhang Tian was easily dealt with. Why should they bother to ally with him? Enough of your complaints. Recklessly slaying sect disciples could invite calamity, especially now that our family lacks golden core cultivators. Seeing Lu Jinwu no longer retort, Lu Jinyang's expression softened as he began to elucidate further. Meanwhile, after the family's investigation into Zhang Tian, it was revealed that although he hailed from a humble background, mere months prior, he had ridden alongside by Ling Zhu of the Bai family on a foundational stage earth-devouring dog to Yinchuan Market. It was essential to note that the earth-devouring dog was the spirit beast of that eccentric woman. Clearly, he had substantial ties with the Bai family, and should he vanish, it could incite unforeseen troubles. To have established a rapport with the Bai family, Lu Jinwu muttered, his countenance darkening. He never anticipated that someone of humble origins could be entangled with the Bai family. Observing his companion's reaction, Lu Jinyang shook his head and chose not to elaborate further. In truth, Lu Jinyang was aware of the conflict between Zhang Tian and Lu Jingshui. Yet the disparity in their strengths led him to dismiss any connection between Zhang Tian and Lu Jingshui's demise. Simultaneously, after Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu departed, Zhang Tian finally felt a sense of relief. Although he had not known these two individuals prior, their names bore a striking resemblance to that of Lu Jingshui, suggesting a familial connection. He regretted not having thoroughly investigated Lu Jingshui's background. However, given another opportunity, he would still have chosen to eliminate Lu Jingshui. Zhang Tian pondered. The crimson flame, force ape, akin to twin brothers, indicated an extraordinary relationship between Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinsui. What could possibly motivate Lu Jinyang to assist me today? Was it for revenge? If so, one would expect a more direct approach. Recollecting the first encounter with the winged barbarian tiger, it had exhibited a furious demeanor. Initially, Zhang Tian assumed that the tiger reacted this way upon encountering anyone. Yet it was evident that someone had engaged the creature prior and provoked its wrath. Moreover, the timing of Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu's appearance was too coincidental. They materialized shortly after the battle with the winged barbarian tiger, as if it had been meticulously orchestrated. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What is offered without cost may be the most expensive of all. Lu Jinyang's overtures of friendship towards me surely concealed ulterior motives, but what could they be? Gazing at the carcass of the winged barbarian tiger in the distance, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Tian's eyes, leaving him unable to comprehend the situation. Had Zhang Tian truly been merely a 13 or 14-year-old child, he would have thought little of it and regarded Lu Jinyang and his companions as earnest friends. However, after navigating the tumultuous waters of commerce for several years, if Zhang Tian failed to discern such a simple scheme, it would render his decades of experience in vain. Fortunately, he had refrained from employing the sole pursuit sword earlier. Otherwise, it would have likely resulted in an immediate fallout. Contemplating this, Zhang Tian retrieved the small green sword he had seized from Lu Jinsui and began to dissect the most valuable parts of the winged barbarian tiger's body. Upon completion, he entrusted the remaining flesh and blood to the three-eyed spirit dog and the pregnant giant tooth dogs, as it would aid in nurturing their offspring, all of which would be spirit dogs. Following these two battles, the population of giant tooth dogs had dwindled perilously close to 20. However, the impending births of the pregnant dogs brought a glimmer of hope. According to the saying, one dog may bear 9 pups, which would significantly bolster the pack's numbers, even if it would not translate into immediate strength within 6 months. After much contemplation, Zhang Tian arrived at a singular conclusion. Lu Jinyang and his companions were oblivious to the fact that he was the one who had slain Lu Jinsui. Therefore, as long as he refrained from using the soul pursuit sword in their presence, he need not fear their vengeance. As for Lu Jinyang's overtures of friendship, they were undoubtedly motivated by a significant agenda. Otherwise, two late-stage Shi practitioners would not demean themselves by seeking camaraderie with a mid-stage practitioner through a life-saving gesture. Zhang Tian could not fathom their intentions, leaving him with no choice but to remain vigilant. Dispelling these futile thoughts, he turned his gaze towards the three-eyed spirit dog, only to frown in surprise. Having finished the beast's meat, it was now consuming green stem grass. To his astonishment, several giant toothed dogs nearby were mimicking it, also feasting upon the grass. After a herd of grazing sheep, a pack of dogs had inexplicably joined in. What was going on? Zhang Tian hastily approached and inquired. The three-eyed spirit dog barked a few times. Are you suggesting that eating this grass benefits you and accelerates your growth? Zhang Tian was taken aback by the revelation. After a moment's hesitation, he plucked a small piece of green stem grass and placed it in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Aside from a faint grassy flavor, he felt nothing else, not even a hint of spiritual energy. He did not perceive any issues or detriments. Wait, why is there no spiritual energy? If there is no spiritual energy, then it cannot be classified as a spiritual herb. How, then, does it facilitate the accelerated growth of the triangular spirit sheep? Zhang Tian's pupils suddenly constricted. He realized that this green stem grass appeared to be extraordinary, and the secrets it harbored were astonishing upon deeper investigation. Zhang Tian began to grasp the underlying reason behind Lu Jinyang's desire to cultivate a rapport with him. Inquiring when the three-eyed spirit dog first consumed the green stem grass revealed that it had consciously begun eating it the very next day after its arrival. However, it was not until now, nearly a month later, that Zhang Tian had taken notice of this phenomenon. Had it not been for the perplexities introduced by Lu Jinyang, he likely would not have regarded this discovery with such significance. Chapter 25. Remarkable efficacy. Zhang Tian was originally a diligent practitioner, with each day meticulously scheduled. Yet this time, the scheming Lu Jinyang disrupted his plans. Despite the unexpected discovery regarding the green stem grass, he refrained from hastily conducting research on it. Following a recent fierce battle, and although aided by Lu Jinyang and another, the aftermath still bore considerable impact. For instance, he needed to soothe the triangular spirit sheep herd. At the moment the winged savage tiger emerged, most of the triangular spirit sheep were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, too terrified to move. However, under the distraction provided by the three-eyed spirit dog and the subsequent appearance of the crimson flame strength ape, these triangular spirit sheep, driven by fear and a natural instinct to evade danger, surprisingly managed to rise from the ground and flee in the direction away from the winged savage tiger. At present, the scene was left with only the triangular spirit sheep leader, which had reached the late stage of chi refinement, intentionally left behind by Zhang Tian. The other triangular spirit sheep had vanished from sight. Even when Zhang Tian extended his spiritual consciousness, he could not detect their presence. Clearly, they had been spooked and had fled far away. Each one of them was of utmost importance. The absence of even a single sheep would cause Zhang Tian considerable distress. Go fetch them back, he instructed the three-eyed spirit dog and its companions. Fortunately, with the assistance of the three-eyed spirit dog, they possessed keen senses and should be able to locate the triangular spirit sheep, provided too much time had not elapsed. Zhang Tian exhaled in relief. The three-eyed spirit dog led the pack into the wilderness while Zhang Tian remained stationary, occasionally hearing the distant barks. Nearby, the corpse of the winged savage tiger had been dealt with, and most of the useful materials, such as tiger skin, teeth, bones, and claws, were preserved. Of course, the tiger whip was also not overlooked, while the flesh had been consumed by the dog pack. The whip of an ordinary tiger is a potent tonic, but the whip from this winged savage tiger, measuring over a foot in length, is even more nourishing. Whether steeped into medicinal wine or cooked into a restorative dish, it would sell readily. However, Zhang Tian intended to keep it for personal use, not for matters of intimacy, but primarily for cultivation. After all, he was still a youth. and he did not require such items for excessive nourishment. According to Zhang Tian's findings in a casual tome, the Wind Savage Tiger's whip not only replenishes yang energy, but also possesses its own spiritual essence, even without combining it with other ingredients. It is akin to the efficacy of ordinary elixirs used for refining one's cultivation. Moreover, consuming the tiger whip can instill a semblance of ferocity, which proves advantageous in commanding a pack of dogs. Zhang Tian conjured several fireballs, obliterating the carcass of the giant-toothed dog along with its remnants into ash. Allowing these remains to linger would invite the attention of beasts, particularly drawn by the scent of the winged barbarian tiger's blood. Should a late-stage chi refinement beast be attracted, he would find himself utterly trapped with no escape. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, it was prudent to extinguish any budding threats. After addressing this matter, Zhang Tian noticed the number of nearby triangular spirit sheep had returned, driven back by the giant-toothed dog. Upon their return, they sought refuge behind the leader of their kind, evidently still shaken by the recent encounter with the winged barbarian tiger. By nightfall, nearly all the triangular spirit sheep had returned, save for a solitary black male, which Zhang Tian distinctly remembered as one of the few in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Surveying the area, he noted that the giant-toothed dogs that had ventured out in search of the sheep had returned. With a sigh, he lamented the loss. Even with the assistance of the pack, a triangular spirit sheep had gone missing. He could only hope to send the dogs out again the following day to search. In truth, Zhang Tian had little hope left, as the possibilities for the sheep's disappearance were numerous. It could have been devoured by a beast, lost its way, or even fallen prey to passing cultivators. On the following day, Zhang Tian dispatched a small contingent of giant-toothed dogs to search for the missing sheep, while the remainder continued their usual task of safeguarding the flock. He did not impose restrictions on the dog's penchant for consuming green stem grass, allowing nature to take its course. After all, the triangular spirit sheep had been consuming it without issue, and it stood to reason that the dogs would not be adversely affected either, especially since they had been eating it for over a month without incident. Nonetheless, Zhang Tian's curiosity regarding the green stem grass grew, prompting him to devote the time he would have spent practicing spells to research its properties. One thing was clear: the grass possessed effects undetected by cultivators, capable of yielding beneficial results for beasts. Zhang Tian pondered deeply. The effects were subtle and difficult to discern in larger creatures like the giant-toothed dogs and triangular spirit sheep. According to principles of dosage, administering the same amount of green stem grass to smaller creatures might yield more pronounced results. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhang Tian designated the northwest stone chamber as his research laboratory. Within, he constructed 2 wooden enclosures, each housing 10 recently born young rabbits, which he had caught in the surrounding mountains with the aid of his spells. Finding suitable young rabbits had taken some time, but the task was not overly arduous. He named the first enclosure the experimental group and the second the control group. The young rabbits in the experimental group were fed green stem grass, while those in the control group consumed ordinary weeds from the mountains. To enhance the clarity of the effects, the water for the experimental group was infused with a green liquid, extracted from the very essence of the green stem grass. Zhang Tian had harvested nearly 1,000 gene of green stem grass, ultimately extracting only a minuscule quantity of juice, roughly the size of a small elixir vial. To ensure safety, he added the green liquid in mere drops, diluting it with clean water before offering it to the experimental group of young rabbits. On the first day, a notable change was observed. The experimental group consumed twice as much green stem grass as the control group after drinking the treated water. By the second day, with the addition of 2 drops of the green liquid, the experimental rabbits increased their intake to approximately 2.5 times that of their counterparts. By the third day, and continuing through the 10th day, the drops increased to 10, resulting in the experimental rabbits consuming nearly 6 times the amount of grass compared to the control group. Over these 10 days, the growth of the experimental rabbits was remarkably evident. They appeared to be twice the size of the control group. On the 11th day, after increasing the dosage to 11 drops, the experimental rabbits tragically succumbed, exhibiting fatal hemorrhaging from every orifice, with not a single one surviving. It was clear that this quantity had exceeded their capacity to endure. Moderation had been overlooked, necessitating the cessation of Zhang Tian's experiment. However, rather than feeling disheartened, Zhang Tian's eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. Research indicated a distinct substance within the green stem grass that significantly accelerated the growth and development of animals. For instance, a young beast such as the azure wolf, which typically requires a year to transition from youth to maturity, could reach full maturity in as little as 2 months with the aid of green stem grass. The time saved was not merely a matter of convenience, but also a precious boon to the lifespan of cultivators. Regrettably, this substance merely expedited physical growth and did not confer any spiritual energy or advancement in rank. For example, a fully matured red flame, strength ape, at the peak of chi cultivation, could not be propelled into the foundation establishment stage through the consumption of green stem grass. Another drawback was the increased consumption of food. The experimental group's appetite was 4 to 5 times greater than that of the control group. Yet, in light of the extraordinary benefits of green stem grass, these issues seemed relatively trivial, especially for a disciple of the Beastmaster sect who commanded numerous spirit beasts. Chapter 26. Ancestral Rebirth. Upon discovering the efficacy of the green stem grass, Zhang Tian grappled with the decision of whether to report this information to his sect. The potential accolades could grant him several foundation establishment pills, paving the way for his own breakthrough. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately chose to keep this secret, sensing that reporting it might result in a missed opportunity. Green stem grass, a common plant found between spiritual herbs and ordinary weeds, has long been overlooked for its remarkable properties. The sole distinction between the green stem grass found in other regions and that in the White Goat Valley lay in the exceptional growth of the latter. Perhaps the very reason it possessed the extraordinary ability to accelerate biological growth, which Zhang Tian fortuitously uncovered. As for the flourishing growth of the blue stem grass in the Aries Valley, the reasons behind it are beyond the contemplation of a mere chi refinement novice like him. His sole focus now lies in how to harness the efficacy of this grass to swiftly augment his own strength. In recent days, the absence of one triangular spirit sheep became evident. After several fruitless searches by the giant-toothed dogs, Zhang Tian ceased this futile endeavor. Regarding the remains of the black triangular spirit sheep, they could only be classified as missing rather than deceased, though the distinction is minimal. Ultimately, a deduction of 200 low-grade spirit stones is inevitable. As time passed, Lu Jinyang visited Zhang Tian, displaying an exceedingly amicable demeanor, though his words occasionally seemed to probe for something. Despite his discreet mannerisms, Zhang Tian remained vigilant, sensing an underlying caution. Nevertheless, he did not confront Lu Jinyang, but rather played along, engaging in a subtle exchange. In this scenario, where the guest sought to cultivate goodwill and the host was inclined to acquiesce, their relationship appeared to flourish dramatically, even reaching the level of sworn brothers. Of course, only they were privy to the extent of truth behind this facade. Time swiftly passed, and it had been nearly 3 months since their arrival at the Aries Valley, approaching the halfway mark of their task's deadline. The scheduled time for refining tools with his friend Lu Munin from the Green Bamboo Workshop was also imminent. If he was correct, the completion of the refinement would occur in the coming days. According to the arrangement, he should prepare 200 low-grade spirit stones for the final payment. However, during these 3 months, he had remained primarily in the Aries Valley, lacking the physical spirit stones. Fortunately, the materials obtained from the wind-marauding tiger, along with some goat milk, could be exchanged in the market for spirit stones, which posed no significant issue. As Zhang Tian stepped out of his cave abode, the three-eyed spirit dog rushed to him, indicating that the pregnant, giant-toothed dogs had begun to give birth. Initially startled, Zhang Tian recalled that giant-toothed dogs were no ordinary canines. They possessed a spiritual bloodline, with a gestation period of at least 7 to 8 months. He had not anticipated such an early arrival. Then came a mix of delight and apprehension. Delight because it was evident that the essence of the blue-stemmed grass had an effect on pregnant creatures, and apprehension due to his lack of prior experience in administering it to gestating beings, leaving him uncertain of the potential consequences. With thoughts racing, He hurried to the doghouse beside the flock. A glance revealed that the pups were indeed ordinary giant-toothed dog offspring. As for the three-eyed spirit dog as consorts, they remained pregnant, perhaps due to the potency of the three-eyed spirit dog's bloodline. Today, 6 giant-toothed dogs gave birth, with the number of pups varying. Some birthed as few as 3, while others had as many as 8, though most fell within a range of 4 to 5. In total, approximately 30 pups were born today, and notably, 6 of them exhibited ancestral traits, their fur displaying a faint crimson hue akin to that of spiritual dogs. Thus, they could no longer be deemed giant-toothed dogs, but rather should be referred to as giant-toothed blood dogs. Regarding the megatooth bloodhound, as described by the attendant from the Spirit Beast Pavilion, it is a type of demon beast that, upon reaching maturity, embodies the late stage of chi cultivation. Fierce and bloodthirsty, it exists solely for combat. The astonishing probability that among 30 offspring, 6 spirit hounds would emerge, an extraordinary 1 in 5 ratio, is difficult to fathom. Even if both parents are spirit hounds, such a high likelihood is remarkable. Zhang Tian was taken aback, for he possessed knowledge about the reproduction of spirit beasts. In cases of a single offspring per litter or 2 offspring, all progeny would be spirit beasts rather than devolving into mere beasts. However, in instances of multiple offspring or eggs, the dispersal of spiritual energy significantly diminishes the probability of producing spirit beasts. Statistically, it is likely that at least 1 spirit beast will be born if both parents are spirit beasts. Conversely, if both are mundane beasts, the chances of birthing a spirit beast drop to almost negligible levels, requiring thousands of births to yield even 1. Zhang Tian gasped in astonishment. If there exists a difference between these megatooth hounds and other ordinary dogs within the realm of cultivation, it is likely due to the Qingjing grass. Repeatedly contemplating, Zhang Tian could identify this singular distinction. This revelation serves as yet another function of the Qingjing grass, greatly enhancing the probability of demon beasts giving birth to ancestral offspring or intensifying the purity of their bloodline. After all, the disparity between the megatooth hound and the megatooth bloodhound lies in the concentration of their bloodlines. If the bloodline concentration of the megatooth bloodhound is around 1, that of the megatooth hound hovers around 0, 1, or even lower. Deep in his heart, the initial intention of reporting to the sect was completely extinguished at this moment. After the initial shock, Zhang Tian lifted his gaze to the newly delivered megatooth hounds, each appearing weakened, as though their essence had been severely drained due to the birthing process. This was an unusual sight for creatures that are naturally robust. Zhang Tian's expression softened considerably as he unusually retrieved some goat's milk from his storage bag, albeit the most basic spirit goat's milk. Typically, these megatooth hounds would not qualify for such nourishment, yet in their current state, they certainly warranted it, as it would aid in their recovery. Each newly delivered megatooth hound was provided with half a gene of goat's milk, and Zhang Tian instructed the nearby, 3-eyed spirit dog to keep watch over them, ensuring that no other megatooth hound would steal their share. Only after completing these tasks did he take his leave. They initiated the birthing process, and over the subsequent days, more megatooth hounds continued to give birth, concluding approximately half a month later. Upon tallying the results, there were a total of 53 offspring, 11 megatooth bloodhound pups, and 42 megatooth hound pups. All the delivering megatooth hounds received the supplementation of goat's milk, and Zhang Tian treated them fairly, acknowledging their genuine need. Essentially, all the previously pregnant megatooth hounds had delivered, save for the consort of the 3-eyed spirit dog. It seemed that the unexpectedly powerful bloodline of the second-tier spirit beast contributed to a surprisingly lengthy gestation period. Having addressed these miscellaneous matters, Zhang Tian finally managed to carve out some time. At dawn, he first placed the triangular spirit goat within the animal enclosure, followed by arranging the puppy hounds and the majority of the 3-eyed spirit dogs nearby. After all, newly born puppies are challenging to care for. They require nursing and the protection they rightfully deserve. Subsequently, I prepared their respective meals for the triangular spirit sheep. I had to harvest several hundred pounds of tender green grass, while the 3-eyed spirit dogs feasted on various beast meats and the flesh of demonic creatures. Once these tasks were completed, Zhang Tian finally set off towards the sect with a sense of peace. Chapter 27. Treasure in the Market. Zhang Tian first visited the Black Dog Peak to collect his remuneration from the past 3 months. He received 3 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills and 45 low-grade spirit stones. Although these items were not substantial and seemed meager compared to his current needs, every little bit counts, and he saw no reason to refuse them. Descending the mountain, he encountered a young man clad in green robes who possessed late-stage chi refinement cultivation. Following him were 7 or 8 curious, adolescent mortals, their eyes wide with wonder as they surveyed their surroundings. Compared to Zhang Tian and the other disciples accustomed to the sect's life, these newcomers appeared strikingly different. It was surprising to realize that 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tian halted, staring at them in a trance. According to the sect's regulations, the Spirit Beast Sect recruits new disciples every 5 years. 5 years prior, Zhang Tian had also been assigned to Black Dog Peak under the guidance of a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. As the old generation made way for the new, he pondered how many of his fellow initiates from that time remained. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. The path of cultivation is treacherous and long. Despite the annual influx of new disciples, the number of sect members had not increased. Instead, there was a subtle trend of decline. The vanished individuals may have perished in duels during their travels, succumbed to the jaws of demonic beasts, or become lost in their own breakthroughs. While the naturally aging cultivators were few and far between. Cultivating immortality is indeed an act against the heavens. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. A moment of clarity dawned upon Zhang Tian, elevating his state of mind. In this emotional reverie, he, already at the pinnacle of the 5th level of chi refinement, sensed an elusive opportunity. Under this newfound insight, he felt that what would typically require half a year of diligent effort to break through could now potentially be achieved in mere hours. No, perhaps even less than half a day. By the time he returned to White Sheep Valley, 2 hours might suffice. His heart brimmed with unspoken joy. Upon reaching the Bamboo Green Market, a bustling hub where the 3 peaks converged, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Zhang Tian wove through the throngs of people, gradually moving deeper into the market, where the surroundings became increasingly secluded and less populated. Suddenly, he looked up to find an old, quaint artifact shop standing before him. The sound of tinkling wind chimes filled the air as he stepped inside, instilling a sense of relaxation and ease. His curiosity piqued. He glanced to the side and noticed a colorful string of small wind chimes, resembling peach and plum blossoms, adorning the entrance. "Are you here to forge a weapon or to retrieve one?" A melodious voice inquired nearby. A young man, roughly Zhang Tian's age, approached him and softly asked. It was Xia Tianxian, the grandson of Xia Munin, whom Zhang Tian had met previously. Compared to his earlier demeanor, where he was absorbed in books and indifferent to others, today he appeared much more considerate. "I have come to retrieve an item. Is Taoist Xia Munin not present?" 3 months prior, I had entrusted him with the task of forging a magical artifact. Zhang Tian retracted his curious gaze, his eyes now gleaming with intensity. "Haha, it has been a while. My friend Zhang, it appears your cultivation has indeed progressed." As he spoke, Xia Munin emerged through the back door, laughter resonating with a hearty timbre. Beside him, Xia Tianxian stepped aside at Xia Munin's gesture. "Not at all. I have come today specifically to inquire about the artifact I commissioned previously." "I wonder how it has turned out, dear Xia," Zhang Tian remarked with a faint smile. "I have not failed in my duty," Xia Munin replied, with a flick of his wrist producing a set of fiery red battle armor. Upon its appearance, the armor emanated an extraordinarily potent wave of spiritual energy, which was incomparable to that of the Xuanjia shield or the chasing soul sword. Could it be that this has transcended the realm of superior artifacts and ascended to the level of exceptional artifacts? Zhang Tian exclaimed in astonishment, nearly at a loss for words. In response, Xia Munin displayed a flicker of pride, accompanied by a hint of regret. This artifact is named the Fire Ape Armor. It is not an exceptional artifact, merely a superior one. The forging process was remarkably smooth, and the materials were particularly compatible, promising the potential to reach the tier of exceptional artifacts. However, ultimately, due to the inferior quality of the materials, that opportunity was lost. Otherwise, it could have been more than just a superior artifact. It might have rivaled an exceptional artifact in prowess, which is quite regrettable. Nonetheless, this still stands as a formidable superior artifact, one of the finest among its kind, with power closely approaching that of exceptional artifacts, deserving to be called a pseudo-exceptional artifact. As Zhang Tian received the fire ape armor, he fondled it repeatedly, his admiration for the artifact growing as he listened to Xiao Yunan's description. Indeed, your craftsmanship lives up to its reputation, Xia. If it were any other craftsman, achieving a superior artifact would be considered a blessing. Yet you have brought forth one with the potential of becoming exceptional, Zhang Tian lauded. To acquire such a powerful superior artifact warrants a few flattering words. After all, it cost him nothing. Zhang Tian did not expect it to be forged into an exceptional artifact. His initial intention was merely to obtain a medium-grade artifact. Thus, a superior artifact exceeded his expectations, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, the pride in Xiao Yunan's eyes became even more pronounced. By the way, what remarkable capabilities does this artifact possess? Zhang Tian inquired. Xiao Yunan, with the familiarity of one recounting treasured knowledge, focused intently on the fire ape armor. This armor has three remarkable functions. First, its material is extraordinarily robust, offering resilient defense against attacks from all artifacts below the grade of superior. Second, it is impervious to ordinary water and fire, ensuring that neither can harm you, and it can also generate a shield akin to a magical barrier, effectively mitigating all damage directed at you. Compared to a magical barrier, its strength is superior while consuming significantly less magical energy. Thirdly, it harnesses the power of the fire ape, allowing you to unleash a torrent of crimson flames at will, far exceeding the strength of typical fire-based spells. It truly is a formidable artifact. Zhang Tianyue felt increasingly entranced, unable to restrain his emotions. He bit his tongue, drawing forth a mouthful of essence blood. Subsequently, before Xiao Yunan, he commenced the process of refining. Xiao Yunan, with a faint smile, did not intervene, but instead took on a protective role beside him. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Tian gradually awakened from his trance of refinement. As his thoughts shifted, the fire ape armor vanished from his hand, only to reappear upon his body. The battle armor transformed to fit his physique perfectly, radiating a striking crimson aura. Indeed, it was formidable, albeit rather ostentatious. Such a vivid aura was undeniably attention-grabbing. Zhang furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it. With a mere thought, the red light of the fire ape armor gradually dimmed, eventually becoming concealed. Maintaining a low profile was in line with his character. Being overly conspicuous could easily make one a target. Much improved. Zhang nodded in satisfaction, then returned the fire ape armor to his storage pouch. Thank you, Daoist Xia, he expressed, turning to Xiao Yunan with a look of deep gratitude. Xiao Yunan, having waited patiently, remained cheerful and unperturbed. As for the 200 low-grade spirit stones, I cannot gather them all at once. But I do possess some materials from demon beasts. Perhaps you could assess their worth in spirit stones? Zhang hesitantly offered the materials, obtained from his previous hunt of the wind barbarian tiger. Although demon beast materials could be exchanged for spirit stones, the process was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Thus, most preferred direct transactions with spirit stones. He felt somewhat inconsiderate presenting demon beast materials. Certainly, Xiao Yunan replied without hesitation, as he intended to foster goodwill with Zhang Tian. After a considerable time, Zhang emerged from the refining shop with a smile. Having exchanged the pile of demon beast materials for a total of 120 low-grade spirit stones, a significant increase compared to the previous transaction involving the fire flame power ape. This was not surprising, as tigers were generally valued higher than monkeys. He also traded 400 pounds of goat milk for an additional 20 low-grade spirit stones, while the remaining 80 stones were given in cash, as he had precisely that amount remaining. Following this transaction, His wealth had effectively transformed into a high-grade magical artifact. The few spirit stones he retained were soon spent on several low-aged spirit herbs he purchased along the way. After all, the tiger whip should not go to waste. Paired with ginseng, deer antler, cinnamon, angelica, and goji berries, it would undoubtedly brew into a spirit-infused wine. Chapter 28. The Three-Eyed Breakthrough by Evening. Zhang Tian hurriedly returned to Spirit Sheep Valley. After confirming the safety of the beast pen and the dog pack, his lingering worries finally subsided. Although protected by the three-eyed spirit dogs, which should prevent any issues, they were not cultivators, and their minds were not as complete. Leaving them alone to guard the house always made him uneasy. In a rush, Zhang opened the beast pen, allowing the triangular spirit sheep to roam free, while also letting the dog pack out. Having been confined all day, it was time for them to stretch their legs. Having arranged everything, Zhang quickly dashed into his cave dwelling. After setting up the necessary restrictions, he began preparing for cultivation and attempted to break through. Originally, at Black Dog Peak, he had garnered a fleeting opportunity and nearly succumbed to the urge to break through. However, in light of retrieving a customized magical artifact and concerns regarding potential troubles in Spirit Sheep Valley, he restrained his desire to ascend. Now, having settled all affairs and freed from worries, he was naturally inclined to attempt a breakthrough as soon as possible. 5 days later, Zhang Tian took a deep breath, gradually awakening from his meditative state. His cultivation had successfully advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement. In truth, shortly after entering meditation 5 days prior, he had effortlessly progressed to this level. The majority of the time since then had been devoted to consolidating his newfound realm, solidifying what had been a somewhat unstable breakthrough. During this period, apart from occasional meals, he had refrained from attending to external matters, entrusting everything to the three-eyed spirit dog. He wondered how well the three-eyed spirit dog had managed. Although its intelligence was not lacking, being a beast, he hoped all was well. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Tian emerged from his cave residence. Before him lay a serene flock of sheep, with a scattering of giant toothed dogs surrounding them in protection. Nearby, 7 or 8 giant toothed dogs were accompanied by a multitude of their pups, recently born and brimming with curiosity as they explored their surroundings. Upon noticing Zhang Tian's figure, some fled in fear, while others bared their teeth and growled at this unfamiliar presence, displaying a delightful array of reactions. This spectacle brought a smile to Zhang Tian's face, filling his heart with satisfaction. At this moment, it appeared that everything in Spirit Sheep Valley was progressing smoothly, undisturbed by his absence. Suddenly, a sound akin to a fierce wind rustling through branches caught his attention. A white figure dashed from afar, swiftly closing the distance until it pounced upon Zhang Tian. Caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground, a warm, damp tongue licking his face, and he immediately recognized the identity of his assailant. Undoubtedly, it was the three-eyed spirit dog, whose speed had now become somewhat challenging for him to withstand. After a while, Zhang Tian managed to fend off its exuberance and stood up. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the three-eyed spirit dog had undergone a remarkable transformation during their brief separation. Not only had it advanced from a mid-stage of Qi refinement to the late stage, but its grayish-white fur had also gradually transitioned to a pure pale hue, and its size had grown considerably, now nearly the size of 3 adult giant toothed dogs. "You have actually broken through," Zhang Tian exclaimed in disbelief. It was astounding to think that the three-eyed spirit dog had only recently progressed from the early to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. How could it possibly achieve another breakthrough so soon? If all spirit beasts grew at such a pace, there would be no place left for cultivators in this world. Wang, the three-eyed spirit dog, seemed oblivious to Zhang Tian's astonishment, its tail wagging excitedly as it sought to play with him after their days apart. Indeed, this is likely the effect of the Qingjing grass, which accelerates the growth of spiritual beasts. The three-eyed spirit dog, upon reaching maturity, can attain a second-tier strength, making it plausible for it to reach the late stage of Qi refinement at an expedited pace. Zhang Tian pondered to himself. Moreover, the corpses of the Crimson Flame Strength Ape and the Wind Barbarian Tiger were consumed by it, although the Great Tooth Dog also partook in some. It could not absorb too much spiritual energy. Thus, the majority was ingested by the three-eyed spirit dog, which likely contributed to its rapid advancement. Observing the three-eyed spirit dog still leaping about, Zhang Tian was almost certain of the reasons behind its swift progression. Suddenly, the three-eyed spirit dog clamped onto the hem of Zhang Tian's pants, attempting to capture his attention. As Zhang Tian turned to look, the three-eyed spirit dog promptly leaped aside, revealing that the third eye, which had merely served as an ornament on its forehead, was now distinctly opened, displaying a small black and white pupil, considerably smaller than the other two. Boom! Boom! A series of white orbs erupted from the third eye of the three-eyed spirit dog, hurling towards the distant grassland, followed by a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Once the reverberations subsided, a massive cloud of dust ascended, beneath which lay 4 or 5 large craters, each wide enough to be embraced by 2 hands and over half a foot deep. The potency of each orb likely surpassed that of the fireball technique wielded by practitioners at the late stage of qi refinement by a significant margin. Zhang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the awakened, innate ability of the three-eyed spirit dog upon its breakthrough to the late stage of qi refinement? Unlike practitioners, demon beasts prioritize bloodlines, with their strength derived from their lineage. Different bloodlines possess unique and extraordinary powers, commonly referred to as talents. For instance, the fireball technique of the fiery eagle is its awakened gift, as is the wind blade of the wind barbarian tiger, and the fire dragon technique of the crimson flame strength ape. Notably, the crimson flame strength ape clearly favored the visceral sensation of close combat, never employing its innate talent, which Zhang Tian had learned from the fire ape armor. After showcasing this ability, the three-eyed spirit dog trotted back to Zhang Tian's side, clearly eager to demonstrate its prowess. Such an ability would undoubtedly be regarded as elite among second-tier demon beasts. Observing the three-eyed spirit dog's expectant demeanor, Zhang Tian affectionately patted its head, offering praise. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tian produced a bloodline fruit from his hand and handed it to the three-eyed spirit dog. Originally, these bloodline fruits were intended for the concoction of bloodline pills. However, given the uncertain timeline for their creation, presenting one to the three-eyed spirit dog as a reward would not be detrimental. Furthermore, although the realm of spiritual beasts is constrained by the practitioners, preventing them from exceeding one realm above their masters, the bloodline fruit could enhance the concentration of the three-eyed spirit dog's bloodline, thereby indirectly augmenting its strength. The three-eyed spirit dog's eyes gleamed at the sight of the crimson bloodline fruit, drool escaping its mouth as it recognized the value of this treasure. Upon receiving Zhang Tian's consent, it eagerly swallowed the fruit and then lay down to begin refining it. Zhang Tian stood nearby, sensing the aura of the three-eyed spirit dog gradually intensifying with unwavering resolve. Realizing that the process would not conclude anytime soon, he decided to step away for a moment. On the surrounding grasslands, he skillfully employed his golden sword technique to sever several hundred pounds of green stalks, subsequently extracting their essence into a juice. He then fed 2 drops to both the giant-toothed dog and the giant-toothed blood dog pups. This was the optimal amount he had experimentally determined, ensuring it neither harmed their bodies nor hindered their rapid growth. For the giant-toothed blood dog pups, Zhang Tian bestowed upon them a simplistic master-servant restriction to enhance their obedience. Although they would eventually surpass the giant-toothed dogs in strength, they would remain weaker than the three-eyed spirit dog. Thus, to refine their blood essence would be excessively extravagant and detrimental to their cultivation. Yet, without such refinement, management would prove challenging. Hence, the ordinary master-servant restriction was perfectly adequate. Coupled with the leadership of the three-eyed spirit dog, disturbances were unlikely to arise. In the following days, Zhang Tian diligently engaged in his practice, consuming the elixirs he had recently acquired. The medicinal pills purchased from the treasure-gathering pavilion had long been exhausted, and the lack of spirit stones had prevented further purchases. However, the 3 bottles of primordial ginseng pills received from the sect stipend would suffice for the time being. Approximately half a month later, 2 ewes from the triangular spirit sheep birthed 3 lambs, 1 male and 2 females. Should an additional lamb appear during the task handover, it would yield a reward of 20 lower-grade spirit stones. With 3 lambs now, the reward would amount to 60 lower-grade spirit stones. Yet, Zhang Tian had no intention of relinquishing these 3 lambs. He aspired to establish his own flock, with the aid of the green stock juice. This endeavor would not be overly arduous. After all, working for others could never compare to the profits of one's own enterprise. Of course, this notion was still in its infancy and needed to be concealed until his strength was sufficient. A few days later, the 3-eyed spirit dog rushed into Zhang Tian's cave dwelling, whimpering urgently, prompting him to awaken from his meditation. Upon seeing Zhang Tian conscious, the 3-eyed spirit dog hastily darted out again. Since arriving in the Spirit Sheep Valley, it had never exhibited such behavior, leaving Zhang Tian quite astonished. Could another late-stage Qi refinement beast have appeared? If it were merely one, the 3-eyed spirit dog could easily manage it. But what if there were many? With these thoughts stirring in his mind, Zhang Tian felt a twinge of anxiety and wasted no time exiting his dwelling to pursue the 3-eyed spirit dog. However, upon emerging, Zhang Tian extended his spiritual sense outward. Within his perceptual range and line of sight, he found the surroundings tranquil, not a single beast, let alone a late-stage Qi refinement monster, was in sight. This only deepened his perplexity. Following the guidance of his spiritual sense, he arrived alongside the 3-eyed spirit dog, near the area where the dog kennel was constructed. Amidst numerous kennels, the 3-eyed spirit dog S was the largest and centrally located. It was also the one Zhang Tian favored the most, and it housed the greatest number of its companions. It turned out that the 3-eyed spirit dog S mate had given birth. No wonder it was in such a hurry. Zhang Tian suddenly realized, a faint smile gracing his lips. Due to the bloodline of the 3-eyed spirit dog, the gestation period of its consorts was considerably longer than that of ordinary giant-toothed dogs. Nevertheless, the time for birthing had finally arrived. Previously frantic within the cave, the 3-eyed spirit dog now sat quietly on the ground, its gaze fixed intently on the whelping box, with only a swiftly wagging tail revealing its inner turmoil. Oh no! It seemed that the condition of these giant-toothed dogs was rather precarious, making the prospect of successful delivery rather bleak. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Logically speaking, the affection bestowed upon these consorts by the 3-eyed spirit dog should have allowed them to partake of the precious sheep milk it left behind, thus enhancing their physical constitution far beyond that of ordinary giant-toothed dogs, making dystocia unlikely. Yet, the very strength of the 3-eyed spirit dog's bloodline, coupled with the enhancement from the Qingjing grass, had led to an excessive depletion of their stamina, surpassing their inherent capacity to endure. Looking down, Zhang Tian noticed the 3-eyed spirit dog tugging gently at his pant leg, whimpering softly as if beseeching his assistance. Do not worry, he reassured, crouching down to stroke its silky fur. Restoring their strength would certainly require some mild, yet nourishing spiritual substance, be it a spiritual herb or another ethereal item. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he lacked suitable spiritual herbs or pills, but he did possess spiritual sheep milk. This was not just any ordinary sheep milk. Among the triangle spirit sheep, there were a total of 16 milk-producing ewes, 5 in the mid-Qi refining stage and 11 in the early Qi refining stage. The milk from the early stage ewes could be classified as low-grade spiritual sheep milk, while that from the mid-stage could be considered mid-grade spiritual sheep milk, boasting effects over double that of the low-grade variant. Zhang Tian resolved to provide the mid-grade spiritual sheep milk. Having made up his mind, Zhang Tian retrieved 2 large bottles of mid-grade spiritual sheep milk from his storage pouch. He then carefully poured it into the mouth of the first giant-toothed dog in a manner akin to controlling flowing water. Soon, the giant-toothed dog appeared revitalized, its previously weary eyes regaining their brightness. It worked. Following the same method, Zhang Tian proceeded to feed the remaining giant-toothed dogs. After a while, although they remained weak, they ultimately persevered. In total, 13 offspring were birthed, 4 3-eyed spirit dog pups, 8 giant-toothed blood dog pups, and 1 unique pup. Adorned with light pink fur and a small eye on its forehead, embodying the characteristics of both the three-eyed spirit dog and the giant-toothed blood dog. It seemed this particular pup had undergone a mutation. Nonetheless, it was still a spirit dog, and Zhang Tian named it the Timu blood dog. Despite having previously known that Qingjing grass could enhance bloodline concentration, witnessing the birth of all spirit dog offspring filled Zhang Tian with exuberant joy. He also began to understand the challenges faced by the giant-toothed dogs during delivery. After all, could a mundane dog birthing 4 or 5 spirit dog pups not be fraught with difficulty? Observing the three-eyed spirit dog's clumsy and cautious demeanor, Zhang Tian couldn't help but find the situation amusing. This is not in line with its usual fiery demeanor. Typically, it is the most combative when demon beasts invade this region. Speaking of the demon beasts near the Spirit Sheep Valley, it seems that their numbers have significantly dwindled. Previously, at least one would intrude daily, but now it has become a rare occurrence, with only one appearing every 3 or 4 days, most of which are lost wanderers. It appears that they have been frightened away. The nearby demon beasts are now aware that this area is a zone of death and have ceased their approach. Zhang pondered this, concluding that it could only be so. For others, this would be considered a fortunate turn of events, alleviating concerns over the safety of the triangular spirit sheep. However, for Zhang, these demon beasts and wild animals were sustenance for his pack of dogs. Their absence meant a lack of food for them. The previously abundant supply of beast meat was now dwindling, gradually leading to a precarious situation. The sustenance for his canine companions posed a dilemma. Though their numbers were still relatively small, most were merely pups and consumed little. Zhang contemplated this. Yet, once they matured and their numbers increased, even if the ordinary beast meat remained inexpensive, the expenditure of spirit stones on them would not be negligible. It appeared that he needed to seek an opportunity to find suitable livestock for domestication, rather than spending spirit stones on meat. It would be more prudent to cultivate some livestock himself. Self-sufficiency would be preferable, provided he acted discreetly to avoid drawing attention. Moreover, the Spirit Sheep Valley boasted abundant water and grass, with vegetation reaching half a person's height and vast expanses of grassy terrain. It could easily accommodate several hundred, if not thousands, of livestock. Zhang had observed the condition of the blue-stemmed grass in the valley. It not only grew tall and dense, but also sprouted quickly. Essentially, within 2 or 3 months, grasslands that had been grazed bare would regenerate new blue-stemmed grass, and judging by its vigor, it would soon reach half a person's height once more. Chapter 30. Task Settlement. Zhang did not purchase livestock immediately. Firstly, he still had some meat left, sufficient to feed the dog pack for the time being, and secondly, he was financially constrained and lacked spirit stones. He would only have enough spirit stones to buy livestock after completing his tasks. More than 2 months later, Zhang stood outside his cave dwelling, waiting. Recently, a message had arrived from the sect, indicating that a steward from the outer sect would come to inspect the task and settle the rewards around noon today. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the mountain wind howled, and as the sun reached its zenith, the air grew increasingly hot. Finally, a black streak of light appeared on the horizon. The streak soon halted before Zhang, revealing a middle-aged man clad in green and white robes, the steward who had first brought Zhang to the sect. Having met Steward Wang, all preparations are complete. Zhang hurriedly approached and said respectfully. Judging by the time of his entry, Steward Wang had joined the sect over 20 years before Zhang, and in terms of cultivation, he was at the late stage of qi refinement, while Zhang was still at the mid-stage. According to the principle of respect for strength in the cultivation world, Zhang deemed it appropriate to maintain a respectful demeanor towards him. Steward Wang scrutinized Zhang for a moment, noting that his vitality and spirit were exceptionally robust, unlike someone who was constantly on edge, worrying about demon beast intrusions. This observation piqued his curiosity. While it is commendable that others do not regress in their cultivation, it is truly astonishing that you have managed to make a breakthrough under such circumstances. This is the first time in many years that I have encountered a cultivator undertaking tasks in the Spirit Sheep Valley who has achieved a breakthrough in their realm. It appears that a stroke of fortunate insight has allowed for this advancement, Zhang Tian remarked, half in jest. He then presented a prepared blue storage pouch. Within it lay 900 pounds of first-tier spirit material wool and 2,100 pounds of first-tier sheep milk, conveniently situated within the threshold of non-punishment. This could be regarded as a clever evasion of taxation. Zhang Tian stood by patiently as Steward Wang examined the contents of the storage pouch. Once the inspection was complete, he swiftly stepped forward and discreetly pressed a prepared gray storage pouch into Wang's embrace. Noticing Wang's brow arch in surprise, Zhang Tian quickly smiled and said, "Seeing how hard you work, this is but a token of my gratitude. I hope you will graciously accept it." This gray pouch contained 100 pounds of first-tier wool and 200 pounds of first-tier sheep milk, amounting to a total value of around 40 low-grade spirit stones. This sum is quite significant for a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, whose monthly salary amounts to merely 20 low-grade spirit stones. Steward Wang's sharp gaze fixated on Zhang Tian, causing him to perspire nervously. After a prolonged moment, Wang finally broke into a slight smile and said, "In that case, I shall accept it." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Regarding your previous message via the communication talisman about your desire to undertake the Spirit Sheep Valley task for an extended period, the sect has taken note. According to the sect's office, it has been determined that you have gained sufficient experience and demonstrated commendable character. Thus, the sect will permit you to undertake tasks in the Spirit Sheep Valley for a duration of 3 years, settling accounts every 6 months. In truth, the sect had initially only mentioned that Zhang Tian could undertake the task for a year, but Steward Wang had taken the liberty to extend it to 3 years. Previously, sending cultivators to the Spirit Sheep Valley had been a burdensome task, yielding little reward. However, this young Zhang Tian has proven to be quite astute, and Wang certainly did not wish to drive away this fortunate benefactor. Whether it be 1 year or 3, it was merely a matter of his word, as he had many connections within the sect. After all, whether anyone undertakes the task or not, having Zhang Tian handle it also ensures income, which is a win-win situation. "Thank you, Steward Wang," Zhang Tian expressed with evident joy. Achieving such ease in securing a long-term position in the Spirit Sheep Valley felt almost surreal. By the way, the triangular spirit sheep are in the beast enclosure. Over these past months, we have lost one due to a beast attack. Indeed, Wang nodded, following Zhang Tian towards the beast enclosure. Along the way, he observed his surroundings, curious about why Zhang Tian favored such challenging tasks that others might shy away from. It turned out that raising additional mundane beasts was indeed a viable approach, though losses were to be expected. Upon witnessing the numerous giant-toothed dogs, Wang paused, beginning to grasp the underlying rationale. Mundane beasts may fend off a multitude of wild animals, but when faced with demon beasts, they can only hold them back momentarily. Should the demon beasts possess a higher realm of power, the triangular spirit sheep would inevitably suffer losses. The self-assured Steward Wang, believing he had seen through everything, lost his curiosity and ceased to look around aimlessly. He had no interest in the affairs of the Spirit Sheep Valley. As an outer sect steward, he earned more spirit stones in a year than a foundation establishment cultivator, rendering this laborious yet not particularly profitable endeavor beneath his notice. After conducting a count in the beast enclosure, Steward Wang nodded. One mid-stage Qi refining triangular spirit sheep was missing. According to the previous task regulations, a low-stage Qi refining triangular spirit sheep would incur a penalty of 100 low-grade spirit stones, while mid-stage one would require 200. However, there was an additional sheep that had advanced from the initial to the mid-stage, which would yield a reward of 50 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 3 newly developed low-stage Qi refining triangular spirit sheep, resulting in a reward of 90 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, the total reward amounted to 140 low-grade spirit stones. In total, this meant Zhang Tian would receive 440 low-grade spirit stones. Steward Wang produced a red storage bag, retrieved a portion of the spirit stones, and tossed them to Zhang Tian, stating, "Here are 460 low-grade spirit stones. Please verify." Zhang Tian complied and confirmed, "Indeed, there are 440 low-grade spirit stones." With that, Steward Wang declared, "I shall return to the sect to report the supplies," and without lingering, he summoned a black sword artifact, transforming into a streak of black light as he departed. Farewell, steward, Zhang Tian murmured as he watched the steward completely vanish before retracting his gaze. He lowered his eyes to the storage bag in his hand, a smile beginning to grace his features. After arranging the affairs in the valley, he returned to his cave and sat cross-legged, contemplating the harvest of the past 6 months. Subtracting daily expenses and the debts owed to Xiam Yunan, he had gathered a total of 1,800 pounds of wool and 3,100 pounds of milk. Having satisfied the sect's demands, he was left with 800 pounds of wool and 800 pounds of milk, which, when valued, amounted to approximately 340 low-grade spirit stones. Coupled with the task rewards, he had amassed nearly 800 low-grade spirit stones. In this moment, Zhang Tian felt his storage bag swell once more, instilling him with newfound confidence. Many endeavors have been stalled due to a lack of spirit stones, but now, with resources in hand, he could resume his pursuits. The first matter to consider was the Foundation Establishment Pill. Although he was still far from the 9th layer of Qi refining, it was prudent to begin seeking information about Foundation Establishment Pills, as this was a long-term consideration. Moreover, given his mixed spiritual root aptitude, it was likely that a single Foundation Establishment Pill would not suffice to meet his breakthrough needs. Thus, thorough preparation was essential. A frown creased Zhang Tian's brow as the disadvantages of his mixed spiritual root became glaringly apparent when approaching a bottleneck. The second priority was the refinement of bloodline pills. Although the three-eyed spirit dog would require bloodline pills only upon reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, it was time to contemplate enhancing his alchemical skills. With a recent influx of spirit stones, he could seize this opportunity to select a Dan furnace and procure some raw materials for practical alchemy. Until now, Zhang Tian had merely studied alchemical texts, which were but theoretical exercises. Only through the actual refinement of pills could one truly be considered an alchemist, a truth he fully understood. The third matter at hand is to take some time to visit the parents of this lifetime. Previously, during an encounter with newly initiated disciples at Black Dog Peak, I experienced a moment of emotional upheaval when I had a breakthrough in my mental state. It seems that the original self harbors the deepest concern for his parents, which has transformed into an obsession. If this fixation is not resolved, it may resurface unpredictably, manifesting as a mental demon and becoming a ticking time bomb. Zhang Tian sighed. He had long intended to return to his original family's home, but had been hindered by insufficient strength and a lack of spiritual stones, compounded by pressing tasks that left him unable to depart, thus delaying this visit until now. This had become his foremost priority. Chapter 31. A friend indeed. Upon solidifying his intentions, Zhang Tian wasted no time and set about his tasks. He first took a moment to send a message talisman to Qin Samu, inviting him to gather at Lingyang Valley the following noon. Over the years since his initiation, although Zhang Tian often walked a solitary path, he had formed friendships along the way. Qin Samu was one such friend, an outer sect disciple of Black Dog Peak who entered at the same time as Zhang Tian and possessed a mixed aptitude for the 4 elemental roots. In a time when they both sought companionship, they gradually became part of a small circle. However, as the sect's affairs grew burdensome, and each training session required 10 days to half a month, their contact waned, and now they had barely communicated. After sending the message talisman, Zhang Tian proceeded to the sect to formally report his upcoming departure. The sect was quite humane, as long as one reached the mid-stage of Qi refining. Outer sect disciples were granted 1 leave of absence per year. Otherwise, if the sect found someone absent during their monthly inspections, they would be treated as a traitor. Naturally, for someone like him who worked outside the sect, oversight was not stringent, but to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Tian decided to file his report nonetheless. He also collected his sect's stipend, which remained unchanged for 3 months, comprising 3 bottles of Xinyuan pills and 45 low-grade spiritual stones. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Tian departed from Black Dog Peak and arrived at Qingzhou Farm. He first sought out the treasure-gathering pavilion to purchase some longevity elixirs suitable for mortals. This shop offered such items at reasonable prices. Zhang Tian procured 2 bottles of foundational tonics for merely 40 spiritual stones, comparable to the cost of the Huangjing pills he used for cultivation. After all, these were elixirs meant for mortals, had they been longevity elixirs for cultivators. Even those extending life by just 3 to 5 years would have cost several hundred times more. Subsequently, Zhang Tian acquired 9 bottles of cultivation elixirs. After setting aside 2 bottles of Xinyuan pills and 2 bottles of Huangjing pills, he purchased 5 new bottles of a potion named Huanglong Pill, which was also suitable for mid-stage qi refiners. In total, he spent nearly 180 low-grade spiritual stones, ensuring that he would not need to worry about elixir consumption for a considerable time. Next, Zhang Tian acquired some talismans. During his battle with Lu Jinshui, the latter had utilized some low-level talismans, which Zhang Tian had eyed enviously. Had it not been for Lu Jinshui's expenditure of spiritual stones on purchasing spiritual medicines, allowing him no means to acquire higher-level talismans, the outcome of their confrontation might have been quite different. Though Zhang Tian was acutely aware that returning home posed little real danger, he still felt compelled to procure some talismans for self-defense. According to the prices conveyed by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, a set of 5 low-grade talismans typically cost 1 low-grade spirit stone, while a single medium-grade talisman was priced at 5 low-grade spirit stones and a high-grade talisman at 25. A top-tier talisman commanded 1 medium-grade spirit stone, yet was scarce in the market. Naturally, the prices varied depending on the spells inscribed upon the talismans. Powerful spells like the Fireball Technique or Lightning Strike were somewhat pricier, while defensive spells such as Earth Wall or Ice Armor were comparatively less expensive. In terms of potency, a low-grade talisman possessed roughly 50% of the power of a spell cast by a practitioner in the initial stage of qi refinement. A medium-grade talisman achieved about 70%, while a high-grade talisman had the full strength of a seasoned practitioner in the mid-stage of qi refinement. The efficacy of a top-tier talisman could vary between 100 to 130% of a spell wielded by a practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement, depending on the type of talisman. After much contemplation, Zhang Tian decided to purchase 5 high-grade talismans and 15 medium-grade talismans, totaling 240 low-grade spirit stones, a substantial expenditure that caused him a twinge of regret. Subsequently, he turned his attention to selecting a magical artifact. Due to concerns about being discovered by Lu Jinyang and his companions, the soul-pursuing sword could not serve as his primary weapon. Thus, he required a more overtly offensive artifact. After careful consideration, he settled upon a medium-grade artifact known as the Grounded Copper Coin Pearl, a remarkable combination of offense and defense. Composed of 49 red gold coins and a dark ink-hued jade ring, it offered both offensive capabilities and defensive protection during use. It could be assembled into a coin sword to confront other artifacts or beasts, or transformed into a small coin shield to deflect magical attacks, showcasing remarkable versatility. Based on the description and live demonstration, the representatives of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion had not only refrained from exaggerating, but had perhaps understated its power, which endeared it to Zhang Tian even more, leading him to finalize the purchase. As a distinguished medium-grade artifact, its price was exorbitant, reaching 200 low-grade spirit stones, comparable to that of an ordinary high-grade artifact. Even after haggling and reducing the price by 20 low-grade spirit stones, the final cost of 180 still left Zhang Tian feeling a pinch. It was indeed a case of money flowing like water. In a mere half hour, he had spent a significant portion of his 6 months of hard-earned savings. Standing outside the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he recalled the shopkeeper's smile, with wrinkles crinkling together, which elicited a bittersweet smile from him. Upon returning to Spirit Sheep Valley, Zhang Tian wasted no time and immediately refined the Grounded Copper Coin Pearl. When he awoke from his meditation, the first thing that caught his eye was a communication talisman hovering just above his forehead. He reached for it, and, upon immersing himself in its contents, a faint smile graced his face. This talisman bore the response from Qin Samuel, who had agreed to visit Spirit Sheep Valley the following day. Initially, Zhang Tian harbored concerns that he might miss important news while venturing out or engaging in his cultivation. However, Those worries dissipated swiftly as the following day arrived. Qin Sanmu hurried to Lingyang Valley, arriving breathless before Zhang Tian. Brother Qin, it has been quite some time. Your cultivation has evidently improved. It appears you have encountered fortuitous opportunities. Zhang Tian greeted him warmly, guiding him towards his cave dwelling. It has indeed been a while. You have reached the 6th level of qi cultivation. Qin Sanmu expressed his happiness upon seeing Zhang Tian, though his expression grew complex upon realizing Zhang Tian's advancement. They had both commenced their journeys together, yet despite his own progress, Qin Sanmu remained stagnant at the 3rd level of qi cultivation, while Zhang Tian had ascended to the 6th level. This disparity dulled the joy of their reunion. Having just recently broken through, it is perhaps a matter of serendipity, Zhang Tian remarked casually, choosing not to dwell on the subject, as he sensed the shift in Qin Sanmu's demeanor. The emotions of confusion, envy, and longing were evident. Yet Zhang Tian felt relieved that there was no hint of jealousy or resentment in his eyes. Despite the years apart, Qin Sanmu's character had not altered. He remained the earnest youth Zhang Tian remembered. I came here primarily to reconnect after so long. After all, among our original group of initiates, many have perished or vanished, and only 7 or 8 of us remain at the Spirit Beast Sect, Zhang Tian said softly while pouring wine. Indeed, just a few days ago, Luoli also met his demise. I heard he was killed by a foundational spirit beast while feeding it. Qin Sanmu's expression darkened. Luo Li was a member of their small circle, having been fortunate enough to advance to the mid-stage of qi cultivation before his untimely end. A touch of sorrow crept into Zhang Tian's heart, resonating with the loss. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Tian continued. Secondly, I wish to ask for your assistance. I plan to return home for a visit. It has been many years since I last went back, and I have some lingering concerns. However, I have taken on the task of caring for the spirit sheep in Lingyang Valley, which requires someone to oversee it. Therefore, I would like to ask you to watch over the valley for a while. That is certainly manageable. I have completed my sect tasks for this month, so I am free, Qin Sanmu replied without hesitation. However, I worry about my own strength. If any beast were to appear, I fear I may not be able to handle it, he added. Zhang Tian smiled reassuringly. You need not be concerned about that. I will place some spirit beasts here to assist you. Your only task will be to collect sheep milk daily. The protection will be handled by them. Then it is settled, Qin Sanmu said, feeling reassured by Zhang Tian's words. After discussing the matter at hand, Zhang Tian and Qin Sanmu engaged in light-hearted conversations about amusing events within the sect. As the cups clinked together, the initial sense of unfamiliarity gradually faded. Laughter echoed within the cave, and as time slipped by, the sun began its descent towards the horizon. Chapter 32. Domestic Calamity. 5 days later. A streak of azure light sped towards Changshi village. 5 years have elapsed, and I remain oblivious to the well-being of my parents. I can only surmise that my younger sister has undergone significant changes as well. As I approach the village, an unease stirs within me, a sentiment commonly referred to as the trepidation of returning to one's hometown. In my recollections, Changshi village is a quaint hamlet comprising nearly 20 to 30 households, nestled against the mountains, with a meandering stream flowing at its forefront. Thanks to the relatively fertile land, coupled with the opportunities for hunting in the mountains and fishing in the river, the villagers lead a life of considerable prosperity, albeit with its share of hardships. They are free from the worries of food and clothing. Fearing that my sudden appearance might startle the villagers, I ceased my flight upon reaching the village entrance and descended to the ground. Upon entering, my eyes fell upon an elderly man with graying hair, stooped over as he rested beneath a grand banyan tree. Noticing my arrival, he stood up with a wary expression and called out, "Halt, outsider! What brings you to our village?" "It is I, Li's third granduncle," I replied, halting in my tracks, rubbing my hands together and offering a smile. "You are Li the Elder," he said, rubbing his eyes before realizing, you are the eldest son of the Zhang family from the east. Years ago, I heard tales of your journey to some celestial realm. Why have you returned today?" As he spoke, a shift in his demeanor revealed a mix of reverence and apprehension. To someone like him, who had spent a lifetime away from the bustling world, The notion of immortals was one he regarded with awe, an entity to be revered from a distance. I've come home to visit. It has been many years, and I find myself yearning for it, I said, glancing towards the eastern part of the village where my family's dwelling stood. Have my parents fared well in these years? At this inquiry, the old man's expression faltered, and he hesitated, mumbling, "They are fine." Yet his reluctance to elaborate hinted at unspoken troubles. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have sensed his discomfort, but as I neared home, the lingering attachments of my former self clouded my perception, rendering me oblivious to the old man's subtle shifts in hue. After bidding farewell to the elder, I continued along the village path heading east, increasingly aware of the villagers' curious gazes upon my unfamiliar visage as they whispered and pointed, some, recognizing my direction towards the Zhang family residence, recalled the child who had once stirred the village with tales of venturing to the celestial realm, now returned as an immortal. The villagers, stirred by the return of the Zhang family's prodigal son, anticipated the spectacle that would ensue. However, as I recalled the recent misfortunes that had befallen my family, their expressions took on a peculiar twist. Though influenced by the lingering sentiments of my former self, I could discern a subtle disquiet in the villagers' eyes. The old man's hesitance now loomed large in my mind. What if calamity had befallen my family? Worrying for my loved ones, I quickened my pace, traversing what would typically take 10 minutes in a mere 2. Upon reaching the familiar courtyard, I flung open the door. The sound of the door crashing against the stone wall, echoing sharply in the air. With the sound echoing through the air, the previously silent house soon stirred with activity. "You beast, dare to come here again? I would rather perish than concede." Zhang's father, his face flushed with rage, charged out of the house wielding an iron pitchfork. However, upon seeing Zhang Tian standing in the courtyard, his expression froze, and the pitchfork slipped from his grasp, clattering softly to the ground. Tianer, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him, Zhang's father could hardly believe his eyes, hesitantly inquiring with a trembling voice. "Father, I have returned," Zhang Tian replied, his heart aching as he beheld the man who had aged prematurely, his hair now graying, a testament to years of toil. Zhang's father was not yet old, merely in his 30s or early 40s, but the burdens of labor had worn him down, making him appear far older than his years, a true reflection of the plight of countless ordinary farmers. "Child, dear child, do not engage in conflict." At that moment, a farmer's wife rushed out of the house, accompanied by a young girl. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, the words she had intended to utter were abruptly swallowed. "Mother, little sister, I have returned," Zhang Tian said, striving to hold back his tears, yet as the words escaped his lips, his eyes overflowed like a river breaking its banks. This was the manifestation of the original's lingering attachment. Zhang Tian could sense the remnants of that attachment dissipating into the air along with his tears. "My son, come inside. It is cold out here," Zhang's mother urged, pulling Zhang Tian toward the warmth of their home, with Zhang's father and younger sister trailing behind. Inside, Zhang Tian and his mother exchanged pleasantries, with her doing most of the talking while he listened attentively, occasionally joined by his father and sister's interjections. Zhang Tian spoke sparingly, deliberately vague about matters concerning the Spirit Beast Sect, knowing that sharing such burdens would only serve to worry them without providing any resolution. Zhang Yunkai regarded Zhang Tian with a mixture of fear and curiosity, yearning for closeness but hesitant to approach. When Zhang Tian had left, Yunkai was merely 8 years old, and now, 5 years later, her memories of her brother had faded considerably. As the initial joy of their reunion waned, a serene stillness enveloped the room, punctuated only by the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. "Father, has something happened at home?" Zhang Tian asked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was no fool. The fury with which his father had burst forth upon his arrival was not directed at him, but rather at some other matter. If no one had pushed his father to such extremes, a man who had lived a life of honesty and simplicity would not have reacted so vehemently. "Alas, it concerns your sister," Zhang's father said, casting a glance at Zhang's mother. Upon receiving a nod from her, he sighed and recounted the misfortunes that had befallen their family over the past few months. 6 months ago, your sister went to the orchard on the back mountain to gather persimmons, intending to make dried persimmons to help with household expenses. Everything was well when she left, but upon her return, calamity struck. On the way back, she encountered a young scholar on horseback clad in white. As Zhang's father recounted the events, Zhang Tian gradually grasped the situation's intricacies. A young heir from a prominent family in the county sought to forcibly marry his sister as a concubine. Had the scholar been sincere, Zhang would have consented. However, upon inquiry, it was revealed that the gentleman was a notorious libertine, possessing numerous concubines, over several dozen, and treating them in a manner akin to courtesans, even hosting guests in a manner more debased than that of those in brothels. Under such circumstances, Zhang could not possibly thrust his daughter into the flames of such a fate. Consequently, the servants of that scholar would disturb their household every few days, pressuring Zhang to marry off his younger sister to him. Zhang had just regarded him as one of those rogues. "Father, do not worry. I shall take care of this matter," Zhang Tian confidently reassured, observing the troubled countenance of his father. The disparity between mortals and cultivators was vast. Now that he had returned, he was certain he could manage these affairs effectively. Moreover, he anticipated that his time at home would be limited henceforth, and this time, Zhang Tian resolved to eliminate any future threats decisively. Even if he could not honor his parents in the years to come, he aimed to ensure they could enjoy a comfortable twilight in their lives. Indeed, there are those who fear nothing. A fierce glint flickered in Zhang Tian's eyes. Logically, those around should have known he had ascended to the celestial gates, and no one would dare to intrude upon his family. Yet, it appeared that some would only shed tears upon facing the grave, emboldened by their audacity. This time, he not only intended to teach that family a lesson, but also to issue a warning to others. Those who dare to threaten his family should be wary of his retribution upon his return. Chapter 33. The pleasure of retribution. Zhang Tian remained at home for 3 days, during which he administered the longevity elixirs he had procured from the sect to his parents. The remaining potions he concealed for their future use, explaining only that they would enhance their health, merely a form of wellness remedy. After all, while these elixirs were a trivial expense for Zhang Tian, they represented treasures of incalculable worth to mortals, capable of tempting them into perilous ventures driven by greed. Should news of their existence leak, and he not be present, those elixirs might spell disaster rather than fortune, thereby contradicting his original intent. At last, the moment arrived. While Zhang Tian chopped firewood in the courtyard, a large group of individuals, brimming with hostility, suddenly emerged within the range of his perception. Without a doubt, they were the very servants his father had spoken of. "Old man, have you given our proposition any thought?" The boisterous voices reached him before their owners did, causing Zhang Tian's expression to darken instantly. As the clamorous voices subsided, a throng of burly attendants clad in green satin garments streamed into the courtyard. The leader of the attendants hesitated upon spotting the unfamiliar youth, questioning whether he had indeed arrived at the correct residence. However, after surveying his surroundings, he confirmed that he was indeed at the right place. Where did this wild boy come from? Where is the master of the house? The head attendant inquired with an air of arrogance. Zhang Tian abruptly lifted his gaze, coldly fixing his stare upon the head attendant. The icy glare startled the leader, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps. As the head of the servants regained his composure, a scorching heat enveloped his face, particularly intensified by the scrutinizing gazes, both overt and covert, of his subordinates. He was mortified to realize he had been intimidated by a mere youth's stare. "You insolent wretch, how dare you frighten me? I shall ensure you feel the consequences of your insolence." Fueled by indignation, the head servant commanded his trusted aide, "Go, break both of his legs, and teach this brat a lesson, so he learns to be more discerning in the future." However, after a considerable lapse of time, despite the order being issued, no one dared to act. The head servant's anger simmered, sensing his authority was being challenged. He prepared to reprimand his subordinates and resolved to seek an opportunity to discipline them thoroughly in the future. Suddenly, he felt a tremor at his waist. His aide, trembling, pointed nervously to their surroundings. The head servant's heart sank upon realizing the peril they faced. Unbeknownst to them, a pack of massive dogs, comparable in size to adult cattle, had silently encircled them. This was, of course, the result of Zhang Tian's machinations. The giant-toothed dogs may have struggled against fierce beasts, but against mere mortals, they were more than sufficient, akin to a father chastising his son. Now, I pose a question, and you shall respond. Do you understand? Though phrased as an inquiry, Zhang Tian's tone brooked no dissent. A faint smile adorned Zhang Tian's lips, yet it did nothing to warm the head servant's heart. Instead, it left him feeling as though he were submerged in the frigid waters of winter. I understand. I assure you I shall speak without reservation, the head servant hastily replied, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. He feared that any delay in his response would result in the gaping maw before him snapping shut. In mere moments, the head servant divulged all he knew about the tyrannical affluent family, revealing every detail. Were it not for Zhang Tian's interruption of his ramblings, he might have even disclosed his childhood bedwetting incidents. What a spineless wretch! Zhang Tian harbored a sense of disdain for the head servant's weakness, for acquiring his master's information would have otherwise demanded considerable effort. Dear elder, I have shared all that I know. May we depart now? The head servant inquired cautiously, noting Zhang Tian's satisfaction. Certainly, Zhang Tian replied. The head servant, elated, turned to lead his subordinates away from this nightmarish locale. Yet in the next instant, at Zhang Tian's behest, the pack of giant-toothed dogs lunged at them with ferocity. Blood filled the air, and dismembered limbs were flung into the sky. As the servants screamed in agony, some cursing Zhang Tian for his perceived betrayal. The clash was overwhelmingly one-sided. Even seasoned warriors, having fought countless battles, would struggle against the giant-toothed dogs, let alone a group of servants who thrived on bullying the common folk. The skirmish concluded swiftly, leaving only traces of crimson and a pack of giant-toothed dogs voraciously gnawing on their spoils. I've had a change of heart. It is far better for you to perish, Zhang Tian remarked, his expression remaining serenely composed. Certainly, do not worry. Your master will soon come to accompany you. The journey from Changshi village to Linshui County would take approximately half a day by horseback, but with the methods employed by cultivators, Zhang Tian arrived at Linshui County in merely an hour. The county was bustling with a multitude of people and exhibited considerable prosperity. Even the guards at the city gate were not ordinary. However, having visited places like Yinchuan Market, Linshui County did not evoke much astonishment in Zhang Tian. In comparison to the scale and grandeur of Yinchuan Market, if Yinchuan were likened to the capital of a nation, Linshui County could only be considered a small town nestled in a valley. Upon entering the city, and after some inquiries, Zhang Tian easily located the residence of a wealthy family. The family bore the surname Yang, and the notorious young master who bullied others was named Yang Shiji. Though his name implied greatness through the generations, the individual himself was far from admirable. At the entrance of the Yang residence, Zhang Tian unleashed a horde of giant-toothy dogs, surrounding the entire estate to ensure not a single bird could escape. He was indifferent to the commotion. It was merely a small place inhabited by mortals. With an air of confidence, he strode toward the front gate, prepared to storm in. The gatekeeper, sensing the impending danger when Zhang Tian released the giant dogs, hastily shut the gate, but it proved futile. The iron gate crumbled under the claws of the three-eyed spirit dogs, yielding a gaping hole large enough for entry. As the spirit dogs entered, screams, cries of panic, and chaos transformed the once tranquil Yang residence into a boiling cauldron. In the main hall of the Yang family, Zhang Tian encountered a middle-aged man with a square-shaped face, flanked by a throng of servants. Observing the way others rallied around him as their pillar of strength, Zhang Tian deduced his identity. "Are you the head of the Yang family?" he inquired. "Indeed, but how can you commit such acts of violence in broad daylight? Are you not afraid of the authorities?" The head of the Yang family questioned, suppressing his fear. "Ha ha! Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. Today marks the retribution for your family. As for the authorities," Zhang Tian scoffed, "they govern mere mortals and hold no sway over cultivators." Zhang Tian shifted his gaze to a youth clad in green, surrounded by a group of women, and asked, Are you Yang Shiji? Caught off guard by the inquiry from the dark-faced youth, Yang Shiji, whose mind was already in disarray, reflexively replied, "Yes, that is I." "Then it is you," Zhang Tian said, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, a fireball, roughly the size of a soccer ball, hurtled towards Yang Shiji. Amidst the astonished and terrified gazes of the onlookers, Yang Shiji let out a horrified scream, only to be slowly reduced to ashes beneath the fiery orb, the faint scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Zhang Tian's abrupt act of violence sent many women into shrieks of terror, with some collapsing in shock. The patriarch of the Yang family turned ashen, realizing that if the youth had any demands, it might have been manageable. However, given his demeanor, it was evident he was intent on taking lives. Chapter 34. The Daring Maidservant. With the primary culprit dead, how should the remaining individuals be dealt with? Zhang Tian pondered the dilemma as he surveyed those left behind. Let them all perish. It is excessively brutal and bears no distinction from Yang Shiji's actions. Yet, if we refrain from executing them, what if the remaining individuals harbor resentment and seek vengeance upon his family during his training at the Spirit Beast Sect? That would indeed spell disaster. One must eradicate the roots along with the weeds. After a moment of hesitation, a flicker of resolution crossed Zhang Tian's face. The death of unfamiliar individuals pales in comparison to the safety of his loved ones. He is no saint. Just as Zhang Tian was about to issue his command, a disheveled young maid rushed forth from the crowd, kneeling before him, pointing at the individuals beside her, and gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, "Esteemed immortal master, I hereby report that he, and these few are Yang Shiji's trusted subordinates. They are complicit in his vile deeds. Let them face their demise as well. Please, spare me, immortal master." The faces of the accused guards and servants changed dramatically, their legs turning to jelly as they fervently bowed their heads, pleading for mercy. Zhang Tian paid them no heed. Instead, he regarded the audacious girl before him with curiosity. "Who are you, and why do you not fear?" "I am the humble servant Qinghuan, forcibly taken into the manor by Yang Shiji 5 years ago. I possess an intimate knowledge of all matters within the household." The maid Qinghuan raised her head, her voice laced with indignation. "I believe the immortal master has come to uphold justice. I am willing to identify Yang Shiji's family and his lackeys. You treacherous wretch, a traitor to your master, I shall end your life, and you shall not die well." Upon hearing this, several women of notable status in the crowd turned pale, cursing as they surged forward, intent on assailing Qinghuan on the ground. "Silence!" Zhang Tian frowned, letting out a soft huff. At that moment, his three-eyed spirit dog lunged forward, and with just a few swipes, the women were severed into pieces, their blood spraying like a ruptured pipe across the crowd. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, the breath of all present seemed to cease. Even Qinghuan trembled on the ground. Zhang Tian remained unfazed and turned his gaze back to Qinghuan, a light smile gracing his lips. "You have proven clever, resolving a dilemma for me. Step forward and stand by my side." Qinghuan's figure was indeed petite and exquisite, a budding beauty. However, upon seeing her face, Zhang Tian furrowed his brow. "Those scars on your face, did you inflict them upon yourself? What a pity." Judging by her facial structure, Qinghuan possessed an undeniable beauty, yet the numerous deep red scars, clearly etched by a blade, marred her visage, robbing it of any color. "I had no choice but to defile myself in such a manner to render Yang Shiji disinterested in me," Qinghuan replied nonchalantly, as if the act of slicing her own face were not her own doing. Hearing her words, Zhang Tian's assessment of her rose further. It was hard to fathom that such a petite girl could harbor such immense courage, enduring humiliation and hardship within the enemy's domain for so many years. The ensuing moments were a time of slaughter. Qinghuan identified each of those gathered, showing no mercy despite their pleas for clemency. Zhang Tian summoned his three-eyed spirit dog, commanding it to execute them. During this tumultuous period, some individuals, unwilling to accept their fate, attempted to escape amidst the chaos. However, after being obliterated by a few fireballs cast by Zhang Tian, the agitated crowd was quelled once more. From the nearly 200 to 300 members of the Yang family, including servants, only around 30 to 40 remained untainted by sin, primarily comprised of maidservants. Surprisingly, among them was a young lady of the Yang family, whose innocence stood in stark contrast to her malevolent elder brother and their oppressive father. She was as pure as a white lotus. For her sake, Qing Huan even risked offending Zhang Tian to offer an explanation. Indeed, it is unwise to generalize. Even within such a disordered clan, there exist innocent souls. Zhang Tian couldn't help but reflect. Despite sensing the animosity in the young lady's gaze, he felt no concern. The Yang family's substantial estates and businesses attracted numerous prying eyes, and the naive young lady would do well to focus on her survival amidst the ravenous wolves drawn to her family's plight. Although Zhang Tian spared her, he would not concern himself with her future well-being. Outside the Yang residence, a sudden pack of dogs startled passers-by, and the news of the dogs surrounding the Yang manor quickly spread throughout the county town. Many onlookers, relishing the misfortune, gathered from afar, their numbers steadily increasing. Meanwhile, Wang Qingshan at the city lord's estate was also informed of this development and immediately recognized it as the work of cultivators. Initially, he hesitated to investigate. After all, the disparity between cultivators was vast, and he, being a low-tier individual with no hopes of foundation establishment, merely sought a life of luxury among mortals. However, compelled by requests from several prominent families, he understood that, as the protector of Linshui County, he needed to consider their interests for his family's integration into the local power structure. Reluctantly, Wang Qingshan resolved to make an appearance. Upon his arrival at the manor's entrance, Zhang Tian sensed his approach. To Zhang Tian, mortals appeared almost as mere grains of rice, whereas Wang Qingshan loomed larger, akin to a small pigeon egg. He quickly deduced that a cultivator had arrived. "I am Wang Qingshan. I humbly request a favor from you, esteemed friend," he called out, unperturbed by the formidable hounds at the entrance, but opting not to force his way inside to avoid offending the cultivator within. "I am Zhang Tian, a disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect, and I have the honor of meeting you, Taoist Wang," Zhang Tian responded, stepping out with Qing Huan, followed closely by his three-eyed spirit dog. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's lineage, a bitter taste filled Wang Qingshan's mouth. He realized that Zhang Tian was a disciple of a major sect, while he himself was merely a loose cultivator, a significant disparity indeed. His apprehension deepened upon observing the late-stage qi cultivation of the three-eyed spirit dog, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. Steeling himself, despite his initial fright, Wang Qingshan bravely inquired, "What brings you to the Zhang residence, Taoist friend? Has the Zhang family incurred your displeasure? While it is fortunate that my grievances do not lie with you, it is unacceptable for this little rascal to lay eyes on my family," Zhang Tian replied, shaking his head. "Having provoked the family of a fellow cultivator, those foolish beings truly deserve their fate. However, my friend, you are aware that the sects of the cultivation world strictly prohibit the wanton slaughter of mortals. Might I take charge of this matter? Rest assured, I shall provide you with a most satisfactory resolution." Wang Qingshan silently lamented. He had long heard of the infamous reputation of the Yang family in Linshui County, but he never anticipated that they would directly offend the family of a cultivator this time. Zhang Tian replied with a faint smile, "I fear that may not be feasible. I have nearly resolved the matter myself, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with it." Wang Qingshan was momentarily speechless, taken aback that within less than half an hour, hundreds of individuals had perished. "Not a bother, not a bother. In that case, I shall take my leave," he said, forcing a smile as he departed. In truth, he yearned to exhibit some bravado, but alas, he was outmatched in both cultivation level and strength. It was evident that Zhang Tian was a decisive individual. Prolonging the engagement could very well cost him dearly. Moreover, had it not been for the joint letter from other families, he would have had no desire to visit the Yang residence. A personal vendetta would suffice as an explanation. The families would likely be satisfied with that. Wang Qingshan muttered to himself, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he left. Upon returning, his first order of business was to investigate the entire incident thoroughly. he must not be as blind as the Yang family had been. He also intended to gather intelligence on Zhang Tian's family. With such a formidable figure as Zhang Tian, it would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship. Once the major families within the city received the news, their initial panic dissipated. Simultaneously, many astute individuals, thinking along the same lines as Wang Qingshan, proactively sent emissaries to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Tian's family. Chapter 35. Serving as a slave after sending Wang Qingshan on his way. Zhang Tian returned to the main hall of the residence, also gathering the giant hounds from outside. Following a thorough cleansing, the once crowded main hall was now significantly less populated, with only a few maids huddled together like frightened quails. In the face of this sudden calamity, they appeared extraordinarily anxious. To them, Zhang Tian calmly announced, "From this day forth, the Yang family no longer exists. You shall no longer be their servants. Return to your respective homes. If you lack money or provisions, feel free to search for valuable items within the Yang residence. While I cannot guarantee your future wealth, at the very least, you shall no longer have to worry about your basic needs." With that, Zhang Tian paid them no further mind and began to wander through the Yang residence, searching for potential treasures. The maids, initially incredulous that this fearsome figure would spare them, soon witnessed one bold individual attempting to carry away a blue and white porcelain vase. Discovering that Zhang Tian truly did not obstruct her, others quickly followed suit and began to leave in droves. By the time Zhang Tian completed his circuit and returned, he was astonished to find that only Qinghuan remained in the main hall. "What is this? Everyone else has departed, yet you linger?" Zhang Tian chuckled. "Do you have an affinity for this residence? However, I shan't stay in Lingshui County for long. Even if I were to leave the house to you, you might not be able to safeguard it, and it could bring trouble to your family." Qinghuan shrugged her nose, responding with her characteristic icy demeanor. "This little servant remains here not to seek a reward. Several years ago, Xiao Nu's family was tragically destroyed by Yang Shiji, leaving her as the sole survivor. In her earlier years, Xiao Nu vowed that whoever avenged her family would earn her lifelong devotion as a servant. Today, as the immortal master helped Xiao Nu exact her revenge, he became her only remaining kin, and she yearned to remain by his side in servitude for eternity." Upon hearing Qing Huan's words, Zhang Tian chuckled, yet the expression on Qing Huan's face remained unchanged, her determination evident as she resolutely bit her lip and stood before him unwaveringly. Gradually, Zhang Tian ceased his laughter, his gaze locking onto Qing Huan's eyes, and he perceived the unwavering resolve within them, realizing her words were not mere jest, but a genuine sentiment from her heart. Zhang Tian's demeanor shifted to calmness as he reflected, "I am a cultivator, while you are immortal. We are not of the same realm. Your servitude would be of no utility to me, for I discern only between the useful and the useless. Furthermore, my slaying of Yang Shiji was born of personal vendetta and bears no connection to you. Thus you need not harbor any guilt." As Zhang Tian spoke, Qing Huan's complexion gradually paled, drained of color, and her lips unwittingly bled from her biting. Yet, she remained undeterred, kneeling before him and defiantly inquiring, "Master, I have heard that one must possess a certain talent to become a master such as yourself. Why not test my aptitude? If I prove to be without talent, I shall depart, but if I possess it, then surely I would be of use to you." Qing Huan's inherent tenacity indeed stirred something within Zhang Tian. Moreover, considering that she had previously assisted him in resolving a predicament, he hesitated briefly before deciding to indulge her, believing this might bring her to a final resolution. It is rare for a cultivator to emerge. Often, the probability of finding one among 10,000 is already extraordinary. "Come forth," he beckoned Qing Huan, extending his right hand to rest upon her crown. A gentle stream of azure, spiritual energy flowed from Zhang Tian's hand into her being. Upon his touch, Qing Huan felt a warmth envelop her, followed by a tingling sensation coursing through her body, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Typically, the determination of a cultivator's spiritual roots requires the aid of a testing plate. Fortunately, with only Qing Huan to assess, Zhang Tian could ascertain her aptitude even without it, given a bit more time. After approximately 15 minutes had elapsed, a soft gasp escaped Zhang Tian as he withdrew his spiritual energy, scrutinizing Qing Huan intently while she remained silent beside him. "Master, do I possess such qualifications?" Qing Huan inquired, suppressing her embarrassment and feeling a flutter of anxiety. With a light chuckle, Zhang Tian wore an expression of amusement, affirming, "Indeed, you were correct. You truly possess spiritual roots, fire, earth, and wood, surpassing my own aptitude by a significant margin. I did not expect that at your age. You would be a hidden gem overlooked by the sex elections. In truth, my previous remarks were merely a jest. Should you be inclined, I could introduce you to the Spirit Beast Sect, and we would thereafter be disciples of the same lineage," Zhang Tian articulated sincerely. Qing Huan's countenance revealed no sign of persuasion. Instead, she knelt once more, undeterred, and inquired, "Does the immortal master's word hold weight? Since I possess spiritual root aptitude, it indicates a bond between us. If the immortal master wishes to retract what was said, why offer so many excuses?" With a deep sigh, Zhang Tian was unwilling to betray his word. Thus he responded, "You, my dear, initially struck me as cunning as a fox, yet now you resemble a stubborn bull, unwilling to relent until you meet your fate against the wall. Very well, if you desire, then stay by my side." "Thank you, immortal master." Qing Huan's resolute gaze brightened with joy. Zhang Tian's speech bore a hint of the antiquated wisdom of a past life, sounding rather incongruous. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that such words ought to be spoken solely by a youth of 15 or 16. As for Qing Huan, she did not mind, assuming that all immortal masters spoke with the maturity of Zhang Tian. In response to her words, Zhang Tian shook his head, stating that among cultivators, the term immortal master was not customary. "Since you shall pursue cultivation henceforth, you may address me as Zhang Daoyu." Qing Huan nodded, her intelligence allowing her to comprehend Zhang Tian's words with ease. "Then I shall call you master. The little servant has previously stated that whoever avenges her shall be her master." Zhang Tian wished to decline, but, seeing her resolute demeanor, he swallowed his words. "Very well, master," Qing Huan replied, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Zhang Tian himself was uncertain whether this arrangement was prudent or not. He had indeed intended to recommend Qing Huan to the sect, for according to its regulations, endorsing mortals with high spiritual root aptitude would yield a substantial reward. However, he recalled the matters concerning his Spirit Sheep Valley. Although aided by a pack of dogs, those issues had become manageable. Yet, personal oversight was still necessary. Just as he returned home, he required a trustworthy friend to assist him. Otherwise, he would hesitate to leave. Yet he could not impose on others for every little thing. If they were to discern Qing Jing Chao's extraordinary nature, it could spell disaster. Hence, Zhang Tian realized he needed a reliable hand, and when it came to dependability, one nurtured from the ground up would likely surpass any established ally. As for Qing Huan's cultivation expenses, the spirit stones from Spirit Sheep Valley yielded a decent profit. Once the scale expanded further, supporting 2 individuals should pose no challenge. Chapter 36. Regret without end. Zhang Tian spent yet another half-day searching the Yang residents for their valuables. It was not that he coveted gold and jewels. Such mundane items held no allure for cultivators, akin to mere stones by the roadside. However, his parents, being mortals, required such possessions, and his younger sister would need a substantial dowry upon her marriage, given that his opportunities to return would likely be scarce. These earthly treasures served as a means to express his filial piety. With little effort, and aided by the azure ring, Zhang Tian successfully discovered the Yang family's treasure chamber beneath a rockery in the backyard, ignoring the mountains of copper coins. He collected only the precious gold bars and silver into his storage bag. To his pleasant surprise, he also stumbled upon some aged spiritual herbs in the chamber. While the younger ones were of little use to him, being merely 3 to 4 decades old, they still held considerable value in the mortal realm. However, there were also more mature specimens, such as a humanoid-shaped ginseng preserved in a warm yellowish-white jade box, which was at least a century old. Although the preservation methods of mortals were inadequate, causing much of its spiritual essence to dissipate. It still retained considerable medicinal properties, likely fetching at least 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, when adding the other assorted higher-age spiritual herbs, the total would certainly amount to 500 lower-grade spirit stones. If such a large household possessed so many spiritual herbs, how could other affluent families be any less? Zhang Tian licked his lips, contemplating the treasure chambers of other wealthy families. However, upon careful reflection, he dispelled the thought. Cultivators had their own rules, just as mortals adhered to theirs. One could not overstep boundaries, lest they provoke widespread ire, which could lead to punishment from their sect. After all, mortals were the foundation of cultivators. Having resolved matters with the Yang family, Zhang Tian felt no nostalgia for Linshui County and returned to Changshi Village. Zhang and Zhang's mother had been in a state of anxiety since his departure, and only upon his return could they finally breathe easy. The entire round trip had taken merely 5 hours, just half a day's time. Tianer, perhaps we should just let it go. Can't we avoid trouble? Or should we consider relocating? This was Zhang's father's first utterance upon meeting Zhang Tian, evidently a decision born from great torment. Zhang Tian could sense his father's concern for his safety, warming his heart. Father, there's no need to worry. No one will dare to bully you again. The Yang family is no more in Linshui County. Zhang and his mother were left speechless, clearly astonished that within merely half a day, the formidable mountain that had threatened them had vanished. By the way, take care of these pups while I'm away. There will be sufficient guardians for your lives. As for feeding them, let them forage in the mountains. They are capable of fending for themselves. As he spoke, Zhang Tian retrieved 6 pups from his storage bag. 5 of them were giant tooth dogs, and 1 was a giant tooth blood dog, all born a few months prior. Though referred to as pups, they were already as large as adult hunting dogs in the mortal realm, and with their noble lineage. These pups would safeguard Zhang's parents from all but the most formidable foes. Moreover, these pups had undergone bloodline restrictions, ensuring they would naturally bond with those of the same bloodline and would not harm Zhang Tian's family. And regarding this gold and silver, keep it hidden from others to avoid unnecessary troubles. If times get tough in the future, you can use some of it to trade for food. Zhang Tian urged with careful admonition. My son, are you truly departing? Will you return? Zhang Yang did not gaze at the resplendent gold, but instead fixed her eyes upon Zhang Tian, her inquiry piercing through his demeanor. Zhang Tian's words, reminiscent of a final farewell, prompted her awareness. Zhang Ba, initially awestruck by the golden treasures, was suddenly roused by Zhang Yang's question, turning his attention to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian had anticipated his mother's perceptiveness, yet her sudden inquiry left him momentarily paralyzed. After a prolonged silence, he responded softly, Yes, mother. Perhaps I shall return. Zhang Yang turned away, discreetly wiping away her tears, and spoke with a feigned calmness. That is for the best. My son is destined for greatness. She added, Tian, why not linger at home for a few more days? Zhang Ba, wishing to persuade Zhang Tian to stay longer, noted that after 5 years away, his son had scarcely spent 5 days at home. Father, please, let the child depart early, Zhang Yang interjected loudly, stifling Zhang Ba's words before Zhang Tian could voice his reluctance. Hearing his wife's insistence, Zhang Ba could only sigh in resignation. The thought of delaying his journey filled Zhang Tian with a pang of sorrow. He wished to express his desire to remain a few more days, but the words caught in his throat, refusing to emerge. Instead, he turned to Qing Huan and Zhang Yun Kai, calling out, Qing Huan, it is time to go. Meanwhile, as Zhang Tian conversed with their parents, Qing Huan found herself alongside the reticent Zhang Yun Kai. During their return, Qing Huan had learned that it was precisely because of this sister that Zhang Tian had confronted the Yang family. This realization stirred a twinge of envy within Qing Huan, for she longed for a brother like Zhang Tian during her own tribulations. Yet there was also gratitude, for it was Zhang Yun Kai's existence that had allowed her to avenge her grievances. Thus, Qing Huan endeavored to win Zhang Yun Kai's favor in their exchanges. Zhang Yun Kai, intrigued by her masked companion, found Qing Huan far more approachable than the formidable Zhang Tian. Eager to glean more about her long-lost brother, Zhang Yunkai sought to extract information from the unexpectedly emerging figure. However, Qing Huan, lacking comprehensive knowledge of Zhang Tian, recounted the events that transpired at the Yang residence, leaving Zhang Yunkai in a state of astonishment. Yet, the extent of her knowledge was limited, and before long, she had relayed all she could. When Zhang Tian called for her, Qing Huan felt a wave of relief, having run out of things to share with Zhang Yunkai. Let us depart. Zhang Tian summoned a small green sword and mounted it. Qing Huan, her cheeks flushed with shyness, positioned herself in front of Zhang Tian, only to feel his warm arms encircle her waist. In an instant, Zhang Tian lifted her into the sky, soaring to heights beyond 100 feet. The fierce winds buffeted the azure, eggshell-shaped magical barrier, yet failed to disturb its integrity. Unbeknownst to him, a crystalline tear slipped from the corner of Zhang Tian's eye, dissipating into the air as it exited the protective shield. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of release, as if an invisible shackle had suddenly vanished. Thank you. In the midst of a vague awareness, Zhang Tian seemed to hear the grateful voice of a simple-minded youth whispering in his ear, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned nothing but the howling wind. The sound of Qing Huan's bashfulness reached him from ahead. Her neck had turned a shade of crimson without him even noticing. Zhang Tian's expression froze momentarily as he hastily lowered his hand that had been wrapped around Qing Huan, which had inexplicably wandered to an inappropriate peak. If it were the master, it would be of no concern, Qing Huan softly murmured. Haha. Zhang Tian laughed awkwardly, failing to respond, left at a loss for words. How could he possibly explain? Could he claim it was unintentional? That would hardly be believable. Chapter 37. Long-term plans within Lingyang Valley. Qin Samu stood upright, having received a message talisman, and soon spotted two figures approaching in the distance. Brother Samu, I am grateful for your assistance this past month, Zhang Tian said as he swiftly approached, a smile gracing his face. It was but a small favor, hardly deserving of thanks. The spiritual energy here is far more abundant than in my residence. I have made even more rapid progress during this time, Qin Samu replied, shaking his head in disagreement with Zhang Tian's assertion. However, when he glanced behind him and noticed Qing Huan, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With a stern expression, Qin Samu declared, though I feel this is a matter I should not address, I must still suggest that we cultivators ought to strive diligently each day, seizing every moment without distraction. Otherwise, what will become of us a century hence? His tone carried a hint of disappointment, almost reproachful. Zhang Tian, taken aback by his words, felt an inexplicable mix of amusement and exasperation. He recognized that Qin Samu was not intentionally trying to embarrass him. After years of camaraderie, Zhang Tian had come to understand him well. He was akin to a rigid, traditional scholar, unwavering in his convictions. Yet, it was precisely this steadfast nature that made Zhang Tian trust him with the care of Lingyang Valley. He would have been far more anxious if entrusted to anyone else. Zhang Tian realized that Qin Samu had misjudged the situation, mistaking Qing Huan for a mere source of indulgence. However, this misunderstanding was not surprising. With her alluring figure, Qing Huan was undeniably breathtaking, a beauty that would rival even the most exquisite cultivators enhanced by spiritual energy, though the scar on her face would typically diminish her allure. The delicate black veil she wore not only concealed it, but also lent her an air of enigmatic charm. Moreover, any cultivator could easily perceive that she possessed no spiritual power, merely immortal. Given the circumstances, it was only natural for a cultivator to seek companionship with a strikingly beautiful mortal. Zhang Tian understood the misunderstanding, but found himself at a loss for an explanation. Claiming that Qing Huan was merely his disciple would evoke even more skepticism. Who would believe that a qi refining practitioner would take on disciples? Typically, only those at the foundation establishment stage possessed such energy and resources. Thus, Zhang Tian could only swallow his grievances and nod at Qin Samu, accepting his goodwill with silent acknowledgement. Upon reflecting on his own counsel, Zhang Tian realized that it was time for Qin Samu to take his leave. Now that you have returned, I too must depart. I had previously received an invitation from fellow disciples to undertake a task for the sect, but in your absence, I felt reluctant to leave. With your return, I can finally extricate myself, and it is not too late. Perhaps I can still catch up. Zhang Tian refrained from urging Qin Sanmu to linger a while longer, understanding that cultivators often find themselves in solitary circumstances. And Qin Sanmu was particularly burdened by the rigors of his practice. However, Zhang Tian drew forth a storage bag that he had prepared earlier and presented it to Qin Sanmu. I understand your character well, my brother. Hence, I shall not press you to stay longer. Yet, you must accept these items. You have tended to my spirit sheep for over a month, which has undoubtedly hindered your cultivation. Consider this a modest compensation from me. Qin Sanmu was taken aback. Zhang Tian had never mentioned any form of recompense, and he had assumed their bond was solely rooted in brotherhood. The sight of Zhang Tian producing material goods caused a shift in his demeanor, leading him to feel that such a gesture insulted their friendship, prompting him to refuse. However, before Qin Sanmu could voice his objections, Zhang Tian had already thrust the storage bag into his hands, casually remarking, I am fully aware that our bond should not be measured in material terms. Yet, as the saying goes, even brothers keep clear accounts. Should you decline these offerings, I would hesitate to seek your assistance in the future. Thus, my dear Samuel, I implore you to accept it. The contents are modest, merely a token of my appreciation. Faced with Zhang Tian's insistence, Qin Sanmu found himself at a loss for words and reluctantly acquiesced. Without further discussion, Qin Sanmu departed. Zhang Tian watched as the glimmer of Qin Sanmu's retreating figure faded into the horizon, regaining his composure. Frequently, people assert that bonds of friendship are priceless. Yet, for Zhang Tian, a second-time inhabitant of this world, while such bonds may be invaluable, they require tangible means for sustenance. Otherwise, over time, even the closest of relationships may fray and become entangled in disputes over interests, descending into sordidness. In this world, bustling with activity, all are driven by self-interest. Fraternal discord is all too common. How much more so among friends devoid of any vested interests? Zhang Tian's desire to maintain a favorable relationship with Qin Sanmu was largely strategic. As a sect member, he intended to use the sect as a ladder, continually ascending to acquire greater resources for his own advancement. One cannot thrive alone. He must seek a circle of trustworthy allies or those bound by mutual interests, be they master-disciple relationships common within sects, groups formed by members of the same family, disciples who entered the sect in the same year, or friends forged through shared adventures. All these constitute various degrees of power. Meanwhile, Qin Sanmu soared through the skies, and despite his reluctance to accept his friend's goodwill, he could not suppress a growing curiosity about the contents of the storage bag. After a moment of hesitation, he utilized his spiritual consciousness to dismantle the restrictions on the storage bag, subsequently extending his awareness within. Qin Sanmu inhaled sharply, struggling to believe the sheer number of spirit stones contained within the bag. The storage bag held no other items, only a substantial amount of low-grade spirit stones, 50 in total. The rationale behind this was that Zhang Tian, unaware of what Qin Sanmu required, had deduced that possessing spirit stones would enable him to procure whatever he needed, hence only placing spirit stones inside. With these 50 low-grade spirit stones, it was likely sufficient for him to break through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Qin Sanmu mused silently. He pondered how Zhang Tian had acquired such a wealth of spirit stones, even for someone of a higher realm. Parting with such a quantity would likely pose a challenge. Contemplating this, the resentment Qin Sanmu had felt towards Zhang Tian for his earlier actions dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound, ineffable gratitude that welled up from within. In Lingyang Valley, after observing Qin Sanmu venture far, Zhang Tian opened the Spirit Beast bag, liberating the three-eyed spirit hounds that were on the verge of madness from confinement. Upon encountering their familiar surroundings, they dashed away in an instant. Not long after, the sounds of barking echoed across the prairie, as if the remaining hounds were celebrating the return of their companions. This will be your new abode. I shall carve out a cave for you, and later, I will discuss other matters, Zhang Tian remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Huan. The girl had clearly understood the implications of Qin Sama's words, and Zhang Tian had initially been concerned that her fiery temperament might provoke a retort. To his surprise, she had remained exceptionally docile, not uttering a single word since then, which rendered his worries unnecessary. Thus, Zhang Tian gained a deeper appreciation for Qing Huan's astuteness. Chapter 38. Bestowing Techniques. 3 days swiftly passed. There was little to be done in Lingyang Valley, and given Qing Huan's innate dexterity and aptitude, she quickly acclimated to the various tasks within the valley. Initially, Zhang Tian had harbored reservations about allowing Qing Huan to handle these responsibilities. But after discreetly observing her manage them competently on her own, he finally set his mind at ease. From that point onward, he was relieved of mundane concerns, enabling him to devote more time to his cultivation. Qing Huan's cave was situated adjacent to Zhang Tian's. At this moment, she had completed her tasks and was engrossed in studying an ancient tome, her sole passion being literature. She had even requested Zhang Tian to bring a few books when she arrived. Thus, even when Zhang Tian approached her from behind, she remained oblivious to his presence. Ahem! Zhang Tian cleared his throat softly. The sound, though not loud, resonated conspicuously in the spacious chamber. Startled, Qing Huan nearly dropped the book she held. But as she turned to face Zhang Tian, her heart gradually settled. With a humble demeanor, she inclined her head and gracefully saluted him. I have met my master. There is no need for such formalities, Zhang Tian replied gently, waving his hand. He was indifferent to such elaborate customs. In fact, the title of master made him feel somewhat uneasy and unaccustomed. Even more than once, I have suggested to Qing Huan that if she so wishes, we could refer to each other as fellow cultivators. However, regardless of Zhang Tian's attempts to persuade her, Qing Huan steadfastly refused to change her form of address, often responding with silence as a form of resistance. Zhang Tian, recognizing her stubbornness, eventually resigned himself to her choice of address. Clearing his mind of the chaotic thoughts, Zhang Tian remarked, "You have been in Lingyang Valley for quite some time now. I initially thought that, perhaps in due course, you would reconsider your stance and agree to join the Spirit Beast Sect. To my surprise, you have shown remarkable patience." Qing Huan pouted, stating, "Little servant is saved by the master and belongs to the master. No matter how formidable the Spirit Beast Sect may be, I will not abandon my master." Her unwavering loyalty touched Zhang Tian, yet he remained discerning about his subordinates. Although the incident at the Yang residence had led him to regard Qing Huan with newfound respect, the brief time they had spent together made it difficult to fully understand her character. He was reluctant to hastily bring her to Lingyang Valley. However, their interactions over the past days had allowed Zhang Tian to gain a deeper understanding of Qing Huan and to grow more satisfied with her presence. Today, he resolved to fully accept her. With a flick of his wrist, a small book with a pale gray cover appeared in his hand. He handed it to Qing Huan, saying, "Given your innate spiritual root, it is time for you to commence your cultivation. This technique is called Refining Qi Method, which is the same one I am currently practicing. Take it and study it diligently." While Refining Qi Method may not be considered a profound technique within the realm of cultivation, its versatility makes it suitable for practitioners of all spiritual root attributes. Although it does not enhance combat abilities, it facilitates faster cultivation progress. Zhang Tian, fearing that Qing Huan might look down upon such a technique, offered a reassurance. "If this does not suit you, I can certainly seek out a more advanced technique in the market." However, he seemed to have underestimated her reaction. Overwhelmed with joy upon receiving Refining Qi Method, Qing Huan trembled with excitement. After taking the book, she bowed fervently to Zhang Tian, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Anything given by you is cherished by me, and this technique is especially beloved." Zhang Tian relaxed, a gentle smile gracing his face. "As long as you are pleased, that is sufficient. Should you encounter any difficulties during your practice, do not hesitate to come to my cave for guidance." Then, as an afterthought, he produced a storage bag and handed it to Qing Huan. "This is a storage bag. Once you begin your cultivation, you can bind it to yourself with your spiritual sense. Inside, you will find some spirit stones that you can use for supplementary training. As for elixirs, I currently do not possess any suitable for those in the initial stages of qi refinement. I will procure some for you on my next trip to the market. Overwhelmed by the generous gifts from Zhang Tian, Qinghuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears of gratitude. I am at a loss for how to express my thanks, Zhang Tian solemnly assured her. While the conditions here may not be as favorable as those at the Spirit Beast Sect, rest assured that if I have food, you will have soup to share. As for expressing your gratitude, simply cultivate earnestly and assist me with some tasks once your cultivation level improves. Yes, master, she replied. Upon hearing this, Qinghuan indeed felt a deep-seated gratitude, resolutely determining to serve Zhang Tian diligently in the future. As time passed, the impact of the Qingjing grass alone on the growth rate of the spirit beasts proved to be minimal, almost negligible. However, the essence extracted from hundreds of kilograms of Qingjing grass was extraordinary. Each drop of this essence was equivalent to the nourishment provided by thousands of Qingjing grasses, thereby amplifying its effects exponentially. With such a substantial quantity, the growth of the dog pack flourished remarkably. The pups of the giant-toothed dogs birthed in the first round, after 4 to 5 months of nurturing with the essence, had developed at a pace akin to that of a 1 to 2-year-old. While they could not yet be considered fully mature, their size was only slightly smaller than their parents, and they possessed a certain degree of combat capability. In a few months, they would also be able to reproduce, further doubling the population of the pack. Regarding the giant-toothed blood dogs, the three-eyed spirit dogs, and the sole hybrid Timu blood dog, these 3 types of pups constituted nearly 1/5 of the dog pack. In terms of growth potential, the giant-toothed dogs, being ordinary canines, could not be compared to the 3 spirit dog breeds. However, greater potential for growth also implied a longer maturation period. Despite being nurtured for 4 to 5 months with the essence, they remained in their juvenile stage, predominantly at the early stage of qi refinement, with only the Timu blood dog reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement. This revelation surprised Zhang Tian and reinforced his belief that the bloodline of the Timu blood dog was indeed more formidable than that of the other 2 spirit dog breeds. Nonetheless, despite this, Zhang Tian's strength had significantly increased over the past few months. Should he encounter Lu Jinshui again, he believed he could overpower him without resorting to any reckless methods, simply by virtue of his enhanced abilities. The burgeoning strength of the dog pack had greatly uplifted Zhang Tian's spirits. However, he was not so arrogant as to think he could contend with a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. The disparity between cultivators at the same late stage could sometimes be greater than that between mid-stage and late-stage cultivators. While Zhang Tian might manage to handle a newly initiated late-stage cultivator, he was acutely aware that established late-stage cultivators would be far beyond his reach. Moving forward, he resolved to reduce the use of essence on the giant-toothed dog pups. The current strength of the pack relied more on the spirit dogs and their individual prowess. Mere quantity without quality would not suffice. Zhang Tian understood this clearly. Of course, the giant-toothed dogs still held significant value, serving as a foundation akin to the role of mortals and cultivators. Given the current circumstances, he decided to allow things to unfold naturally. Although the essence was not in short supply, the resources of Lingyang Valley were limited, and the quantity of Qingjing grass would also be finite. It was essential to utilize the best materials judiciously. Simply increasing the number of dogs could lead to food shortages, potentially resulting in starvation or inciting turmoil within the pack, which would spell disaster. After careful contemplation, Zhang Tian established the overarching strategy for the canine pack, with the primary aim of accelerating the training of the spirit dogs, while allowing the Megalodon dog clan to flourish naturally. Chapter 39. The initial unveiling of conspiracy under the luminous full moon. Its silvery glow gently cascaded across the rippling water surface, casting a stunning array of silver upon the pebbles along the expansive beach, imparting a touch of nobility to this vast bay. Silver Sand Bay, situated 2,000 miles east of the Spirit Beast Sect, is renowned for its abundant production of fine golden sand, serving as the principal source of spiritual stone income for the Bai family each year. Since the discovery of Silver Sand Bay's potential, the Bai family has relocated here for protection against encroachment, establishing their residence for over a century. Within the main hall of the Bai family, Bai Qiudao sat regally upon a longevity chair, his hand instinctively massaging the furrows on his forehead as he pondered the information recently obtained from the Liu family. As the current head of the Bai family, the perpetual question of how to elevate the family's status occupied his thoughts day and night, adding a hint of age to his otherwise youthful demeanor. Though he was yet to reach 100 years, a source of solace for him was the fact that, while not the strongest among the 5 families of Hongguan, the Bai family was also not the weakest. The offspring of the family displayed a commendable spirit of ambition, and the family was currently in a phase of vigorous growth. Their sole disadvantage lay in their relatively brief history. Having risen to prominence only in the last century, their foundation was fragile, and any significant calamity could easily undo their progress. Wouldn't it be wonderful if a golden core true being emerged from our ranks? This thought occasionally flitted through Bai Qiudao's mind. However, the emergence of such a figure is a rare occurrence. Despite several clan members reaching the latter stages of foundation establishment, they continually struggled to take that crucial step. Zhang Tian, what are your thoughts on this? Why would the Liu family invite us to attend the Chanyang conference? Could this be a conspiracy directed against us? Bai Qiudao roused from his musings, casting his gaze towards Bai Tian, who was similarly deep in thought. Although the 5 families of Hongguan were all under the supervision of the Spirit Beast Sect, and their relations were not akin to irreconcilable enemies, a clear demarcation existed. Fraught with ongoing conflicts, the Bai family maintained a long-standing amicable relationship with the Zhang family, interlinked through marriage, while the Liu family had ties with the Chu family. In contrast, the Wang family stood solitary, serving as a balance among the 4 families, sustaining stability for centuries. Considering the relationship between the Bai and Liu families, Bai Qiudao felt justified in suspecting ill intentions from the Liu family. However, Bai Tian, with a fleeting glimmer of contemplation in his eyes, shook his head, dissenting with Bai Qiudao's assessment. Reports from various quarters indicated that the Liu family had not only invited the Bai family, but had also extended invitations to the Zhang, Wang, and Chu families, with rumors circulating that numerous scattered cultivators had received similar invitations. If the Liu family truly harbored ulterior motives, orchestrating such a grand invitation for so many cultivators would inevitably render them targets of collective retribution. In such a scenario, even the Chu family would be unlikely to offer assistance for fear of repercussions. They would not dare to contemplate such reckless actions. Are you suggesting that the Liu family genuinely possesses such benevolence, willing to share their elixirs and precious treasures with all of us? I find it hard to believe. That cunning old fox has never suffered a loss over the years. According to the messenger from the Liu family, there are even foundation establishment pills involved. Have they lost their minds? A look of confusion flickered in Bai Qiudao's eyes. Bai Qiuqian pressed his lips together, recalling the earlier incident where the Liu family outmaneuvered them in their pursuit of market share. Who knows? The Liu family has maintained a low profile all these years, with its members appearing and disappearing like phantoms, making them difficult to track. To suggest that this invitation harbors no ulterior motives is something I cannot accept. In response to the Liu family's invitation, I believe the best course of action is to remain steadfast amidst change. Are you suggesting we not attend? But is that feasible? Bai Qiudao pondered, seemingly beginning to grasp Bai Qiutian's intentions. A peculiar smile crossed Bai Qiutian's face as he chuckled lightly, saying, "No, we shall attend. However, we must refrain from sending out our family seeds. Our clan has few foundation establishment cultivators, yet we have a considerable number of qi refining practitioners. Most of them have relied on time and perseverance, with subpar talents, only managing to break through to the later stages of qi refining as they approach old age, lacking any potential for advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Sending them out would still contribute our last bit of strength, and even if we secure a few foundation establishment pills for the family, it would be most beneficial to have a few more foundation establishment cultivators." After hearing his words, Bai Qiudao hesitated for a moment. This may not be wise. They are already weakened by the ravages of time and would likely find themselves outmatched against younger opponents. Akin to sheep entering a tiger's den, Such a sacrifice would be excessive. Bai Tian scoffed. His third brother was commendable in many aspects, but far too merciful. Moreover, even if they were to contribute their last flicker of light to the family, it was a desire long held by the elder cultivators. Not necessarily, Bai Tian elucidated. Although they may be physically diminished, their experience in combat is extensive. When it comes to actual confrontation, the outcome is uncertain. Furthermore, you need not worry about them suffering too greatly. At worst, we could promise them that any Foundation establishment pills they win will be prioritized for their direct descendants. I am certain they would welcome such an arrangement. Bai Qiudao understood that if they were to announce things, as Bai Tian suggested, many would indeed compete to participate. The elder cultivators of these families, having lost hope for their own advancement, would place their hopes on their descendants, eager to leave behind something valuable for them. Recently, Bai Qiudao had even heard of some elder cultivators who abstained from food and drink, foregoing their cultivation to save their monthly stipends for their descendants' use. With that thought, Bai Qiudao gritted his teeth. Very well, we shall proceed as you propose. Let us notify the family and select those willing to fight. After uttering these words, Bai Qiudao sank into his chair, feeling as though he were a deflated balloon. The sensation of personally sending family members to their demise was unbearable, even though he recognized it as a sacrifice for the long-term development of the clan. Perhaps he was not a worthy clan leader. Such thoughts occasionally crossed Bai Qiudao's mind. Yes, third brother, Bai Tian replied with a smile. After a few more casual exchanges about family matters, he departed the main hall with eagerness. Compared to Bai Qiudao, Bai Tian appeared to possess greater resolve, even bordering on ruthlessness. Within Lingyang Valley, the wind swept through the grasslands, revealing the cattle and sheep. The triangular spirit sheep herd, under the care of Qinghuan, flourishes splendidly. However, Zhang Tian's thoughts are not consumed by the sex flock. Rather, he is more preoccupied with his own pack of dogs and a few lambs. To say flock is somewhat of an exaggeration. It consists merely of several lambs born a few months ago from the sex herd, under the nurturing influence of the essence grass liquid. These lambs have mostly matured to possess the initial stage of qi cultivation. It is anticipated that they will soon reach the mid-stage of qi cultivation, albeit this will likely exhaust their potential. In contrast, the male leader of the sex flock, possessing superior aptitude, can attain the late stage of qi cultivation. Typically, triangular spirit sheep cease their progression at the mid-stage unless they encounter extraordinary treasures that can alter their fate, allowing for further advancement. Zhang Tian not only seeks to leverage the sex flock to breed lambs, but also aspires for his own sheep to reproduce independently, significantly increasing their numbers. However, given the current circumstances, it seems that a span of 4 or 5 years may be necessary to achieve this goal. At present, within the confines of his cave, Zhang Tian is not troubled by the sheep. Instead, he reflects deeply on the information swirling in his mind, oblivious to Qinghuan's entrance to offer her respects. This oversight leaves Qinghuan feeling a tad anxious, as she remains hesitant to interrupt his contemplation. After a considerable time, Zhang Tian emerges from his reverie and, upon noticing Qinghuan, offers a faint smile of apology. Ah, the second layer of qi cultivation. Your progress is significantly swifter than mine at the outset. It appears that your 3 spirit roots indeed confer a greater aptitude than my mixed roots. In response to Zhang Tian's playful remark, Qinghuan's demeanor shifts to one of slight panic. Master, you flatter me. Without the ample supply of spirit stones and elixirs you have provided, I could never have achieved such rapid progress. In recent days, she has diligently absorbed knowledge about the cultivation world, rendering her somewhat informed. Zhang Tian chuckles. There is no need for you to be so anxious around me. I was merely jesting. I harbor no jealousy over your swift advancement. In fact, I am quite pleased. This vast spirit sheep valley thrives largely due to your support. That is merely what a servant ought to do, Qinghuan replied urgently. Clarifying her intentions were not to seek praise. Zhang Tian dismissed the matter, stroking his chin, a rather peculiar gesture for one so young, but a habit from his previous life, wherein he would unconsciously engage in this motion when facing challenges in business. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Tian spoke gravely. Next month, I shall venture out. You will remain in the Spirit Sheep Valley to oversee these sheep. Though your cultivation level may be modest, with the assistance of the giant tooth dog, the giant tooth blood dog, and the three-eyed spirit dog, you should be well equipped to handle any unforeseen issues that may arise. Qinghuan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Since entering the valley 7 or 8 months ago, this was the first time Zhang Tian had issued such a serious directive. Even during his previous visits to the sect, there had been no such gravity. Master, where are you going? Is it dangerous? She inquired anxiously. Zhang Tian did not conceal anything, briefly recounting the contents of the previous messaging talisman. It was conveyed that there would be a Changyang Grand Gathering organized by the Liu family, with whom I have maintained contact. They have extended an invitation for me to attend. As for the dangers involved, they are undoubtedly present, but they should not pose a significant obstacle. Initially, I was reluctant to go. However, the revelation that there would be 10 Foundation establishment pills as rewards for the gathering is a rare opportunity. Regardless of the risks, I must seize this chance. Qinghuan displayed a moment of confusion. Although she possessed some understanding of the cultivation world, her knowledge of the Liu family's influence in the Hengduan Mountains was rather limited. Nonetheless, she was familiar with the Foundation establishment pills. Realizing she could not dissuade Zhang Tian from going, Qinghuan remained resolute and said, Master, please take me with you. I can assist you. Zhang Tian chuckled at the thought of how a mere second-layer Qi practitioner could be of any help. It's settled then. Your role is merely to oversee the Spirit Sheep Valley. No, Master, I want to be with you, Qinghuan insisted with unwavering determination, her tone leaving no room for compromise. The mere thought of parting from Zhang Tian filled her with a profound sense of fear and dread. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, his temper flaring unusually. Nonsense. If you go, who will take care of the Spirit Sheep Valley? I had thought you were someone with a sense of reason. Yet here you are with such foolish notions. It's utterly absurd. Feeling deeply wronged, Qinghuan stood there silently, hoping her presence might change Zhang Tian's mind. However, his anger did not wane. Instead, he sternly commanded, Now leave and reflect on what you just said. Do you truly believe a second-layer Qi practitioner like you would be of any use? In a daze, Qinghuan exited Zhang Tian's cave abode like a soulless being. After her departure, Zhang Tian sighed, having initially assumed that Qinghuan's difficult past would have matured her beyond her years. However, upon reflection, it became evident that she was still but a young person, prone to impulsive words and actions. Chapter 40. The Straightforward Girl. As Zhang Tian sat quietly on the mat, contemplating, his anger gradually subsided with Qinghuan's departure. The Foundation establishment pill was a matter of utmost importance. Even a low-grade pill could enhance a cultivator's chances of successfully breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage by nearly 30%, coupled with commonly used auxiliary spiritual pills that bolster the efficacy of Foundation establishment pills. A cultivator could achieve almost a 50% success rate with the aid of low-grade Foundation establishment pills and auxiliary spiritual elixirs. Moreover, even in the event of a failed breakthrough, possessing the spiritual energy foundation from the Foundation establishment pill would prevent a decline in rank, or worse, complete demise. Conversely, a cultivator attempting to establish their foundation solely by relying on their innate abilities would likely have less than a 10% chance of success. Should they fail, the uncontrolled spiritual energy could easily tear them apart. This disparity between 10% and 50% is not merely a 5-fold increase in probability. It represents the very essence of a cultivator's life. In the marketplace, a single low-grade Foundation establishment pill is valued at approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Logically, after accumulating spirit stones for over a decade in the Spirit Sheep Valley, Zhang Tian should be able to amass such a sum. In truth, low-grade foundation building pills often possess a price yet lack a market, as they are typically reserved by powerful factions the moment they are produced. The likelihood of encountering these pills in the market is akin to waiting for a barren tree to blossom. Thus, the Liu family presenting foundation-building pills as a bargaining chip is a rare opportunity, one that Zhang Tian is certainly compelled to witness. Should he fail to acquire a pill, it would be of little consequence. However, should he obtain even a single one, it would be a tremendous gain. Furthermore, having diligently cultivated for several months, even though his realm remains at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he need not fear practitioners in the later stages of Qi refinement. With such thoughts, Zhang Tian felt a surge of confidence. His willingness to accept Lu Jinyang's invitation stemmed from his belief in his own strength. Over these months, with the assistance of essence grass liquid, the number of his canine companions had burgeoned from a mere 20 or 30 to a formidable group of 1 to 200. Even third-generation pups beginning to emerge. Naturally, these third-generation puppies, whether spirit dogs or giant-toothed dogs, lack considerable strength, merely exhibiting great potential. Zhang Tian's true reliance lies with the first and second generations of dogs. Among the first generation, the most formidable is undoubtedly the three-eyed leader of the pack. As an anomaly among the three-eyed spirit dogs, its power, though limited by Zhang Tian's own cultivation to the late stage of Qi refinement, has not stagnated. Rather, it has grown more rapidly than that of other spirit dogs. This advancement is attributed to its bloodline. After Zhang Tian administered a bloodline fruit to the three-eyed dog, its lineage experienced a significant enhancement. Coupled with the continual use of essence grass liquid, the refinement of its bloodline has remained on a steady upward trajectory. This is visibly manifested in its increasingly pristine fur, resembling that of a snow-white goose, in stark contrast to its initial grayish-white appearance. And it has become more majestic in demeanor. Moreover, the body of a typical giant-toothed dog is comparable in size to a calf, while a spirit dog is roughly the size of a southern water buffalo, qualifying it as a giant dog. However, the three-eyed dog exceeds these dimensions, being notably larger than the winged barbarian tiger previously encountered. Its mere presence, lying on the grass, resembles a small mountain. Lastly, concerning its third eye, which previously remained closed except during specific occasions to emit white spiritual energy beams, it now remains open even in everyday situations, mirroring the state of its other two eyes. This signifies that the three-eyed dog has gained a more profound mastery over its innate talents as its bloodline has improved. The second generation primarily consists of giant-toothed blood dogs, with three-eyed spirit dogs and sky-eyed spirit dogs serving as auxiliaries. Most giant-toothed blood dogs are at the early stage of Qi refinement, with only a select few of higher aptitude reaching the mid-stage, while both three-eyed and sky-eyed spirit dogs, owing to their superior bloodline quality, have all attained the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Upon comprehensive reflection, Zhang Tian's prowess, alongside his status as a mid-phase Qi practitioner, can be deemed rather average among his peers, neither particularly high nor low. He possesses a formidable three-eyed spiritual beast in the later stages of Qi cultivation, alongside 7 three-eyed spirit dogs and 17 early-phase Qi beasts, as well as a sizable pack of 50 to 60 great-toothed dogs. Naturally, the spirit sheep valley will be left to stand guard. Zhang Tian plans to take only the three-eyed beast, 5 mid-phase spirit dogs, 15 early-phase spirit dogs, and 40 ordinary great-toothed dogs, leaving the rest behind to ensure the safety of the valley. With his strategy firmly established, Zhang Tian exited his cave dwelling and silently appeared in the stone chamber of Qinghuan. At that moment, Qinghuan sat with her head bowed on a rattan chair, her frail shoulders slightly trembling, rendering her already delicate figure even more heart-wrenching. Her reddened eyes and faint sobs, initially subdued, echoed loudly in the empty stone chamber. This sight prompted a sigh from Zhang Tian, who had anticipated that the girl, burdened with her own thoughts, might become overly fixated on her troubles. He had not expected such a misstep. The trials of her childhood had evidently shaped her temperament into something rather extreme. "Are you still upset with me for not allowing you to accompany me?" Zhang Tian mused inwardly, then smiled as he approached her from behind. The intermittent sobs abruptly halted, and Qinghuan, flustered, turned away to wipe the tears from her eyes, wishing to conceal her vulnerability from Zhang Tian. "You are my master. Who would dare to be angry with you? I am merely upset with my own ignorance." Qinghuan attempted to steady her voice, yet her words carried an unintended sharpness. Had anyone else spoken thus, Zhang Tian would have surely felt a surge of anger. Yet, he understood Qing Huan well. Her forthright nature was simply part of her character. This venture is fraught with danger. The Liu family is a prominent clan, with ancestors who have produced Golden Dan practitioners, and they boast several formidable foundation establishment cultivators. This time, their call will likely draw nearby mid-phase Qi practitioners to join the fray. Zhang Tian articulated with a steady tone, laying out the facts. I am pursuing the foundation establishment elixir, which will inevitably lead me into confrontation with these individuals. Furthermore, after the encounter, I must remain vigilant against those who would seize the opportunity to plunder. In the event of peril, if I cannot safeguard myself, how could I possibly protect you? You need not worry about me. Should danger arise, you may abandon me without a second thought. I fear not death, Qing Huan stubbornly insisted, her inner sense of insecurity driving her desire to remain by Zhang Tian's side, anxious that he might vanish at any moment. Foolish words, Zhang Tian exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to her pert backside, the resounding crack echoing in the stone chamber. Qing Huan gasped, feeling a fiery sting on her rear, her cheeks flushing with a similar heat. Zhang Tian, now irate, retorted, if you do not cherish your own life, how could you possibly cherish mine as your master? Should you perish, would that not render the spiritual stones I invested in you a mere waste? Qing Huan, flustered and eager to retort, was cut off before she could speak. Do you mean to disregard your master's words? Do you no longer wish to acknowledge me as your master? Zhang Tian was reluctant to be addressed as master, yet at that moment, the term was undoubtedly a powerful weapon for Qing Huan. However, he feared that her delicate face would turn pale, startled by his words. What are you afraid of? Do you fear for my life outside? I, your master, value my life immensely. If things go awry, I shall simply retreat. With so many spirit beasts to guard me, no one would dare to easily take my life. Instead of worrying about me, you ought to focus on enhancing your strength to assist me. Zhang Tian was determined not to afford her a chance to retort, pressing on with his words. Now, focus on your cultivation. Lingyang Valley requires your careful management. It is our source of spirit stone income. Yes, master, Qing Huan replied feebly, harboring a lingering sense of unwillingness. Yet after their exchange, her desire to accompany Zhang Tian had completely dissipated. Nonetheless, she had never felt such profound self-loathing for her own weakness as she did now. If only her strength were formidable enough, she could accompany him anywhere, and he would surely not abandon her due to her lack of power. Chapter 41. The Changyang Assembly a little over a month later. At a certain location on Black Dog Peak, as a golden streak of light appeared on the horizon, Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu, who had been waiting, joyfully approached. Junior brother Zhang, you have finally arrived, Lu Jinyang exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face. Apologies for my tardiness, Zhang Tian replied, an expression of regret gracing his features, as his gaze instinctively drifted towards the unfamiliar cultivators behind them. According to their agreement, Zhang Tian would accompany Lu Jinyang and the others to the Liu family for the Changyang Assembly. They had mentioned other cultivators joining them. Yet Zhang Tian could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. They stood on a rocky platform, typically overgrown and neglected. Yet today, it welcomed 7 cultivators from the Spirit Beast Sect, each adorned in distinct attire and exhibiting varied demeanors. Among them, Zhang Tian recognized Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu, while the remaining 4 appeared rather unfamiliar. On the far left stood a young woman with a smattering of freckles, her countenance perpetually shadowed by worry, seemingly indifferent to Zhang Tian's arrival. Beside her was a short, shifty-eyed man, whose demeanor was unseemly. He had been lavishing attention on the young woman prior to Zhang Tian's arrival. To the right were a pair of siblings, the brother, broad-shouldered and robust like a hulking bull, with well-defined muscles that spoke of rigorous training. The sister, petite and charming, resembled a delightful forest sprite. When Zhang Tian cast his gaze her way, she curiously met his eyes and playfully winked at him. You're not late at all, junior brother Zhang. We still have ample time before our agreed meeting, Lu Jinyang said, his lips curling into a warm smile that could melt the coldest of hearts. Unfortunately, Zhang Tian remained vigilant, well aware of Lu Jinyang's ulterior motives. His feigned friendliness did not sway him. Had it not been for the foundation-building pill, he might not have even considered coming here. Without exposing Lu Jinyang's pretense, Zhang Tian shifted his gaze to the several cultivators behind him and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Brother Jinyang, who are these individuals?" Lu Jinyang, sensing Zhang Tian's aloofness, experienced a fleeting moment of disappointment in his eyes. Nonetheless, he maintained a gentle tone. "These are the friends I previously mentioned, invited to attend the Chanyang Grand Assembly." He directed his attention towards a young woman beside him, introducing her. "This is Taoist Chang, who possesses considerable expertise in the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Should you find yourself in need of any, do consider consulting with her regarding purchases. She is quite knowledgeable in this field." After Lu Jinyang's introduction, the young woman nodded towards Zhang Tian out of courtesy, merely casting a fleeting glance his way before quickly diverting her attention elsewhere, displaying little interest. Zhang Tian was indifferent to the disdain exhibited by the female cultivator. It was common for female cultivators to hold themselves in high regard. And given that Taoist Chang was at the late stage of qi refinement, she naturally looked down upon Zhang Tian, who was merely at the mid-stage. Lu Jinyang then turned his gaze toward a short cultivator named Han and continued, "The individual beside me is Taoist Han, who has achieved notable accomplishments in movement techniques and has successfully escaped from a foundation establishment-level beast in the past." He then gestured towards the two individuals on his right. "These are the Wu siblings. Brother Wu excels in physical cultivation, with few in our Spirit Beast Sect's outer gate surpassing his achievements in this regard, while Sister Wu has a keen interest in spirit beasts and possesses unique insights into them." Lu Jinyang's words effectively elevated everyone present, and even Zhang Tian had to concede that he was quite adept in social interactions. "This is Taoist Zhang, the individual I previously mentioned, who is skilled in commanding multiple spirit beasts." Lu Jinyang introduced Zhang Tian to the others. It appeared that Lu Jinyang was eager to integrate Zhang Tian into this group. However, the reception he received was notably cold. The Wu family's female cultivator seemed inclined to speak, but was promptly restrained by her brother's hand. Zhang Tian surveyed the group. Nearly all were at the late stage of qi refinement, except for Sister Wu, who was at the mid-stage but was shielded by her late-stage brother, making their combined strength the most formidable among the assembly. In contrast, Zhang Tian, with his mid-stage cultivation, felt akin to a sheep entering a den of wolves, holding the lowest position and facing considerable danger. Observing the lack of enthusiasm towards his presence, Lu Jinyang cleared his throat, preparing to say something to ease the atmosphere. Unfortunately, before he could utter a word, the rather unsavory Han abruptly interrupted, expressing his impatience. "Seriously, a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator dares to keep us waiting this long? Now that everyone is here, can we proceed?" It seemed that Han's irritation stemmed either from a lack of satisfaction with Taoist Chang or from his disdain for Zhang Tian's mid-stage cultivation, as his tone was laced with considerable annoyance. Zhang Tian's invitation by Lu Jinyang had effectively slapped him in the face. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Lu Jinyang's face, but he quickly adorned it with a smile. "Indeed, since Taoist Chang could not wait any longer, let us set forth. As for the matters concerning the Chanyang Grand Assembly, we can discuss them as we walk." Zhang Tian observed keenly from the side, although Lu Jinyang remained composed and did not show anger. His companion Lu Jinwu clearly lacked such restraint. When the male cultivator of the Han clan spoke so rudely, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, revealing his intent to kill. However, this surge of hostility was brief and unnoticed by most, save for the ever-watchful Zhang Tian. The Chanyang Grand Assembly was hosted by the Lu family, with the venue naturally being Chanyang Mountain. As the group agreed to journey together to Chanyang Mountain, a young woman from the Chang clan summoned a pristine three-tailed spirit fox, while the male cultivator of the Han clan conjured a toad the size of an adult elephant. The Wu siblings called forth a massive water buffalo. Unlike ordinary cultivators who utilized tools, these individuals were disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect, relying on their spirit beasts for transportation. "Zhang Shidi, allow me to accompany you," Lu Jinyang offered, concerned that Zhang Tian's strength might lag behind the group's pace. Zhang Tian lifted his gaze. Unlike the fiery red ape he had previously summoned, this time he conjured a colossal black-scaled python, exuding an aura of a late-stage Qi refinement spirit beast. Lu Jinyang possessed two late-stage Qi refinement companions, a strength not to be underestimated. As he beheld the black python, a spark of brilliance flickered in Zhang Tian's eyes. Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu had already positioned themselves atop the serpent's head. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Tian accepted their invitation and ascended as well. "I thank you, senior brother," he said. "No need for thanks, just hold on tight." Lu Jinyang responded with a hearty laugh. With that, the black-scale python began to move. While Zhang Tian conversed with Lu Jinyang, the others had already departed. Yet the python's speed was impressive, quickly catching up with the rest. Standing atop the serpent's head, Zhang Tian observed the spirit beasts of the others. Initially curious about how the Han clan's toad could possibly keep pace, he became convinced when he witnessed it leap hundreds of meters effortlessly. Among all the spirit beasts, the toad was the swiftest, followed by the Wu siblings' water buffalo, Lu Jinyang's black python, and lastly, the Chong clan woman's three-tailed fox. Noticing Zhang Tian's repeated glances at the enormous toad, Lu Jinyang smiled and explained, "Daoist Han's toad is quite extraordinary. When he first acquired it, it was merely considered a red-eyed poison toad. However, as it grew, it became evident that this creature surpassed the typical size of a red-eyed poison toad. Eventually, Daoist Han sought ancient texts and discovered that it possessed a trace of the bloodline of the devouring heaven toad. This ancient spirit beast, even with just a hint of lineage, signifies the potential for this red-eyed poison toad to advance to the golden core stage." Although Lu Jinyang articulated his thoughts in such a manner, his tone betrayed no hint of envy. The prospect of advancing to the Golden Dan stage was merely a flattering expression. The male cultivator of the Han surname possessed a bloodline of the sky-devouring toad. Yet its bloodline concentration was negligible. The path to attaining the Golden Dan was, in reality, as formidable as scaling the heavens. It was only marginally stronger than the ordinary red-eyed poison toad. Had there been any genuine potential for advancement, the Han cultivator would not have paraded it so brazenly. He would have kept it concealed and nurtured it in secrecy. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away long ago. One should not assume that once a spiritual beast shares a life bond with its cultivator, the risk of theft dissipates. No cultivator can resist the coercion of having their own life held as leverage. Chapter 42. Ominous omens, what a splendid spiritual beast, Zhang Tian remarked, smacking his lips in dry admiration, though he felt no overwhelming envy. His situation with the three-eyed entity was quite similar. Zhang Tian had not concluded that only he was destined for fortuitous encounters. The world of cultivation was vast, and there were countless others who had experienced their own strokes of luck. Subsequently, Zhang Tian engaged Lu Jinyang in a discussion regarding the upcoming Chanyang assembly. Lu Jinyang's prior correspondence had provided only a vague overview, explicitly mentioning that the ultimate rewards included foundational pills and other treasures, but lacking substantive details. As they neared Chanyang Mountain, Zhang Tian finally grasped a more comprehensive understanding of the assembly. Initially, the Chanyang assembly was conducted solely within the Lu clan, held every decade, aimed at igniting the ambition of its younger members. The rewards typically consisted of spirit stones, magical artifacts, and common cultivation elixirs. This upcoming event marked the first occasion it would be open to outsiders. According to Lu Jinyang, the rewards were significantly enhanced for this inaugural opening, showcasing the clan's grandeur. Consequently, there would be not only superior magical artifacts and high-grade elixirs, but also foundational pills, which represented the clan's profound heritage. When Lu Jinyang lamented the decision to offer foundational pills as rewards, he expressed his grievances toward his clan's choices, suggesting that it would be better to reserve them for their own members rather than risk them being seized by outsiders. However, Zhang Tian found it hard to believe that the Lu clan's intentions were so straightforward. A rational mind would not consider foundational pills as mere rewards. As there are myriad ways to bolster influence, One more or one less foundational pill hardly made a difference. Zhang Tian sensed something amiss. Was the Lu clan's unabashed promotion truly solely for the sake of enhancing their influence? Such superficial endeavors were not highly regarded in the cultivation world. Regarding the rules of the Changyang Assembly, Lu Jinyang explained that it would operate on a point system, where participants could exchange points for rewards. As for the specifics of the competition, Lu Jinyang admitted he was unsure and suggested they would receive detailed instructions when the event commenced. Upon reaching the foot of Chanyang Mountain, the group began to retract their spiritual beasts. Lu Jinyang turned to address them, saying, "Esteemed friends, given the multitude of participants in this Chanyang assembly, I must go to greet a few other appointed companions. I must bid you all farewell for now. Certainly, I shall not disregard any of you. The forthcoming matters will be elucidated by my Lu family members. I sincerely hope you will extend us, the Lu family, a modicum of courtesy. Even if you encounter adversaries, I beseech you to refrain from engaging in conflict here. Lu Daoist, you are being overly courteous. I shall adhere to the customs of the Lu family." The crowd responded in unison. "Thank you," Lu Jinyang said with a slight bow, and then hurriedly departed with Lu Jinwu. Left without a familiar guide, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. However, it was not long before a member of the Lu family, clad in their distinctive attire, approached and respectfully saluted. "Esteemed seniors, you must be the friends brought by senior brother Lu Jinyang to attend the Grand Assembly. Please follow me. Accommodations have been prepared for you." Recognizing this as Lu Jinyang's arrangement, the crowd offered no objections and followed the Lu family disciple deeper into the premises. Zhang Tian, due to his inferior strength, found himself at the rear of the procession. Yet, he was unperturbed and took a keen interest in his surroundings. Towering green trees stood every few meters, and the houses were arranged in a dense yet orderly fashion. Although small, their exteriors exuded exquisite craftsmanship. The distinction between a family and a sect was starkly evident here. In the Spirit Beast Sect, outer disciples resided in a scattered manner, often solitary, with few engaging in communal cultivation. Conversely, within a family, it was common for members to gather together for practice, while solitary cultivators likely existed, albeit in fewer numbers. As they traversed the path, they frequently encountered Lu family disciples escorting external cultivators, each group consisting of no fewer than 5 individuals. During the brief walk from the entrance to their designated accommodations, Zhang Tian encountered no less than 10 such groups. Clearly, there were many Lu family disciples like Lu Jinyang extending invitations. Among them, most were cultivators in the later stages of qi refining, while individuals like Zhang Tian, in the mid-stage of qi refining, were exceedingly rare, akin to a crane among chickens. Esteemed seniors, these 5 rooms shall be your abode for the next few days. With a day remaining until the Grand Assembly formally commences, should you wish to explore rather than cultivate within your quarters, feel free to wander. However, certain restricted areas must be avoided to prevent any inadvertent harm to esteemed seniors. The Lu family guide led the group to a vacant courtyard, shared a few precautions, and then took his leave. He did not specify how the rooms were to be allocated, presumably leaving that for the group to decide amongst themselves. After a brief silence, the Wu siblings boldly chose the 2 larger rooms adjacent to the northern side. Following suit, a female cultivator of the Chang surname selected the room to the east, next to the Wu siblings. The lecherous male cultivator of the Han surname, upon seeing her decision, brightened and promptly chose the room directly adjacent to hers. Ultimately, Zhang Tian was left with the west-facing room, which was poorly lit and rather dilapidated. It was evident that the others took advantage of his lower cultivation level. Disregarding his opinion altogether, the other 3 entered their respective rooms, leaving Zhang Tian alone in the courtyard. Shaking his head, he did not raise a fuss, but instead proceeded into the west room. He was indifferent to whether the place he resided in was good or bad. Could a better dwelling truly facilitate a swifter enhancement of his cultivation? After arranging a few simple protective formations around him, Zhang Tian settled onto his bed to meditate. The sights and sounds he had previously encountered surged into his mind all at once. Based on what he had observed during the day, It seemed that at least 10,000 people would attend this grand event, with the majority being advanced Qi practitioners. If they were to compete for the foundational elixir within, the prospect appeared rather bleak. Furthermore, even though the Liu clan's disciples possessed extraordinary abilities, the cultivators from the Spirit Beast Sect, the Bai family, the Wang family, and the Chu family were surely formidable as well. The Liu clan's offspring would likely find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over these competitors and secure all the rewards. Could it be that the Liu family would genuinely part with such treasures as foundational elixirs without a second thought? This persistent doubt lingered in Zhang Tian's mind, especially after witnessing the scale and grandeur of the event, intensifying his concerns. At this very moment, in a location somewhat akin to Zhang Tian's courtyard, 6 slightly hunched elderly cultivators were scrutinizing a petite female practitioner with utmost severity. Faced with the intensity of their gazes, the diminutive female could only smile awkwardly. As the elderly cultivators remained silent, a look of grievance emerged on her face. "Ah, Lingzhu, when did you arrive?" The leading elder sighed, expressing his helplessness. Bai Lingzhu lowered her head in embarrassment and replied softly, "13th uncle, I heard the news in the clan and arrived at the Liu family a day in advance. Waiting for you all." Bai Qiuwen found himself at a loss for words. Hadn't he, the clan leader, previously stated that only they should come? After all, this was the Liu family, and should they harbor ill intentions, their demise would be inconsequential. However, you are the hope of our clan. You must not put yourself in peril. You represent our family's future. How could you dare to take such risks? Bai Lingzhu said pitifully, 13th uncle, I have inquired and learned that many were invited this time. The Liu family would never dare to jeopardize their reputation by acting against us. Rather, they would seek to protect us. If anything were to happen, they would be the first to be suspected and face backlash from numerous factions. Moreover, I have also reached the late stage of Qi cultivation. My strength is on par with those practitioners. I am capable of participating in this event to seek benefits for our family. Bai Lingzhu spoke with conviction. Yet Bai Qiuwen knew all too well that her primary motivation was her desire for amusement. He sighed again. Well, I am aware of your little tricks. Since you are here, stick close to us and do not wander off. With your uncles and I safeguarding you, nothing should go awry. Does that mean you agree? 13th uncle? Thank you, 13th uncle. I knew you were the kindest. Bai Lingzhu exclaimed, her earlier somber demeanor vanishing as she leaped with excitement. You indeed. Upon witnessing Bai Lingzhu's youthful exuberance, a nostalgic smile crept onto Bai Qiuwen's face. Long ago, when he was of a similar age to Bai Lingzhu, he too had exhibited such spirited behavior. Perhaps this was the essence of youthful recklessness. Chapter 43. List of rewards within the courtyard. A rhythmic knocking echoed from the door. Zhang Tian's eyes gleamed with insight as he rose and approached the entrance, creaking it open. Standing before him was a member of the Liu family, the very one who had previously led a group to this place. Upon seeing Zhang Tian, the individual slightly bowed, a respectful smile gracing his features as he spoke. Esteemed Zhang, tomorrow at noon, the grand assembly will commence at the Qingping courtyard. The elders will elucidate the rules for this gathering and address the matter of cultivators registering to participate. I urge you to be mindful of the time, lest you miss this significant occasion. Upon concluding his message, the Liu family member presented a jade slip, detailing various rewards that might be of interest to the esteemed Zhang. Zhang Tian accepted the jade slip, nodding subtly, acknowledging his understanding. Observing Zhang Tian's acceptance, the Liu family member turned and departed towards another room. Shortly thereafter, a fresh series of knocks resonated through the courtyard. Zhang Tian comprehended that this jade slip was likely distributed to every participant preparing for the Changyang assembly. Disregarding the commotion in the courtyard, Zhang Tian swiftly closed the door and returned to his mat, settling into a cross-legged position. He then pressed the jade slip against his forehead. An overwhelming surge of information flowed into his mind as his consciousness delved into the slip. 1 point could be exchanged for 1 spirit stone, with no limits on quantity. 2 points could be redeemed for 1 Xinyuan pill. With 500 vials available, 5,000 pills. 10 points could procure 1 Baiyang pill. With 300 vials, 3,000 pills. in stock. 20 points could be exchanged for 1 genuine pill, with 200 vials, 2,000 pills, offered. 250 points could secure a 3-eyed spirit dog, with 30 available. 300 points could acquire a Chi-Yin Power Ape Cub, with 30 to be had. 500 points could yield a Lihua Power Ape Cub, with 20 in total. 300 points could be exchanged for a mid-grade auxiliary magical tool, the Chinquan Drum. 1,000 points could procure a top-grade offensive magical weapon, the Shaoyang Sword. 1,500 points could yield a top-grade offensive magical weapon, the Qixue Crossbow. 3,000 points could secure a top-grade defensive magical tool, the Lihua Bell. 500 points could procure a 200-year-old Hishou Wu. 1,000 points could yield a 300-year-old Jugua. 3,000 points could secure a 500-year-old Biluo Grass. 20,000 points could procure 10 low-grade Foundation Establishment Pills. 30,000 points could yield a low-grade spiritual weapon, the 7-Star Sword. 40,000 points could procure a low-grade spiritual weapon, the PMO Staff. After absorbing such an extensive array of information, Zhang Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. Gradually sorting through the details, he was overcome with intense joy. The information contained within the Jade Slip bore little difference to that obtained earlier from Lu Jinyang. If one were to draw a distinction, it would be that the details within this Jade Slip were far more comprehensive. Moreover, it indeed contained Foundation Establishment Pills and in ample supply, totaling 10. Zhang Tian harbored a profound desire for the rewards inscribed on the Jade Slips, verging on avarice. He was astonished that the Lu family could present such a plethora of treasures. Even if one were to disregard the foundational elixirs, the remaining items were exceedingly precious artifacts, medicinal pills, and spiritual beasts. A cursory valuation of the items revealed their worth to be no less than 4 to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. A staggering amount, even for a foundational family. It was likely that the Lu family's willingness to part with such treasures would incur significant sacrifice. However, to suggest that the display of such wealth was merely a demonstration of the Lu family's prowess would be difficult to believe. After the initial thrill, Zhang Tian's mind was not clouded by greed. Rather, he became increasingly vigilant and even fearful in light of this exceedingly unusual circumstance. He sensed an underlying unease, as if the offerings from the Lu family were akin to a delectable cheese laced with poison, tempting yet potentially fatal. Logically, one would expect Zhang Tian to vacate the premises promptly to avoid being ensnared in a web of conspiracy that could jeopardize his life. Yet, he found himself reluctant to leave empty-handed. The foundational elixirs were far too precious and rare. Should he let this opportunity slip away? He could not fathom when he might next encounter such a bounty, perhaps a decade hence, 3 decades later, or even after turning to dust. Even disciples of prominent sects like the Spirit Beast Sect found it challenging to acquire foundational elixirs, paradoxically, due to their larger numbers. Obtaining them within their own sects was more arduous than for practitioners from smaller factions. The competition was relentless. With a wry smile, Zhang Tian suppressed his unease and resumed meditation on the mat. He envisioned how, once the Lu family disseminated the information regarding the rewards to the already ruthless practitioners, they would descend into a frenzy, akin to being invigorated by a potent elixir. Practitioners, steeped in the belief of their own supremacy, would disregard any looming peril once their greed was ignited. They would all consider themselves destined victors, succumbing to their own hubris. Zhang Tian believed that while many would perceive the peculiarities of this grand event, only a scant few would possess the fortitude to withdraw. Such is human nature. Until the final moment of demise, no one is willing to relinquish a morsel of that enticing cheese. At this juncture, within a courtyard on Chanyang Mountain, 7 members of the Bai family congregated. The bright lights flickered, casting shadows in the stifling atmosphere of the room. Scattered before them lay 7 identical jade slips, haphazardly strewn across the ground. What was the Lu family up to? Did they believe that this festivity was their sole opportunity, with none to follow? A dry, somewhat sharp voice broke the silence. Uncle 13, can our Bai family truly muster such treasures? Bai Lingzhu directed her gaze toward Bai Qiuwen, who had remained taciturn. Despite her youth and inexperience, Bai Lingzhu sensed the unusual nature of the rewards enumerated by the Lu family. It is implausible. Our family simply does not possess such abundant resources. We are still significantly distant from venerable foundational families like the Lu clan. Bai Qiuwen shook his head, his tone imbued with a profound sense of lament. The Lu family, once known for producing golden elixirs, typically remained inconspicuous, yet their underlying strength has now been astonishingly revealed. Such vast resources are beyond our family's reach. While the Lu clan may present them this time, it is likely that they have already compromised their very foundation. As Bai Qiuwen spoke, a hint of disdain flickered at the corners of his mouth. Humph! With so many individuals present this time, it is inevitable that a considerable number of cultivators will perish. I have calculated that if the spiritual pills and herbs are evaluated based on spirit stones, their prices align closely with the market. Even the most precious foundational elixirs are only priced at double their market value. However, this is not a straightforward computation. With so many cultivators present, the number of fatalities will certainly be greater. Ultimately, while the victorious cultivators may reap substantial rewards, they will only claim a fraction of the profits. The significant portion, represented by the points and assets of the deceased cultivators, will likely be seized by the Lu family. If executed adeptly, the Lu clan could potentially secure nearly 3 times the value of the resources they have put forth in spirit stones, yielding immense profits. If I am not mistaken, the Lu family must have a particular need for a vast quantity of spirit stones. Otherwise, they would not engage in such actions. Nevertheless, it is rather unwise of them to use foundational elixirs as rewards, even if they accumulate a great number of spirit stones during this grand event. It pales in comparison to the intrinsic value of such foundational treasures. Yet, we do not seek to compete with the Lu family for the lion's share of benefits. If we can secure a few foundational elixirs to take back, we will have accomplished our mission satisfactorily. Bai Qiuwen's analysis indeed held some merit, and the concerns of the others gradually dissipated under his reasoning. The group continued to discuss various tidbits regarding the Chanyang Grand Assembly before dispersing. Upon returning to her chamber, Bai Lingzhu contemplated her uncle's words and recognized a degree of truth in them. The Lu family was certainly scheming, likely aiming to amass a significant quantity of spirit stones. Yet, unease lingered within her. Why would the Lu family offer foundational elixirs? Though their value may not be exceedingly high, they are sufficiently enticing to captivate the attention of qi refining cultivators. The act of presenting foundational elixirs signals their genuine desire to attract more cultivators' interest and participation. But to incur such a hefty cost in a bid to draw in more cultivators, could it truly be solely for the purpose of amassing a fortune in spirit stones? Bai Lingzhu found this explanation untenable. Was it possible that the Lu family members had lost their wits, engaging in behavior that undermined their own lineage? She could not fathom it, yet at this moment, she had no choice but to entertain this notion. Perhaps the Lu family had existed in the Hengduan Mountains for far too long, basking in comfort for too many generations, resulting in their current members becoming foolish and devoid of the ambition and vision characteristic of a thriving family. Chapter 44. The Hunt for the Demonic Hordes the following day. Guided by a disciple of the Lu family, Zhang Tian and the others arrived at the Qingping courtyard, situated amidst the slopes of the mountains. The Qingping courtyard is enveloped by wisps of white clouds and verdant mist, stretching a remarkable length of 1,000 zhang and a breadth of 400 zhang, rendering it exceedingly vast. At the heart of the Qingping courtyard lies an immense arena, constructed from adamant and rock and adorned with intricate, peculiar patterns. Each of the 4 cardinal corners is dominated by a towering crimson-black pillar, so formidable that it requires no fewer than 5 individuals to encircle it. These pillars soar into the clouds, their summits obscured from view, and are engraved with various mystical beast insignias. To the west, a colossal tiger; to the east, a dragon with its jaws agape; to the north, a tortoise bearing a massive shell; and to the south, a magnificent bird with exceptionally prominent tail feathers. Surrounding the arena are clusters of seating arranged to the east, south, west, and north, densely packed with at least 1,000 seats in each direction. Zhang Tian and his companions arrived at the Qingping courtyard neither too late nor too early. As he surveyed the scene, he noted that nearly half of the seats had already been occupied by a diverse array of cultivators. At the behest of the Lu family disciples, Zhang Tian selected a seat towards the back, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts as he awaited the commencement of the grand event. The atmosphere was vibrant, the cacophony of voices rising almost to the heavens. After a brief interval, the previously vacant seats were gradually filled by latecomers, while the scorching sun continued its ascent to its zenith, nearing midday. Suddenly, several streaks of light descended from the sky, landing upon the arena and revealing a gaunt old man clad in green, accompanied by two robust figures in blue. Many cultivators, intrigued by this sight, extended their spiritual senses to probe further. However, the lean old man merely emitted a soft grunt, which resonated like a colossal bell in the ears of the gathered assembly. Under the weight of this sound, many cultivators felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer to the chest, their breaths becoming labored and their faces paling. A number of them hastily bowed their heads in submission, evidently having suffered an unexpected setback before the green-clad elder. Zhang Tian, equally curious, refrained from extending his own senses, instead feeling a surge of relief at witnessing the misfortune of those reckless souls around him. The elder was none other than Zhang Tian, the esteemed grand elder of the Lu family. The old man spoke with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, revealing his cultivation at the later stage of foundation establishment, as a formidable pressure emanated from him, enveloping the entire venue. Zhang Tian felt a sudden paralysis in his body, a wave of dread rising from the depths of his being. His internal spiritual energy felt as though it had been frozen, and even his breath seemed to halt. After 3 minutes, the grand elder retracted his oppressive aura, and Zhang Tian gasped for air as if released from a chokehold, inhaling greedily. Although merely 3 minutes had passed, to him, it felt akin to enduring 3 years. Looking around, he found that nearly everyone bore a similar expression of shock and trepidation. Is this the power of a foundation establishment cultivator? Zhang Tian mused, astonished that mere pressure could subdue a multitude of qi refining practitioners. The grand elder of the Lu family observed the reactions of those present with satisfaction before continuing his address. On behalf of the Lu family, I extend a warm welcome to all fellow cultivators attending the Changyang Grand Assembly. The support of so many esteemed friends is indeed a great fortune for the Lu family, and I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my clan. Senior Lu, you are too kind, came the murmurs of appreciation. Lu's family is renowned for their righteousness, and naturally, we wish to cultivate a closer relationship with them. The offspring of the Lu family are all individuals of great integrity, and it is indeed a fortunate occasion for us to partake in the Changyang Grand Gathering. The practitioners beneath the arena responded with a plethora of opinions, not lacking in flattery towards the Lu family, as it was evident that the imposing presence of the family's elder had instilled a sense of decorum among these previously unruly individuals. This time, the elder of the Lu family refrained from interrupting the chatter of the crowd. Instead, he smiled amiably and listened attentively. Only when the noise began to diminish did he, with a gentle smile still gracing his face, continue. I believe that all esteemed friends have come to the Changyang Mountain of my Lu family for the purpose of the Changyang Grand Gathering. I shall not play the role of a villain and waste words. Let me directly convey the rules of today as gathering and the means of acquiring points. This Changyang Grand Gathering is divided into 2 phases. Today marks the first phase, a hunt for the demon beasts, with Changyang Mountain as the epicenter and the hunting grounds extending 800 miles within the surrounding Hengduan mountain range. The duration is set for 1 month, during which practitioners may earn points by slaying demon beasts. A demon beast of the initial stage of qi refinement yields 10 points, a mid-stage beast 50 points, and a late-stage beast 250 points. The elder paused, seemingly allowing the gathered individuals a moment to absorb this information. At this juncture, Zhang Tian found himself deep in contemplation. The task at hand was indeed the hunting of demon beasts. When calculated at a conversion rate of 1 point equating to 1 spirit stone, the points awarded for these demon carcasses appeared somewhat inadequate. However, the ability to accumulate points for the purchase of rare spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, and elixirs rendered this seemingly low valuation less objectionable. Furthermore, if the Liu family were to set the prices too high, it would seem rather irregular. Generally speaking, the processing of demon beast carcasses tends to be a lengthy endeavor, often taking 10 days to half a month to sell even one set of materials, particularly for lower-tier beasts. My previous success in swiftly disposing of demon beast materials was largely due to the presence of 2 late-stage Qi refinement beasts. Otherwise, even if Xiao Yunin were willing to accept demon materials as debt repayment, he would still drive the price down considerably. Yet in such a scenario, I would not find satisfaction and would be disinclined to sell to him, necessitating a lengthy search for buyers. Now, with the Liu family directly allowing the exchange of demon carcasses for points is tantamount to acquiring these materials with spirit stones, thereby saving a considerable amount of effort and time, which certainly benefits the practitioners. Zhang Tian held no grievances regarding the rules of the gathering, and the other practitioners gradually concluded their chaotic discussions, with no one daring to voice objections or opt to depart. It was clear that everyone understood the nuances involved and accepted the established rules. Observing the venue settle into silence once more, the elder of the Liu family stroked his short beard and continued with a smile. It seems that there are no objections, which is splendid. Therefore, I shall not prolong your time. Those wishing to participate in the Changyang Grand Gathering may register before the arena, and once registered, you may set forth. Upon finishing his words, the elder turned to 2 robust men beside him, offering a few instructions, and then transformed into a streak of light, departing from the Qingping courtyard. After the departure of the elder Liu, the atmosphere, which had been somewhat stifled due to his presence, suddenly became lively. Many individuals swiftly surged towards the platform. Zhang Tian found himself compelled to follow the crowd until he reached a table where a middle-aged man from the Liu family sat, bearing a distinct red birthmark on the left side of his face. Name, cultivation level, and affiliated power, the middle-aged man inquired, his expression impassive. Zhang Tian, 6th layer of Qi refinement. Outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect, Zhang Tian promptly replied. The man inputted the information onto a piece of jade roughly the size of 2 adult palms. Moments later, he retrieved a jade pendant from a nearby box, lightly tapped it against the jade stone, and handed it to Zhang Tian. Number 1781. Keep this pendant safe. It serves as your identification. Your points will be recorded on it. We bear no responsibility for any loss. Zhang Tian wished to ask further questions, but the impatient crowd behind him rudely pushed him aside. With a sigh, he observed countless streaks of light darting in all directions. Some individuals were solitary, while others traveled in groups. If forming a team were an option, he could have joined the Han surname male cultivator, the Chang surname female cultivator, or the Wu siblings. But regrettably, these 4 did not regard him as a worthy companion. During the seating selection, they had chosen to sit together, deliberately excluding Zhang Tian, clearly dismissing his capabilities. If Zhang Tian's intuition served him well, these individuals must have conspired together the previous night. Otherwise, their sudden camaraderie would be inexplicable. There are advantages to both solitude and companionship. Even as a lone wanderer, Zhang Tian believed he could still accumulate points that rivaled those of the quartet. He felt no remorse, instead maintaining his confidence. He had no desire to reveal his true strength, merely to integrate into the group led by the Chang surname female cultivator, as it might not be a fitting choice for him. Chapter 45. The 7-colored Lotus Changyang Mountain is situated 800 miles to the west of the Spirit Beast Sect, and it lies closer to the depths of the Hengduan mountain range than the sect itself. In terms of the density of demonic beasts, the deeper one ventures into the Hengduan mountain range, the greater the quantity and higher the cultivation level of these creatures. Among the outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect, there exists a long-standing rumor that a cultivator once encountered a formidable nascent soul demon in human form within the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. Thus, to amass sufficient points, one must venture deeper into the Hungduan Mountains. This explains why the vast majority of cultivators, upon leaving Chanyang Mountain, tend to head towards the northwest or south, while the eastern route, being closer to the Spirit Beast Sect, has been thoroughly cleared of demonic beasts and is seldom traversed. Zhang Tian, confident in his strength despite his lower cultivation level, did not opt for the safer eastern region to hunt demonic beasts. Instead, he chose to delve further westward in search of opportunities. After departing from Chanyang Mountain for over 300 miles, the initially sparse trees gradually became more abundant, while the traces left by cultivators diminished, giving way to an increasing number of wild beasts and demonic creatures. Occasionally, eerie cries reminiscent of tigers and wolves echoed from the dense forest. Zhang Tian, glancing from the sky, witnessed a large blue-feathered bird, akin to a hawk, being seized by a mottled leopard that leapt from the ground, swiftly vanishing into the dark thicket. To ensure his safety, Zhang Tian refrained from flying any longer, hastily descending onto a small hill in a swampy region. The foul-smelling mire, bubbling with circular black bubbles, was partially concealed by murky mud, revealing stark white bones, and surrounded by bare, ghostly black trees. A faint scent of decay lingered in the air, marking the first sight Zhang Tian encountered upon arriving in this desolate area, devoid of any signs of human presence. For mortals, this would be a sight of calamity, yet for Zhang Tian, it was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. In comparison to battling demonic beasts, he preferred to avoid the cunning of other cultivators, which was one of the reasons for his extensive journey. Naturally, the heightened concentration of demonic creatures in this locale was another motivating factor. He patted his spirit beast pouch, releasing the three-eyed creature. In this unfamiliar, yet subtly perilous environment, the three-eyed beast did not engage in its usual playful antics, but instead circled around Zhang Tian, remaining vigilant and alert to its surroundings. He then summoned 5 early-stage bloodfang hounds and a dozen ordinary bloodfang dogs. "Go forth," Zhang Tian commanded, giving them a gentle pat on their heads while gesturing towards the surrounding area, except for the three-eyed creature that remained by his side to guard him. The other summoned spirit dogs divided into 5 small teams, darting off into the wilderness. After observing their agile silhouettes and the rustling sounds until they vanished from his sight, hearing and consciousness, Zhang Tian settled into a cross-legged position, patiently awaiting their return. Suddenly, a moderately loud bark emanated from the south, and a glimmer of focus flickered in Zhang Tian's eyes as he closed them, channeling his spiritual energy. With the invocation of the heavenly eye technique, a faint azure luminescence enveloped his eyes, soon revealing an alternate perspective akin to the compound eyes of an insect. Zhang Tian simultaneously perceived 2 viewpoints, one from his own eyes and the other from the bloodfang hound in the south. What he beheld was a spirit herb. A smile graced Zhang Tian's lips, revealing his delight. Within the hound's perspective, he observed a pond-sized waterhole where a captivating white lotus bloomed at its center, radiating a gentle green luminescence. It appeared to be a 7-colored spirit lotus, and judging by its color and size, it was likely a white spirit lotus of merely 300 years in age. Zhang Tian recalled a book on spirit herbs he had perused, instantly recognizing this exquisite flower. The reason the 7-colored lotus is so named lies in its extraordinary life cycle. If left unpicked, after 3 centuries, it undergoes a transformation to bloom with white petals, and subsequently, it metamorphoses every 100 years. Each transformation not only enhances its medicinal properties, but also alters its hue. This remarkable evolution occurs a total of 7 times, culminating in the display of 7 distinct colors: white, azure, yellow, green, orange, red, and black. As the 7-colored lotus approaches the remarkable age of 1,000 years. After having transformed into a black lotus for a century, it faces a pivotal moment. Either it withers away, or it seizes the opportunity to undergo yet another metamorphosis, potentially becoming the coveted 7-colored lotus king, a legendary elixir believed to grant 100 years of life to cultivators. Naturally, this particular 3-century 7-colored lotus does not possess such remarkable effects. Yet Zhang Tian's heart swells with joy. He He never anticipated such fortuitous luck on the very first day, encountering a spirit herb so swiftly. Following the traces left by the ferocious bloodhound, Zhang Tian traversed thickets and small hills, arriving at a low-lying area. Before him lay a gentle stream cascading for the eastern cliffs, sending forth countless splashes as it converged into a vast lake. Not far from the lake, he spotted the water pool he had previously glimpsed through the eyes of the bloodhound. The pool was adorned with a dense carpet of verdant lotus leaves, and at its center bloomed the resplendent 3th-century 7-colored lotus. Surrounding it were several younger seedlings of the same variety, yet to blossom. Indeed, it was the 7-colored lotus. Zhang Tian stood still, surveying his surroundings, and noted the absence of any other beings or ferocious beasts. Only the white lotus swayed gracefully in the breeze. He resolved to quickly harvest this 7-colored lotus, lest the night stretch on and other cultivators arrive to contest it. However, it is customary for spirit herbs to be guarded by ferocious beasts. Why, then, was there no guardian in sight? Just as Zhang Tian prepared to stride towards the center of the pool to pluck the lotus, he hesitated, retracting his outstretched leg. With a flicker of thought, he commanded the bloodhound to swagger towards the water's edge. As they drew near, the stillness persisted. It seemed there truly were no beasts guarding this spirit herb. Seeing the bloodhound halt by the pool without facing any attack, Zhang Tian exhaled in relief, feeling he had perhaps overreacted. Yet, as he readied himself to approach, a massive alligator erupted from the water, its sharp teeth sinking into the bloodhound's body. The creature let out a mournful cry before being dragged beneath the surface, disappearing into the depths. The once tranquil waters transformed into a murky chaos, blood seeping forth. Zhang Tian stood frozen, his expression darkening. He had been careless, neglecting to use his mental probing to scan the depths of the pool, leading to the needless sacrifice of the bloodhound. To perish due to insufficient strength would be one thing, but to suffer such a fate due to his own negligence and oversight was intolerable to Zhang Tian. The divine consciousness swept over the water pond, and after repeated confirmations, Zhang Tian's expression eased slightly. Fortunately, there was only a mid-stage Qi refinement short-snout crocodile present, which posed no significant threat. Zhang Tian commanded Samu to provoke the crocodile while he retrieved the falling copper coin orb. As his magical energy waned, the orb soared into the air, eventually forming a 2-foot 3-inch copper coin sword. Chapter 46, Battle with the Short-Snout Crocodile. Samu took the lead, leaping to a spot 3 paces from the pond, and began to roar loudly in provocation. However, the pond remained eerily silent. The short-snout crocodile, sensing the formidable presence of the large dog outside, remained motionless beneath the water, seemingly disinclined to engage. After waiting for some time without a response, anger flickered in Samu's eyes. Immediately, the eye on its forehead widened, and a series of white orbs of light shot forth, accompanied by a howling wind, crashing toward the pond. With a succession of explosive sounds, the water erupted, filling the air with mist, and soon a massive, bloodied black crocodile emerged from the depths. Its cold gaze fixed menacingly on Samu. It had been provoked. With its mouth agape, it lunged towards Samu, moving with a speed akin to lightning, far from the sluggish crawl typical of ordinary crocodiles on land. A leap, a bite, a claw. If caught, even iron would be reduced to mere shreds. Yet, Samu was swifter than the crocodile, anticipating its assault and deftly leaping back several paces. Once the crocodile's initial momentum diminished, Samu advanced again, using its claws to mercilessly tear into the creature, ripping away a chunk of flesh weighing at least 10 pounds. As the crocodile twisted its head to bite Samu once more, Samu retreated again. This back and forth ensued, with Samu employing its agile movements to keep the crocodile in relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian exerted all his effort to wield the copper coin sword against the crocodile's body. However, the clash produced a sound akin to metal striking stone, leaving only a white mark on the crocodile's back without inflicting any real damage. Indeed, as a guardian of spiritual herbs, this beast's strength was not typical for a mid-stage Qi refinement creature. Its back's defense was almost comparable to that of late-stage Qi refinement beasts, Zhang Tian mused. Realizing he could not injure the crocodile, Zhang Tian abandoned the idea of striking it directly, instead focusing on obstructing its movements to create opportunities for Samu's assaults. In contrast to the ineffective scratches inflicted by Zhang Tian's sword, Samu's strikes were far more powerful, each claw leaving deep, bloody gashes on the crocodile. Even though the crocodile's back was as hard as a turtle's shell, it soon became drenched in blood from the relentless onslaught. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, the alligator inadvertently exposed its left foreleg while evading the tri-eyed beast's assault. Seizing the opportunity, the creature bit down fiercely, severing a portion of the alligator's paw, which was then unceremoniously discarded onto the ground. The tri-eyed beast stood nearby, its gaze brimming with a savage thirst for blood. In agony, the alligator twisted violently, lashing its tail in a desperate bid for revenge. However, the tri-eyed beast refrained from attacking, instead prowling nearby, biding its time for the alligator to reveal a vulnerability. Once the alligator was exhausted, its demise would be inevitable. After enduring the pain, the frenzied look in the alligator's eyes faded, replaced by a flicker of fear as its body instinctively moved toward the nearby pool. The tri-eyed beast was poised to intercept, ready to thwart its escape. Observing closely, Zhang Tian felt a surge of anxiety as he noticed the alligator's intent to retreat. He called out urgently to the tri-eyed beast, knowing that once the alligator submerged, it would be considerably more formidable. Zhang Tian was ill-equipped to confront such a creature in its aquatic domain. The shift in circumstances would require much greater effort to subdue the alligator, a prospect Zhang Tian wished to avoid. At that moment on the battlefield, the alligator had turned its back to the tri-eyed beast, taking steps to return to the water. However, in the next instant, the tri-eyed beast lunged, sinking its teeth into the alligator's back and forcefully tossing it away into the open ground. An opportunity had presented itself. Zhang Tian's eyes sparkled with determination as he spotted the alligator's exposed, vulnerable belly. With a flick of his mind, the golden sword surged forward, piercing through the alligator's defenses. While its back was formidable, the underbelly lacked such resilience. The sword carved a grievous, fatal wound, spilling its entrails onto the ground. When the alligator fell, it breathed its last. Zhang Tian collected the carcass and placed it into his storage pouch. After administering a healing potion to the tri-eyed beast, he soared toward the pool. Carefully, he retrieved a fine jade box and delicately placed the 300-year-old rainbow spirit lotus within, sealing it with protective charms before reverently stowing it in another storage pouch. He paid no mind to the remaining seedlings of the rainbow spirit lotus, which, though on the brink of blooming, would take decades to rival the one he had harvested. He lacked the time to wait or the inclination to transplant the herbs, opting instead to disregard them. In midair, Zhang Tian cast a glance back, his brow furrowing slightly. He then conjured several fireballs to eliminate the bloodstains and traces of the battle. Once he had completed this task, he departed with the tri-eyed beast. Weeks later, atop a colossal ancient tree, at least 1,000 years old, there lay a dark, gaping hole. Within it sat a young boy, with dark skin, legs crossed, alongside a massive white-furred dog, both poised in tranquility. Zhang Tian sat in meditation within the tree hollow, gradually recovering his magical energy and injuries. His pallid complexion was slowly regaining its rosy hue, while the three-eyed creature vigilantly kept watch beside him. Over the past half-month, Zhang Tian had hunted a total of 37 initial-stage Qi cultivation beasts, 13 mid-stage Qi beasts, and 2 late-stage Qi beasts. However, his harvest of spiritual herbs was considerably meager. Including the initial 7-colored spiritual lotus, he had only discovered 3 herbs of relatively low age. Aside from the 7-colored spiritual lotus, the remaining 2 herbs were a 200-year-old fire spirit ginseng and a mere 100-year-old dragon bamboo shoot. This modest bounty was largely due to the keen nose of his hound pack and the advantage of casting a wide net, which enabled him to locate these 3 herbs. It was evident that spiritual herbs did not thrive easily in the wild. Over the centuries, countless cultivators had ventured into the Hengduan Mountains, plundering the more obvious herbs long ago. The remaining herbs had survived only in sufficiently concealed locations, where Zhang Tian fortuitously discovered them. In fact, Zhang Tian was quite certain that even larger, organized teams had not slain as many beasts or harvested as many herbs as he had during this time. Although beasts were not uncommon in the Hengduan Mountains, their distribution was exceedingly sparse. The most challenging aspect of hunting was not the battle with the beasts, but rather the arduous task of locating them. In this regard, Zhang Tian held an advantage over many cultivators, and he did not have to share his spoils with others. In a team, one would have to contend with the complicated thoughts of fellow cultivators and the necessity of dividing the spoils, which meant that even if a team brought back several beast corpses, the share for each individual would be minimal. Of course, Zhang Tian's disadvantages were equally apparent. His solitary strength was insufficient. Despite the guidance of his hound, he had found himself in perilous situations on several occasions. For instance, 10 days ago, he encountered a group of 4 late-stage Qi cultivation monkey beasts, which sent him fleeing in a panic, taking 2 full days to shake them off. Similarly, 3 days prior, he encountered an initial-stage foundation-building wolf in a valley, which claimed several of his hounds at a single glance. In a desperate bid to preserve his own life, Zhang Tian sacrificed 1 mid-stage spiritual dog, multiple initial-stage spiritual dogs, and over a dozen hounds, ultimately satiating the wolf's hunger and preventing it from pursuing him further. Had the foundation-building wolf been intent on the chase, Zhang Tian would have had no hope of escape. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Despite the considerable sacrifices made during this encounter, Zhang Tian still suffered a significant depletion of his spiritual energy and sustained injuries that threatened his very being. As a result, he had been recuperating for several days, and it was only today that he began to feel a semblance of recovery. It had been far too reckless. Reflecting on his impulsive decision to enter the valley, a flicker of trepidation surged within Zhang Tian. Chapter 47. Ruthless Action Amidst the Rustling Sounds of Leaves. Just as Zhang Tian's magical energy replenished to approximately 90%, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and heavy breathing approaching through the trees and bushes, as if someone was drawing near to the great tree where he resided. A flicker of vigilance flashed in Zhang Tian's eyes. He hurriedly opened his eyes, disregarding the fact that his magical power had not yet fully recovered, and reinforced the concealment barrier around himself and the 3-eyed creature nearby. With someone approaching, Zhang Tian dared not audaciously continue sitting to regain his strength, especially without knowing the intruder's capabilities. A woman clad in green stumbled from the nearby woods, rushing towards the giant tree under which Zhang Tian was concealed. Clutching a long sword-like magical artifact, she was violently coughing, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It was evident that she was gravely injured. Zhang Tian, peering from the hollow of the tree, recognized her after a careful observation. The newcomer was the same female cultivator of the Chang surname he had encountered previously. He wondered what had brought her to such a dire state, and the whereabouts of the 3 others who had been with her. As Zhang Tian pondered, the rustling of leaves announced another presence. A gray figure emerged leisurely from the direction of the Chang female cultivator, appearing completely unperturbed by her distress. It was the lascivious male cultivator of the Han surname, whom Zhang Tian recognized well. Upon seeing him, Zhang Tian deduced the nature of their predicament. He had already sensed the Han male cultivator's intentions towards the Chang female cultivator's beauty. When she was at her full strength, he had managed to restrain himself. But now that she was weakened by crisis, driven by lust and greed, the Han male cultivator would undoubtedly turn against her. Zhang Tian remained still, observing closely, wary of whether this was an ambush. In that moment, the Chang female cultivator's attire was tattered, revealing glimpses of her exquisite thighs and towering curves beneath the ragged cloth, exposing much of her beauty. However, she had no time to concern herself with such trivialities. Leaning against the ancient tree, one hand grasped her magical artifact, while the other clutched a mid-grade spirit stone, channeling all her energy into it to restore her dangerously depleted magical power. "Why not continue your flight, Taoist Chong?" The Han male cultivator taunted, an insidious grin spreading across his face as he approached her step by step, halting 20 paces away. If you wholeheartedly become my furnace, I might just spare your life. His gaze lingered on the Chong female cultivator's alluring form, and he swallowed hard, favoring the taste of a mature woman over the innocence of a young girl. The Chong female cultivator fixed her icy stare upon the repugnant, diminutive man before her, refraining from retorting, for she understood that such defiance would only embolden him further. Thoughts of her ailing husband flooded her mind, plunging her heart into despair. A reluctant tear escaped her eye. She had initially hoped to acquire substantial spirit stones to heal her husband, but now it seemed she might have to take a different path. She feared not for her own life, but the thought of leaving her husband, bedridden and helpless without her care, filled her with dread. Zhang Tian observed from within the tree hollow, refraining from passing judgment on the actions of the two individuals. The realm of cultivation is inherently a world rife with deceit and the survival of the fittest. The male cultivator of the Han surname, noticing the female cultivator remained silent, dared not allow her to continue replenishing her spiritual energy. With a swift motion of his hand, two identical circular scissor-like artifacts soared forth, one to the left and one to the right, aimed directly at the head of the female cultivator of the Chong surname. Although he had previously expressed a lecherous interest in her physique, once the confrontation began, the male cultivator showed no mercy. In response, the female cultivator summoned her flying sword to engage in combat. Had she been uninjured, there might have been a chance for her to fight back. However, she was gravely wounded, with her internal energy barely restored to a fraction of its capacity. Under the relentless assault from the male cultivator, she was forced to contend with her injuries, and pain etched itself across her exquisitely beautiful face. The flying sword, far off, struggled to withstand the onslaught from the two golden, scissor-like artifacts, if not for the male cultivator's desire to savor the female cultivator's form. Perhaps a single encounter would have sufficed for the golden scissors to claim her life. Nevertheless, even with this sentiment of pity, Zhang Tian could discern that the female cultivator would likely not endure even 30 exchanges. At the edge of the tree hollow, Zhang Tian busied himself, producing the mid-grade artifacts, falling copper coin pearl and soul-chasing sword, while also securing several first-grade mid-grade talismans and two first-grade high-grade talismans to his belt. Ah, Han Daoyu, Chang Daoyu, what a pleasure it is to see you again. Are you not comrades? Why then have you turned against one another? Zhang Tian suddenly emerged, greeting them with a cheerful demeanor, before leaping down from the tree hollow, positioning himself at a triangular stance between the two. Once on the ground, Zhang Tian cautiously applied a mid-grade defensive talisman, the golden armor talisman, to himself before turning his gaze upon the two. Simultaneously, the falling copper coin pearl transformed in mid-air, forming a copper shield that, under Zhang Tian's command, interposed itself before the female cultivator, deflecting the two golden scissor-like artifacts. Why, it's you, the male cultivator of the Han surname, alarmed by the unexpected intervention, halted his assault and summoned the golden scissors to his side for protection. Upon recognizing Zhang Tian, a mixture of astonishment and disdain flickered in his eyes. Observing Zhang Tian's sixth layer of Qi refinement realm, he was initially taken aback. However, after scanning the vicinity with his spiritual sense and finding no other cultivators, he swiftly broke into a sinister grin. Meanwhile, the female cultivator of the Chong surname, who had just begun to feel a semblance of relief, was now engulfed in panic. She silently lamented her fate, having hoped for a chance encounter with a powerful cultivator who might provide her with an opportunity for survival, only to find herself facing a novice whose abilities were even inferior to her own. Yet, upon noticing the spiritual beast by Zhang Tian's side, which was at the late stage of Qi refinement, a flicker of hope ignited within her. If she could collaborate with this spiritual beast, perhaps there was still a possibility of escaping the clutches of the male cultivator. Even if escape proved impossible, at the very least, she could ensure that Zhang Tian would put an end to her life, sparing her from the indignity she so dreaded. Zhang Daoyu, should you choose to depart now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, the male cultivator of the Han surname sneered coldly, his thick brows knitting together in a menacing scowl. He had also noticed the spirit beast of Zhang Tian, which had reached the latter stages of qi condensation and, wishing to avoid any further complications, he was reluctant to engage Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian cast a glance at the female cultivator of the Chang surname, perceiving her desire to persuade him to assist her. Yet she seemed at a loss for words. For Zhang Tian, however, the knowledge stored within the mind of the Chang female cultivator held significant value. Without her needing to speak, he had already resolved to save her. His motivation for intervening stemmed not from a desire to play the hero, but rather from Lu Jinyang's prior mention that the Chang female cultivator excelled in the cultivation of spiritual herbs, which typically entailed some knowledge of alchemy. If he could rescue her and cultivate a friendship, Zhang Tian might have the opportunity to learn the art of alchemy directly from a practitioner. This was a rare opportunity, and one that Zhang Tian desperately needed. Chapter 48. Pursuing the soul and displaying power, as the saying goes. Why should one person feast while another starves? It seems rather inappropriate for Han Daoyu to seek all the spoils for himself. Zhang Tian offered a faint smile, increasing the volume of his voice to disrupt Han's thoughts. The male cultivator of the Han surname was momentarily taken aback, and a glimmer of amusement flickered across his face. You? A mere sixth-tier qi condensation cultivator, daring to request benefits from me? Initially, Han had assumed that Zhang Tian intended to save the female cultivator, but now it appeared he was merely after a share of the spoils. My cultivation may be lacking, yet I possess these fine companions. With a casual gesture, Zhang Tian summoned three-eyed spirit dogs of mid-qi condensation. The expression on Han's face shifted dramatically. If previously Zhang Tian, along with his late-stage spirit beast, was at a disadvantage, now with the addition of 3 mid-stage spirit beasts, his strength was on par with Han's, if not surpassing it. For a moment, Han was uncertain whether to strike. He felt it difficult to accept the idea of sharing the bounty he had nearly secured. Yet launching an attack posed a risk of defeat or even death. Zhang Tian noticed the fluctuating emotions on Han's face, subtly maneuvering the already concealed soul pursuit sword while continuing to speak to draw his attention. Han Daoyu, the commotion here is quite significant. My presence signifies that others may arrive as well, and they will not be as accommodating as I. Zhang Tian's words struck Han like a thunderbolt, momentarily leaving him dazed. The next instant, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, I agree. I will give you half of Changbing's storage bag. However, Changbing is mine. I have invested half a year to find such a fine furnace." Before he could finish speaking, Han's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a green sword light approaching silently and swiftly, sending a chill of terror coursing through him. He activated his protective barrier, hastily produced a defensive talisman to affix to himself, and twisted his body in a desperate attempt to evade the impending strike. However, he realized it too late. Before he could complete his movements, the soul-chasing sword had already approached him. Unaware of the imminent danger, he hesitated to deploy his defensive talismans. It was precisely due to the absence of such protective measures that the soul-chasing sword pierced through his magical shield as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Nevertheless, his evasive maneuvers proved somewhat effective. The sword, initially aimed at his heart, struck instead through his ribcage, missing its intended target. Upon penetrating the body of the male cultivator of the Han clan, the sword left behind a blood hole the size of a pigeon's egg, with blood gushing forth like a fountain once the sword withdrew. Even though the Han cultivator hastily activated a blood-stanching talisman, it merely slowed the flow of blood. Such an injury would have been fatal for an ordinary person. However, for a cultivator, it was merely a grievous wound that could heal given enough time. Fearing that Zhang Tian would employ the same treacherous tactics, the Han cultivator first summoned a defensive talisman, the Xian armor talisman, and then pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Tian, exclaiming in anguish, "You despicable fiend! How dare you launch a surprise attack while I was unprepared? You are truly a villain." To which Zhang Tian retorted, somewhat astonished that the Han cultivator did not immediately flee to tend to his injuries, but chose instead to remain and berate him. At the moment the soul-chasing sword seized its opportunity, the three-eyed creature, accompanied by 3 other three-eyed spirit dogs, charged forward. By the time the Han cultivator finished his tirade, the three-eyed creatures were less than 5 paces away. Gritting his teeth, he threw a handful of low-grade talismans and then summoned a mid-grade magical artifact, the twin scissors, to strike at the foremost of the three-eyed beasts. These talismans inflicted some damage on the mid-stage chi refinement three-eyed spirit dogs, causing their speed to falter. However, the three-eyed creature deftly avoided the talismans, raising its claws high before striking down. In a mere exchange, the twin scissors were sent flying like worthless scrap metal, embedding themselves in the ground. Undeterred, the three-eyed creature leaped towards the Han cultivator, who was filled with terror, and with a swift motion, shattered the first-tier, mid-grade Xian armor talisman on his body. Then, with its gaping maw, it bit off the Han cultivator's head. When the three-eyed creature descended, only a headless corpse remained, still oozing blood. With the Han cultivator dead, Zhang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Waving his hand to retract the soul-chasing sword and the fallen copper coin bead into his storage pouch, followed by the 3 mid-stage chi refinement three-eyed spirit dogs, leaving only the original three-eyed creature by his side. Zhang Tian then approached the headless body, yanked the storage pouch from its waist, and incinerated the remains with a fireball technique. After completing these actions, he finally had the opportunity to glance at Chong Bing, the female cultivator of the Chong clan, who had remained silent throughout. Chong Bing's emotions throughout the day had been akin to a roller coaster. Initially besieged by the Han cultivator, her despair deepened as her injuries worsened. The arrival of Zhang Tian had ignited a flicker of hope within her, yet that hope was swiftly extinguished by Zhang Tian's words about sharing the spoils. Even when she later learned from the male cultivator, surnamed Han, that this was a conspiracy long in the making rather than mere greed, her expression remained unperturbed. However, now that the male cultivator had suddenly perished, just when she believed they were about to conspire together, she found herself questioning whether she had escaped danger or merely traded one peril for another. A sense of unease gnawed at Chong Bing's heart. Yet, upon noticing Zhang Tianli in the distance, seemingly disinclined to attack her, she felt a mix of apprehension and gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang, for your timely assistance. Upholding justice is the essence of our righteous cultivator-esque spirit. There is no need for excessive formalities. You should focus on recovering your strength and injuries. I will guard you in the meantime. Zhang Tian's demeanor was commanding and dignified. Had Chong Bing not witnessed his previous ambush of the male cultivator with a magical artifact, she might have been convinced of his sincerity. While she held no particular trust in Zhang Tian, the absence of any immediate threat from him compelled her to quell her unease and immerse herself in the restoration of her own powers and injuries. After consuming a high-grade healing elixir, Chong Bing's wounds and energy were rapidly mending. Within the span of short incense sticks burn, she had nearly fully recovered. This sight stirred Zhang Tian's envy from a distance, further solidifying his belief that Chong Bing was indeed an alchemist, as only an alchemist could possess such remarkable healing potions. As Chong Bing opened her eyes and approached Zhang Tian, her face radiated gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang, for your protection. I have no intention of seeking recompense, but I hope these potions can express my appreciation. With that, she presented several vials of elixirs, detailing each one's name and purpose. Zhang Tian accepted them without hesitation. Indeed, upon receiving the potions, Chong Bing's smile widened, and her earlier apprehension dissipated. It is understood that when someone offers something without expecting return, it is often for something far more valuable than mere recompense. Zhang Tian swallowed hard. His gaze, which had been fixed on Chong Bing, quickly darted away after surveying the surroundings. Confused by his sudden change in demeanor, Chong Bing followed his line of sight and, despite being a married woman, felt a flush of embarrassment color her cheeks. Fellow Taoist Zhang, could you please turn around? I wish to change my attire, she said shyly. Zhang Tian promptly nodded and turned his back. Cultivators can change their clothes swiftly. Within mere breaths, Chong Bing had retrieved a spare outfit and replaced her tattered garments. After receiving her consent, Zhang Tian turned back, and upon seeing her, it was as if he beheld a stunning violet blossom. In that moment, he grasped why the male cultivator, surnamed Han, had been so infatuated with Chong Bing. Her alluring figure was enough to captivate any man. Changbing remained unfazed by Zhang Tian's gaze. Rather, a sense of delight blossomed within her. For women, as long as their wishes are respected, they take pleasure in the admiration of men, as it signifies their beauty. Zhang Daoyu, with only a few days remaining until the conclusion of the Changyang Grand Assembly, expressed his concerns about the possibility of encountering rogue cultivators along the way. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to journey together for the time being, as it would afford us greater safety, Han Bing suggested to Zhang Tian. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, having initially underestimated Zhang Tian, assuming he was merely a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. However, his displayed prowess surpassed her own, revealing a sense of righteousness that was commendable. In contrast to the Han cultivator, who possessed only the superficial strength of late-stage qi refinement but harbored malicious intentions, Zhang Tian was undoubtedly a more suitable companion. Yet, she lamented her earlier choice. Nonetheless, Zhang Tian found no reason to decline Han Bing's proposal, as he hoped to cultivate a deeper connection with her. This suggestion aligned perfectly with his intentions. He refrained from asking Han Bing to teach him alchemy at this juncture, not wanting her to perceive his request as a mere transaction born of indebtedness. Zhang Tian believed that fostering genuine relationships was paramount, especially in a world rife with deception. A cultivator devoid of heartfelt connections would merely be a beast, driven solely by the pursuit of immortality. If circumstances permitted, he intended to broach the subject of alchemy once their bond had strengthened, trusting that Han Bing would be more amenable by then. As the days dwindled, only 5 remained until the Changyang Assembly's conclusion. Zhang Tian and Han Bing continued their quest for demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. With the assistance of a pack of dogs, they managed to locate at least 1 late-stage or mid-stage demonic beast each day, and occasionally 2 or 3 early-stage beasts. For Zhang Tian, hunting these creatures posed little challenge, especially with the added efficiency brought by Han Bing, a late-stage female cultivator. Her 3-tailed spirit fox, having fully recovered from its injuries, further enhanced their success rate. The injuries of the 3-tailed spirit fox had been incurred during their previous encounter with a foundation-stage demonic beast, while still in the company of the Han cultivator, the Wu siblings. Despite their initial intentions to hunt, they were ultimately outmatched, resulting in significant losses, including the grievous wounding of the spirit fox. The Wu siblings became separated from Han Bing and the Han cultivator, while the Han cultivator's red-eyed poison frog met its demise at the hands of the foundation-stage beast, with no opportunity for retrieval. The magnitude of their losses led the Han cultivator to harbor ulterior motives, culminating in the ambush that Zhang Tian witnessed. Zhang Tian had previously wondered why the Han cultivator had not summoned his formidable frog. Had it been present, their encounter would not have been so straightforward. Now, with Han Bing's explanations, he gained clarity on the matter. After all, the strength of the disciples from the Spirit Beast Sect largely relied on their spirit beasts, and without them, their capabilities were significantly diminished. Chapter 49. Han Bing departs within Changyang Mountain. The final day of the stipulated time for the first round of the Changyang Grand Assembly had arrived. At the break of dawn, 2 foundation-building elders and 20 to 30 elite qi practitioners from the Lu family patiently awaited the return of competing cultivators at the entrance of the Qingping courtyard. The corpses of the demon beasts harvested by these cultivators not only represented their potential to earn a substantial number of points, but also signified the viability of an important plan for the Lu family, leaving no room for carelessness. This was particularly crucial for the foundation-building elders, who were privy to certain insider information. Unlike the seemingly indifferent attitude of the elite disciples around them, their hearts were filled with unease, restless like ants in a hot pot. They could not afford to display their anxiety, for fear that any hint of their distress might leak out, causing them great internal turmoil. Zhao Guohua, a late-stage qi practitioner, brought back 1 late-stage demon beast, 3 mid-stage demon beasts, and 7 early-stage demon beasts, totaling 470 points. Yan Luoxue, with 2 late-stage demon beasts, 2 mid-stage demon beasts, and 5 early-stage demon beasts, amassed 650 points. Liu Yongwei returned with 1 late-stage demon beast for mid-stage demon beasts and 10 early-stage demon beasts, garnering 550 points. The Liu family's Qi practitioners received the storage bags containing the demon beast corpses from the returning cultivators and loudly announced the points accumulated. There was no discontent with the established rules. Rather, their faces radiated joy. A single point equated to a low-grade spiritual stone. And to earn such a sum in just 1 month was no small feat, even for late-stage Qi practitioners. One could say that the cultivators were like locusts. When they ventured alone into the Hengduan Mountains, they faced various dangers and were reluctant to hunt demon beasts so boldly. However, with the name of the grand event, over 10,000 Qi practitioners entered the Hengduan Mountains, leading to constant battles, spreading the risk while amplifying the rewards. This was the power of the collective. Even a single, more powerful foundation-building cultivator could hardly achieve such an effect. The first to submit demon beast corpses were those who had searched only around Changyang Mountain, where the scarcity of demon beasts meant lower risk. Thus, they comprised the largest group returning. As time progressed from morning to noon, an increasing number of competing cultivators returned from the Hengduan Mountains, yielding a growing number of demon beast corpses and accumulating more points. From the initial 400 or 500 points, the tally rose to 2,000 or 3,000, and eventually, some cultivators even submitted 30 to 40 late-stage demon beasts. Over 100 mid-stage demon beasts and countless early-stage demon beasts, surpassing 1,000 points in total. This news quickly spread among the onlookers, igniting the atmosphere to its peak. Zhang Tian and Chang Bing returned to Changyang Mountain in the afternoon. Initially, they had planned to arrive by noon, but they encountered a robbery. A weak late-stage female practitioner paired with a mid-stage teenage boy formed a deceptively weak combination that appeared misleading at first glance. On the road, those bold cultivators who dared to rob were often exceedingly confident in their own strength. Consequently, they typically sought to ambush Zhang Tian and Chang Bing. However, it soon became evident that Zhang Tian and Chang Bing were formidable adversaries. Many of the robbers found themselves outmatched, and instead of successfully looting, they were slain. The contents of their storage bags were subsequently divided among Zhang Tian and Chang Bing, enriching them further. After several encounters, the number of beast corpses collected from these would-be robbers exceeded those they had hunted themselves, making Zhang Tian momentarily tempted to continue this lucrative venture. Nevertheless, he understood the principle that those who kill will inevitably be killed in turn, and he subdued his desires as they made their way to Changyang Mountain. Shortly after Zhang Tian and his companions departed, the time until the conclusion of the first round of the Grand Assembly grew short, prompting a multitude of cultivators to return. This influx drove the robbers into a frenzy. Some unsuspecting prey fell victim to the bandits, while others managed to strike back against their attackers. The line between prey and predator often blurred, and in the end, it was predominantly the robbers who perished, even turning against one another in violent conflict. At every moment, cultivators were meeting their demise. Even Zhang Tian, who had long since fled the battlefield, could sense the heavy and dangerous scent of blood lingering in the air. Due to delays from ambushes along the way, Zhang Tian arrived at Changyang Mountain by afternoon. He made his way to the Qingping courtyard, joining a queue. As a burly cultivator ahead of him completed the exchange of his beast corpses and departed, Zhang Tian hurried forward, presenting his storage bag to the disciple of the Liu family. The disciple accepted the bag and, upon using his spiritual sense to scan its contents, looked up at Zhang Tian with a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yet, he refrained from unnecessary chatter and proceeded according to protocol. Zhang Tian, you have 12 late-stage Qi refinement beasts, 83 mid-stage Qi refinement beasts, and 233 early-stage Qi refinement beasts, totaling 9,480 points. Though the disciple's voice was not loud, every cultivator present was keenly perceptive, resulting in a chorus of astonished exclamations. It was difficult for them to fathom how a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator could amass such a bounty of beast corpses. The gazes directed at Zhang Tian were a mixture of envy, wariness, greed, and fear, as few could believe that he had single-handedly slain all these beasts. The implications of their origins were indeed intriguing. Zhang Tian had anticipated such scrutiny, thus maintaining an expressionless demeanor while the Liu family disciple counted the corpses, revealing no hint of trepidation under the weight of those hostile gazes. Bai Qiuwen, 40 late-stage Qi refinement beasts, 100 mid-stage Qi refinement beasts, and 500 early-stage Qi refinement beasts, totaling 20,000 points. As another Liu family disciple in the southeastern corner announced staggering points, all cultivators turned their attention, granting Zhang Tian a moment of respite. Without daring to linger, he hurried back to the courtyard. Inside, he found that Chang Bing had returned ahead of him, and to his surprise, the female cultivator of the Wu family was also present, though her ever-present brother was conspicuously absent from her side. Observing the haggard expression of the female cultivator with the surname Wu, Zhang Tian surmised that her brother had likely perished. According to what Chang Bing had recounted, a foundational-level beast had pursued the Wu siblings, and now only the sister remained. The fate of her brother was all too evident. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhang Tian was invited by Chang Bing into her chamber, a gesture that would have been unthinkable at their initial acquaintance, yet now felt entirely natural. With a smile, Chang Bing announced, "I am preparing to depart." Zhang Tian expressed surprise. Had they not just participated in the first round of the Changyang Grand Assembly? With another round yet to come? Chang Bing shook her head, her gaze filled with gratitude as she continued, "Thanks to you, I have accrued sufficient points in this round. Once I exchange these points for spirit stones, they will be ample to treat my husband's ailment. My purpose in attending this assembly was solely to gather enough spirit stones for his treatment, and having accomplished that, it is only fitting that I take my leave." Zhang Tian remained silent, recognizing that Chang Bing's goal for attending the Changyang Grand Assembly had been fulfilled, making her decision to depart unsurprising. His own objective, however, was to obtain a foundational pill, which required 20,000 points. Although it appeared he had achieved half of that total, acquiring the remaining points was not an impossible endeavor. Yet, he understood that nearly 9,000 of his points had been earned through perilous encounters with fellow cultivators, each point a testament to the trials of life and death. The thought of dancing on the edge of a blade to secure another 10,000 points filled him with trepidation. Those who toy with fire often find themselves consumed by it. Caught between the choice to leave or continue participating in the assembly, Zhang Tian found himself at an impasse. While Chang Bing could not discern that his aim was the foundational pill, she sensed his inner turmoil. With a gentle smile, she produced several vials of elixirs from her storage bag. "I am about to leave, and I have a few vials of elixirs that I no longer require. I offer them to you, and should you choose to continue participating, please exercise caution." "Thank you," Zhang Tian replied, as he had always refrained from rejection. For the bond forged through shared hunts and the dead of life had transformed them into close friends. Chang Bing's smile grew ever more radiant. Although Zhang Tian possessed considerable strength, upon learning his age, she had consistently assumed the role of an older sister in their interactions, a dynamic he welcomed. It was natural for an elder sister to bestow some elixirs upon her younger brother. As Chang Bing prepared to take her leave, Zhang Tian momentarily cast aside his indecision and asked, "Sister Chang, if I wish to learn alchemy, where should I begin?" "Alchemy? What brings this notion to your mind?" Chang Bing inquired, slightly taken aback by Zhang Tian's sudden interest in the craft. "Nevertheless," she replied, "learning alchemy is indeed worthwhile. It is one of the 4 arts of cultivation. Should you master it, your path as a cultivator may extend far beyond." After a moment's contemplation, Chang Bing retrieved a book with an orange cover and pale yellow pages, handing it to Zhang Tian. "You must have noticed by now that your sister Chang is an alchemist, albeit a modest rank, merely a first-tier alchemist. However, it should be more than sufficient to teach you. This book was bestowed upon me by my master when I first embarked on my journey. Within its pages, I have inscribed my annotations and insights following each alchemical formula, which should adequately prepare you to become a low-tier alchemist. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I reside in Changjia Town, and you may notify me in advance using a message talisman." Zhang Tian accepted the alchemical insights from Chang Bing, feeling a stir of emotion in his heart. The formulas themselves were of little importance. as he had previously familiarized himself with numerous alchemical recipes and possessed an abundance of theoretical knowledge. What truly mattered were the insights into alchemy, a priceless treasure for any alchemist or aspirant. With these insights, Zhang Tian could avoid countless detours, conserving both spirit stones and time. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of shame for the small tricks he had employed against Changbing. Nonetheless, he harbored no regrets. Every choice made entails both gain and loss. After imparting her alchemical knowledge to Zhang Tian, Changbing departed, stating that her current notoriety was minimal, as cultivators were preoccupied with preparations for the second round. Should she delay any longer, she would find herself unable to leave. After all, the bounty of spirit stones she had acquired was substantial, and even with her late-stage chi refinement prowess, safeguarding such wealth would prove challenging. Not long after her departure, the young woman from the Wu family approached Zhang Tian, lamenting the death of her brother and her newfound solitude, seeking refuge with Zhang Tian for a safe haven to cultivate. The reason for her choice, she explained, stemmed from Changbing's words about Zhang Tian's formidable strength and his status as a disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect, coupled with his upright character, assuring her that he would not betray her for personal gain. Zhang Tian, however, declined her request. Though the young woman's plight was indeed pitiable, he could not permit an unknown individual to tread upon the territory he controlled, especially when he himself was merely a chi refinement cultivator. Upon his refusal, the young woman departed sorrowfully, her lack of strength leaving her unable to continue participating in the Changyang festival, her fate likely mirroring that of countless rogue cultivators. Fraught with hardship. Chapter 50. The sinister blood pool. As evening fell, beneath the arena of Qingping Courtyard, over 300 meters underground, lay a vast, man-made cavern, not smaller in dimension than the surface area of the courtyard itself. The cavern stone walls were adorned with torches ignited by eerie green flames, spaced every 5 meters, casting an otherworldly glow that illuminated the subterranean expanse. At the very center of this cavern stood a 3-foot-high platform engraved with spiritual patterns, upon which rested a colossal pool. Within this pool sat a robust man, entirely nude, his body inscribed with an array of runes. Surrounding the edges of the pool were 4 black and red pillars, each etched with distinct patterns of ferocious beasts. At this moment, the 2 foundation-building elders from the Liu family, who had appeared at the entrance of Qingping Courtyard earlier that day, now stood at the edge of the pool, each with a small stack of storage bags beside them. "Let us commence," one of them declared. From the shadows emerged 6 figures, with the foremost being the elder of the Liu family, his voice laced with anticipation and excitement as he issued a command. Upon hearing the elder's words, the 2 foundation establishment elders by the pool exchanged glances and promptly commenced their task. They retrieved numerous corpses of demonic beasts, tossing them into the pool. Upon contact with the water, the corpses reacted as if they were plunged into boiling oil, rolling and bubbling violently. Initially, their flesh began to dissolve, leaving behind only white bones, which, as time progressed, softened and vanished entirely. Once all the demonic beast corpses had disintegrated, a thin layer of blood remained in the pool, emitting an eerie, otherworldly glow. The speed at which the Foundation establishment elders operated was remarkable. Within 5 minutes, the pool had been filled to capacity with the remnants of the beasts. Once the pool was brimming, the elders ceased their actions and stood by in anticipation. As the corpses completely melted away into blood, the elders resumed their previous rhythm, perpetuating the cycle of increase in the blood pool's depth. After an hour had elapsed, with all the beast corpses from the storage bags having been cast into the pool to dissolve, the blood within reached 2/3 of its height, already submerging the head of a robust man. The elder of the Liu family observed the actions of the 2 individuals from a distance, and upon witnessing the completion of their task, he turned to depart. Among the 5 Foundation establishment elders who had accompanied him, 2 remained to guard the subterranean cavern and the blood pool alongside the 2 who had disposed of the corpses. The remaining 3 followed the elder of the Liu family as they made their way outside, traversing a lengthy passage that exuded a fresh, earthy scent. They arrived before Grandeur. Upon exiting, the elder found himself in the highest hall of the Liu family. Despite the events in the cavern, the elder's excitement lingered, although it was soon tempered by the realization that now was not the time for relaxation. Regaining his composure, he seated himself on the foremost bench and began to inquire about the proceedings of the gathering. Seventh brother, how is the arrangement for the points exchange progressing? He directed his gaze toward a slender, squinting elder on his left, whose eyes shone with an unusual brightness. The seventh elder of the Liu family pondered briefly before responding in a dry tone. Some individuals have already begun to exchange their points. It seems they will not continue participating in the remaining events. However, overall, the number departing is minimal, primarily consisting of those with weaker abilities, which will not impact our forthcoming plans. He hesitated momentarily before adding, 9 foundation establishment pills have been exchanged, leaving only 1 remaining. The seventh elder spoke this news with trepidation, aware that the foundation establishment pills were merely a ruse employed by the family to entice cultivators, with no genuine intention of making them widely available. He surmised that the elder would be displeased by this revelation. After the seventh elder of the Liu family had spoken, the grand elder's face indeed revealed a flash of anger. However, it quickly dissipated, replaced by a contemplative expression. After a moment of deliberation, the grand elder of the Liu family quietly inquired, "It was the Bai, Zhang, and Wang families who orchestrated this, was it not?" The seventh elder's face flickered with surprise, and he nodded, speaking through gritted teeth. Not only them, but also disciples of the Chu family. The disciples responsible for collecting the corpses of their demonic beasts mentioned that what they delivered was not the corpses of demonic beasts at all, but rather the remains of spirit beasts that had been nurtured from a young age. They procured these spirit beasts with spirit stones, slaying them to exchange for foundation-building pills, a significant investment indeed. When it comes to profit, where is the existence of camaraderie? It is merely a matter of huddling together for warmth. The grand elder of the Liu family snorted lightly. He was not surprised by the Chu family's involvement. If the Chu family had not acted, he would have found it peculiar. Their alliance with the Chu family was merely a strategy to counter the united front of the Bai and Zhang families. Once fundamental interests were at stake, betrayal was inevitable. The foundation-building pill, which could substantially alter the power dynamics of foundation-building families, certainly qualified as a fundamental interest. The Yin kingdom remained exceedingly impoverished. There were only a couple of ways to produce foundation-building pills each year. Thus it was not surprising that they paid 4 or 5 times the price to acquire them. The grand elder of the Liu family reflected that if he were presented with an opportunity to obtain foundation-building pills, he would likely act in the same manner. While understanding this was one aspect, it did not imply that he would permit these 4 families to merely expend a few spirit stones to take away their family's foundation-building pills. In the Yin kingdom, there were only 2 established methods to acquire foundation-building pills. One was to participate in the ancient secret realm, gathering spirit herbs that had matured over time for the refinement of foundation-building pills. The other was that every 30 years, the 7 major sects of the Yin kingdom would each dispatch 2 golden core cultivators to the Hengduan mountains to hunt golden core demonic beasts, using the demon cores from these beasts to concoct foundation-building pills. Additionally, foundation-building pills occasionally trickled down from other nations, but in exceedingly scarce quantities, making them an irregularity. The Patriarch's breakthrough to the golden core stage required a substantial amount of flesh and blood energy, whether they brought forth ferocious demonic beasts or docile spirit beasts. As long as it was flesh and blood, it sufficed. They were inadvertently assisting us greatly. The grand elder of the Liu family chuckled coldly, thinking that once the Patriarch harnessed this power to break through to the golden core stage, foundation-building cultivators would merely be larger ants to them. At that time, even obtaining foundation-building pills would no longer pose a challenge. However, for now, we cannot allow them to proceed too easily. Have the personnel for interception been dispatched? The 7th elder of the Liu family replied, "The family's disciples are already prepared. Anyone possessing foundation-building pills has been monitored. As soon as they leave Chanyang Mountain, our people will follow them out to reclaim the foundation-building pills. This is no trivial matter. Invest more effort in this. When intercepting, be cautious not to expose our identity. Otherwise, it could lead to complications with the Spirit Beast Sect, the Grand Elder of the Liu family remarked, seeing that he had already made arrangements, and thus decided not to inquire further. The Grand Elder then conferred with the other two elders, whispering about the arrangements for the grand competition the following day. The sound emanated from the Grand Hall, drifting towards the inky horizon, as voices dwindled while the lights grew ever more resplendent. Strolling from his courtyard to the tranquil courtyard, Zhang Tian found himself still undecided after a night of contemplation. Torn between staying and leaving, settling back into his previous seat, he surveyed his surroundings, compared to the initial scene where every seat was filled, pushing towards the 10,000 mark. Now the seats were sparsely occupied, and he surmised that perhaps even 1,000 attendees were lacking. Moreover, there was a palpable change. The air surrounding each individual was thick with a lingering, grotesque scent of blood, possibly from vanquished beasts or perhaps from slain cultivators. Zhang Tian himself was not exempt from this grim aura. With a sense of melancholy, he reflected on the perilous nature of a cultivator's journey, a truth he now truly grasped. The impending demise of nearly 90% at a grand gathering was a stark reminder of why new cultivators emerged each year. Yet the overall population in the realm of cultivation remained relatively static. The elder of the Liu family made his entrance, surveying the assembly, his countenance betraying no hint of the diminished numbers. Only when his gaze fell upon the remaining cultivators did a strange smile flicker at the corners of his mouth. Yet, this smile lacked warmth, instead emitting an ominous aura that Zhang Tian could not ignore. Upon the arena, the Liu family elder cleared his throat twice, his voice resonant as he proclaimed, "After more than a month, I am pleased to reunite with you all. Surely, you have gleaned much from the first session of the Chanyang gathering." The atmosphere was starkly silent. Had this been the first session, one would expect flattery and sycophancy. Yet those who remained were not the kind to indulge in empty words. They were the taciturn, those who preferred to let their actions speak. The elder paid no heed to the silence. To him, the mere presence of these individuals sufficed, regardless of their conversation. What mattered was their participation in the second session of the Chanyang gathering. He maintained his genial demeanor, addressing the cultivators below. "Today, I shall elucidate the rules for the second session, which will consist of arena battles, commencing officially tomorrow." The rules were delineated, a knockout format where every 100 participants formed a round. In this assembly of 100 cultivators, any individual who triumphed over one of the other 99 would earn 100 points and could choose to withdraw. Should one feel particularly formidable, they could continue to vanquish others, accruing an additional 100 points for each victory. Pausing momentarily, a peculiar smile graced the elder's face as he added, "Crucially, if an opponent is slain before exhausting their points, the victor shall claim half of their points and all of their possessions." After delivering this statement, the elder departed, leaving behind the Liu family disciples who had registered for the first session. Zhang Tian remained motionless in his seat, a profound sense of malice emanating from the elder's words settling heavily upon him. He could unreservedly surmise that the second arena battle would devolve into a relentless slaughterhouse for cultivators, resulting in only a scant few standing triumphantly amidst a sea of bones, clutching vast sums of spirit stones that would make even Foundation establishment cultivators envious. This malevolent aura was palpable to Zhang Tian, as well as to the other cultivators. Yet few chose to retreat in haste. Those who remained were not ordinary individuals. The timid and the opportunists had perished or fled during the first contest. The cultivators who endured the first round were akin to gamblers who had already tasted a measure of victory, continuing to participate in the grand event. They might meet their demise, yet there existed the tantalizing prospect of immense fortune. The rules stipulated that defeating just one opponent among 100 would secure victory, instilling hope within the cultivators. Even if they could not contend with the strongest, there would surely be weaker opponents to best, much like the gambler's fallacious hope. No one believed themselves to be the weakest among all cultivators. The rule that allowed one to claim the opponent's assets and half of their points upon their death unveiled a tremendous incentive, one potent enough to drive cultivators to take reckless risks, undeterred by the specter of death. As every cultivator adopted this mindset, All Zhang Tian could foresee was a river of blood. He discerned the cunning nature of the rules, and a flicker of fear ignited within his gaze. Even the once imposing pillars of the arena appeared to him now imbued with a sense of the uncanny and malevolent. If I were at the pinnacle of qi refining, perhaps I could contend, but now is not the right moment for me. Zhang Tian exhaled heavily, ultimately resolving to prioritize his own safety over all else. Upon this realization, he suddenly felt a stirring within, noticing several faint, well-concealed malevolent gazes directed at him. Zhang Tian's expression darkened, yet he refrained from turning to see who they were, opting instead to stride away without looking back. The significant number of points he had amassed had indeed drawn attention. He sighed, acknowledging the truth in the saying that wealth stirs the heart. Originally, he had believed that many cultivators who had gained substantial points the previous night would not covet his own. He now recognized his naivety. Without exhibiting prowess far beyond the ordinary, his mid-stage, qi-refining realm rendered him a symbol of vulnerability in the eyes of the late-stage cultivators. Chapter 51. Perilous pursuit. Had I known the second round of the grand event would be so fraught with danger, I would have set off yesterday, just like Chongbing. Traveling together would have significantly mitigated the risks. As he walked along the path, Zhang Tian felt a deep sense of regret. Exiting the Qingping Academy, he arrived at the Liu family's exchange point for points, where he encountered a middle-aged cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, radiating an extraordinary aura. "Senior, I am here to exchange points," Zhang Tian said respectfully, presenting the jade pendant given to him by the Liu family with both hands. The middle-aged cultivator's expression remained impassive and cold, yet he unambiguously accepted the pendant. However, upon probing the jade pendant with his spiritual sense, despite maintaining a stoic demeanor, he was inwardly taken aback. He lifted his head to scrutinize Zhang Tian, finding it hard to fathom how such an unremarkable mid-stage qi practitioner could amass so many points. It was likely that even many competitors in the late stage of qi cultivation, who surpassed him in rank, would pale in comparison. Yet, he had chosen not to redeem his points yesterday, arriving now instead. Perhaps it was due to his newfound understanding of the rules for the second round of the Chanyang Grand Assembly, prompting him to depart. Contemplating this, the middle-aged practitioner forced a smile onto his face, his tone softening considerably. "Young man, you seem to have amassed quite a number of points here. I suspect your prowess is extraordinary as well. Why not continue to participate in the second round and gather enough points to exchange for a Foundation establishment pill?" He cautioned that spending points now might lead to a shortage, leaving him unable to redeem the pill later. "Today, I feel a certain affinity with you, young one. Here's the deal. If you participate in the second round and manage to earn 20,000 points, I shall ensure that the remaining Foundation establishment pill is reserved for you." Most of the cultivators participating in the second round were indeed aiming to accumulate points for that very purpose, aware that such opportunities might not present themselves again. Despite the inherent dangers, few chose to withdraw. After speaking, the middle-aged practitioner felt a swell of pride, convinced that as a senior of the Foundation establishment stage, his promise would surely compel Zhang Tian to stay. The Foundation establishment pill had become an immense pitfall. Of the 10 in total, 9 had already been redeemed, making the last one exceedingly crucial, especially considering the needs of the Liu family's disciples. Thus, even if Zhang Tian were to survive and earn the required points, claiming that solitary pill would not be an easy endeavor. Although Zhang Tian was unaware of the pill's significance, he was steadfast in his convictions, and the middle-aged practitioner's assurances did not sway him. Instead, he felt a sense of trepidation. Bowing his head in deference, he said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. I'm truly overwhelmed. I had indeed contemplated continuing in order to secure a Foundation establishment pill, but alas, I have been summoned by my sect's elders and must take my leave." At this, the middle-aged practitioner narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Tian closely, attempting to discern whether this was merely a fabricated excuse. Unintentionally or not, Zhang Tian kept his gaze lowered, making it difficult for the practitioner to read his expression or intentions. With a huff of frustration, the middle-aged man's demeanor darkened, a stark contrast to his prior gentleness. Zhang Tian, feeling the weight of disappointment in the air, involuntarily took a step back, tasting blood rising in his throat. He halted, maintaining a respectful posture, though his body trembled slightly, appearing to be filled with fear to any onlookers. Yet, only Zhang Tian knew that while fear lingered, it was overshadowed by a deeper, stifled fury. The middle-aged practitioner, noting Zhang Tian's continued respectfulness, felt a pang of disappointment. Had Zhang Tian shown even a hint of dissent, he could have seized the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. Even if he chose not to kill him, at least half of Zhang Tian's points would have been his. However, the young man before him, resembling a piece of black coal, was remarkably timid. It was astonishing that someone capable of accumulating such a vast number of points could be so ineffectual. Out of reverence for the Spirit Beast Sect, he refrained from making any further moves at that moment. The middle-aged cultivator lost interest, his demeanor returning to one of cold indifference. After a considerable time, Zhang Tian completed his point redemption, maintaining a facade of respect as he departed. Just a few steps outside, he expelled a mouthful of repressed blood, his previously pallid complexion gradually regaining its luster. Such was the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator. A mere cold snort had inflicted considerable injury upon him. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, there is ample time ahead. The grievances of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. The smile that had nearly been one of fawning admiration on Zhang Tian's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a consistently subtle, icy smile. Meanwhile, not long after Zhang Tian's departure, the middle-aged cultivator retrieved a communication talisman. He intended to reclaim what Zhang Tian possessed, wishing for the matter to be handled swiftly and discreetly, so as not to expose his identity. After inputting a few terse words, the talisman transformed into a beam of azure light, vanishing into the air. Should I return to the courtyard to recuperate? Zhang Tian pondered briefly, only to immediately dismiss the thought. It was prudent to leave now to avoid any lengthy entanglements. His current predicament was perilous. He understood that a faction of participating cultivators had set their sights on him. Moreover, members of the Liu family might also harbor intentions against him. The notion that the Liu family might spare him due to Liu Jinyang's relationship with him was ludicrous. They were merely superficial brothers, not even true friends over wine and meat. Zhang Tian would count himself fortunate if they did not stab him in the back. Upon exiting the gates of Chanyang Mountain, Zhang Tian swiftly summoned his three-eyed spirit beast. Upon its emergence, the creature, initially eager to bond with Zhang Tian, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It obediently allowed Zhang Tian to mount its back, then raced furiously toward the Spirit Beast Sect, disappearing in a matter of moments, leaving behind only a distant black. Barely half a minute after Zhang Tian's departure, three figures appeared at the location he had just vacated. Damn it, that fat sheep has escaped. The lean, tall cultivator expressed his frustration. How could this happen? He thinks he can run away so easily. The woman with ringed eyes smirked, producing a dark golden little raccoon from her hand. The lean cultivator's eyes widened with joy upon seeing the creature. Sister, did you perhaps place a dream-polluting fragrance on him? The ring-eyed woman smiled with pride. Indeed, brother. The day I saw that cultivator with so many points, I specifically sought out the seat he had occupied and sprinkled it with the dream-polluting fragrance, with its scent wafting for miles, no matter where he flees. My fragrance-tracking spirit cat will easily locate him. Finding him will be a piece of cake. Well done. Now we shall see where he tries to escape to. With his wealth, our trio will no longer have to worry about our cultivation expenses for the next few years, the steadfast, broad-shouldered man praised. There's no time to waste. We must set off immediately, he declared. Yes, brother, both the ring-eyed woman and the lean cultivator replied in unison. After the robust man concluded his words, the three individuals summoned their respective treasured artifacts and pursued the direction in which Zhang Tian had departed. At this moment, Zhang Tian was riding atop the three-eyed creature, which was swiftly galloping through the dense forest, the scenery rapidly receding behind them. Running through the sky offered a panoramic view, but it was evident that relying solely on the three-eyed creature would not suffice. Only by utilizing the intricate terrain below could there be a chance to shake off their pursuers. Zhang Tian remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings when suddenly his expression shifted. An unexpected violet flying sword surged forth from the left. "Be careful," Zhang Tian warned, prompting the three-eyed creature to leap sharply to the right, narrowly evading the oncoming sword. However, the very next moment, a golden disc hurtled towards them from the right, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. With a resounding crash, the three-eyed creature, having exhausted its strength, was caught off guard and sent sprawling backward, its vitality instantly diminished. Zhang Tian, sensing the impending danger, had already leapt from the creature's back and, after it landed, hastened to its side. "What audacious vermin dare to ambush me here? I am a disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect. Do you not fear the repercussions of attacking me?" Zhang Tian shouted furiously, his gaze darting around. By this time, the three-eyed creature had shakily regained its footing, though its waist was stained with crimson, indicating a severe injury that had sapped its strength significantly. With measured steps, two masked men clad in black emerged from behind the trees, the violet sword and golden disc returning to their hands. How could they have known I had departed so swiftly? Zhang Tian lamented inwardly, discerning their cultivation levels as late-stage qi practitioners. "Who are you?" Zhang Tian felt an unsettling familiarity in their eyes, yet he could not recall any enemies. In recent years, his life had revolved around rigorous training at the Spirit Beast Sect and tending to sheep in the Spirit Sheep Valley, leaving little room for interaction with other practitioners, let alone making foes. The two men remained silent, their violet sword and golden disc once again launching towards Zhang Tian from either side. "Damn it! How audacious!" Zhang Tian cursed internally. They were merely late-stage qi practitioners, and with the support of his formidable pack of dogs, the outcome was still uncertain. He was about to unleash all the spirit beasts from his spirit beast pouch for a desperate fight, when, suddenly, three streaks of escape light appeared in the distance, causing him to pause in his actions. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he observed, "Another 3 late-stage qi practitioners have come for me, a mere mid-stage practitioner. You truly overestimate my worth. As the saying goes, mountains and rivers will meet again." Zhang Tian decided against continuing to summon spirit beasts and instead withdrew the three-eyed creature. He then produced a yellowish talisman. Just as the violet sword and golden disc drew perilously close, threatening to obliterate him, the yellow talisman activated, transforming into an egg-shaped barrier that enveloped Zhang Tian. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian plummeted from the skies, landing amidst a dense and shadowy forest. The 100-mile escape talisman from the treasure-gathering pavilion truly lived up to its reputation, being the most expensive talisman among the first-grade high-quality talismans. It had effectively created a 100-mile gap, and should they wish to pursue him, it would likely take them half an hour. Surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, Zhang Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be met with a pang of discomfort. Due to its exorbitant cost, he had only purchased 3 of these talismans, and with one now expended, merely 2 remained. This was concerning. With a determined stomp of his foot, he realized the precariousness of his situation and retrieved another 100-mile escape talisman, activating it towards the direction of his sect. Instantly, a sphere of earthy light enveloped him, propelling him another 100 miles eastward. How they find me? A troubling thought emerged in Zhang Tian's mind. Previously too pressed for time to ponder, he now seized a moment to reflect, quickly recognizing the anomaly. He meticulously scanned his body with his spiritual sense several times, finding nothing amiss. In deep contemplation, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his expression as he summoned his 3 eyes. 3 eyes, do you sense anything different about me compared to before? Zhang Tian inquired. The 3 eyes, casting a puzzled glance at him, barked a few times, suggesting that there was now a faint fragrance emanating from Zhang Tian's body. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. It was likely this very fragrance that led them to his trail, as it posed no threat to him. The 3 eyes had refrained from mentioning it earlier. Had he not detected the oddity, the 3 eyes would not have alerted him to the unfamiliar scent. and he might have remained oblivious until he was surrounded by the pursuing cultivators. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Tian's back at this realization. Had he not been vigilant, no amount of 100-mile escape talismans would have saved him. Once those talismans were exhausted, it would be his time of demise. Without hesitation, he changed out of his current attire and incinerated it with a fireball technique. Following this, he thoroughly washed his body with a cleansing water technique, continuing until the three eyes confirmed that the fragrance was no longer detectable. After completing these measures, Zhang Tian staggered deeper into the forest, seeking a spacious cave to recover his magical power and tend to his injuries. Chapter 52. A chance encounter with the Spirit Pearl. Two men in black observed as Zhang Tian abruptly vanished into thin air. Their magical artifacts struck the ground with unwavering force. Initially taken aback, they quickly deduced that Zhang Tian had employed some form of escape method to elude them, which darkened their expressions considerably. The 100-mile escape talisman, a luxury I could scarcely justify purchasing, yet this fellow possesses it. I truly underestimated him, remarked the man on the left with a cold demeanor. Not every cultivator is willing to spend lavishly on consumable talismans. They often prefer to invest their spirit stones in honing their own mastery. With their mission thwarted, the man on the right, burdened by a sense of resignation, contemplated the vast spirit stones at stake, realizing it could take years for Zhang Tian to emerge from his sanctuary in the Spirit Sheep Valley. It would be prudent to maintain a cordial relationship with him, fortunate that he remained unaware of their true identities. Two late-stage Qi practitioners launched a surprise attack. Yet Zhang Tian managed to escape, leaving him on the verge of berating himself for his foolishness. Originally, their magical instruments were aimed at Zhang Tian, but ultimately, they were all intercepted by the protective spirit pet. Witnessing this scene, a sense of foreboding gripped him, as he never anticipated that he would actually flee. As he spoke, three streaks of light appeared in the distance and came to a halt not far from them. "Brother, its fellow practitioners, the fat sheep has escaped," reported the ring-eyed female cultivator, her expression sour, realizing they were so close to catching him, only for him to vanish in the blink of an eye. "Brother, all of them wield top-grade magical instruments. Should we not take a closer look?" The lean, tall cultivator's greedy gaze swept over the magical artifacts held by the men in black. The burly man was well aware of his younger brother's intentions. Yet he understood that those two men in black, daring to rob them and possessing top-grade artifacts, were not merely easy prey, but could potentially be formidable adversaries. The burly man had risen to his position not solely through strength, but also through cunning and perception. Otherwise, he would have long perished in the world of robbery, rather than thriving as he was now. Just as the burly man intended to lead his subordinates in pursuit of the previously targeted fat sheep, the ring-eyed female cultivator interjected with a mournful expression, "Brother, the little raccoon can no longer sense its presence. The fat sheep has caught wind of the danger." The burly man froze, pondering whether they would return empty-handed this time. His fierce gaze shifted toward the two distant black-clad men, narrowing dangerously. With no fat sheep in sight, even a tough opponent could be worth tackling. At the very least, they ought to acquire some resources for cultivation, or else his younger brother and sister would not remain idle. Meanwhile, the man in black on the left, noticing the three approaching figures with menacing intent, chuckled darkly. "These three seem to underestimate us, treating us like soft persimmons. It appears that not only have we failed to capture Zhang Tian, but we have inadvertently become his shield. How amusing." The man on the right maintained a calm demeanor, cautioning, "Do not be complacent. Beware of stumbling in the shadows. We may not have secured Zhang Tian's assets, but the wealth of those three should not be underestimated. It could suffice for our needs, and Uncle Ba is unlikely to be overly critical." With both parties interested in each other's wealth, the atmosphere thickened, and the tension of impending conflict hung palpably in the air. In the cave, Zhang Tian sat in solitude, meditating quietly. After consuming healing elixirs, he had placed the three-eyed beast into a Spirit Beast pouch. This encounter marked the most perilous moment for the three-eyed beast since its youth. Had it been Zhang Tian in its stead, he would have surely been reduced to pulp by now. Only a spirit beast with such formidable constitution could endure mere grievous injuries. as time elapsed gradually. The 60% of his mana depleted from utilizing the 100 Li teleportation talisman and traveling was nearing full restoration. Suddenly, Zhang Tian's expression shifted. He discerned faint voices and heavy footsteps approaching the cave entrance. As the footsteps drew nearer, their conversation became increasingly discernible. It seemed to be the voices of a man and a woman. Had he overlooked something, or had those practitioners tracked him down? Zhang Tian's countenance darkened. Yet, he understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. Soon, those outside would reach his location, and he needed to devise a strategy to confront them. Zhang Tian's eyes gleamed as he spotted an area not far from the cave, an exceptionally dark place devoid of any light. He hastily approached, setting up a rudimentary formation to conceal his spiritual energy. After ensuring that his presence was undetectable through the use of a breath-concealing technique, he quietly concealed himself there. "Brother Yang Fei, what are we doing here? My 13th uncle and the others are still waiting for our rescue. If we don't hurry, it will be too late." The female cultivator's tone was laced with urgency. As her words resonated, a man and a woman materialized before Zhang Tian, utilizing the dim light within the cave. He discerned that it was none other than the long-absent Bai Lingzhu and Chu Yangfei. Their dialogue indicated that Bai Lingzhu's elders were in peril and urgently needed to return to their clan for assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian inexplicably recalled the two men in black he had encountered before. Was it possible that every cultivator leaving Changyang Mountain faced interception by these figures? What kind of force could possess such immense power to ambush so many individuals at once? The Liu family flickered through his mind, but vanished in the next instant. How could it be them? If the Liu family were behind this, as long as one person escaped, the Spirit Beast Sect would swiftly teach them a lesson. A mere Foundation establishment family, did they truly believe themselves akin to a Golden Core family, daring to act so lawlessly? Should he step out to greet Bai Lingzhu? After all, they were somewhat acquainted, and he had previously gifted her the Xuanjia shield, which had aided him in navigating numerous dangers. Realizing they were not pursuers, Zhang Tian released a breath of relief, preparing to step forward and greet Bai Lingzhu. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed that, at some point, a small green vial had appeared in Chu Yangfei's hand, from which he was furtively pouring contents into the air, out of Bai Lingzhu's sight. Zhang Tian found such behavior highly suspicious. He held his breath and tightened his pores, retracting the leg he had intended to move forward. A cold smile crept across his lips as he decided to observe what tricks Chu Yangfei would unveil. He had long suspected that Chu Yangfei harbored ulterior motives unfit for someone as innocent as Bai Lingzhu, and now he had the opportunity to catch him in the act. Meanwhile, Chu Yangfei, while surreptitiously pouring the powdered medicine, spoke with an air of genteel elegance. "Lingzhu, my dear sister, though I hesitate to utter such cruel words, I must inform you that your uncles are unlikely to be alive. Even if we exert ourselves to reach your Bai family's territory, time is simply not on our side." At his words, Bai Lingzhu trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. "It cannot be! It cannot be!" Chu Yangfei swiftly caught her, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. "Do not despair, Lingzhu. You have me. Once we evade the pursuit here, we can return to your family together. I will ensure that our Chu family collaborates with your Bai family. We will surely uncover the perpetrator and exact vengeance." "Vengeance, yes, we must have vengeance." Bai Lingzhu's voice grew piercing, resembling a mother beast bereft of her young, consumed by a frenzied rage. As Bai Lingzhu uttered those words, it seemed as though she had depleted all her physical strength, her form curling tightly in Chu Yangfei's embrace like a deflated balloon. "You are all I have left." "Brother Yangfei." After a prolonged silence, Chu Yangfei suddenly inquired, "Lingzhu, I have heard that your family has exchanged for 4 Foundation establishment pills." Unbeknownst to her, Bai Lingzhu nodded, explaining that her family had pooled numerous spirit stones, purchasing a multitude of spirit beasts, ultimately gathering 80,000 points to exchange for 4 Foundation establishment pills. The mere mention of these pills struck Zhang Tian like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Bai Lingzhu possessed not just 1, but 4 Foundation establishment pills. Such an astonishing revelation left him reeling. The news of the large family purchasing the corpses of spirit beasts to substitute for demon beast bodies sent Zhang Tian's mind into a frenzy. The Bai family had exchanged for four, along with the Zhang, Chu, and Wang families. Could it be that the Liu family had exhausted their supply of Foundation establishment pills? The thought brought Zhang Tian relief that he had not remained with the Liu family to continue participating in the Chanyang festival, for it would likely have been futile to hope for a Foundation establishment pill. Suddenly, a fierce argument redirected Zhang Tian's attention to the two individuals within the cave. For reasons unknown, they confronted each other brandishing magical artifacts. Sister Lingzhu, you take 2 Foundation establishment pills, and I will take 2. Together, we can achieve Foundation establishment, granting us an additional century of life. As Foundation establishment cultivators, we will naturally avenge your uncles. Chu Yangfei maintained his warm smile. Yet to Bai Lingzhu, it felt like the biting cold of a winter night. Tears streamed down Bai Lingzhu's cheeks as she pointed her sword at Chu Yangfei, her voice trembling with disbelief. Brother Yangfei, these 4 Foundation establishment pills were given to me by my uncles at the cost of their lives. How can you betray their trust? Her grip on the sword wavered, ultimately falling limply to her side. She still harbored feelings for him, making it difficult to act against him. She turned to leave, but after only a few steps, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. What have you done? Bai Lingzhu's complexion shifted as she sought to question Chu Yangfei, but her words emerged soft and laced with an alluring charm. Chu Yangfei laughed heartily. Of course, it is my ecstasy powder. Why would you do this? Bai Lingzhu asked with indignation, attempting to wield her artifact against him, but before she could muster the strength, the sword slipped from her grasp. Why? Why do you question me? Chu Yangfei's laughter grew more frenzied. It is simply because I wish to live. I desire to prolong my existence. If you desire Foundation establishment pills, I can request them for my family on your behalf. You need not resort to this. I could even give you the Foundation establishment pills that my family grants me in the future. Why would you act this way? As the drug coursed through her veins, Bai Lingzhu's face flushed, her speech becoming fragmented. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yangfei ceased his laughter, yet his gaze intensified with madness. Give you? Who would bestow such precious Foundation establishment pills upon an outsider? A hint of mockery played at the corners of Chu Yangfei's mouth. Even within the Chu family, possessing similar talents, I, as a collateral descendant, receive nearly 50% less in stipend compared to my legitimate counterparts. While the true heirs are bestowed a foundational elixir upon reaching a critical juncture, I must rely solely on my own efforts to acquire such a treasure. Under these circumstances, do you truly believe I can trust that the Bai family would graciously provide me with a foundational elixir? Let me be frank. My intention in approaching you is to secure more spirit stones, additional elixirs, and a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough in my Foundation. Now that hope stands before me, do you think I would relinquish it? It seems that I have suppressed my feelings for far too long. Rather than hastily acting, Chu Yangfei continued to speak. Upon hearing his heartfelt confessions, a fleeting expression of anguish crossed Bai Lingzhu's eyes. Chu Yangfei continued to ramble. Ah, are you not wishing to become my partner? I shall grant you that wish immediately. It shall be my final act to satisfy you, and I suppose it is only fair. Despicable, shameless. Witnessing Chu Yangfei's drastic shift in demeanor, Bai Lingzhu struggled to suppress the tingling sensations coursing through her body and cursed him inwardly. Chapter 53. A glimmer of hope. Chu Yangfei paid no heed to Bai Lingzhu's curses, leisurely approaching her, his lascivious gaze unreservedly appraising her exquisite form. Previously, he had merely brushed against her delicate hand, and any attempts to advance further had been rebuffed by Bai Lingzhu in the name of her family. To win her favor, Chu Yangfei had to stifle his desires. Zhang Tian took a deep breath, seeing that Bai Lingzhu was left with only a vague sense of awareness. He realized he could no longer remain hidden. If he continued to conceal himself, Bai Lingzhu would soon fall prey to the clutches of evil, a scenario Zhang Tian could not bear to witness. Moreover, the allure of the foundational elixir spurred him to act. Observing Chu Yangfei's obliviousness, his eyes sparkled with determination as he stealthily drew the soul-chasing sword, aiming it at Chu Yangfei's back. However, just as the soul-chasing sword was about to pierce Chu Yangfei's back, a green jade pendant at his waist shattered, and a blue light shield materialized around him. The soul-chasing sword collided with the blue shield, causing ripples to surge across its surface. After a few breaths, a web of cracks marred the shield, which ultimately shattered, allowing the soul-chasing sword to continue its deadly trajectory toward Chu Yangfei. 3 breaths may be neither long nor short, yet it was sufficient for Chu Yangfei to react. He produced a small black copper mirror adorned with ancient patterns and pointed it toward the soul-chasing sword. A wave of white light emanated from the mirror, striking the sword and causing it to falter before being repelled back. Who? A cold sweat broke out on Chu Yangfei's brow, swiftly followed by anger. Had it not been for the protective jade pendant bestowed by his uncle, he might have already met with a fatal end. At that moment, Zhang Tian's face betrayed a hint of resignation as he witnessed the failure of his assassination attempt. After his previous success in ambushing the Han clan cultivator, he had developed a fondness for such underhanded tactics. This time, seeing that Chu Yangfei had not activated any protective barriers and appeared completely unguarded, he had anticipated an effortless victory, only to find himself thwarted once again. Compared to the solitary practitioners, the elite offspring of these families indeed possess more protective treasures. Zhang Tian emerged from the shadows, deftly catching the soul pursuit sword that had been sent hurtling back. The Chu family disciples were truly extraordinary, resorting to the despicable tactic of drugging their opponents, which left Zhang Tian both astonished and intrigued. Chu Yangfei's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, and then to a deep shade of black. Although he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Zhang Tian, he could not recall him at that moment, as Zhang Tian had not made a lasting impression on him. Upon sensing Zhang Tian's cultivation level at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, Chu Yangfei felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression morphing into one of disdain. How could a mere 6th stage Qi refinement practitioner dare to trouble him? Having eavesdropped for quite some time, Chu Yangfei knew that if Zhang Tian revealed what he had overheard, there would be no place for him within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Beast Sect. This thought ignited a surge of murderous intent within Chu Yangfei, and his gaze toward Zhang Tian grew increasingly ominous. He must not be allowed to escape. Not only did Chu Yangfei summon his small copper mirror artifact, but he also patted his Spirit Beast pouch, releasing a large python adorned with crimson patterns. The scarlet venomous snake was a spirit beast at the pinnacle of the late Qi refinement stage. Zhang Tian was taken aback by the sight of the massive snake, at least 7 meters long and half a meter wide. As the red serpent flicked its tongue in his direction, Zhang Tian felt compelled to act swiftly, immediately summoning the 3-eyed spirit dog. He also released his mid-Qi refinement stage bloodhound and the giant-toothed bloodhound, commanding them to join forces against the scarlet venomous snake. Soon, the battle between one snake and 8 dogs commenced. Although the 3-eyed spirit dog had not fully recovered from its previous injuries, with the assistance of the other 7 spirit dogs, it managed to hold its own against the late-stage scarlet venomous snake, even gaining a slight upper hand. The cave reverberated with the thundering sounds of their clash, as stones of various sizes tumbled from the walls due to the force of their combat. Meanwhile, Chu Yangfei's expression darkened upon witnessing Zhang Tian summon such a multitude of spirit beasts, particularly when he realized that his own spirit beast was evenly matched with those formidable dogs. He quickly abandoned hope that his beast could aid him in vanquishing Zhang Tian. With this realization, he hastily activated the small copper mirror artifact in his hand, unleashing wave after wave of white light towards Zhang Tian. The fire ape armor materialized around Zhang Tian, enveloping him in a layer of crimson battle armor. As a high-grade defensive artifact, it demanded a substantial amount of spiritual energy, something Zhang Tian could not afford at present. He typically refrained from using it unless he was certain of swiftly resolving the conflict, for depleting his energy without defeating his adversary would leave him with no means of escape. Thus, despite having possessed the fire ape armor for some time, this was Zhang Tian's first time employing it. After conjuring the armor, he deftly produced a first-tier high-grade talisman. Ignoring the approaching white light waves, Zhang Tian stood his ground, expressionless as he activated the talisman. Were they rendered speechless by fear? Observing the scene where Zhang Tian remained motionless, on the verge of being engulfed by the white waves of light, Chu Yangfei's mind was beset by such thoughts. He grinned wickedly at Zhang Tian. Yet in the next moment, his smile became rigid as the myriad white waves, raining down like a storm, were completely obstructed by the fiery red armor adorning Zhang Tian. A superior defensive artifact. A glimmer of greed flashed in Chu Yangfei's eyes. Even as a scion of a prominent family, he possessed but a single superior offensive artifact, the Tongyang Mirror. To his astonishment, the dark-faced youth before him also wielded a superior artifact, and one even more precious, a defensive type. At that moment, Zhang Tian activated a talisman, launching a colossal and blazing fireball towards Chu Yangfei. The Great Fireball technique could only be employed by cultivators at the late stage of Qi refinement, and Zhang Tian himself lacked the requisite cultivation. However, utilizing the power of the talisman, which contained spells previously sealed by cultivators, required merely a spark of spiritual energy. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of this spell, Chu Yangfei hastily retreated to the side. Yet, as if he anticipated this, Zhang Tian, after casting the first-tier superior fireball talisman, immediately immersed himself in connecting with the fire ape armor, drawing upon its power. The might of the fire ape surged forth. Zhang Tian opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of crimson gold flames, ferociously advancing toward Chu Yangfei's position. Chu Yangfei attempted to evade further, but to his right loomed the imminent fireball, while to his left stood an impenetrable stone wall, leaving him bereft of escape. Fear etched itself upon Chu Yangfei's face as he frantically applied defensive talismans upon himself. In mere moments, 7 or 8 layers of multicolored magical shields enveloped him. After completing this, Chu Yangfei sought to retrieve an artifact for further defense. But the fire dragon expelled by Zhang Tian had already approached. The magical shields surrounding Chu Yangfei, as fragile as soap bubbles, shattered under the relentless flames. Within 3 seconds, he was left with only the blue magical shield sustained by his own power. Before Chu Yangfei could utter another word, the flames consumed the last of his magical shield. Bereft of protection, he could only emit a final, anguished scream before being reduced to ashes amidst the inferno. In the air lingered only a finely crafted storage bag and an ancient copper mirror as they fell to the ground. With Chu Yangfei's demise, the massive red-scaled poisonous serpent in the distance crashed heavily to the ground. Finally, he is dead. With his passing, the tension that had gripped Zhang Tian's heart relaxed, and he swiftly ceased the expulsion of flame. Once Zhang Tian retracted the fire ape armor and assessed his condition, he discovered that only 30% of his magical power remained. Indeed, such a technique was a considerable drain on energy had he failed to secure a hit. His fate would have been sealed. However, such a failure was inconceivable. Zhang Tian had been acutely aware that the confines of the cave were narrow, ill-suited for the agile movements of cultivators, which was precisely why he had employed the fire ape armor. Zhang Tian collected the trio of spirit beasts into his spirit beast pouch and subsequently stored the body of the red-scaled serpent within his storage bag. The matter has yet to reach its conclusion. It would be wise to address the disposal of the body before returning. Naturally, Zhang Tian did not overlook Chu Yangfei's storage bag, nor the exquisite little copper mirror within. After attending to these matters, he finally turned his attention to the last remaining individual at the scene, Bai Lingzhu. At this moment, Bai Lingzhu lay on the ground, her once playful and enchanting eyes now clouded with a dazed hue, her expression half open and unresponsive. Zhang Tian pondered inwardly. From what he had heard from Chu Yangfei, it was apparent that Bai Lingzhu had fallen victim to a drug known as bliss powder, leaving her in a state of confusion. To counteract the effects, one could only seek the appropriate antidote. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tian opened Chu Yangfei's storage bag and rummaged through its contents, ultimately identifying the antidote. Ignoring Bai Lingzhu's pitiful state, he hastily administered the remedy to her. Subsequently, he removed her storage bag and ventured further away. Upon opening the bag, he discovered a jade box containing 4 foundation establishment pills, causing his breath to quicken with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he extracted 2 of the pills, placing the remaining 2 back into the storage bag. Had it not been for Zhang Tian's timely intervention, Bai Lingzhu would have lost both her wealth and her well-being. Now, with his assistance, she retained both. Thus, taking 2 foundation establishment pills as a token of gratitude felt entirely justified. Leaving 2 pills for Bai Lingzhu served a dual purpose. 1, to ensure she had something to present, and 2, as a gesture of appreciation for her earlier act of kindness in gifting him the Xuanjia shield. Without it, he might have perished at the hands of Lu Jinshui. Such is the delicate interplay of fate. After waiting for a while, observing that Bai Lingzhu had grown tranquil, Zhang Tian quickly returned to the scene. Upon his arrival, he found her still unconscious on the ground. He promptly assisted her in dressing and secured her storage bag, meticulously cleansing the area of any traces before quietly departing. Chapter 54 summary. Half a day later, a figure emerged from the cave, her expression a blend of confusion and embarrassment. Bai Lingzhu glanced around, recalling the 2 foundation establishment pills still nestled within her storage bag, her resolve strengthening as she made her way into the distance. Shortly after her departure, a shadowy figure materialized in the air, taking up the spot she had just vacated. To avoid unnecessary complications, Zhang Tian chose not to reveal himself, instead observing from shadows. Once he confirmed her safe departure, he let out a sigh and hurriedly left as well. 4 days later, above Lingyang Valley, Zhang Tian gazed upon his flourishing pastures, a smile spreading across his face. After days of urgency and haste, he had finally returned. "Who is it?" "Master, you have returned," a melodic voice called out. The vigilant Qing Huan rushed over, her initial wariness fading upon recognizing him, replaced by a glimmer of joy. Although she had intended to dash towards him, upon noticing the teasing glint in Zhang Tian's eyes, she quickly adopted a more composed demeanor. "What is this? Little Qing Huan is not welcoming me." Zhang Tian leaned closer, attempting to ruffle her bun, but Qing Huan deftly sidestepped, leaving his hand to grasp at empty air. "This is the master's domain. How could I, a humble servant, fail to welcome you?" Qing Huan enunciated each word with a weighted tone, her expression remaining calm, even bordering on indifference. Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Qing Huan's sudden demeanor. However, upon noticing her furtive glances toward his eyes, he began to comprehend her resentment for his late return. Why such bitterness? She resembled a secluded, aggrieved woman. What cultivator would dare to take you as a partner in the future? The thought of a secluded, aggrieved wife and a partner in the master's domain startled Qing Huan, causing her to jump as her face flushed crimson. "Master, please do not jest with a humble servant." Zhang Tian chuckled softly, teasingly remarking, "But it was you who first presented this aloof demeanor. Can't Qing Huan allow me a little jest? After all, you were gone for over a month without a word." Qing Huan retorted bitterly, her tone no longer as tranquil as before. All right, I have returned safely, haven't I?" Zhang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Then his gaze fell upon Qing Huan, suddenly brightening with astonishment. "You have actually broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. I recall you were the 2nd layer just last month, and there was a bottleneck in between. How astonishing that you managed to advance 2 layers in just over a month." Upon hearing Zhang Tian mention her cultivation, Qing Huan grew bashful. "After the master left, I felt my training accelerated significantly, and my absorption of elixirs improved greatly, which is why I broke through so quickly." Zhang Tian had not anticipated that Qing Huan's rapid progress was partly due to his influence. He laughed, jesting, "So my adventures outside were indeed beneficial for you, Qing Huan. I suppose I must venture out more often." Upon hearing this, Qing Huan fell silent, merely burying her head into her chest. Observing her silent, ostrich-like protest, Zhang Tian chuckled and shook his head. "I was merely joking. I value my life immensely and would never recklessly court danger. Besides, I know there are those who care for me. How could I bear to cause them sorrow? Well then, I shall take my leave to rest. You may continue to manage the Spirit Sheep Valley as before." Noting the almost palpable steam rising from Qinghuan's head, Zhang Tian wisely chose to depart, fearing that if he lingered, she might truly transform into an ostrich. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhang Tian finally experienced a sense of security after leaving the Changyang gathering. Sitting on the mat, he waved his hand, and 5 storage bags appeared beside him, containing all the spoils from his participation in the gathering. Due to the preparations for the second round of the event and the need to recuperate his magical energy and injuries, Zhang Tian had little time to sort through these items. He merely extracted the corpses of the beasts within to exchange for points, leaving the remaining items in their original places. After spending some time, Zhang Tian methodically took out the contents of the storage bags, organized, and analyzed them, categorizing the items into several major groups. The most precious among them were undoubtedly the 2 foundation establishment pills, which together held a value of 40,000 points in the exchange system, and were even rarer in the market. More importantly, with these 2 pills, Zhang Tian was effectively one step closer to entering the foundation establishment stage. Certainly, Zhang Tian harbored some uncertainty regarding his success in foundational cultivation with the 2 foundation establishment pills at hand, for he was merely a mixed spiritual root with rather poor aptitude. Nonetheless, he had at least a chance of establishing a foundation. For the average individual, attempting to break through to foundational cultivation without the aid of such pills would be tantamount to courting death. The second category comprised magical artifacts. Zhang Tian had acquired numerous artifacts, among which only one was of superior quality, the Tanyang Mirror, an artifact adorned with ancient patterns that hinted at its age. This treasure had been generously provided by Chu Yangfei. Indeed, the offspring of affluent families, even those from lesser branches, were often quite wealthy. He possessed 3 medium-quality artifacts, a pair of twin scissors resembling large golden shears, contributed by a male cultivator of the Han surname encountered during a hunt, a mountain-moving seal, reminiscent of the jade seals used by mortal dynasties, and a black short-handled hammer known as the Hanin hammer, obtained from a robbed cultivator. Additionally, there were 13 inferior quality artifacts, which held little value for him at present, perhaps worth only a few spirit stones. He planned to exchange them for spirit stones at the market in the future. The third category consisted of medicinal pills. He had only 2 vials of white sun pills, suitable for cultivators in the later stages of qi training to enhance their cultivation. The rest included numerous bizarre pills, such as detoxification pills, bliss powder, and frenzied pills, totaling at least several dozen vials. These were not only difficult to distinguish, but also raised concerns for Zhang Tian regarding potential hidden traps. Consequently, he opted to incinerate most of these peculiar pills using his fireball technique, retaining only a few universally applicable detoxification pills. The fourth category was spirit stones, of which he possessed over 13,000 inferior quality stones, a substantial windfall that alleviated his concerns regarding spirit stones for the foreseeable future. Most of these stones had been acquired through point redemption. At that time, under duress, Zhang Tian felt compelled to redeem spirit stones to avoid inciting anger. As for the remaining items, there was a colossal snake carcass along with miscellaneous clothing. Zhang Tian meticulously disassembled the snake carcass within his cave, extracting its valuable gallbladder, skin, fangs, bones, and venom, while the remaining flesh was cut into pieces and stored. His 3-eyed companion had played a significant role in this endeavor, and he intended to reward it with the spirit-infused flesh. The gallbladder of the late-stage qi training serpent was nourishing and suitable for infusing into wine, which Zhang Tian intended to reserve for his own use. Although the venom of the red serpent was only moderately effective against late-stage qi beasts, he decided to keep it for potential future use, given the lack of alternatives. The remaining materials, such as snake skin and fangs, would be dealt with at the market in exchange for spirit stones, while the clothing and other miscellaneous items were incinerated. The tiger whip wine had been left to ferment for quite some time. It should be ready to drink now. Speaking of the gallbladder, Zhang Tian recalled the tiger whip he had purchased at the market, which he had placed in a wine jar along with the gallbladder before burying it underground to ferment. Now, after more than a month, it should be ready for consumption. Zhang Tian swiftly unearthed the jar of wine he had previously buried. Upon opening it and inhaling its aroma, a smile graced his face. The pure essence of this Hubian wine confirmed its quality when combined with elixirs. It could significantly enhance his cultivation results. However, he acknowledged that this was not the time for training. He returned the wine jar to his storage pouch and cleared his mind, reflecting on his previous battles. Such recollections and analyses were crucial, allowing Zhang Tian to identify and rectify his shortcomings, thus preventing the recurrence of similar mistakes in future confrontations. 3 days later, within the confines of his cave dwelling, Zhang Tian, clad in the black garb of an outer disciple from the Spirit Beast Sect, sat upon a mat. Not far from him was the summoned Qing Huan. Through their conversation, Zhang Tian gleaned the circumstances of Lingyang Valley over the past month. Overall, the situation remained largely unchanged since his departure. Without his daily application of essence grass juice, the growth of both the spirit dogs and sheep had stagnated. This was within his expectations. He pondered aloud that the number of beasts and demon beasts attacking the sheep had dwindled, leaving scant supplies of both demon meat and beast meat. The nourishment of his dog pack was of utmost importance, and he had already observed a significant decline in the surrounding fauna, compelling the pack to rely heavily on their own reserves. The situation appeared increasingly dire, and addressing the food supply for the dogs was becoming urgent, especially since the essence grass juice had raised their dietary needs by 3 to 4 times, exacerbating the food crisis. Indeed, Master, Qing Huan affirmed with a nod. Leave this matter to me. There is no need for you to worry excessively. I shall visit the market and address this issue concurrently, Zhang Tian resolved, planning to procure additional supplies of demon and beast meat. This also included establishing a stable source of meat for his own cultivation. It was critical. Should he find himself deprived of this essential resource, most of his spirit dogs would perish, and his strength would diminish significantly. Naturally, such considerations were for Zhang Tian alone and did not require mention to Qing Huan. Having made his decision, Zhang Tian refocused his attention on Qing Huan, who had recently advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. You are now a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner and should possess your own combat techniques. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a pair of golden scissors from his storage pouch and presented them to Qing Huan, succinctly explaining, "These are the twin scissors, a mid-grade magical artifact I acquired from a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Some remnants of spiritual consciousness linger upon them, though they should not be too formidable. Simply erase them, and they will be yours to wield. Their strength lies in their versatility. They can execute both single and dual-line attacks. You can employ the complete scissors for a direct assault or separate them into 2 halves for simultaneous combat, effectively allowing one artifact to function as 2. When used unexpectedly against an unprepared foe, they could deliver a decisive advantage." "Thank you, Master." Qing Huan, without any hesitation, accepted the golden scissors and curiously examined them. For her, she had already entrusted her very life to Zhang Tian. The bond between them transcended any sense of self. Thus, she felt no embarrassment or reluctance in accepting the magical artifact bestowed upon her by Zhang Tian. After a moment's pause, Zhang Tian retrieved the soul Tianmu blood dog from his spirit beast pouch. He dissolved their master-servant contract and handed it to Qing Huan, stating, "You still lack a spirit beast, and this Tianmu blood dog is perfectly suited for you." It was evident that the Tianmu blood dog possessed a superior lineage compared to the Samu spirit dog, and if one disregarded its 3 eyes, this spirit dog could be considered the most promising among its kind. Zhang Tian felt a tinge of reluctance in entrusting Qing Huan with it, as a cultivator's level directly influenced the potential growth of their spirit companions. If Qing Huan's cultivation remained low, the rapid growth of the Tianmu blood dog would be in vain. Nevertheless, Zhang Tian resolved to give it to her. After all, if one Tianmu blood dog could emerge, so could a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th. Furthermore, Qing Huan was currently his most loyal subordinate, and if her lack of strength led her to perilous circumstances, Zhang Tian would certainly regret his decision. "Really, Master? Is this not one of your most cherished spirit dogs?" Upon hearing Zhang Tian's intention to gift her the Tianmu blood dog, Qing Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. "It is now yours, no matter how significant it may be. It pales in comparison to your importance. With it by your side, I can rest assured, Zhang Tian said, gently nudging the innocent-looking Tianmu blood dog towards Xinghuan. Master. Xinghuan murmured softly, her head bowed as she spoke. Zhang Tian instructed her to quickly bond with the scissors and the Tianmu blood dog before he departed hastily from the Spirit Sheep Valley. As he arrived at the Spirit Beast Sect, Qing Bamboo Square, and the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Zhang Tian recalled his previous visits to Qing Bamboo Square, where he had passed by the Spirit Beast Pavilion. It bore an identical name to the one in Yinchuan Square Market, and even the decor shared many similarities. It appeared that both establishments belonged to the Spirit Beast Sect, though he was uncertain which was a branch and which was the main store. Zhang Tian surmised that both were likely branches, with a true main store situated deeper within the Spirit Beast Sect, rather than outside its precincts or within the domain of outer disciples. Upon entering the Spirit Beast Pavilion, a young servant approached him promptly. Compared to the service offered by cultivators in Yinchuan Square Market, the atmosphere here was considerably less grand. Do you have any spirit beasts in mind, esteemed senior? The young servant inquired, maintaining a respectful demeanor without the usual trepidation that common folk typically displayed in the presence of cultivators. Perhaps this was due to the frequent encounters with cultivators in the Spirit Beast Pavilion, rendering them indifferent. The young servants working at the Spirit Beast Pavilion were, in fact, descendants of disciples from the Spirit Beast Sect. Not every child born to a sect member possessed spiritual roots, and since their parents were disciples, the sect could not expel them. Thus, they were permitted to reside within the sect, and lacking any power, they took on such roles to earn spirit stones, accumulating resources for the potential emergence of future descendants with spiritual roots. I wish to purchase some rapidly growing, meat-producing herbivorous spirit beasts. Do you have any recommendations? Zhang Tian inquired. I understand, esteemed senior. You must be seeking to acquire a spirit beast that can provide sustenance for your pet, the attendant replied confidently, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Zhang Tian mused, intrigued by how quickly the attendant deduced his intentions. Upon reflection, it was evident that someone who had worked here for an extended period would naturally develop a sensitivity to such matters. May I ask, esteemed senior, how many spirit pets you currently possess? The attendant cautiously asked, stealing a glance at Zhang Tian. Before Zhang Tian could respond, the attendant hastily added, if you do not have many spirit pets, I would not recommend investing in specialized spirit beasts for meat production. Such an endeavor requires a significant amount of spirit stones and time to yield results, typically only considered by prominent families. Zhang Tian tossed a low-grade fire attribute spirit stone to the attendant, recognizing the effort he put into his words was likely aimed at earning a reward from the cultivator. Rest assured, I have a considerable appetite to satisfy. Simply purchasing meat would be too cumbersome and time-consuming, Zhang Tian replied with a smile. The attendant, encouraged by the spirit stone, became even more enthusiastic. After carefully concealing the stone, he continued, in that case, allow me to elucidate the rules surrounding spirit beasts that specifically provide sustenance. Indeed, for spirit beasts, the taste and spiritual energy of different foods vary significantly. For instance, the gold attribute golden armored turtle prefers the similarly gold attribute long snout fish. Prolonged consumption of long snout fish facilitates a quicker growth rate and enhances its combat prowess. Conversely, a golden armored turtle that does not consume long snout fish will not perform nearly as well as one that does. Generally speaking, spirit beasts tend to favor the same attribute of spirit beasts as their own, though this is not an absolute rule, as variations may arise depending on the species. After hearing this, Zhang Tian found the attendant's insights quite reasonable. It reminded him of his past experiences with dog breeding, where the type of dog food significantly influenced the dog's habits and physical robustness. Pondering what kind of meat would best facilitate the swift growth of spirit beasts, Zhang Tian turned to the attendant for guidance. I have a batch of giant-toothed bloodhounds and three-eyed spirit dogs to care for. What spirit beast do you think I should acquire for meat production? If you can provide me with a suitable recommendation, I may have a delightful surprise for you. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, the attendant did not display joy over the promised reward. Rather, he fell deep into contemplation, furrowing his brow. Zhang Tian remained patient, understanding that specialized matters should be entrusted to specialists. This was a crucial principle that had contributed to his success in his previous life. After a considerable pause, the attendant emerged from his thoughts and replied earnestly, "If you are raising giant-toothed bloodhounds, I recommend the furious wild boar. This spirit beast, upon reaching adulthood, is at the initial stage of qi training. Its meat is notably denser and tougher compared to other livestock spirit beasts, with a texture akin to that of ordinary rock. The advantages are manifold. Firstly, for the megalodon bloodhound, its formidable teeth serve as its signature trait and primary means of offense. The flesh of the enraged wild boar can significantly enhance the biting power of these teeth, thereby elevating their offensive capabilities. Secondly, given the ferocious nature of the wild boar, which frequently resists carnivorous predators, the combative disposition of the megalodon bloodhound would find delight in this challenge, consequently enriching their combat experience. As for the three-eyed spirit dog, I would suggest the azure-eyed golden pheasant, a spirit beast that reaches the mid-stage of qi cultivation upon maturity. Its meat is notably tender, a delicacy favored by many spirit beasts. The abundant spiritual energy within it would provide the three-eyed spirit dog with ample satisfaction and enhancement, while its timid nature and swift speed would serve to refine the dog's agility. However, I ultimately advise the elder to procure the azure-eyed golden pheasant, primarily due to the considerable potential of the three-eyed spirit dog, which can be well complemented by this choice. Additionally, the market for the azure-eyed golden pheasant is extensive. After a period of domestication, both its meat and the spiritual eggs it lays could yield a source of income for the elder. Once the attendant finished speaking, he fell silent, having laid out both the pros and cons. The decision of how to proceed rested solely with Zhang Tian, and he refrained from interjecting, lest any complications arise that might implicate him. Zhang Tian pondered for a moment and then chuckled softly. "Is it not possible for me to purchase both?" The attendant was taken aback. "Elder, if you were to acquire both, the required spirit stones would multiply several times." He hesitated to continue, clearly skeptical that Zhang Tian, a qi cultivation practitioner, could afford such an expense. Zhang Tian shook his head. "I can manage to buy 4 or 5 of each." The attendant offered a wry smile, uncertain of how to respond. This elder seemed highly skilled, yet appeared utterly ignorant of the intricacies of breeding. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and explained, "Elder, if you only acquire a few, it may take a decade or even several decades to yield substantial meat." The attendant believed that his warning would prompt Zhang Tian to reconsider buying both simultaneously or to refrain from making a meager purchase, as the limited base would require considerable time to develop. However, Zhang Tian wore an enigmatic smile and countered, "Why can I not first purchase a few to test their effectiveness? If they prove unsatisfactory, would it not be a waste to invest all my spirit stones in these younglings?" The attendant was instantly alarmed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his demeanor shifting to one of anxiety. Zhang Tian, disinterested in toying with a mere mortal, waved his hand dismissively. "I am not implying there is an issue with your recommendation. I simply need to conduct my own experiment first. Once I confirm their efficacy, I shall proceed with a singular purchase." The attendant, now relieved, wiped his cold sweat and nodded vigorously. "Yes, elder. Indeed, your proposal is quite commendable. Consider this inferior-grade magical artifact as a small token of appreciation from me." After some contemplation, Zhang Tian tossed the originally dark and boot-like low-grade magical artifact to the servant. For Zhang Tian, selling in the market would yield only a few low-grade spirit stones, just enough to reward the servant. The servant, overwhelmed by a surge of immense joy, was elated, while the low-grade magical artifact held little value for Zhang Tian. It was a tremendous boon for someone of his humble status. After a considerable time, when Zhang Tian emerged once more from the Spirit Beast Pavilion, he possessed 5 young, dark-furred, enraged wild boar cubs, 2 males and 3 females, as well as 5 fluffy, yellow-eyed golden pheasants, also 2 males and 3 females. Zhang Tian chose to trust the servant's words. They had no prior interactions, and a mere mortal would not dare deceive a cultivator, for they could not withstand the repercussions of a cultivator's wrath. As for why he acquired such a modest number of cubs, it was partly to keep his wealth discreet. Spending too many spirit stones at once could attract the attention of unscrupulous cultivators prone to violence. Given his current cultivation level, that would be exceedingly perilous. Additionally, he possessed essence grass liquid, rendering time a non-issue for him. With sufficient essence grass liquid, he could cultivate a sizable herd of wild boars and a flock of chickens in a short span. Chapter 56. The shocking news of Golden Core upon arriving at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Zhang Tian, recognizing the utility of the 100-mile escape talisman, promptly purchased 4 more, bringing his total to 5. The price of each 100-mile escape talisman had consistently been 50 low-grade spirit stones, nearly double that of standard first-tier superior talisman. Despite its drawbacks, requiring a 3-second activation time, a minute to acclimate post-teleportation, being suitable only for escape rather than combat, and its substantial energy consumption, the ability to transport a cultivator 100 miles instantaneously rendered the price justifiable. Indeed, it was not merely spirit stones that were costly, but rather the value of one's life itself. The rickety low-grade magical artifact was exchanged at the treasure-gathering pavilion for 58 low-grade spirit stones, a price significantly undervalued. Further negotiation could have yielded a better offer. However, with his current wealth, Zhang Tian felt empowered and saw no need to engage in protracted discussions over a mere few spirit stones. He then procured additional spirit-enhancing elixirs. Due to the recent addition of a mid-stage Qi practitioner in his circle, he purchased a substantial quantity, 20 bottles in total. This included 5 bottles of ginseng essence pills, 10 bottles of yellow essence pills, and 5 bottles of pure spirit pills, all mid-grade elixirs, which were considerably more expensive than their low-grade counterparts, totaling 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Nonetheless, the advantage was a significant reduction in pill toxicity, which in turn minimized the time required for detoxification, thereby conserving valuable cultivation time. At present, Zhang Tian was not lacking in spirit stones, allowing him to indulge somewhat. Spirit stones were meant to be spent, and he felt justified in exchanging them for time. After exiting the treasure-gathering pavilion, he visited a nearby meat stall to purchase some beast meat, spending over 100 low-grade spirit stones. This would serve as nourishment for his pack of dogs before the wild boar cubs and golden pheasants matured. Zhang Tian then proceeded to a secluded refining shop. Zhang Tian visited the equipment refining shop with the intention of seeking out Xiam Yunin to process the materials from the red-scaled venomous snake, such as its fangs and bones, as he was only familiar with him when it came to handling materials from demon beasts. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the refining pavilion, he was taken aback to find the shop closed. Doubting his fortune, Zhang Tian approached and knocked, but received no response, confirming that no one was inside. He decided to turn away, planning to return another time when the shop was open, as he was not in a hurry regarding the processing of these materials. Just as he took a few steps, a sudden noise caught his attention. The side door of the shop creaked open slightly, and Xiam Yunin peered through the small gap. Calling out to Zhang Tian, "Zhang Daoyu, come in through here." Once inside, Xiam Yunin cautiously surveyed the surroundings before closing the door, letting out a sigh of relief. "What troubles you, Xia Daoyu?" Zhang Tian inquired, puzzled by his tense demeanor. "Alas, it is merely my unfortunate craftsmanship. Let's not dwell on that. Did you come this time with some fine materials?" Xiam Yunin, with a forlorn expression, gestured wearily from behind the counter. Zhang Tian, hearing this, laid out the snake skin and bones before him. After examining the materials thoughtfully, Xiam Yunin remarked, "These must be components from a late-stage Qi refining demon snake. In terms of crafting magic tools, these are not particularly impressive. If you wish to use them to forge a tool, I can only assure you of a medium-grade result." Zhang Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, as a medium-grade tool held little value for him. He already possessed 2 high-grade items. "Very well. How many spirit stones can you offer for these?" he asked, having intended to sell the materials all along. 60 low-grade spirit stones. The most valuable aspects of a demon snake are its venom and gallbladder. These parts are too fragile and lack worth, Xiam Yunin explained, offering a low price. Zhang Tian had anticipated this, so he raised no objections, quickly settling their transaction. However, more than the paltry sum of spirit stones. He was intrigued by Xia Munin's earlier anxious demeanor. Xia Daoyu, it seemed as though you were evading someone just now. Who could possibly intimidate you into closing your shop? Zhang Tian inquired with keen interest, perhaps due to the recent transaction lifting his spirits. And with a growing familiarity with Zhang Tian, Xia Munin did not hesitate to divulge the matter. Sipping his tea, he sighed. Are you aware of the Changyang Grand Assembly that took place previously? The Changyang Grand Assembly, hosted by the Liu family? Zhang Tian responded, suddenly alert upon hearing the familiar name, as he had just returned from the assembly. You know of it? Indeed, the assembly generated quite a stir. No cultivator in the Spirit Beast Sect or the Hengduan Mountain region could remain unaware, Xia Munin replied, momentarily taken aback, but soon finding it unsurprising. He sighed again. Do you have any idea how many people participated in the Changyang Grand Assembly? Over 10,000 Qi practitioners, Zhang Tian pondered, estimating a rough figure in his mind. Yet, he hesitated to express his thoughts, unsure of Xia Mu Nan's intentions. However, it was clear that Xia Mu Nan did not anticipate a response from him. Within half a minute, he muttered to himself, a total of over 13,000 Qi practitioners, the majority of whom are late-stage practitioners. Yet, how many survived after participating in the Changyang gathering? Fewer than 100, most of whom left after the first round. Only 8 practitioners remained who truly endured to the second round. With a mocking smile, Xia Munin ruthlessly derided such brutality, exclaiming, only 8 practitioners left. They profess to be righteous cultivators. Yet this bloody and cruel event is hardly different from the demonic arts of nurturing worms. Zhang Tian was taken aback. He had initially estimated that there were at least 1,000 late-stage practitioners remaining, many of whom were quite formidable. To discover that only single digits remained was shocking. Did the sect not intervene? There were numerous outer disciples of various sects among them, although sects typically placed little value on Qi practitioners. Such a significant loss surely could not be overlooked. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Zhang Tian inquired, did the sect not take action? Of course the sect intervened. Xia Mu Nin replied nonchalantly. The sect issued an edict mandating that within 20 years, all descendants of the Liu family with spiritual roots must join the Spirit Beast Sect. And such events like the Changyang gathering must not occur again. Zhang Tian was dumbfounded, struggling to believe this. If the sect had merely suppressed the Liu family, he could comprehend that. But what kind of punishment was this? Gaining entry into a major sect was the aspiration of many wandering cultivators, a seemingly blatant punishment that was, in truth, a reward. Xia Mu Nin explained with indifference, what can be done? The patriarch of the Liu family has ascended to the golden core stage. Although the Changyang gathering was bloody, the victorious practitioners also reaped substantial rewards, with promotions to foundation establishment nearly guaranteed. Furthermore, after the gathering, they willingly joined the Spirit Beast Sect, while trading thousands of late-stage practitioners for 8 foundation establishment practitioners may seem unwise. The combat prowess of that golden core practitioner from the Liu family compensates for the disparity. Thus, the Spirit Beast Sect tacitly accepted the Liu family's significant gain. Is it merely a significant gain? Zhang Tian contemplated, feeling a chill run through him. There were too many unsettling aspects, especially since he had personally participated in the Changyang gathering, allowing him to perceive the underlying discrepancies more acutely. Zhang Tian dared not delve deeper. As a mere Qi practitioner, the issues surrounding the golden core stage were beyond his comprehension. He feared that overthinking could lead him into perilous thoughts. What troubles you? Seeing Zhang Tian lost in thought, Xia Mu Nin inquired with curiosity. Nothing, Zhang Tian hastily replied, awakening from his reverie, feeling his back drenched in sweat. By the way, how does this relate to your question? Xia Mu Nin, oblivious to Zhang Tian's unease, grew somber at the inquiry, stating, my question revolves around the Liu family. Now that they have ascended to a golden core family, they believe their strength can expand, thus seeking to recruit wandering cultivators as guest elders. A few days ago, a disciple from the Liu family expressed admiration for my crafting skills and invited me to consider joining their clan. Zhang Tian, who was quite concerned about this familiar artisan, inquired whether I had made a decision regarding the invitation. Xiao Yunan shook his head with a bittersweet smile, stating that he had grown accustomed to a life of freedom, unencumbered by familial constraints. Should he join the Lu family, he would merely become a tool for crafting, devoid of personal agency. Refusing the offer would be challenging, especially in the face of a prominent Golden Core family. Thus, he resolved to depart in the coming days, seeking refuge elsewhere. Haha. If you need my services in the future, you needn't come here. I likely won't be around much longer, Xiao Yunan remarked with a serene smile, clearly indicating that this decision was not made in haste, but rather after careful contemplation. The conversation soon turned somber. After exchanging a few more words with Xiao Yunan, Zhang Tian felt an urge to leave hastily, burdened by the melancholy of his friend's impending departure due to the pressures of the Golden Core family. It was a poignant reminder of the fate that befalls those lacking power. This was merely a glimpse into the substantial upheaval brought about by a sudden shift in strength. The emergence of a Golden Core family would inevitably disrupt the delicate balance of power in the Hengduan Mountains, heralding a tumultuous storm ahead. Fortunately, this turmoil did not directly affect Zhang Tian. Although he felt a twinge of sorrow at the thought of losing someone familiar, he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 57. The winds of Hengduan. After wandering through the market, Zhang Tian failed to locate any shops dedicated to the sale of spiritual herbs. Instead, he found numerous places that purchased such items. This disappointment lingered, as he had hoped to procure materials for alchemy and attempt concocting potions. But it seemed that endeavor would need to be postponed. In the kingdom of Yin, the most esteemed sect for alchemy is undoubtedly the Medicine King Sect, one of the 7 major sects of the realm. The reputation of the Medicine King Sect as the source of distinguished alchemists is well-founded, as nearly 80% of alchemists in Yin have some affiliation with this esteemed institution, which is also the only sect to possess third-tier alchemists. Many Golden Core cultivators, upon acquiring spiritual herbs, seek the Medicine King Sect to request their assistance in refining third-tier pills suitable for their consumption. This situation has rendered the disciples of the Medicine King Sect less remarkable in combat skills, yet they hold a prestigious position within the kingdom of Yin. The materials Zhang Tian aimed to purchase were not particularly rare. He sought several herbs to concoct the Qingyuan pill, a potion he frequently consumed during the early stages of his cultivation to enhance his progress. The creation of a single Qingyuan pill necessitates 9 distinct types of herbs. Among these, the most crucial primary ingredient is a 30-year-old Qingling grass, while the remaining 8 herbs serve as auxiliary materials to balance the effects, all of which are common and can be easily gathered from stalls frequented by cultivators. While the Qingling grass may not be considered precious, it does require 3 decades of growth to meet the standards for crafting the Qingyuan pill. Within the Spirit Beast Sect, there are dedicated fields for cultivating Qingling grass, planted in intervals to ensure a harvest each year. This is the source from which the Spirit Beast Sect is able to distribute such a considerable quantity of Qingyuan pills each month. However, it is certain that the sect does not sell Qingling grass. It is solely for self-consumption. Zhang Tian should not harbor any illusions about purchasing Qingling grass produced by the sect. Of course, if he were to express an interest in becoming an alchemist for the sect, there might be a possibility. Yet, once he becomes an alchemist, he would be bound by the numerous regulations of the sect, which Zhang Tian is reluctant to endure. Thus, the path to acquiring Qingling grass from the sect has been severed. As for the sect's marketplace, it is inconceivable that there would be a store from the Medicine King Sect. Therefore, if Zhang Tian genuinely wishes to procure Qingling grass, he must venture to marketplace outside the sect, such as the Yinchuan marketplace. However, the journey to Yinchuan is fraught with difficulties, particularly due to the bloody Chanyang festival, which instills in Zhang Tian a sense of life-threatening peril. While he remains within the confines of Lingyang Valley, protected by the sect's restrictions, no one dares to attack him. Yet, once he steps outside, the circumstances may change drastically. Without the sect's deterrent, he is likely to face aggression. Consequently, his alchemical plans must be postponed, at least until he reaches the latter stages of qi cultivation. Upon his return to Lingyang Valley, Zhang Tian's first action was to summon Xinghuan to his side and inform her of the incidents involving the enraged wild boars and the azure-eyed golden pheasants, instructing her to find a suitable place to house them. Following the servant's suggestion, they should be released into the wild for free-range living. However, Zhang Tian felt a twinge of anxiety, with only a handful of them. Any unfortunate incident resulting in their demise would not only entail a loss of spirit stones, but would also necessitate another trip to the sect, a significant waste of time. Thus, he arranged for the wild boars and golden pheasants to be housed in pens, positioning them well away from the dog kennel. Furthermore, he issued a strict order prohibiting the dog pack from harming them, although they were their natural prey. It was preferable to wait until they had grown before allowing any predation. The terrain of Lingyang Valley is essentially cross-shaped, although it appears surrounded by sheer cliffs, hills, and other complex topographies, resembling a dilapidated ship riddled with holes through which beasts and mythical creatures could infiltrate. The reality is quite different. The valley can only be accessed through 4 narrow paths. As long as one maintains vigilance on these paths, encounters with beasts attempting to prey on one's domesticated spiritual sheep, wild boars and chickens are rare occurrences, with the exception of flying beasts and cultivators. Returning to his cave dwelling, Zhang Tian released the spiritual beasts from their bags, allowing them to roam freely, for the outside was far more comfortable than confinement. He poured himself a drink of tiger whip wine, downing it in one go. The sharp flavors surged through him, momentarily disorienting Zhang Tian. Fortunately, the intensity of this sensation was fleeting, soon transforming into a warm, pleasant feeling. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged into rigorous cultivation. Each time he consumed a sip of tiger whip wine, he would enter a prolonged state of cultivation that lasted until the effects wore off. Once the wine was finished, he began to take medicinal pills to assist his cultivation, maintaining the same arduous routine as before. Occasionally, after concluding a session of cultivation, Zhang Tian would tend to the spiritual dogs in the pack, feeding them essence grass liquid, while also providing sustenance to the wild boars and golden pheasants. This cycle continued until he had exhausted all his medicinal pills, leading to a brief respite. After returning to the sect to replenish his stock at the treasure-gathering pavilion, Zhang Tian resumed his previous regimen of intense cultivation. Zhang Tian has resolutely decided against advancing to the late stages of qi refinement, vowing to persist in his arduous cultivation. The hallmark of reaching the late stages of qi refinement is the breakthrough to the 8th layer. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have swiftly elapsed. During Zhang Tian's seclusion in Lingyang Valley, significant events unfolded in the Hengduan Mountains. Shortly after Zhang Tian commenced his cultivation, the Liu family officially made their presence known in the cultivation world, inviting numerous righteous cultivators to attend the golden elixir ceremony of their family patriarch. This marked the first emergence of a golden elixir true person from the families of the Hengduan Mountains in 3 centuries. At the ceremony, the Liu family seized the opportunity to challenge the other 4 families, intending to absorb them all into their own clan. However, the 4 families had anticipated this move and had previously engaged the services of a golden elixir elder from the Spirit Beast Sect at great cost, thus thwarting the Liu family's sinister plot during the ceremony. Following the conclusion of the event, the other 4 families formally established an alliance to counter the Liu family's encroachment. This period saw multiple fierce battles, resulting in the deaths of over 1,000 cultivators, including even those formidable foundational cultivators who were not spared from calamity. Initially, with the intervention of the Golden Elixir Elder, the Liu family patriarch was restricted from attacking foundational qi refinement cultivators. Under such circumstances, the 4-family alliance believed that their numbers would grant them a significant advantage in the confrontation. However, unbeknownst to them, the Liu family had secretly recruited a substantial number of rogue cultivators as guest elders under the pretense of their golden elixir true person, including over 30 foundational guest elders and countless qi refinement fighters. Consequently, even without the direct involvement of the Liu family patriarch, the 4-family alliance found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, suffering significant losses and losing numerous spirit field mining points. It became apparent to many observing cultivators that the four-family alliance's demise at the hands of the Lu family was merely a matter of time. Yet, fate is often capricious. A turning point arrived when a female cultivator named by Qiufeng from a Bai family, under the pressure of her family's annihilation, daringly attempted to break through to the golden elixir stage without utilizing a golden elixir pill. If the probability of a Qi refinement cultivator breaking through to the foundational stage without a foundational pill is 10%, then a foundational cultivator's chance of advancing to a golden elixir true person without a golden elixir pill dwindles to a mere 1%. Just when everyone had lost hope, believing she would fail, Bai Qiufeng indeed succeeded in her breakthrough, becoming the first cultivator in a millennium from the Yin Kingdom to achieve the golden elixir stage without the aid of a golden elixir pill. Subsequently, unbeknownst to the Lu family, Bai Qiufeng, now a golden elixir true person, launched an attack that resulted in nearly a dozen foundational cultivators meeting their demise, dramatically reversing the tide of battle. When the Lu family patriarch learned of this development, he sought out Bai Qiufeng in a furious confrontation, only to discover, upon engaging her, that he was no match for her prowess. There had long been rumors that cultivators who could achieve breakthroughs to the golden elixir stage without the aid of a golden elixir pill would be amongst the most formidable golden elixir true persons. But few had believed such tales, having never witnessed anyone succeed in such a manner. The Lu family patriarch had always considered this notion mere hearsay. However, this time, the feedback received from Bai Qiufeng led him to a sudden realization that the rumors were not mere speculation, but rather a statement of fact. Within the realm of golden core cultivators, he could not surpass Bai Qiufeng, and the foundational cultivators of the Lu family had suffered significant injuries due to Bai Qiufeng's strike. In their helplessness, the situation reversed, and it was the head of the Lu family who sought assistance from the Spirit Beast Sect. For the Spirit Beast Sect, golden core cultivators represented a high tier of combat strength, and the loss of even one was unacceptable. Thus, the sect dispatched 2 golden core cultivators to urgently mediate, dividing the resources of the Hengduan mountain range into 2 halves, with the 4 familial alliances and the Lu family each claiming a share. In this redistribution, the area controlled by the Lu family expanded more than twofold, while the territory controlled by the Bai family also saw a similar increase, rendering both families satisfied with the Spirit Beast Sect's intervention. Consequently, the internal strife in the Hengduan mountain range came to a temporary halt. The once tumultuous landscape, stirred by the Lu family head's breakthrough to the golden core, regained its tranquility. The original 5 families of Hengduan were reduced to only the Bai and Lu families, eliminating the former balance of power among the 5. Chapter 58. The development of Spirit Valley 3 years later, within the confines of Spirit Sheep Valley. Zhang Tian's secluded retreat in the Greenstone Cave had been silent for over half a month. In the distance, Qing Huan was scouring beneath the coop of the Qingyan Golden Rooster, deftly avoiding the ubiquitous chicken droppings while searching for potential spirit chicken eggs nestled within the nests. The frequency of egg-laying by the Qingyan Golden Rooster differed from that of ordinary chickens. It did not lay eggs daily, but required at least 10 days to accumulate sufficient spiritual energy before producing a single spirit egg, after which it would become weakened. The next laying would not occur for another 10 days or so. 3 years prior, the coop rarely yielded a single spirit chicken egg, even within a month. However, now, with an increased number of Qingyan Golden Roosters, even if it took over 10 days to lay 1 egg, there were at least a dozen spirit eggs produced each day. Suddenly, Qing Huan's eyes brightened as she spotted another spirit chicken egg in the corner nest. Approaching, she was about to pick it up and place it into her storage pouch when she felt a tremor coursing through her body, her face displaying astonishment as she sensed the spiritual energy in the surrounding air beginning to surge dramatically. Moreover, the direction of this energy flow appeared to be converging towards a singular point. Looking towards the source of the energy, Qing Huan discovered that it was gathering at the very Greenstone Cave, where Zhang Tian was in seclusion. Could it be that her master had successfully broken through? Joy sparkled in her eyes as she hastily placed the spirit chicken egg into her storage pouch, disregarding any other potential eggs in the coop, and rushed to await outside the Greenstone Cave. The fluctuations in the air's spiritual energy arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After about the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the spiritual energy in the air returned to a languid state. Shortly thereafter, amidst a flurry of dust, the door of the greenstone cave rumbled open, and a figure gradually emerged. Although Zhang Tian's expression was calm as he stepped out, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. From this day forward, he has detached himself from the ranks of mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators, officially embracing the status of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. This transition signifies that he has eliminated all barriers between himself and Foundation establishment. As long as he diligently cultivates to elevate his spiritual power to its zenith, coupled with the 2 Foundation establishment pills in his possession, he may soon attempt to establish his foundation. Once he transcends to the Foundation establishment stage, he will soar to great heights, liberated from the corporeal realm and granted an extension of his lifespan by a century. Emerging from the Qing stone cave, Zhang Tian immediately spotted Qing Huan waiting not far off. A moment's contemplation led him to deduce that her presence was drawn by the commotion of his breakthrough. Congratulations, Master, on advancing to late-stage Qi refinement. At such a young age, your elevation to this stage suggests that future breakthroughs to Foundation establishment and even Golden Core will be entirely within your grasp, she exclaimed with a beaming smile. Huh, you, with your silver tongue, are quite the flatterer. Just keep such remarks between us. Should others overhear, they would surely mock you. Zhang Tian chuckled, playfully admonishing her. It was merely late-stage Qi refinement. He had not yet even breached the Foundation establishment level. And Qing Huan boldly asserted he would eventually become a Golden Core Master. Such notions had yet to cross Zhang Tian's mind. I have inquired, and there is no one among the outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect who has reached late-stage Qi refinement by the age of 18. Someone like you must undoubtedly be a prodigy, Qing Huan retorted with a hint of defiance, now enveloped in a fervent enthusiasm. Feeling her relentless praise flush his face with embarrassment, Zhang Tian thought the term prodigy was an exaggeration. Those who knew him understood he was merely of mediocre spiritual roots. Such accolades were far from deserved. His rapid advancement to late-stage Qi refinement was solely due to the consumption of medicinal pills. Even a head of livestock, under such ample resources, could achieve the same feat clearing his throat. Zhang Tian chose not to dwell on this topic further. It was indeed beneficial for his subordinate to possess confidence in him. During my seclusion for the past half-month, has anything significant transpired in Lingyang Valley? He inquired. Having focused intently on breaking through the bottleneck from the 7th to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Zhang Tian had isolated himself for an extended period, neglecting all external affairs. This was a stark contrast to the previous 3 years, where he would intermittently check on Lingyang Valley every few days. Upon being asked about pressing matters, Qing Huan regained her composure. After careful consideration, she replied, the situation within the valley has progressed largely according to your plans, Master, with no unforeseen events. However, Lu Jinyang, who has visited several times before, came again during your seclusion. He appeared quite eager, as if he wished to personally invite you to partake in an expedition. Yet, I sent him away, using your closed-door training as an excuse. After speaking, Qing Huan cast a furtive glance at Zhang Tian, uncertain if he would be displeased with her unilateral decision. Once again, I find myself receiving an invitation. At that time, I had yet to break through, remaining merely a mid-stage Qi practitioner, while Lu Jinyang, as a late-stage Qi practitioner, should logically seek assistance from others of his caliber. Why, then, has he repeatedly sought me out for adventures during this period? Zhang Tian harbored such thoughts in his heart. The previous incident involving the Wind Barbarian Tiger had already instilled a sense of vigilance in Zhang towards the 2 brothers, Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu. Following the bloody Changyang festival, Zhang's wariness had only intensified, leading him to adopt a more distant attitude. Although he was uncertain about the authenticity of the foundation-building practitioner-esque cave mentioned by Lu Jinyang, Zhang was acutely aware that accompanying him would likely yield no favorable outcomes. Thus, he persistently declined, opting instead to remain in the Spirit Sheep Valley, dedicating himself to arduous cultivation. After all, he possessed ample resources, sufficient for many years of training. After a considerable time immersed in contemplation, Zhang Tian noticed the tear-streaked face of Qinghuan beside him, which snapped him back to reality. He praised her, saying, "Qinghuan, you have performed admirably this time. In the future, whether it is Lu Jinyang or Lu Jinwu, should they invite me on an adventure, you need only refuse them outright." Initially thinking she had erred, Qinghuan's face brightened upon hearing Zhang Tian's words as she nodded vigorously in response. Observing Qinghuan's cultivation level, Zhang was moved and retrieved several bottles of elixirs to present to her. "Now that I have advanced to late-stage qi, these remaining mid-grade Huangjing pills hold little value for me. They are perfectly suited for you at your current 5th level of qi cultivation." "Thank you, Master," Qinghuan exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she eagerly accepted the elixirs. Her gaze toward Zhang Tian was filled with fervor, for it seemed only he could bestow such valuable pills, worth around 600 or 700 low-grade spirit stones, upon his subordinates. To cultivators, no amount of elixirs is ever sufficient. Even though Zhang Tian provided Qinghuan with a generous monthly supply of spirit stones, it did not allow her to indulge in the same fervent practice as he did. "Enough with the pleasantries between us. Focus on your cultivation. I shall wander around the Spirit Sheep Valley." Zhang Tian gestured dismissively, feeling no particular significance in the act of gifting elixirs. 3 years might be a mere brief retreat for a golden core realizer, yet for the Spirit Sheep Valley, 3 years could bring about monumental transformation. Zhang's first destination was the pen of the triangular spirit sheep. Within the Spirit Sheep Valley, the pens for these sheep are of 2 types, one belonging to the sect, which houses a triangular spirit sheep leader, late-stage qi, and 76 adult triangular spirit sheep, mid-stage qi, all bound by the sect's prohibitions. 3 years would be ample time for the younger lambs to mature into mid-stage qi practitioners. The other type was Zhang Tian's private pen, containing 156 triangular spirit sheep, comprising 58 adult triangular spirit sheep, mid-stage qi, 64 young triangular spirit sheep, early-stage qi, and 34 lambs, mundane beasts. A significant portion of the triangular spirit sheep in the private sheepfold originates from the offspring of the triangular spirit sheep bred within the sect's sheepfold. Coupled with the presence of essence grass liquid, the triangular spirit sheep in the private sheepfold have, over the course of 3 years, surpassed in number those in the sect's fold. Zhang Tian has skillfully implemented the policy of leveraging others for gain to perfection, and had the Spirit Sheep Valley not been situated outside the sect, he would never have dared to act so audaciously. However, since the Spirit Sheep Valley lies beyond the sect's boundaries and has garnered little attention, it has effectively become Zhang Tian's personal domain. After inspecting the sheepfold, Zhang Tian proceeded to the pigsty. The furious wild boars were initially housed adjacent to the henhouse, but they later demonstrated a preference for the forest, prompting a relocation of their sty to the eastern woods near a large mud pit. 3 years ago, starting with just 5 pigs, the absence of competing wildlife thanks to the pack of dogs allowed the furious wild boars to flourish, their numbers swelling from 5 to over 300, making their presence ubiquitous in the Spirit Sheep Valley's woodlands. In their free-range state, these wild boars occasionally exhibit erratic behavior, even charging at Zhang Tian's cave abode. Naturally, such encounters provide a hearty meal for the giant-toothed bloodhounds, the 3-eyed spirit dogs, and the heavenly-eyed blood dogs. Zhang Tian has tasted their meat. While it is palatable, the texture is excessively tough, requiring half an hour of chewing without fully breaking it down, leading him to forego consuming furious wild boar meat thereafter. However, the tail remains tender and thus can still be savored. Upon reaching adulthood, the furious wild boars are merely at the initial stage of qi cultivation, yet one among them, the boar king, resides in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Zhang Tian first encountered this boar king, whom he aptly named Fatty due to its impressive size and bulk. 2 years ago, despite its formidable stature, it pales in comparison to the 3-eyed spirit dog. Given that the wild boar herd serves primarily as a source of food and is relatively weak, Zhang Tian has refrained from imposing restrictions upon them. However, he made an exception for Fatty. Controlling Fatty equates to controlling the entire wild boar herd, thus effectively averting unforeseen incidents. With a swift kick, Zhang Tian roused Fatty from its slumber. Initially irritable, Fatty's agitation dissipated the moment it laid eyes on Zhang Tian. Following Zhang Tian's instructions, Fatty obediently opened its mouth, revealing two menacing white tusks. Zhang Tian then retrieved a vial of Spirit Beast pills and poured its contents into Fatty's waiting maw. Satisfied after consuming the pills, Fatty smacked its lips and repositioned itself, returning to slumber once more. The Spirit Beast pill is a concoction invented by the Spirit Beast Sect, designed to enhance the cultivation of demon beasts. Fei Fei had indulged in it several times before and was well aware of its benefits, thus showing no reluctance towards it. Observing Fei Fei dozing off again, Zhang Tian felt a twinge of exasperation, as her dual nature of being both delectable and indolent was vividly manifested. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian selected 10 of the most robust and corpulent furious wild boars to take with him. Chapter 59. Experimenting with alchemy. The coop for the azure-eyed golden chickens is located at the rear left of the triangular spirit sheep enclosure, covering an area of over 100 square meters. It is a multi-tiered structure comprising 4 levels: upper, middle, lower, and lower, standing nearly 13 meters high. Initially, the azure-eyed golden chickens started with 5, and in comparison to the furious wild boars, their reproductive rate is notably faster. While the furious wild boars require several months of gestation to give birth to 7 or 8 pink piglets, the azure-eyed golden chickens can hatch dozens of eggs as soon as they reach brooding age. With no natural enemies and aided by the essence grass liquid, the population of the azure-eyed golden chickens has experienced explosive growth. Currently, their numbers stand at approximately 1,500, including over 200 adult azure-eyed golden chickens in the mid-chi refining stage, more than 500 young azure-eyed golden chickens in the early chi refining stage, and over 800 chicks, common beasts. As for leadership, the flock of azure-eyed golden chickens lacks a leader, primarily due to the predation by the pack of dogs, particularly the three-eyed leader, who is the most voracious among them. Whenever Zhang Tian permits them to forage among the chickens, the most powerful, fastest-growing, and spiritually rich azure-eyed golden chickens are quickly identified and devoured by the three-eyed leader. After all, the more spiritual energy a chicken possesses, the more delectable it is deemed to be. Moreover, after committing such misdeeds, the three-eyed leader often brings Zhang Tian a chicken, as if attempting to bribe him. Alas, it is his own dog, and despite any grievances, he must forgive it with a heavy heart. Fortunately, the azure-eyed golden chickens do not require a leader and are relatively obedient. During the day, they forage for seeds on the grasslands and return to their coop at night. After capturing over 30 adult azure-eyed golden chickens near the coop, Zhang Tian finally made his way to the dog den. The size of the dog pack has significantly changed compared to 3 years ago, increasing from over 120 to more than 250, a near doubling in number. This is without Zhang Tian administering the essence grass liquid. Had he done so, the numbers would likely have doubled again. Currently, the dog pack is still divided into 4 categories: giant tooth dogs, common beasts; giant tooth blood dogs, adults in the late chi refining stage; three-eyed spirit dogs, adults in the early foundation establishment stage; and heavenly-eyed blood dogs, with unknown lineage potential, at least in the early foundation establishment stage. In terms of numbers, while the giant tooth dogs still constitute the majority, the proportion has decreased from nearly 60 to 70% to around 30 to 40%, roughly 110 or so in total. The second largest quantity belongs to the giant tooth bloodhound, numbering approximately 80, while the third largest is the three-eyed spirit dog, with around 40 individuals. The fourth largest is the heavenly-eyed blood dog, totaling about a dozen. In terms of cultivation realms, there are 8 spirit dogs in the late stage of chi refinement, 31 in the mid-stage, and 103 in the early stage. It can be said that after 3 years of development, Zhang Tian's strength has surpassed the combined might of an ordinary chi refinement family. In the evening, Zhang Tian held a long-awaited feast to celebrate his breakthrough into the late stage of qi refinement. Although only 2 cultivators attended, the presence of a considerable number of canine companions ensured that the banquet was quite splendid. Life must possess a sense of ritual. Zhang Tian has always believed that the pursuit of longevity is not the ultimate goal, but rather to live comfortably, with the pursuit of longevity serving to maintain that comfort. Reclining in a rocking chair, Zhang Tian savored a sip of chicken and mushroom stew, while the warm glow of the bonfire cast a radiant light upon him, igniting his spirit with warmth akin to the fire. Beside him, Qinghuan knelt on the grass, staring vacantly at the remaining portion of chicken soup in her hands, lost in thought, occasionally displaying a bashful expression or a silly grin, leaving Zhang Tian, who glanced at her inadvertently, perplexed. Centered around Zhang Tian's bonfire, hundreds of spirit dogs were scattered nearby. The lower-ranked were gnawing at the carcasses of enraged wild boars, while the higher-ranked feasted on simple, pickled green-eyed golden chickens. The sounds of the wind, crackling fire, gnashing teeth, and barking dog coalesced into a remarkably tranquil and harmonious scene. Qinghuan, I will visit the Yinchuan market tomorrow. Take care of the affairs of Spirit Sheep Valley while I am away. Zhang Tian suddenly spoke. Understood, Master, Qinghuan replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding. The passage of 3 years had matured her considerably, in contrast to her previous stubbornness. Acknowledging her response, Zhang Tian fell silent again, continuing to enjoy his chicken soup. As the bonfire blazed brighter, the night deepened. Half a month later, Zhang Tian found himself at the city gates of Yinchuan Market, entering the bustling marketplace once more amid the throngs of people. The market sprawled out with an intricate network of approximately 49 streets, each long thoroughfare interspersed with numerous winding alleys. During his last visit, he had spent nearly an entire day exploring, yet had only managed to cover less than 1/10 of the area. Truly experiencing all the shops within would require at least 10 days to half a month. Fortunately, Zhang Tian's purpose this time was clear: to locate the shop operated by the Medicine King sect to purchase Qingling grass. After paying a spirit stone as a courier fee, a mortal boy guided Zhang Tian to the entrance of a shop named Huichun Hall. Are you certain this is the shop operated by the Medicine King sect? Zhang Tian asked, casting a doubtful glance at the plain and unremarkable signboard before returning his gaze to the slightly awkward boy beside him. Indeed, esteemed senior, I have resided here since birth and have an intimate understanding of the affairs of the Yinchuan market. I can vouch for the fact that the Huichun Tang is indeed a shop established by the apothecary sect, proclaimed the earnest young boy. Zhang Tian nodded and tossed him a low-grade spirit stone, saying, In that case, you may leave. Paying no heed to the boy's incessant expressions of gratitude for the spirit stone, Zhang Tian strode directly toward the Huichun Tang. As he crossed the threshold, a refreshing and natural fragrance enveloped him, compelling Zhang Tian to inhale deeply a couple of times. In that instant, he felt increasingly assured that this was indeed the establishment of the apothecary sect. Standing at the entrance, he surveyed the surroundings. There were a dozen or so counters, each manned by a cultivator clad in green garments, their appearances ranging from youthful to mature, all exuding varying intensities of the scent of medicinal pills. Among these counters, only 3 or 4 were staffed by cultivators, rendering the shop rather desolate. After a brief pause, Zhang Tian approached the nearest counter. The cultivator attending him appeared to be a man in his 50s, engrossed in a tome on herbs. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's footsteps, he merely glanced up, his demeanor cool and indifferent, as he inquired, What elixir do you wish to purchase? Do you sell elixirs here? Zhang Tian responded, his tone tinged with surprise. But he quickly realized the folly of his words. The apothecary sect is a renowned institution for alchemists, naturally specializing in elixirs, while medicinal herbs are secondary. What is this? Are you not here to buy elixirs? The cultivator in green exhibited palpable impatience. Zhang Tian found it hard to fathom the service attitude of a business establishment being so lackluster. He had heard tales of the aloof and eccentric temperaments of alchemists, but having never witnessed it before, he was now confronted with the reality. I do not seek elixirs. Rather, I wish to purchase Qingling grass, Zhang Tian responded hastily. Qingling grass? Are you an alchemist? The cultivator set aside his book, his demeanor softening slightly. Not yet, but I am preparing to become one. What year's Qingling grass do you require, and how many stalks? Upon learning that Zhang Tian was not yet an alchemist, the cultivator's interest waned, although his attitude remained unchanged, accompanied by a muttered remark. Another fool hoping to self-study to become an alchemist. The voice was low, yet Zhang Tian caught it, his face flushing with embarrassment. He suspected it was a deliberate comment aimed at dissuading him from wasting time and energy on this pursuit. The cultivator, though seemingly cold, likely meant well by offering a candid warning. I require 30-year-old Qingling grass. 30 stalks will suffice, Zhang Tian replied unhurriedly. Each stalk of 30-year-old Qingling grass costs 10 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 300 for 30 stalks. The cultivator produced a jade box to display, revealing 10 well-preserved stalks of Qingling grass. He then retrieved 2 identical jade boxes. After Zhang Tian paid the requisite spirit stones, he carefully packed the 3 jade boxes and began to exit, his mind occupied with contemplation. A single Qingling grass costs 10 low-grade spirit stones, and when combined with other auxiliary herbs, the total expenditure for refining a batch of Qingling pills approximates to around 15 low-grade spirit stones, not accounting for additional expenses. Given that the market price for each low-grade Qingling pill is 1 spirit stone, I must ensure that each batch yields at least 15 pills to break even. Only if the output exceeds this number will I begin to see profit. According to the records kept by Changbing, a novice alchemist must undergo hundreds of practice sessions to barely produce 15 Qingling pills. During this time, various factors such as the potency of the herbs or excessive flames may lead to wasted batches, resulting in a financial loss. Upon calculating this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. If what Changbing stated holds true, before he can earn spirit stones through alchemy, he must first squander at least 1,000 spirit stones. Only then will he accumulate sufficient experience to consistently produce more than 15 Qingling pills per batch. 1,000 spirit stones is no trivial sum. While Zhang Tian might be willing to spend that amount on purchasing pills, the thought of throwing it away is disheartening. Even for him. Fortunately, the income from Lingyang Valley provides a supportive cushion for him. For now, these expenses remain manageable. Zhang Tian recalled the steady stream of spirit stones generated from Lingyang Valley's enterprises, feeling a sense of relief. Whether it be wool, sheep milk, spiritual chicken eggs, or the meat of spiritual beasts, all serve as excellent sources of spirit stones. With the herbs in hand, he now required an alchemical furnace to commence his pill refining. He sought out a bustling artifact shop and, after a spirited negotiation with the shopkeeper, successfully acquired a first-grade upper-tier cauldron for 800 low-grade spirit stones. The cauldron, entirely black and forged from 100-year-old mysterious iron, emitted a faint, ethereal glow, marking it as extraordinary. Though the quality of the cauldron was somewhat modest, it was more than adequate for refining Qingling pills at this stage. Typically, the process of pill refinement necessitates a high and stable flame, which cultivators in the qi refining stage are incapable of achieving independently and must rely on external forces. For instance, the earth vein fire developed in the realm of cultivation is extracted from the depths of the earth through specific formations laid out by numerous foundation establishment cultivators. Over centuries of learning and advancement, cultivators have mastered techniques to temper the volatility of earth vein fire, rendering it a stable servant to their needs. Earth vein fire varies in strength, depending on the proximity to the center of the formation and the level of the formation itself. The weakest earth vein fire at the periphery is akin to the fire emitted from a foundation establishment cultivator's dantian. Conversely, if the formation is of a high grade and situated at its center, the power of the earth vein fire can rival that of a golden core master's true fire. Moreover, while the potency of the fire is one advantage, another significant benefit of earth fire is that it does not consume the cultivator's spiritual energy. The higher the grade of the pills being refined, the longer the process takes, and even a slight depletion of energy can become the proverbial last straw. Thus, the ability of earth fire to conserve spiritual energy becomes exceedingly important. In the realm of cultivation, the essence of the earth's fire holds great popularity. Major foundational families, sects, and marketplaces invariably possess dedicated locations for the extraction of this fire, which serves to enhance the alchemical and forging processes. In the southern part of Yinchuan's marketplace, the area designated for the extraction of the earth's fire stretches from the base of the mountain to its summit, featuring numerous chambers specifically designed for alchemy and forging. At the foot of the mountain, alongside the road, stands a particularly conspicuous registration office for the alchemical and forging chambers, where a benevolent cultivator clad in blue, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, presides. After a brief registration process, Zhang Tian offered 30 low-grade spirit stones and received a black iron token inscribed with the characters Ding 32, granting him a 15-day usage period for the chamber known as Ding 32. The cost of 2 low-grade spirit stones per day for the most basic alchemical chamber left Zhang Tian inwardly astonished. It is no wonder that alchemists are renowned for their wealth. Such prices are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, though he himself possesses a modest fortune in spirit stones. Following the directions on the sign, Zhang Tian located the Ding 32 chamber on the western side of the mountain's base. After using the black iron token to unlock the chamber's restrictions, the stone door swung open, only to close tightly behind him once he entered. The door would remain sealed until he utilized the token once more, ensuring the safety of the alchemist during the refining process. The chamber was simple, roughly 16 square meters in area, with a designated space for the alchemical furnace at its center, surrounded by 4 dragon heads crafted from special materials. Each dragon head served as a source for the earth's fire. One could open a single head for a gentler flame, or unleash all 4 for a more intense blaze. After retrieving the materials for crafting the Qingling pill, Zhang Tian took a moment to steady his breath and adjust his state of mind before summoning his black small cauldron. The cauldron floated leisurely to the center of the 4 dragon heads and settled securely in place. With a thought, 2 of the dragon heads opened their maws, unleashing fierce flames that illuminated the entire chamber with a brilliant light. 10 minutes later, once the furnace had sufficiently heated, Zhang Tian cast a frost-laden windbell flower into the cauldron, followed by the addition of the remaining 7 auxiliary herbs in succession. After half an hour, as the herbs melded into a thick, viscous elixir, Zhang Tian recognized that the moment had come. With a solemn expression, he slowly introduced the final ingredient, the Qingling grass, into the mixture. At that moment, 2 distinct phenomena emerged within the furnace. On the left, a purple, viscous elixir formed from the auxiliary herbs, imbued with Yin nature. On the right, a vibrant green elixir derived from the 30-year-old Qingling grass, embodying a yang essence. Zhang Tian now found himself in a state of heightened focus, requiring utmost caution. Suddenly, a momentary lapse in attention caused a few droplets of the green elixir to inadvertently mix with the left side purple liquid, triggering a violent reaction in the spiritual essence. The purple elixir shifted from violet to green, then gradually turned black, releasing a surge of spiritual energy into the chamber. Then Zhang Tian heard a resounding bang emanate from the black cauldron, followed by a wisp of black smoke slowly rising from above the alchemical furnace. The first attempt had ended in failure. Dividing his attention proved to be a significant test for a cultivator. This was the outcome even after Zhang Tian had practiced the Spirit Beast Sutra and honed his spiritual consciousness. Had it been an ordinary practitioner, the furnace would have exploded the moment the Qingling grass was introduced. Zhang Tian's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure. He extinguished the ground fire, cleaned the furnace, and then seated himself on the ground, reflecting on the previous alchemical steps, summarizing the mistakes and lessons learned. Only after completing these tasks did he attempt to concoct a second batch. Half a month later, as the door to the 32nd stone chamber swung open, a disheveled Zhang Tian emerged covered in dust. Although he had anticipated the challenges of alchemy due to his lack of a fire attribute spirit root, reality dealt him a staggering blow, leaving him utterly disoriented. Throughout the 15 days, he had endured nearly constant explosions of the furnace, not due to a divided mind, but rather from miscalculating the quantities of the spirit herbs. A multitude of problems and unexpected mishaps had left Zhang Tian without a single successful batch of elixirs. Thus, the materials worth over 300 low-grade spirit stones were entirely depleted, and all he had gained were lessons from his failures. He could not continue recklessly. 300 spirit stones, while not significant to him, represented precious time squandered. Zhang Tian dismissed the idea of returning to the rejuvenation hall to purchase more materials for another attempt. He then thought of someone, Changbing. The town of Chang family, where Changbing resided, was located near the Yinchuan market. Surely, having a high-grade alchemist guide him will be far more advantageous than toiling in isolation. Chang family town was a quaint settlement nestled in the mountains, situated atop a first-tier minor spirit vein and governed by 15 Qi refinement practitioners of the Chang family. Following Changbing's instructions, Zhang Tian first sent a message using a communication talisman, then waited outside the town. After a considerable time, not a single shadow appeared, let alone a person. Was she not in Chang family town? Had he unluckily encountered a moment when Changbing was away? Zhang Tian felt a twinge of frustration. From what Changbing had said about caring for her seriously ill and paralyzed husband, he had assumed she would remain in town. Zhang Tian entered Chang family town and approached the residence of Changbing. Scanning the area with his spiritual consciousness, he found it devoid of any presence. With a soft sigh, he left the communication talisman behind and was about to depart when suddenly, a boy of about 13 or 14, stocky and boisterous, blocked his path. The boy glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, before breaking into a silly grin and asking Zhang Tian, "Are you here to rescue my third aunt?" "Third aunt? Who might that be?" Zhang Tian replied, bemused by the child's boldness in confronting a cultivator. It was quite a rare occurrence for a mere mortal to be so audacious. Third aunt is just third aunt. Who else could it be? The boy chewed on his fingernails, pondering for a long time before finally responding. "Oh, you mean Aunt Changbing?" Zhang Tian discerned that the young man before him was not merely an ordinary mortal, but seemed to exhibit a certain lack of intelligence, appearing rather foolish. However, the words that followed from this seemingly simple-minded individual caused Zhang Tian's expression to shift dramatically. He spoke of Sister Changbing. Had Sister Changbing been captured? It was no wonder she was absent from Chang family town when he sought her. Zhang Tian wished to extract more information from the young man, yet given his apparent mental faculties, such an endeavor would undoubtedly prove challenging. Contemplating this, Zhang Tian gritted his teeth and extended his spiritual awareness, sweeping through Chang family town without restraint. There were 3 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators and 10 early-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Such power certainly posed no threat to Changbing, who was a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. If the cause were not internal, it must surely be external. With a surge of mana, he vanished in a flash, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Chang Lao was one of the 2 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators in the Chang family. Upon sensing an unrestrained spiritual presence in the house, a surge of anger welled within him. However, upon realizing that the source was a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, his ire was swiftly tempered, replaced by a flicker of sorrow. Once, the Chang family had been a renowned entity. External cultivators had to abide by their rules when visiting. Alas, those days of glory had faded, and now anyone could trample upon their dignity. Suddenly, Chang Lao's expression shifted as a stranger descended from the heavens, landing before him. Judging by the aura, it was indeed the same cultivator who had released the spiritual awareness moments earlier. "Are you a cultivator of the Chang family?" Zhang Tian inquired, his demeanor unfriendly. "Yes, esteemed elder. I am indeed one of the Chang family cultivators," Chang Lao replied, feeling a sense of unease. He wondered why this unfamiliar cultivator bore such a hostile attitude. Was it possible that a disciple of the Chang family had caused trouble, prompting the elder to confront him? Zhang Tian interrupted his thoughts impatiently. "Do you know of the cultivator Changbing? Who has taken her?" A jolt ran through Chang Lao and he cautiously responded, "To be candid, esteemed elder, Changbing is indeed a cultivator of our clan. May I ask what your relation to her is?" "You need not be so apprehensive," Zhang Tian replied. "Changbing is a dear friend of mine. I have heard from the townsfolk that she has been captured. What exactly transpired? Who were the cultivators responsible for her abduction? It is as follows. Chang Lao ere began, his resolve to conceal nothing dissolving as he recounted the events in great detail. Zhang Tian gradually pieced together the story. The ones who had taken Changbing were two late-stage qi refinement cultivators, and along with her, they had also captured her husband, the former clan leader of the Chang family, who had only recently recovered from his injuries and was also a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. However, Zhang Tian found it perplexing. Logically, both Changbing and her husband, being late-stage qi refinement cultivators, should have been able to resist the two late-stage assailants. Yet, as Chang Lao recounted, it seemed Changbing was acquainted with those two and, recognizing them as formidable opponents, had chosen not to resist their capture. The motive behind this abduction was linked to an ancient cultivation cave. In earlier years, Changbing's husband embarked on a journey and stumbled upon an ancient cultivation cave. He acquired some treasures from this site, yet he also sustained fatal injuries, which left him bedridden for many years upon his return. Do you know its location? Zhang Tian inquired, his gaze fixed thoughtfully upon Chang Laojiu. The clan leader had mentioned the general whereabouts of the ancient cave to us upon his return, but fearing that our strength was insufficient and that we would merely meet our demise, he had never allowed any disciples of the Chang family to venture there. If the esteemed elder wishes to rescue the clan leader and others, I can divulge the information regarding its location, Chang Laojiu replied candidly. Upon receiving the details from Chang Laojiu, Zhang Tian departed without delay. A month had passed since Changbing's abduction, and time was undoubtedly of the essence. He hoped fervently to rescue the clan leader and the others. Were it not for the thousands of clan's folk needing protection, we would have revolted long ago. Chang Laojiu watched Zhang Tian's retreating figure, sighed deeply, and sat pensively in his chair. Chapter 61. The ancient cultivation cave to the southwest of the Amling Mountains lies an unnamed peak. A beam of white light streaked through the sky, halting in midair to reveal a young man in white, his expression fraught with urgency. This must be the place, Zhang Tian mused, recalling the information relayed by the Chang family cultivator. The clan leader was said to have discovered the ancient cave at a location featuring a waterfall halfway up the mountain. However, the precise location remained unknown to Chang Laojiu, as the clan leader had withheld this information to prevent them from taking unnecessary risks, which posed a considerable dilemma. Fortunately, the characteristic of a waterfall is quite distinct. There are not many substantial waterfalls on a single mountain, and with some time invested, it should be possible to locate it. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Tian began to fly low around the mountain, searching for areas that bore the hallmark of a waterfall. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes as he spotted a silvery waterfall cascading straight down from a distant ravine formed by a sheer cliff. As he descended closer, the mist rising from the waterfall's impact against the rocks granted Zhang Tian a clearer understanding of this flowing water. A month had passed. He wondered if any traces remained. Standing upon the rocks, a wave of concern washed over him. He scanned his surroundings, yet found no signs that matched the description of the ancient cultivation cave. It was likely that the cave's location remained concealed until now, hidden from sight and not easily discernible by mere observation. Lost in thought, an epiphany struck Zhang Tian, and he summoned the three-eyed spirit dog along with others. In matters of search, their abilities surpassed his own. Leveraging their strengths to uncover any remnants seemed a plausible strategy. As the spirit dogs dispersed to search, Zhang Tian, though anxious, could only remain patient, seated upon the rocks, awaiting their return. During his wait, the spirit dogs occasionally returned, some clutching peculiar items. Since Zhang Tian could not provide specific characteristics, he instructed them to bring back anything unusual they found. Thus, one dog returned with a peculiar black stone, while another bore a spirit herb. Gradually, before Zhang Tian, there amassed a small mountain of items brought by them. Regrettably, among these treasures were several pieces worth a few spirit stones, yet none were the objects of his desire. As more than half an hour passed, Zhang Tian suddenly sat up. He discovered a giant toothed blood dog returning with a colorful earring in its mouth. This earring bore a distinctly feminine style, and most importantly, Zhang Tian recognized it as one that Chang Bing had worn. Could it have fallen during a battle? Zhang Tian pondered. According to Chang Lao, heir, Chang Bing did not resist in Chang family town, so there was little reason for her to resist here. It was quite possible that they had encountered another group of individuals. However, this did not seem right. Cultivators were not known for their passivity. Their lack of action in Chang family town might have stemmed from concern for the safety of other clansmen, but in this desolate wilderness, it was conceivable that Chang Bing and her companions might indeed put up a fight. After all, what if they survived? Zhang Tian could only conjure two possibilities, both of which heralded a singular outcome. Chang Bing and her companions were in peril, whether facing an attack from unfamiliar cultivators or attempting to resist those two. The consequences for her were dire. This realization deepened Zhang Tian's anxiety. Nevertheless, being of exceptional intellect, he managed to force himself to remain composed. Following closely behind the giant-toothed blood dog to the location where it had found the earring. There, Zhang Tian meticulously searched the area and discovered a newly formed, somewhat slippery, narrow opening at the junction of the ground and the rock wall, likely created by a landslide due to torrential rain, resulting in the emergence of this entrance. It was no wonder that this ancient cultivator's cave had only just been uncovered, had it not been for the landslide. No cultivator would ever have found the ancient cave within the mountain, even if they searched for a lifetime. A realization dawned upon Zhang Tian, granting him some understanding of why this ancient cave had been discovered. With a heart full of trepidation, he hesitated briefly before bravely stepping into the narrow opening. With two mid-stage Qi refinement giant-toothed blood dogs leading the way, Zhang Tian and the three-eyed creature walked in the middle, followed by two mid-stage Qi refinement three-eyed spirit dogs. They traversed nearly half a mile, descending further into the depths, and Zhang Tian felt that he must now be within the belly of the mountain. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and halted, surveying his surroundings. There were numerous signs of human activity, fresh and evident. Even the mountain walls bore clear black marks from explosions. Zhang Tian closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the residual spiritual energy in the air. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, deep in thought, and concluded, this must be the outermost layer of the cave. Previously, there had been a remnant of an ancient formation here, but it had now been dismantled. Judging by the traces left from the surrounding efforts, it was evident that they had spent a significant amount of time breaking this formation. Otherwise, there would not be so many residual marks from magical attacks. It must be said that this was undoubtedly one of the rare pieces of good news for Zhang Tian. The longer they lingered at this formation, the safer Chang Bing and the others were. The ancient cultivation cave, what mysteries might it conceal within? With a blend of anxiety and a flicker of anticipation blossoming within, Zhang Tian did not pause at the entrance, but continued deeper into the cavern. As he ventured further, the luminous stone walls gradually illuminated the cave, allowing him to discern his surroundings even without the aid of a magical shield. The glowing stones on the walls struck a chord of familiarity in Zhang Tian. He instinctively employed his artifact to painstakingly excavate the wall. After a quarter of an incense stick's duration, he unearthed a fist-sized black stone radiating a soft white glow. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it to be a piece of fluorite. Fluorite is characterized by its ability to emit a faint luminescence in darkness. Yet its intrinsic color remains different from the light it casts, a remarkably peculiar phenomenon and a significant trait of fluorite. From what Zhang Tian had gleaned from a book on refining materials, fluorite was commonly used in the crafting of artifacts and was a staple material in the cultivation world. On the market, it was valued at approximately 1 inferior spiritual stone per pound, in comparison to more precious refining materials like fine gold and mysterious iron. Fluorite was not particularly rare. However, its abundance was impressive. Zhang Tian looked up and noticed that nearly every inch of the stone wall was adorned with glowing fluorite. Estimating the quantity, he surmised there must be at least tens of thousands of pounds of this decorative fluorite embedded in the walls, equating to tens of thousands of inferior spiritual stones. This truly exemplified the grandeur of the ancient cultivation cave, where even decorative fluorite could amount to such a fortune. Zhang Tian felt a twinge of regret. Alas, these fluorite pieces were firmly embedded in the stone walls, making it nearly impossible to extract even one without expending nearly half an incense stick's worth of effort. Thus, these fluorite stones became akin to a chicken rib, useless yet regrettable to discard. The time spent on extracting them could have surely earned him far more spiritual stones in Lingyang Valley. At that moment, Zhang Tian noticed the marks left by the fluorite that had already been excavated nearby, likely the work of previous cultivators who had also discovered this fluorite. After a brief attempt, they seemingly chose to abandon their efforts. With this in mind, Zhang Tian decided not to linger any longer. After carefully storing the fluorite he had unearthed, he pressed onward along the stone path deeper into the ancient cultivation cave. After an indeterminate time, Zhang Tian felt his vision suddenly expand as an extraordinarily vast space unfolded before him. A medicinal garden? His face initially lit up with joy, only to be swiftly shadowed by disappointment. Not far from him lay nearly 100 acres of spiritual fields, which were supposed to be protected by formation, now marred by a conspicuous gaping hole. It appeared that the medicinal garden had fallen victim to the destructive hands of earlier cultivators, and he had arrived too late. At this moment, Zhang Tian suddenly halted his steps, lifting his gaze towards the distant grand hall, where an extraordinarily potent surge of spiritual energy was undulating, an occurrence typically indicative of cultivators employing formidable lethal weapons. It appeared they were entangled in a predicament. Yet I had finally caught up. Zhang Tian squinted thoughtfully, then mounted his steed, the three-eyed beast, and galloped towards the grand hall. Inside the hall, Chang Bing wielded an ice-blue sword, engaged in combat with a tiger-like puppet beast. Despite her fervent attempts to vanquish the creature, her sword strikes merely left pale marks upon the puppet, failing to inflict any significant damage. Initially, her ample magical energy allowed her to exchange blows with the puppet tiger, but as her power dwindled, resisting the creature's assaults grew increasingly arduous. Gritting her teeth and disregarding the beads of sweat cascading down her face, Chang Bing could only endure in desperation. In truth, she was uncertain of what she was persevering for, perhaps in hopes of a miraculous intervention. Suddenly, a memory from 3 years prior surfaced in her mind, a time of helplessness in the Hengduan Mountains. "Brother, will you save me as you did last time?" Strangely enough, the visage of Zhang Tian emerged in her thoughts. In other corners of the grand hall, additional puppet beasts besieged 2 distinct groups of individuals. One group comprised 2 brothers who bore a striking resemblance, while the other featured a dark-clad woman with a red birthmark adorning her brow. In stark contrast to Chang Bing's solitary struggle against a single puppet beast, these 3 cultivators exhibited superior prowess, even when confronted by 4 or 5 puppet beasts. They maintained their composure in a steady rhythm. Judging by the unfolding scenario, it was merely a matter of time before they triumphed over their adversaries, unlike Chang Bing, who was utterly defenseless. What a lively scene! Zhang Tian, astride the three-eyed beast, emerged at the entrance of the grand hall. Upon witnessing the chaotic melee within, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Observing Chang Bing's valiant struggle, he felt a sense of relief. He discerned that although her situation was dire, it had not yet reached a perilous climax. When his gaze fell upon the 2 brothers, astonishment washed over him. Those who had abducted Chang Bing were none other than Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu. It was no wonder Chang Bing had hesitated to act against them. After all, they were distinguished members of a Golden Core family, their strength far exceeding that of a lesser clan's cultivators. Suddenly, Zhang Tian's attention was inadvertently drawn to the violet flying sword in Lu Jinwu's hand and the golden disc wielded by Lu Jinyang, prompting a sardonic smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. To his surprise, it was indeed the Lu family who had intercepted him 3 years ago, and it was their own hands that were involved. Truly, they were exemplary brothers. Suppressing his rage, Zhang Tian shifted his gaze towards the final figure, the alluring dark-clad woman, only to recognize her as a familiar face, Su Jiaojiao, the female cultivator who had once trailed Chu Yangfei. At that time, Bai Ling Zhu had harbored considerable jealousy towards her. Zhang Tian had sensed something amiss about Su Jiaojiao. She possessed an aura that exuded an irresistible allure, far from that of a conventional cultivator. However, As it was merely a fleeting encounter, Zhang Tian soon cast aside the memory of Su Jiao. Years later, their paths crossed once more, and Su Jiao had transformed into a more alluring figure. Her beguiling aura intensified. Notably, a red mole had appeared on her brow, radiating an enticing glow that captivated the heart. Zhang Tian sensed an ominous presence emanating from her, compared to the Lu brothers, Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu. Su Jiao exuded an even more terrifying energy, leaving him profoundly uneasy and prompting his instincts to urge him to flee. Chapter 62. The Battle with the Puppet Beast. As Zhang Tian became aware of the crowd within the Grand Hall, they, too, recognized his presence. Changbing, who had been struggling under the relentless assault of the puppet tiger, displayed a flicker of astonishment upon seeing Zhang Tian. She yearned to articulate her thoughts. Yet her survival against the puppet tiger's onslaught consumed all her strength, rendering her unable to engage with him. In the distance, Lu Jinyang's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering Zhang Tian in this place. Upon noting Zhang Tian's advanced cultivation level and the spiritual companion at his feet, Lu Jinyang's brow furrowed momentarily, yet he swiftly resumed his amiable demeanor. Smiling as he addressed Zhang Tian, "I never imagined you would find your way here, junior brother Zhang. Despite my numerous invitations, you declined. Who would have thought your lips would refuse while your body was so earnest?" Zhang Tian could not deny Lu Jinyang's insincerity, but chose to remain silent. Lu Jinyang bore no offense, as he followed Zhang Tian's gaze towards Changbing. Observing her unusual expression, a cunning plan formed in his mind. He continued, "As the saying goes, heroes often falter before the charms of the beauty. It seems that the fair maiden in your heart is none other than Taoist Chang. Alas, should you delay further, your beloved may soon find herself in dire peril." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Jinyang seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful wind blade towards Changbing's delicate neck. How despicable! Zhang Tian cursed inwardly. Lu Jinyang had abandoned even the pretense of virtue, revealing his true nature as a villain. Changbing was already no match for the puppet tiger in its advanced stage. And with Lu Jinyang now striking while she was down, her life was genuinely at risk if Zhang Tian did not intervene. "Senmu, we move," Zhang Tian commanded as he patted Senmu's head, directing him towards Changbing. Senmu promptly understood his intent, dashing towards her with agility as Zhang Tian retrieved the superior magical artifact, the Tongyang mirror, from his waist. Gripping the mirror, he aimed it at the wind blade. As his spiritual energy surged, several beams of white light erupted from the Tongyang mirror, striking the wind blade. With the impact of the second beam, the wind blade diminished considerably in strength, and upon the collision of the third, it disintegrated into ethereal energy. As Zhang Tian completed his tasks, the creature known as Samu deftly approached Changbing. With a swift bite and toss, it lifted her and hurled her onto its back, propelling her directly towards Zhang Tian. With no time to evade, Zhang Tian extended his arms to catch her. As Changbing fell into his embrace, he felt a warm sensation envelop him. Upon glancing down, he noticed that after enduring a prolonged battle, Changbing had exhausted her strength and landed heavily against him, pinning him against his well-defined thigh. Cursing the foolish creature under his breath for its lack of precision, Zhang Tian found himself immobilized by the awkwardness of the situation. Yet, Changbing seemed oblivious to his discomfort. Rising from his grasp, her once deflated chest now regained its fullness. "Xiao Tian, you should not have come in here. As soon as you enter the Grand Hall, those puppets will automatically attack. Lu Jinyang intended to ensnare you in their onslaught as well," Changbing exclaimed anxiously, her ears inexplicably flushing crimson. Surprised by her words, Zhang Tian surveyed his surroundings. True to her warning, two of the puppets that had been assaulting Lu Jinyang and the others now diverted their attention towards them. A glance at Lu Jinyang revealed a stark transformation. His previously gentle demeanor was replaced by a triumphant grin. So this was his scheme. The puppets allocate themselves based on the number of individuals present in the hall. Lu Jinyang's earlier attack on Changbing was a ploy to lure me in, alleviating their burden while embroiling me in trouble. A clever two birds with one stone strategy, Zhang Tian deduced. This tactic employed by Lu Jinyang was a blatant show of strength. Nevertheless, Zhang Tian felt compelled to step forward. He could not forgive himself if his hesitation led to Chang Bing's demise. Yet, he reassured himself that with sufficient strength, any scheme would prove futile. Do not worry, Sister Changbing. I have my own plans for entering here. Trust me. Zhang Tian offered her a reassuring glance. He then positioned her securely upon Sanmu's back, instructing the creature to protect her momentarily. Zhang Tian dismounted and stood resolutely before the three approaching puppets. As he assessed the puppets, he contemplated the records of such beings within the realm of cultivation. Admittedly, this was his first encounter with puppets. Reflecting deeply, Zhang Tian recalled that in the cultivation world, puppets function similarly to spirit pets, primarily aiding cultivators in battle and guarding their lairs. Unlike spirit pets, they lacked intelligence and relied on the power of spirit stones to operate. Their strength was fixed, incapable of improvement over time. Thus, locating their spirit stone cores would effectively neutralize them. Zhang Tian endeavored to discern the locations of the spirit stone cores among the wooden constructs, but their uniformity rendered it impossible to identify them at a glance. Moreover, this group of puppet beasts afforded him no opportunity for contemplation, advancing upon him with an unyielding ferocity devoid of any emotion. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, once again brandishing the Tongyang mirror, from which a powerful beam of white light shot forth mercilessly towards the foremost tiger puppet beast. The beast withstood the brilliance, continuing its relentless charge toward Zhang Tian. Realizing the dire situation, Zhang Tian swiftly withdrew the Tongyang mirror and hastily retreated to the side. He was not foolish enough to trade blows with a mere lifeless entity. Upon reaching a safe distance, he beheld the minuscule wounds on the tiger puppet, no larger than a grain of rice, and his countenance darkened. Although the Tongyang mirror was not particularly exceptional among high-grade magical artifacts, such paltry damage was utterly preposterous. It was at this moment that Zhang Tian began to comprehend why Chang Bing had struggled so fiercely. She, too, was a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement, yet she had exhausted a significant amount of spirit stones to treat her husband, thus wielding only a medium-grade sword-like artifact. Given that even high-grade artifacts could inflict such negligible harm, it was evident that medium-grade artifacts were utterly ineffectual against the puppet beasts. In the absence of any damage inflicted upon the tiger puppet, no amount of mana from Chang Bing could withstand the ensuing depletion, rendering her defeat merely a matter of time. On the other side of the Grand Hall, with two puppet beasts having departed, Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu felt a considerable reduction in pressure. Simultaneously, Zhang Tian's arrival imposed a new weight upon them, as they discerned that the situation was slipping increasingly beyond their grasp. First, there was the unexpected emergence of a woman clad in black, followed by the unanticipated entry of Zhang Tian. They remained uncertain whether further unforeseen guests would arrive. In light of this contemplation, they resolved to reveal their full strength to expedite their progress, seeking to explore the ancient cultivation cave before events spiraled out of control. Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that their thoughts were in perfect alignment. Without hesitation, Lu Jinyang clapped his Spirit Beast pouch, summoning a late-stage Qi Refinement Crimson Flame Ape and a late-stage Qi Refinement Black Armored Giant Python. Upon its emergence, the Crimson Flame Ape seized the tail of a puppet beast and began to slam it repeatedly against the ground. Meanwhile, the Black Armored Giant Python, with its icy gaze, targeted a wolf-shaped puppet beast, coiling its body around it in a constricting embrace, employing the serpentine technique of binding to exert pressure upon the creature. Beside them, Lu Jinwu waved his hand, conjuring forth a dozen mid-stage Qi Refinement Ghost, Witch Monkeys, and a late-stage Qi Refinement Obsidian Leopard. Their movements were swift, often dodging to the side as the puppet beast struck, only to launch their counterattacks when the beast paused. With the appearance of these spirit companions, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, favoring Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu. Under the relentless assault of their spirit beasts, the puppet beasts began to falter, and it became apparent to any observer that their defeat was merely a question of time. In the vicinity of Zhang Tian, the arriving pig puppet and leopard puppet had already joined forces with the tiger puppet. Zhang Tian now found himself confronting late-stage qi refining puppet beasts, which had multiplied from 1 to 3. Compared to Lu Jinyang and his companions, Zhang Tian's predicament appeared precarious. The purest gold is not afraid of fire. A mere assembly of wooden puppets cannot possibly withstand the flames. Zhang Tian also noticed the shifts occurring on Lu Jinyang's side. Faced with his own impending crisis, a fierce determination surged within him. With a mere thought, crimson armor materialized around Zhang Tian, as if drenched in blood. As he channeled his magical energy, his cheeks swelled, and in the next moment, a massive fire dragon surged forth, unstoppable, directed at the trio of puppets before him. The fierce flame seemed to elevate the temperature of the entire hall, and beads of sweat began to trickle down Zhang Tian's forehead. However, these puppets showed no inclination of turning to ashes under the fiery onslaught. They relentlessly pursued him. Could it be that I was mistaken? Unlike the vine armor, they do not fear fire, but seem rather resilient to it. A tumult of emotions surged within Zhang Tian as he witnessed the wooden puppets thriving amidst the flames, leaving him in disbelief. Retrieving the fire ape armor, Zhang Tian moved clumsily and then drew forth the Tanyang mirror to shine upon these puppets. This time, as the white light struck the puppet beasts, their surfaces shattered explosively, sending wooden splinters flying. Even the leopard puppet lost a leg under the blinding radiance. Elated by such a victory, Zhang Tian continued to direct the Tanyang mirror at the puppet beasts. Yet this time, the injuries on the puppets appeared significantly diminished. The stark contrast in outcomes from the Tanyang mirror perplexed Zhang Tian. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Could it be that the fire ape armor was the key? Although the flames it emitted could not reduce the puppet beasts to mere ash, they could indeed heat the material of the puppets, rendering their defenses brittle. Much like how fire cannot turn iron to ash, but can transform it into molten iron. This realization clarified the disparity in the results from the Tanyang mirror. With this thought, Zhang Tian endeavored to utilize the power of the fire ape to continue heating the puppet beasts, then employed the Tanyang mirror once more. As expected, the power of the Tanyang mirror surged dramatically. Even the head of the puppet tiger was struck off in this assault. Alas, even without its head, the puppet tiger's body continued to fight. The puppets, fueled by their inexhaustible spirit stones, executed the art of puppetry to perfection. They would not cease their movements until their core spirit stones were dealt with. However, this was of little consequence to Zhang Tian. After identifying their weaknesses, vanquishing them was no longer a challenge. Half an hour later, Zhang Tian rose, slightly fatigued, with 3 dull, high-grade spirit stones in hand. These, of course, were the sources of spiritual energy extracted from the puppet beasts. Zhang Tian examined the 3 high-grade spirit stones with curiosity. Each high-grade stone equated to 10,000 low-grade stones. And this was his first encounter with authentic high-grade spirit stones. Regrettably, the spiritual energy within these 3 exquisite spiritual stones has diminished significantly over the years, depriving them of their original worth. If one were to estimate, they would equate to the value of approximately 4 or 5 medium-grade spiritual stones. However, Zhang Tian felt no remorse. After all, these were essentially free high-quality spiritual stones, valued at 4 or 5 medium-grade stones apiece. Thus the trio amounted to a fortune equivalent to over 1,000 low-grade stones. For a qi refining practitioner, this was indeed a considerable windfall. As he pocketed the 3 lackluster high-quality spiritual stones, Zhang Tian's gaze shifted to another side of the Grand Hall. Just as he concluded his battle, Lu Jinyang and his companions had also emerged victorious, albeit with a more brute force approach. They targeted the vulnerable joints, forcefully dismantling the limbs of the puppet beast. Consequently, although the puppet beast remained alive, it was rendered incapable of attack, effectively sealing its fate. Su Jiao had also finished her confrontation. Yet Zhang Tian could not discern the method she employed to subdue her puppet beast. Intriguingly, there appeared to be no visible injuries on it, adding an air of mystery. Among the 5 in the hall, Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu boasted a plethora of spiritual beasts and ample magical energy, while Su Jiao exuded an enigmatic and perilous aura. In stark contrast, Zhang Tian, having exhausted much of his energy through the continuous use of high-quality magical artifacts, found himself at a significant disadvantage, particularly alongside the relatively weaker Changbing and a late-stage Qi refining spiritual beast. Thus, he occupied the most vulnerable position amongst the trio in the Grand Hall. Chapter 63. Self-destructing artifacts after vanquishing the puppet beasts within the Grand Hall. The atmosphere among the group grew tense. Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu, accompanied by their spiritual pets, subtly began to encircle Zhang Tian. Having just battled 3 puppet beasts, was significantly drained both in energy and state. In that moment, Zhang Tian seemed to find himself in dire straits. Casting a glance at Su Jiao, he noted that after dispatching her opponent, she stood aloof, seemingly oblivious to the subtle maneuvers of Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu, displaying no inclination to intervene. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu appeared wary of her, carefully avoiding her vicinity. Observing their treatment of Su Jiao, Zhang Tian could only momentarily disregard her presence, as if she were merely air. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tian redirected his focus to Lu Jinyang, curiosity lacing his voice as he inquired, Lu Jinyang, I have long harbored question. Why did you deliberately seek my companionship? I find it hard to fathom, as I was merely an inconspicuous little cultivator, devoid of anything worthy of your schemes. Now that my end seems near, would you indulge my curiosity before you make your move? Lu Jinyang's expression shifted as he retorted, When did you become aware of our intentions? Zhang Tian sighed, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. The moment you offer me the corpse of the wind barbarian tiger, I sense something amiss. What is the demeanor of the disciples from prominent families? I have long perceived it clearly since my initiation. They have always looked down upon practitioners of humble origins. Why, then, have you transformed into a self-sacrificing figure? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyang did not respond with anger. Rather, he nodded in agreement, realizing that the issue lay here, and I appeared to be the one overstepping. Thank you for pointing out my flaws. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall ensure your demise is devoid of suffering. As for what I might covet from you, well, the dead require no answers. Even when in a position of absolute advantage, Lu Jinyang remained vigilant, refraining from divulging what the Lu family had long coveted. This left Zhang Tian feeling somewhat outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged, and he maintained a calm demeanor as he continued nonchalantly. A few months ago, you persistently invited me to explore the cave of the deceased foundational cultivator, which I surmise is this ancient cultivation cave. Yet, I suspect your intentions are not to share the treasures within with me, but rather to bring harm upon me, correct? Over the past 3 years, you seldom sought my company, only to approach me in recent months with the intent to take my life. What could be the reason behind this? There must be a motive. As Zhang Tian spoke, Lu Jinyang's expression grew increasingly grim. After a brief pause, Zhang Tian asserted with unwavering certainty, upon reflection, the only significant change was the conclusion of the 3-year breeding period at Lingyang Valley 6 months ago, followed by my acceptance of another 3-year breeding task. Calculating this, the outcome is evidently clear. What you covet must be Lingyang Valley, or perhaps something within it. Am I correct? At this moment, Lu Jinyang's face darkened ominously, and he refrained from answering Zhang Tian's inquiry. Instead, with a sweeping gesture, he lost all interest in conversing with Zhang Tian and ordered the Qian Power Ape and the black-armored giant python to engage. It seemed I had struck a nerve. Observing Lu Jinyang's furious embarrassment, Zhang Tian felt a sense of clarity, realizing his deductions were largely accurate. Lu Jinyang remained silent, his cold eyes glinting with menace, while Lu Jinwu beside him exhibited less restraint, huffing heavily at Zhang Tian. So what if you guessed correctly? This secret shall die with you. We shall take good care of your Lingyang Valley. It appears you believe you have me cornered, Zhang Tian remarked with a faint smile. You are merely putting on a show, Lu Jinwu scoffed, directing the ghost witch monkeys and the shadow leopard to charge at Zhang Tian. 3 late-stage Qi refining spirit beasts and 13 mid-stage Qi refining ghost witch monkeys. If this were 3 years ago, I would have fled at the first opportunity. However now, Zhang Tian inwardly marveled. Instead of retreating, he stood his ground and clapped his hands against his spirit beast pouch. Previously, he had concealed his capabilities to draw out Lu Jinyang's words, but now that he had succeeded, there was no need for further subterfuge. As spiritual light flickered, over 30 figures materialized before Zhang Tian. 5 late-stage Timu bloodhounds, 3 late-stage three-eyed spirit dogs, and 22 mid-stage great-toothed bloodhounds. Despite Zhang Tian's initial intention not to confront Lu Jinyang and his companions, his cautious demeanor prompted him to bring forth a substantial portion of his canine strength, anticipating potential crises along the way. In retrospect, this decision proved fortuitous. "What is this? Highest?" Lu Jinyang exclaimed incredulously, disbelief etched across his features. Lu Jinwu was equally taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This young man possesses an unusual peculiarity. In the distance, Su Jiaojiao also appeared somewhat astonished. Having lived for centuries, she had never witnessed a Qi refinement stage cultivator capable of nurturing such a multitude of spirit beasts. However, being unfamiliar with the intricate demands of raising multiple Qi refinement stage spirit beasts, her expression quickly returned to one of composure. "This is a facade, a clever illusion," Lu Jinwu muttered under his breath, his mind spiraling into chaos. How could an insignificant Zhang Tian summon so many Qi refinement stage spirit beasts? The impact on his worldview was staggering, particularly given his understanding of the challenges involved in spirit beast cultivation as a disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect. A battle among the spirit beasts erupted swiftly. 3 Qi refinement stage, three-eyed spirit hounds clashed with a black armored giant python, while 3 Qi refinement stage blood hounds engaged in a fierce struggle with a crimson flame strength ape. Meanwhile, 2 additional Qi refinement stage bloodhounds targeted a shadow leopard, and a tumultuous clash ensued between the giant-toothed bloodhounds and the ghost witch monkeys. Though Lu Jinwu was reluctant to accept it, the harsh reality of the fierce battle among the spirit beasts delivered a resounding slap to his face, affirming that this was no mere illusion. 3-eyed, time to confront an old adversary. Zhang Tian summoned back the 3-eyed spirit hound. The puppet beast had perished, and Changbing's magical energy had significantly replenished, thus alleviating the need for the 3-eyed's protection. At Zhang Tian's call, the 3-eyed, resembling a dog, yet exhibiting the agility of a feline, leaped gracefully through the air and landed beside him with cat-like stealth. Its apple-sized eyes surveyed the 2 individuals before it, and it began to growl lowly at Lu Jinwu, evidently recalling the incident 3 years prior, when Lu Jinwu had wounded it with a golden disc. The 3-eyed was well-behaved, yet harbored a grudge, a fact Zhang Tian was acutely aware of. Soon enough, Zhang Tian and Lu Jinyang engaged in combat, both being disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect. They were not particularly adept at spells, as both wielded high-grade magical artifacts. Their confrontation inevitably devolved into a war of attrition, making it unlikely for either to gain a decisive advantage in the short term. The 3-eyed also clashed with Lu Jinwu, and in a straightforward comparison, while cultivators generally possessed weaker physiques, their ability to leverage magical artifacts often granted them an upper hand over spirit beasts of equivalent cultivation levels. Lu Jinwu initially shared this perspective. Seeing the 3-eyed approach him alone, he inwardly scoffed, considering it an excellent opportunity. Should he succeed in slaying the 3-eyed, he might regain some advantage and gradually tip the scales of victory in his favor. However, he overestimated himself. Although the 3-eyed beast is a spirit beast in the late stage of Qi refinement, this is merely a consequence of Zhang Tian's limitations in cultivation. Had it not been for Zhang Tian's insufficient divine consciousness to support the 3-eyed beast breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, it would have already attained that level. To illustrate, it is akin to Lu Jinwu scoring a perfect 100 on an exam because his abilities only allowed for that score, while the 3-eyed beast also scored 100, not due to a lack of capability, but rather because the exam's maximum score was 100. Its true potential lies in 200, 300, or even 400, merely unexpressed. The two cannot be compared on the same scale. The battlefield soon witnessed a shift. Lu Jinwu, whose strength was already inferior to that of the three-eyed beast, underestimated his opponent and was quickly seized upon, finding himself at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, the prospect of vanquishing the three-eyed beast became trivial. Even preserving his own life had turned into a pressing concern for Lu Jinwu. On the other side of the battlefield, in stark contrast to the lackluster confrontation between Zhang Tian and Lu Jinyang, the clash among the spirit beasts was nothing short of brutal, with severed limbs and mangled flesh. The air thick with the pungent scent of blood. Zhang Tian stole a glance at the scene, where a dozen spirit beast corpses lay strewn across the ground. Predominantly those of the ghost witch monkeys, with a few belonging to the fierce-toothed bloodhounds. In the arena of late-stage Qi refinement spirit beasts, Lu Jinyang's crimson flame strength ape, once adorned with strikingly radiant crimson fur reminiscent of autumn's maple leaves, now bore patches of missing fur on its left side and charred sections on its right, having been ruthlessly assaulted by the celestial bloodhounds, transforming it into a bald-pate simian. Meanwhile, the black-armored giant python, with its deep ebony scales, now sported several gaping wounds the size of a fist, oozing blood with every movement, presenting a pitiful sight. Lu Jinwu's shadowy leopard had also lost its earlier bravado. Its once obsidian-like skin now appeared disheveled. As it moved, blood dripped from its left side, indicating that one of its legs had been rendered lame by the celestial bloodhound's vicious bites. Zhang Tian's spirit beasts were achieving overwhelming victory. Had the battle continued for another half-hour, be it the mightily robust crimson flame strength ape or the colossal black armored giant python, their only fate would be death. Thus, the demeanor of Zhang Tian and Lu Jinyang grew increasingly relaxed, for once the spirit beasts concluded their battle, it would herald Zhang Tian's demise. Suddenly, Zhang Tian and Lu Jinyang turned their gazes in unison, witnessing Lu Jinwu's head being seized by the three-eyed beast. With a chilling scream, Lu Jinwu's head was violently wrenched from his body and callously flung to the ground, accompanied by a faint thud as it struck the earth. His head bobbed a few times before coming to a standstill, the spark of life in his eyes dimming, extinguished. Jinwu! Lu Jinyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Anguish etched across his face. To engage in a battle of wits while distracted is to court death, Zhang Tian remarked with a scoff, intensifying his focus on the Tongyang mirror in his hand. A flurry of white light targeted his heart and neck, the most lethal of areas. I want you dead. Lu Jinyang snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth at Zhang Tian, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. The purple flying sword in his hand disregarded the white light emitted by Zhang Tian's sun mirror, hurtling directly towards him. Do you wish to exchange lives with me? Zhang Tian pondered with confusion. The white light did not impede Lu Jinyang, instead creating several gaping wounds on his body, blood gushing forth, his breath evidently shallow, indicating his imminent demise. However, Zhang Tian had no time to concern himself with Lu Jinyang's fate. His unwavering gaze was fixed upon the approaching purple spirit sword. Although it was a top-tier spiritual artifact, it lacked the potency to claim Zhang Tian's life, especially with the protection of the fire ape armor, another top-tier spiritual artifact. Suddenly, a sense of danger, subtle yet palpable, gripped Zhang Tian. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily released several initial-stage blood-fang hounds from his spirit beast pouch, directing them towards the purple flying sword. Having completed this, he activated the fire ape armor and swiftly retreated. In less than 2 breaths, the purple flying sword erupted with a brilliant display of violet light, culminating in a deafening explosion. The self-detonation of a top-tier magical artifact possessed the destructive force equivalent to half a foundational stage cultivator casting a spell. The frontmost bloodfang hounds were obliterated into a mist of crimson, leaving not a single bone intact. Zhang Tian, sensing the imminent danger and retreating urgently, paled as he coughed up blood, his fire ape armor now marred and pockmarked. had he not exercised such caution, sending the Bloodfang hounds to absorb the impact and fortifying himself with the fire ape armor. Lu Jinyang's attempt on his life might have succeeded. Even so, the residual force that penetrated the defenses of the hounds and the armor inflicted significant injury upon him. Regaining his composure, Zhang Tian glanced towards Lu Jinyang's location. Without the protection of the Bloodfang hounds or any top-tier defensive artifacts, Lu Jinyang, already gravely wounded, was utterly disintegrated in the explosion, reduced to mere fragments of flesh scattered across the sky. Momentarily at a loss for words, Zhang Tian could only sigh in trepidation. He had not anticipated Lu Jinyang's willingness to sacrifice his life for a self-detonation. It was a stark reminder that one should never underestimate any cultivator. Even when victory seems assured, they might unleash a countermeasure capable of turning the tide. Chapter 64. Changbing joins after being rescued by Zhang Tian. Changbing had been meditating on the ground to restore her spiritual energy. The explosion of the top-tier magical artifact jolted her awake, though she was far enough from the blast radius to avoid harm. Xiao Tian, are you all right? Changbing rushed to Zhang Tian's side, supporting him as she inquired. Zhang Tian, finally diverting his attention from the remnants of Lu Jinyang, weakly shook his head, assuring her he was fine and would not perish. Yet, the blood staining his body rendered Changbing skeptical of his words. Frantically rummaging through her storage pouch, she soon found the finest healing elixir within and, her face lighting up with relief, promptly handed it to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian had already consumed a healing elixir, and due to his ample supply of spirit stones, the quality of the elixir was quite exceptional. Nevertheless, he did not decline Changbing's kind gesture, managing a smile as he accepted and ingested it. Su Jiao Jiao. Zhang Tian murmured softly, recalling the presence of a dangerous individual within this grand hall. He raised his gaze towards Su Jiao Jiao's position and found her eyes fixed upon him, her expression imbued with an enigmatic significance. Were it an ordinary cultivator in such a predicament, they would have fled the moment Zhang Tian engaged in combat with Lu Jinyang and his companions, rather than remaining in place. Yet, Su Jiao Jiao not only stayed but seemed to harbor ulterior motives, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada. This compelled Zhang Tian to remain vigilant. As Su Jiao Jiao noticed Zhang Tian's tense demeanor, she stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, before turning and departing as if unperturbed. Xiao Tian, should we not detain her? If she reveals our involvement in the deaths of Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu to the Lu family, the wrath of a Golden Core Master is beyond what we, mere Qi refinement cultivators, can withstand, Changbing asked solemnly. After a period of recuperation, Changbing had regained about 80% of her magical energy. In her view, if she collaborated with Zhang Tian's Spirit Beast, detaining the cloaked woman would not pose a challenge. Let her go, Zhang Tian interjected, halting Changbing's movements. Changbing did not perceive the underlying tension. Yet Zhang Tian sensed that Su Jiao Jiao was unfazed by the prospect of confrontation. Otherwise, she would not have appeared so composed. Moreover, Zhang Tian speculated that had it not been for Su Jiao Jiao's wariness of the late-stage Qi refinement spirit dogs by his side, she might have already attacked them. Is this truly Su Jiao Jiao? Doubt flickered in Zhang Tian's mind. Although her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Su Jiao Jiao he had encountered years prior, the aura she exuded felt entirely different. As he watched Su Jiao Jiao exit the Grand Hall, the subtle sense of danger dissipated, allowing Zhang Tian to exhale in relief. After clearing the battlefield, he gathered the storage bags of Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu. Approaching Changbing, he extracted one of the bags and offered it to her. Sister Changbing, I haven't opened this storage bag. Let us each take one. Zhang Tian's gesture warmed Changbing's heart, yet she did not accept the storage bag. Instead, she gazed at him with an irritated expression. Xiao Tian, this is your hard-won spoils from the battle. Do you think of me as merely a greedy and ungrateful person? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian retracted the storage bag, awkwardly chuckling. No, Sister Changbing, that was not my intention. Changbing huffed lightly. She was not truly angry. Rather, she felt quite touched. By the way, Xiao Tian, how did you find your way here? Had it not been for you today, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Changbing's expression was curious, tinged with an air of trepidation. Well, I went to Chang family town to seek your advice on alchemy, and from a mortal child, I learned that you had been abducted by two unfamiliar cultivators, Zhang Tian recounted, summarizing his earlier quest to locate Changbing. Changbing fell silent. Initially, she had believed that Zhang Tian's arrival was merely a coincidence, but she soon realized that he had come to her aid with genuine intentions, leaving her both astonished and touched. It is well known that the nature of cultivators is often selfish. It is rare for one to risk their own life to save another unless they share an intimate blood relationship. Zhang Tian, however, remained oblivious to Changbing's emotional turmoil. His primary motive for rescuing her stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. With the assistance of 9 late-stage Qi condensation spirit pets and over 20 mid-stage Qi condensation spirit pets, he deemed himself more than capable of handling 2 late-stage cultivators. Indeed, this was the case, and had Lu Jinyang not detonated his magic artifact, it would have aligned perfectly with Zhang Tian's expectations. Furthermore, Zhang Tian harbored a desire to seek Changbing's guidance in alchemy. Thus, he felt it necessary to win her favor. And this rescue presented the perfect opportunity to do so. After surveying his surroundings, he inquired, "Sister Changbing, I heard from old second Chang that your husband was also taken. Why have we not seen him? He is dead, killed by Lu Jinyang and his accomplices." Changbing replied softly, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Zhang Tian had already begun to suspect the truth behind her words. But hearing her confirm, it stirred a sense of sympathy within him. After years of arduous efforts to cure her husband's ailment, calamity struck unexpectedly, leading to the tragic loss of his life. With a sigh, Zhang Tian asked, "Sister Changbing, what will you do next? Lu Jinyang and his accomplice came to your town looking for you. Now that they are dead under mysterious circumstances, the Lu family will undoubtedly seek retribution. I fear it won't be long before they come for you, so you must prepare accordingly." Initially taken aback, Changbing could not suppress her anger. Do they have no shame? They seek to trouble me and take my life. Do I not have a means to retaliate? Zhang Tian offered a wry smile, recognizing the disparity in power. They're disciples of a golden core family. The existence of a golden core cultivator represents ultimate truth. Who cares about fairness? Upon hearing his words, Changbing felt deflated. She understood the validity of his statement. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "If that is the case, I suppose I can only avoid the Lu family. However, I must first return to Chang family town to warn my kin to leave at once. Otherwise, the Lu family may vent their anger upon them in their search for me." Zhang Tian felt a sense of admiration for Changbing. Despite the lack of support from her family during her tribulations, she bore no resentment and instead prioritized their safety in this critical moment. Nevertheless, he knew he must prevent her from returning to Chang family town. He quickly interjected, "Sister Changbing, you cannot go back. If you return, it will only confirm the accusation that you killed Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu. As long as you do not return, the 4 of you will simply be missing together. Although the Lu family harbors suspicions towards you, they cannot definitively label you as the murderer. Under these circumstances, they would hesitate to take action against the Chang family in the town. If they act without solid evidence, the surrounding smaller families would feel a sense of shared grief and fear, perceiving it as an attempt by the Lu family to swallow them up. Consequently, they would unite in resistance against the Lu family. In such a scenario, even the Golden Elixir families would incur significant losses, especially with the Bai family lurking nearby. Thus, you need not overly fret about the safety of the Chang family town. After Zhang Tian's analysis, Changbing dismissed the thought of returning to Chang family town immediately. However, while the Chang family members might remain in their homeland, Changbing's situation was different. Due to her direct involvement with Lu Jinyang and his associates, she could not afford to appear in areas controlled by the Lu family. Otherwise, she would face relentless pursuit. After contemplating for quite some time, Changbing's mind remained a tangled mess, difficult to unravel. Having lived here since birth, the sudden prospect of leaving this familiar territory for an entirely strange one to start anew was a monumental challenge for her. It was hard for her to accept. Amidst Changbing's turmoil, Zhang Tian cautiously suggested, how about you come to my Lingyang Valley? There are rarely any cultivators there, and you could cultivate freely. But what if that brings trouble to you? Changbing shook her head, intending to decline. Zhang Tian chuckled. Sister Changbing, how could that possibly bring me trouble? The ones who truly killed Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu were I. You may worry about involving others, but involving me is out of the question. In fact, my Lingyang Valley currently boasts a higher income from spirit stones than most Qi training families, so you need not fret about lacking cultivation resources. Whether you are there or not makes no difference. Moreover, your alchemy skills would significantly contribute to our spirit stone income. As for the threat posed by the Lu family, not every family is intimidated by them, and I have my own plans in this regard. You mean the Bai family? Changbing inquired thoughtfully, realizing that the Bai family, also a golden elixir family, could rival the Lu family in the Hengduan Mountains. Zhang Tian nodded. Many families elsewhere can contend with the Lu family, but within the Hengduan Mountains, only the Bai family holds that capability. Furthermore, due to the prowess of their golden elixir master, the Bai family actually holds an advantage over the Lu family. Hearing this, Changbing fell into deep contemplation. Initially, she thought Zhang Tian's invitation to Lingyang Valley was merely a jest, but now it seemed that going there was indeed a viable option. She glanced at Zhang Tian and noticed his anxious expression, waiting for her response. With a playful glint in her eye, Changbing suddenly smiled and said, Little Tian, tell me the truth. Are you trying to take advantage of your sister? That won't do. I can only be your sister. This is inappropriate. Yes. Zhang Tian let out a habitual HM, only to be struck dumb a moment later. He spread his hands and, with a wry smile, said, Sister Changbing, please do not jest with me. I admit I had intentions towards you, but it is solely your esteemed identity as a master alchemist that piqued my interest. I would never entertain any ill thoughts toward you. Naturally, Changbing had long believed in Zhang Tian's character, yet she feigned a pout, huffing slightly. Who could say for certain? Every cat has its secret indulgences. Zhang Tian remained silent. Very well, I shall join your Lingyang Valley. Upon seeing Zhang Tian's demeanor, Changbing decided not to tease him further and waved her hand dismissively. Hearing Changbing's agreement filled Zhang Tian with immense joy. After half a month of personally crafting elixirs, he had come to the realization that he possessed little innate talent for alchemy. If he were to start from scratch, the expenditure of spirit stones and time would be daunting. However, having a dedicated alchemist by his side would, in effect, render him a competent alchemist as well. In his previous life, once a business flourished, the owner no longer needed extensive expertise. Possessing capital and the ability to employ the right talents was sufficient to sustain prosperity. Zhang Tian felt the same principle applied in the realm of cultivation. He did not need to master alchemy himself, only to have someone under his command who could. Furthermore, with Lingyang Valley's substantial monthly income, Zhang Tian had the means to support an alchemist. His familiarity with Changbing also afforded him a deep trust in her capabilities. Chapter 65, Millennium Spiritual Herb, Chanyang Mountain, Lu Family. Under the dim moonlight and the oppressive dark clouds, a family member of the Lu clan, clad in blue, hurriedly burst into a side hall. What has happened? The peculiar man seated in the center of the hall furrowed his brow, displeased by the commotion. Seventh Elder. The soul lamps of Cousin Jinyang and Cousin Jinwu have extinguished, the blue-clad family member said, his head lowered in trepidation. What? The seventh elder of the Lu family, upon hearing such dreadful news, instinctively raised his voice several octaves. It was imperative to note that Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu were no ordinary clan members. They were promising seeds poised to break through to the foundation establishment stage and were expected to become the backbone of the clan in the coming century. The clan had invested considerable effort in their development. How could they have suddenly perished? The seventh elder felt a throbbing pressure in his forehead, his blood pressure rising. Meanwhile, the blue-clad family member at the entrance of the grand hall felt an oppressive weight, succumbing to the aura unleashed by the seventh elder, collapsing onto the ground. After a lengthy pause, the seventh elder finally regained his composure. He retracted his foundation establishment aura and, with an impassive expression, turned to the blue-clad family member, inquiring, "When did this occur?" Though the blue-clad family member was aware that the seventh elder's aura was not directed at him, he could not suppress his fear. Upon hearing the question, he hastily knelt and replied, "It just happened." The clan member who was monitoring the soul lamps discovered it and immediately reported to me. Upon receiving the news, I rushed here to inform you, seventh elder. Just now, the seventh elder's expression turned contemplative as he asked, "Do you know where Jin Yang and Jin Wu have been recently?" Upon hearing this, the blue-clad clansman appeared troubled, shaking his head with a pained expression. "I must admit, I am not well informed about this matter. It has been nearly a month since I last saw cousin Jin Yang and cousin Jin Wu. Elder 7, if you wish to know more, I can inquire with other clansmen after I return to see if anyone possesses relevant information." It had indeed been over a month since he had seen them. Upon receiving this information, Elder 7 of the Lu family wore a contemplative expression. It seemed that about a month ago, the Grand Elder had summoned Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu. Could this be the reason behind their absence? With this thought, Elder 7 reached a resolution in his heart and turned his gaze towards the blue-clad clansman, stating, "I will dispatch someone to investigate this matter. You may also inquire among the clansmen. Should you discover any useful information, come to me immediately." Understood, Elder 7, the blue-clad clansman replied promptly, and with a gesture from Elder 7, he cautiously retreated from the side hall. Once the blue-clad clansman had departed, Elder 7 pondered for a moment longer within the side hall, sensing that this was likely not a trivial matter. He promptly rose and made his way to the residence of the Grand Elder. "Knock, knock, knock. Grand Elder, it is I," Elder 7 announced in a firm voice, accompanied by the sound of heavy knocking. "Ah, it is old 7. Come in," came the aged voice of the Grand Elder from within. Elder 7 pushed open the hall door and stepped over the threshold into the Grand Chamber. The Grand Elder was seated at the head of the table, and upon seeing Elder 7 enter, he looked up with a smile, saying, "Old 7, it has been a while since your last visit. What brings you here at such a late hour? Jin Yang and Jin Wu have perished, and it is said that it was the Grand Elder who sent them on their ill-fated mission." Elder 7 replied directly, having lost the inclination for idle conversation. He was deeply dissatisfied, for Jin Yang and Jin Wu were his direct descendants, and their deaths stemmed from the Grand Elder's orders. The Grand Elder was taken aback by this revelation, though he quickly regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly to Elder 7. "This matter is rather complicated. It pertains to the Spirit Goat Valley. Initially, I believed that the young cultivator, Zhang Tian, would depart from the Spirit Goat Valley after completing his task 6 months ago, allowing our Lu family disciples to take over and gradually uncover the hidden treasures based on the records left by our ancestors. However, to my surprise, that lad has uncharacteristically accepted another 3-year task at the Spirit Goat Valley. If he continues to take on these tasks, we will be unable to delve into the secrets of the valley. Thus, I dispatched Jin Yang and Jin Wu to seek an opportunity. Utilizing their relatively good rapport, I intended for them to lure Zhang Tian out, allowing us to take his place. This way, the Spirit Goat Valley could be subtly controlled by our Lu family without alarming the Golden Core practitioners of the Spirit Beast Sect. Upon hearing this, Elder 7 began to understand the situation. Initially, Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinwu had been sent by him to befriend Zhang Tian. If this was indeed about the Spirit Goat Valley, it seemed unlikely that the Grand Elder had intentionally set them up for harm. The 7th Elder of the Lu family felt his lingering doubts about the Grand Elder dissipate, replaced by a voice filled with resentment as he spoke. If that is the case, then Jin Yang and Jin Wu were indeed killed by Zhang Tian. I shall immediately dispatch clan members to slay him, thus achieving 2 objectives, avenging Jin Yang and Jin Wu, while also seizing the Spirit Sheep Valley. However, just as the 7th Elder stood to depart, he was swiftly halted by the Grand Elder of the Lu family. Confused, the 7th Elder turned to the Grand Elder. With a wry smile, remarked, "You are too impulsive, my dear 7th. I have yet to finish my explanation." Jin Yang and Jin Wu aimed to lure Zhang Tian out of the ancient cultivator's cave. However, for reasons unknown, that coward prefers to hide in the valley and cultivate diligently rather than join Jin Yang in seeking treasures. Therefore, I am certain that Zhang Tian could not have killed Jin Yang and Jin Wu. He lacks the capability. The 7th Elder was perplexed. If Zhang Tian was not the culprit, then who was? The Grand Elder stroked his white beard thoughtfully and shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but I will arrange for disciples to investigate. It should not take long before we have results, and rest assured, we will avenge Jin Yang and Jin Wu. He continued, the most pressing matter now is how to eliminate the nuisance that is Zhang Tian. Had the Spirit Sheep Valley not been located near our sect, we would have acted long ago. However, to avoid drawing attention from the Spirit Beast Sect, our options are limited. Shall we send someone to approach Zhang Tian in a manner similar to Jin Yang and Jin Wu, and then deceive him into revealing himself? The seventh elder suggested tentatively. The Grand Elder disagreed. Zhang Tian is no fool. Such an approach would only raise his suspicions and alert him. After a moment of contemplation, the seventh elder's eyes brightened. What if we were to have him participate in the Foundation establishment trial? His strength is insufficient, and he would surely meet his demise within. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment. You mean the Foundation establishment trial taking place in 6 months? That may not work. The Spirit Beast Sect would never allow weaker disciples to participate. Only those well-versed in the late stages of chi refinement from the outer sect are permitted to compete. Seeing the Grand Elder's disapproval, the seventh elder remained unfazed and chuckled. Ah, but you are unaware. Due to the recent Chaos Yang assembly, a significant number of late-stage chi refinement disciples from the Spirit Beast Sect perished, leaving them unable to find enough participants for the Foundation establishment trial. He continued, I have heard from fellow sect members that this trial will not only voluntarily gather skilled individuals, but will also forcibly draft a portion of chi refinement cultivators from the outer sect to meet the numbers. We can certainly devise a means to have Zhang Tian selected. The Grand Elder, realizing the implications, smiled at the suggestion. That is a clever plan indeed. I shall entrust this matter to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to draw from the family resources. As their laughter echoed, dark clouds loomed over the Liu family, completely shrouding the already dim moonlight. 3 days later, Zhang Tian and Changbing appeared above the Spirit Sheep Valley. Sister Changbing, this is my residence. Isn't the spiritual energy here even more abundant than in your Chang family town? Zhang Tian smiled as he introduced, indeed. This place is commendably close to the Spirit Beast Sect. Even outside the sect, the concentration of spiritual energy here surpasses that found in ordinary chi refining families. Changbing praised in agreement. As they conversed, a figure rushed toward them from a distance. Qing Huan, who had noticed their arrival the moment they appeared, hesitated in her joyful sprint upon seeing an unfamiliar woman accompanying Zhang Tian. However, cultivators are swift, and despite Qing Huan's intention to slow her pace, she soon reached Zhang Tian and Changbing. Unaware of Qing Huan's unease, Zhang Tian pointed to her, intentionally introducing, this is Qing Huan, my maid, and perhaps the person closest to me in the realm of cultivation. Hearing this, Qing Huan's heart swelled with joy, feeling her significance in Zhang Tian's heart, causing the frustration she held to dissipate. Qing Huan, this is Sister Changbing, our future alchemist in Lingyang Valley. You must get along well with her. Yes, master. Qing Huan replied with a sweet smile, shifting her gaze to Changbing. I met fellow Taoist Chang, Qing Huan stated, when Qing Huan referred to Zhang Tian as master. Changbing's expression toward him changed, appearing as if she were meeting him for the first time. What a clever lad. Indulging in such tricks, Changbing mused inwardly. Zhang Tian sensed Changbing's dubious gaze and understood her misunderstanding. However, this matter was not easily explained. Forcing an explanation might hurt Qing Huan's feelings. Thus, he could only manage a wry smile and let the situation flow naturally. After all, they would share much time together in the future. The truth would eventually come to light. Now, Qing Huan, why don't you accompany Sister Changbing to explore Lingyang Valley? We can also introduce her to our current enterprises and prepare her dwelling. Zhang Tian instructed Qing Huan. Yes, master. I will take good care of fellow Taoist Chang. She responded. Having entrusted these matters to her, Zhang Tian hurried back to his stone cave, beginning to organize his storage bag. Fearing a sudden visit from the Liu family to the ancient cultivator's cave, he had not taken the time to tidy his belongings after exploring the cave. Returning directly to Lingyang Valley, Goodness, 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu, and 1,000-year-old dragoness head flower. Zhang Tian retrieved 2 jade boxes, opening them to reveal a purple and a red herb, both exuding remarkable spiritual energy. Reflecting on Changbing's words, he recalled that although there had been 100 acres of medicinal fields, only 3 spiritual herbs had survived. The rest had either withered away due to age or perished from pestilence. These 3 had endured due to certain special circumstances. Among them, one had been seized by Su Jiao, while the remaining 2 had fallen into the hands of the Liu brothers, who were now deceased, leaving them in Zhang Tian's possession. The purpose of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs is generally to concoct pills for cultivators at the golden core stage or above. Using them for qi refining pills could result in fatal consequences for the practitioner, while employing them for foundation establishment pills would be an extravagant waste. For me at this moment, there is yet no effective method to utilize it. Rather, it feels akin to a hot potato. However, fortunately, as it is a millennium-old spiritual herb, brimming with spiritual energy, a mere fragment is sufficient to significantly accelerate the recovery of my inner magical power, far surpassing any restorative elixir available. When necessary, it can be specifically employed to replenish my spiritual energy. Although it may seem wasteful, its efficacy for me renders it worthwhile. After securing the Millennium Herb, Zhang Tian retrieved 7 or 8 dimly luminous high-grade spiritual stones, relics from the puppet beast, collectively valued at several thousand low-grade spiritual stones. Following that, he assessed the former assets of Liu Jinwu and Liu Jinyang. The assorted remnants summed up to approximately 4,000 low-grade spiritual stones for Liu Jinwu, while Liu Jinyang's fortune amounted to around 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The disparity in their fortunes stemmed from the absence of a high-grade magical artifact. Had Liu Jinyang's high-grade artifact still been intact, it is likely that his wealth would have eclipsed that of Liu Jinwu. Alas, why did he have to self-destruct the artifact, causing me a loss of 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones? Zhang Tian muttered to himself, inwardly lamenting Liu Jinyang. Should Liu Jinyang hear of Zhang Tian's ungrateful musings for beneath the earth, one wonders if he would be incensed enough to rise again and seek retribution. Chapter 66. Catalyzing the spirit field as evening fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. By the time Zhang Tian awoke, it was already this hour. Originally, the inventory of spoils should not have taken so long. However, Zhang Tian felt that the injuries from the self-destruction of the artifact had not yet fully healed, prompting him to take additional time to mend his minor ailments. Exiting the Qing Stone Cave, Zhang Tian inhaled deeply, feeling quite pleased. Whether it was merely an illusion, he sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy in Spirit Sheep Valley appeared slightly heightened compared to before. Is this the location where Sister Changbing established her cave? Upon stepping out, he noticed a new cave adjacent to his own. Intriguingly, the caves of Qinghuan and Changbing flanked as on either side. It was uncertain how well Sister Changbing had adapted to the environment of Spirit Sheep Valley, though she seemed outwardly composed. Her husband's death must weigh heavily upon her heart. Pausing before Changbing's cave and gazing at the nearby restrictions, Zhang Tian hesitated momentarily before casting a message talisman inside. However, as soon as he did, regret washed over him. It was already quite late, and Changbing would likely be deep in meditation. Even if the talisman reached her, she would not be aware of it until the following day. Zhang Tian prepared to depart, intending to return for conversation the next day. Suddenly, he noticed the barrier before him dissolve, and Changbing emerged from within. Zhang Tian looked up, observing that her eyes were slightly red and swollen, as if she had been weeping in secret. The signs were subtle, and had he not been observant, they would have easily gone unnoticed. Indeed, it seemed that when Sister Changbing had teased him earlier, it was merely a facade to suppress her inner sorrow. Zhang Tian's heart was like a clear mirror. However, he was prepared to comfort her, believing that the best course of action was to avoid mentioning the death of her husband in her presence. Gradually, Changbing would emerge from her sorrow. After all, one must look forward. The deceased have departed, while the living must continue to strive. Xiao Tian, is there something on your mind at this late hour? Changbing managed a faint smile, Then with a playful tone, she looked at Zhang Tian. He produced a yellow tome that he had once acquired from Lu Jinshui and handed it to Changbing, explaining, "This is a formula for a pill I stumbled upon. You know, my proficiency in alchemy is merely at an introductory level, and this has been taking up space in my storage pouch. Now that you are here, Sister Changbing, as a first-tier alchemist, this formula should assist you in your endeavors." A formula? Changbing's eyes brightened as she accepted the yellow tome. Alchemy had become her greatest passion. She was intrigued by even the simplest of alchemical insights, let alone the most valuable formulas. "Yes, I can concoction yuan pill, Qinyuan pill, and Huangjing pill, all of which are qi-enhancing elixirs. Oh, but I have not encountered the Mo, Shui Dan, Bao Shui Dan, or Yulong Dan. Additionally, there are the Zishan Dan, Ling Long Dan, and Shuemai Dan, which are second-tier elixirs." "Very good, Xiao Tian. This formula you provided is exceptional. Most of the formulas within should be authentic and will greatly aid me in my future advancement to a second-tier alchemist." As she recounted the various formulas, her delight was evident, and her face flushed with excitement at each unfamiliar elixir. Seeing Changbing's sorrow dissipate in the wake of the formulas, Zhang Tian felt a sense of joy, though he did not forget the purpose of presenting the formulas. He inquired, "Sister Changbing, if I were to provide you with the spiritual herbs necessary for the Shuemai Dan, would you be able to concoct it?" "The Shuemai Dan," she replied, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "It requires the Shuemai fruit, a rare spiritual fruit that can only thrive in the wild and cannot be cultivated by cultivators, making it quite scarce. Do you truly possess such a thing?" Zhang Tian shrugged and nodded affirmatively. Changbing regarded him intently, withholding further commentary. It was not uncommon for cultivators to experience fortuitous encounters. While the Shuemai fruit was rare, it was merely a first-tier spiritual fruit, not particularly precious. Returning to the page of Shuemai Dan, she scrutinized it carefully before shaking her head. "I'm still merely a first-tier alchemist, and can only concoct first-tier spiritual pills. The process of creating the Shuemai Dan is 100 times more complicated than that of a first-tier elixir. I have no confidence in my ability to produce it. To attempt would only waste the materials." Zhang Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, though he had anticipated this outcome. It was indeed challenging for a first-tier alchemist to create a second-tier elixir. Nevertheless, he did not lose hope. Just because Changbing could not concoct the Shuemai Dan now did not mean she would not be able to in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Tian asked, "If you were to become a second-tier alchemist, would you then have the confidence to produce the Shuemai Dan?" Changbing chuckled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Tian. "Advancing to a second-tier alchemist is not as simple as it seems. Although I, your sister, have attained the status of a first-tier alchemist of superior quality, it may appear that a mere step separates me from the second tier. However, in truth, that small step is sufficient to keep 99% of first-tier alchemists at bay, and I am no exception. Furthermore, the most fundamental requirement for becoming a second-tier alchemist is to reach the foundation-building stage, a criterion I sadly do not meet. Thus, the path to becoming a second-tier alchemist remains distant for me. Who knows, Changbing? You are still quite young. Perhaps in the future, you might break through to the foundation-building stage and ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. The future is uncertain," Zhang Tian remarked, his lips curling in disagreement with Changbing's perspective. His words stirred something within Changbing, though she would have felt even more touched had he been older. However, the youthfulness of his voice left a peculiar resonance, as he spoke with a wisdom that belied his age. "I shall take your words as a good omen," Changbing replied, her expression somewhat peculiar. Although she did not openly refute him, Zhang Tian could discern her skepticism. It was akin to two beggars conversing, with one suddenly suggesting the other could become wealthy, a notion far-fetched indeed. Nevertheless, Zhang Tian paid no heed to Changbing's attitude, confident that time would reveal the truth. He shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, Changbing, as an alchemist, you surely require a plethora of spiritual herbs. I have heard that most alchemists establish their own herb gardens to cultivate their supplies. Now that you are in Lingyang Valley, why not consider creating your own garden for your future alchemical endeavors?" The purpose of an alchemist's herb garden primarily serves two functions: Firstly, to cultivate low-age, short-cycle auxiliary herbs, which can provide support during times of scarcity and facilitate the collection of materials when preparing for alchemy. Secondly, it preserves the potency of rare herbs, which are typically stored in jade boxes during trade, a method that, while effective, still risks potency loss over time. In contrast, replanting spiritual herbs in a garden is a superior approach, as it not only preserves their potency, but can also gradually enhance it, albeit modestly. That might not be feasible. Chang Bing hesitated, her interest piqued by the idea of establishing a garden, yet the considerable expenses associated with it gave her pause. Observing her wavering resolve, Zhang Tian decisively stated, "It is settled then. Choose a location away from the Qingjing grassland to establish your herb garden. I shall initially provide you with 2,000 low-grade spirit stones for its creation. Should that prove insufficient, you may request more." Chang Bing was taken aback by Zhang Tian's decision. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones represented the entirety of a typical late-stage qi refinement cultivator's assets. And yet he entrusted her with such a significant sum. Although she understood that Zhang Tian valued her alchemical skills, she could not help but feel a wave of emotion wash over her at that moment. A scholar would lay down his life for a true friend, let alone the fact that Zhang Tian had saved her twice. Chang Bing silently accepted the storage bag handed to her by Zhang Tian, and in that moment, she no longer rejected his proposal to establish a medicinal garden. She had resolved that once the garden was constructed, she would devote more time to refining elixirs as a means to repay Zhang Tian's kindness. As a proficient alchemist who had already ascended to the realm of high-grade practitioners, she boasted a commendable success rate in potion making. Should she dedicate herself entirely to alchemy, earning 3,000 low-grade spirit stones annually would pose no challenge. Days later, the site for the medicinal garden was finalized, located on a gentle slope near the hilly terrain, an area within Lingyang Valley renowned for its abundant spiritual energy. Zhang Tian and Qing Huan stood at a distance observing, while only Chang Bing tirelessly buried spirit stones into the ordinary soil. The initial phase of the garden involved cultivating a spirit field, but both Zhang Tian and Qing Huan were unfamiliar with the array techniques required for such cultivation. Fortunately, Chang Bing hailed from a lineage of cultivators. She possessed the knowledge to transform ordinary land into a spirit field conducive to the growth of spiritual plants. With a gentle breeze blowing, as Chang Bing methodically buried the spirit stones, over 300 low-grade stones were sequentially interred within the designated acre. After departing from the field, she stepped back until she reached the edge, at which point she halted. "Array, activate!" A melodious exclamation escaped her lips as she began to channel her spiritual energy, catalyzing the latent power embedded within the spirit stones. Observing from the sidelines, Zhang Tian witnessed the buried spirit stones emanating a frenzied surge of spiritual force, ultimately manifesting a serpentine apparition of spiritual energy in the air. "Is that a devouring python?" Zhang Tian pondered, uncertain. He had gleaned information about this mythical beast from ancient texts. Typically, a devouring python could reach lengths of over 100 feet. Yet this one only measured 3 to 4 feet, appearing almost malnourished. Perhaps the low level of the array was to blame, he mused fleetingly. Indeed, this was the manifestation of the devouring python, an ancient fourth-tier beast capable of consuming the spiritual energy of all things. "My devouring array harnesses the power of the devouring python to catalyze the spirit field," Chang Bing replied softly as she approached Zhang Tian. Having completed the activation of the array, she no longer needed to sustain her spiritual energy to maintain it. As they spoke, the devouring python within the array began to stir. As its form gradually came into focus, it threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar. Soon, Zhang Tian sensed that the spiritual energy from all directions was being drawn in by the python's movement, creating a massive vortex of colorful spiritual power at the center of the field. Once this vortex appeared, it resembled an unfathomable maw, incessantly devouring vast quantities of spiritual energy. Half an hour later, the vortex dissipated, leaving a serene atmosphere as though nothing had transpired. The catalysis was successful. Zhang Tian hurried to the edge of the freshly cultivated acre, kneading the soil between his fingers. Upon sensing the rich spiritual energy within, his heart swelled with joy. From that moment forth, this land was no longer an ordinary field. It had transformed, akin to a koi leaping over the dragon gate, into a first-tier spirit field. Chang Bing was quite pleased. However, having already catalyzed several acres of spiritual fields at the Chang family estate, her expression remained relatively composed. Nonetheless, the surrounding spiritual energy had significantly diminished, and it seemed that to catalyze a second acre of spiritual fields, they would have to wait for the spiritual energy to replenish. Zhang Tian expressed his helplessness regarding the situation. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Chang Bing let out a laugh, saying, "Xiao Tian, you are rather greedy." The location of Lingyang Valley is in proximity to the Spirit Beast Sect, and the concentration of spiritual energy here is enviably high for many wandering cultivators. The recovery rate is several times faster than in other places. I estimate that it will only take a little over 10 days to catalyze the second acre of spiritual fields, which is far superior to my experience at Chang Family Town, where the low concentration of spiritual energy means it takes half a year to have the opportunity to catalyze an acre. Zhang Tian chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the common human tendency to covet more. Coughing lightly, he remarked, "Since the first acre of spiritual fields has been established, let us make use of it swiftly. We can plant whatever we desire, as long as we do not leave it barren. As for the subsequent catalyzation of the spiritual fields, I will leave that to you, Sister Changbing. Should you require assistance, you may seek me out or ask Qing Huan. Either is fine." Indeed, Changbing nodded, affirming that it posed no issue for her. On their way back to the cave abode, Zhang Tian and Qing Huan walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Their presence at the establishment of the spiritual fields had not been strictly necessary, yet Zhang Tian had chosen to be present to ensure everything went smoothly. The process unfolded seamlessly under Chang Bing's adept guidance, leading to the establishment of the first acre of spiritual fields in Lingyang Valley, which left Zhang Tian invigorated and thrilled. While it was true that the initial phase of establishing spiritual fields required a significant expenditure of spiritual stones, the subsequent benefits were undeniably substantial. Not only could various spiritual flowers and herbs be cultivated within the fields, yielding a steady and considerable income of spiritual stones, but the daily conversion of spiritual energy generated by the field alone was enough to bring Zhang Tian joy. These spiritual fields functioned as miniature gathering arrays, gradually and persistently enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy in Lingyang Valley. Amidst the excitement radiating from Zhang Tian, Qing Huan's emotions were tumultuous and complex, akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned. Logically, Chang Bing's assistance in establishing the spiritual fields should have been a considerable boon for Zhang Tian. And as is made, Qing Huan ought to harbor affection and gratitude toward Chang Bing. However, despite her feelings of gratitude, Qing Huan was plagued by a fear that Chang Bing might divert Zhang Tian's attention away from her. A flicker of jealousy surfaced in her heart, although she had extinguished it the moment it was born. If only Chang Bing were not here, she thought dreamily, trailing behind Zhang Tian with a dazed expression. Suddenly, Zhang Tian halted, furrowing his brow as he observed a scattered group of wild boars in the forest. If he recalled correctly, several months prior, the population of the enraged wild boars in the forest exceeded 300. Yet, after a brief absence, it seemed the numbers had diminished rather than increased, appearing significantly reduced. "What is it, master?" Qing Huan, awakened by Zhang Tian's sudden halt, inquired with curiosity, following his gaze. Zhang Tian, scratching his nose in puzzlement, remarked, "Why do I feel that the number of enraged wild boars seems a bit low? Could it be that the dog pack has been excessively hunting lately?" His intention in acquiring the wild boars was to provide sustenance for the dog pack, particularly for the great-toothed bloodhound, for which the wild boars were particularly suitable. "You must regulate the hunting pace of the dog pack. Do not allow them to deplete the wild boars all at once, or it will adversely affect their future food supply." Initially, Zhang Tian assumed the dog pack had overhunted during this period and casually advised Qinghuan before intending to dismiss the peculiar matter from his mind. After all, with the essence grass liquid, he could swiftly replenish the wild boar population if managed properly, and he did not wish to waste excessive energy on such trivial concerns. However, Qinghuan appeared perplexed. The dog pack's den was situated near her dwelling, and she witnessed daily the meager provisions they brought back, which did not include a significant number of enraged wild boars. Could there be an issue within the wild boar herd? A sense of unease crept over her. If Zhang Tian's instructions had faltered under her supervision, the blame would rest squarely on her shoulders, especially with the presence of her rival, Changbing. Another mistake would render her dispensable. Qinghuan recalled Zhang Tian's words. He had no need for ineffectual subordinates. With this realization, she quickly spoke up, "Master, since the enraged wild boars only provide meat for the spirit dogs, unlike the Qingyan golden pheasant or the triangular spirit sheep, which yield spirit eggs, wool, and milk, I haven't paid them much attention. However, I know the dog pack has not consumed many wild boars lately. There shouldn't be such significant losses. Could it be that there's an issue with the wild boar herd?" Zhang Tian paused, sensing an ominous turn of events, and furrowed his brow as he headed towards the wild boar's main habitat. If the problem were not due to the dog pack, but rather an internal issue with the wild boars, it could spell disaster. In the case of an infectious disease, the wild boar herd would suffer devastating losses, hindering the development of the dog pack, and at worst, leading to the extinction of the wild boars. 3 years of effort shattered in an instant. Along the way, Zhang Tian encountered numerous carefree wild boars wandering the forest. Having never faced threats since birth, they had grown unafraid of humans like him. Upon seeing their seemingly robust condition, his previously furrowed brow began to relax. It appeared that his initial concerns were unfounded. There were no signs of disease that would have decimated the wild boar population. If illness were the cause, these wild boars would surely be ailing. Finally, upon arriving at the large mire and observing the plump wild boars, Zhang Tian was reassured that the decline in their numbers was not due to an infectious disease, but rather the result of the hunting prowess of the beasts. As Zhang Tian observed the conspicuous scars on Fei Fei, he noted that although they had healed, the marks were a clear indication of a recent attack by a beast. The question lingered: what kind of beast would dare to assault Fei Fei? The pack of dogs posed no threat under the constraints of the three-eyed guardian. They understood that while they could confront the enraged wild boar, they must never lay a paw on Fei Fei. Moreover, the size of the scars was far too large to have been inflicted by a spirit dog, which lacked such formidable claws. As Zhang Tian exhaled in relief, a significant doubt emerged in his mind. Could it have been a beast that stealthily entered through the small path to the Spirit Sheep Valley? No. The spirit dogs could detect the scent of any beast from 10 miles away. It was virtually impossible for any creature to breach the valley under their vigilant watch. Was it a flying beast, or perhaps a passing cultivator? That too seemed unlikely, as the claws of flying beasts were generally diminutive. The wounds on Fei Fei could only have been made by a creature of a size comparable to that of the three-eyed guardian. As for cultivators, they wielded magical artifacts, while the scars were undoubtedly left by a beast. Several thoughts flitted through his mind, only to be dismissed. What could the reason be? Zhang Tian's gaze returned to Fei Fei. "Fei Fei, do you know who attacked you?" he inquired, approaching the hefty creature and giving it a firm kick to rouse it from slumber. Despite its injuries, the large boar remained overwhelmingly lethargic. Upon awakening, Fei Fei's expression was initially fierce, but upon recognizing Zhang Tian, it transformed into one of plaintive affection, nuzzling against him with a series of grunts. Indeed, a boar the size of a small mountain attempting to act endearingly was somewhat of a startling sight. Are you suggesting that a beast of similar size to yours came to prey on your kin, only to be driven away by you and your family? From Fei Fei's gestures, Zhang Tian gleaned a rough outline of events. Contemplating further, he realized that although a beast of comparable size did not imply a lack of strength, a larger creature certainly possessed formidable capabilities. Furthermore, Fei Fei was already a mid-stage Qi refinement spirit beast. The fact that it required the combined efforts of several adult enraged wild boars to confront this unfamiliar beast indicated that it was indeed powerful, albeit not overwhelmingly so. It became evident that the mysterious beast must be at the late stage of chi refinement, as only such a creature would compel the enraged wild boar pack to take serious measures and subsequently be driven off. If it had been a foundation-building beast, the wild boars would have already faced extinction. As for mid-stage chi refinement beasts, it was worth noting that Fei was already at the mid-stage, while the other adult enraged wild boars were merely at the early stage. Even Tri-Eye, a standout among late-stage chi refinement spirit beasts, would hesitate to confront a pack led by a furious wild boar and accompanied by over 100 adult boars. Thus, the enigmatic beast could only be at the late stage of chi refinement. Fei continued to grunt, and upon hearing this, Zhang Tian pondered thoughtfully. Are you implying that you know the direction in which that beast fled? For Zhang Tian, this news could be deemed fortuitous. It is never too late to mend the fold after a sheep is lost. Should the enigmatic beast remain unaddressed, and its arrival in Lingyang Valley remain shrouded in mystery, tranquility may elude the valley henceforth. Qing Huan, summon the three-eyed beast and bring along a few more spirit hounds of the late chi refining stage. Notify me via a communication talisman when you arrive, Zhang Tian instructed, turning to Qing Huan. Yes, master, I shall do as you say, Qing Huan replied with a nod, swiftly soaring toward the direction of their dwelling. She had been attentively observing and listening, aware of the gravity of the situation. Once Qing Huan had departed, Zhang Tian turned to Fei, saying, let us go, Fei, to the location where the beast has manifested. Zhang Tian stepped atop Fei's head, who then guided him in search of the culprit behind the demise of numerous enraged wild boars. Fei headed westward, toward the rocky wall that marked the outskirts of Lingyang Valley. As they traversed a muddy marshland, Zhang Tian beheld a shadowy expanse of water concealed beneath dense foliage. Within the dark waters lay numerous white skeletal remains. Some were ancient, while others appeared quite recent, likely belonging to the vanished wild boars. Zhang Tian was taken aback to discover such a hidden locale within Lingyang Valley. Although the valley was expansive, his aerial inspections had only provided a superficial understanding of its terrain, without delving into every nook and cranny. Fei waded into the dark waters, which were shallow enough to reach only partway up his shins. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of Fei's hooves splashing through the water. After traversing the murky depths for a short while, Zhang Tian spotted a towering rock face ahead, one he recognized from his aerial flights as the western barrier separating Lingyang Valley from the outside world. As they approached the stone face, an inexplicable surprise washed over Zhang Tian. He noticed a deep cave entrance that he had never encountered before. Logically, having passed overhead and utilized his spiritual sense to scout the area, he should have perceived such an obvious opening. With a flicker of thought, Zhang Tian extended his spiritual consciousness, which should have rendered all stones and trees within his range transparent. Yet, this time his perception faltered. Shock etched across his face. For within the scope of his spiritual sense, the cave entrance was entirely absent. The feedback merely indicated a solid rock wall. To think that a cave could elude the scrutiny of a cultivator's spiritual sense and remain concealed so effectively, were it not for his personal exploration, it would have been hard to believe such an opening existed in this stone face. Amidst his astonishment, curiosity stirred within him. He had never encountered a pig, yet had witnessed their antics, and this extraordinary cave likely heralded an opportunity. However, to err on the side of caution, he refrained from stepping inside immediately and chose to wait. Before long, a talisman radiating a cerulean glow soared toward him, halting before Zhang Tian. Shortly thereafter, guided by the talisman, Qing Huan and the three-eyed beast arrived at his side. Qing Huan, remain here to guard this spot while the three-eyed beast and I investigate further, Zhang Tian instructed. Zhang Tian did not consult Qing Huan, but directly instructed her. Qing Huan pouted in dissatisfaction, yet she dared not refute Zhang Tian's words. and could only watch sullenly as he and a host of spirit dogs vanished from her sight.